Chapter 821 Return to the Abyss. I will take a step first to check the situation. You will follow later. One morning in the new year, Lin said to his companions who were ready to go to the Abyss. This trip includes Finn, Halumi, Kaya, the Dark Elf Maishan, the Demon Prince Azad, the former commander of the Dark Legion Guards, Rockstone, and the gray short-haired demon cat Hardy. The reason why I brought Hardy with me was because the destination was the most familiar enemy territory of the Demon Cat clan, and Hardy had gone there several times. No matter what, it must be clearer than someone whose eyes are dark. Secondly, the demons in that place are the targets of the defense of Demon Moth King Jane Moss and the Demon Cat clan. When I return this time, I plan to deal with these demons, in order to prove that he has not betrayed the interests of the Demon Moth King and the Demon Cats in exchange for his own convenience in the Abyss. It is a very important thing. This is why Hardy followed up and became a witness. Of the two forces, Lin still tends to establish a more solid relationship with the Demon Moth King. Except for the fact that the remnants of that silk cocoon are still coveted. The relationship with the devil can only be based on profit. And there is no morality at all. To believe in a demon who will betray you at any time, or who wants to kill you all the time, and to give up on a group of allies who are simple-minded and will not betray as long as they treat each other with sincerity. How stupid you have to be to make such a choice. Not to mention anything else. After putting forward the goals and requirements of this trip to Hardy, the Grey Cat agreed without even thinking about it. He didn't consider the possibility that he might have tricked it into the Abyss as a sacrifice to befriend the devil. Of course, he doesn't intend to do this, but if someone else makes the same request to him, Lin will definitely consider this possibility. This shows the innocence of these cats, or that they believe in themselves too easily. The items carried include astronomical telescopes, tripods, coffins, and various lenses and filters. The rest are everyone's own weapons and equipment. If you can carry it with you, carry it with you. If you can't, use the leftover magic silk from previous clothing productions to sew a furoshiki and wrap it up. After confirming with his eyes that everyone was prepared correctly, Lin set off first. Flash spell activated. As long as it is a place that has been visited once. Whether it is the Abyss or H.L., someone can come and go as freely as if he were visiting a back garden. So Lin immediately arrived at the destination of his trip, the largest rooftop platform in the Demon Lord Sabine Castle. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a huge fireball coming towards them. Another flash spell moved the fireball 30 feet laterally, directly smashing a tower not far away. Only then did Lin notice that he had actually arrived on the battlefield. The defensive barrier belonging to the castle is working hard to resist various attacks from the outside world. Occasionally, attacks with huge mass or power penetrated the barrier, or smashed into the gathered demon army, or smashed a building somewhere. But more often than not, the demon army standing on high ground launched a defensive counterattack against the attacking party below through the barrier, or fought on the city wall. Before he could send a message to stop him, Finn had already appeared a few steps behind him with other people and equipment. Although there was no big fireball to wash their faces, the shouts of killing on the battlefield still frightened a few relatively young little guys. Before Finn had time to ask questions, the local lord, the demon Sabine, had already led his guards to the roof and surrounded him. The demon army that was fighting around them was also distracted by the sudden appearance of this group of invaders. The originally surrounding demons did not intend to ask questions, but directly killed the group of uninvited guests. But the Grey Cat Hardy jumped from Lin's arms, arched his back and screamed, allowing Sabine to stop his subordinate's attack. The gray short-haired cat with scars and bald spots could be said to be the most impressive demon cat in recent times. And among the humans present, there was also that familiar aura. Sabine said, "Human magician, are you here again? It seems that I picked a bad time to visit. Maybe I should go back first and come back another day?" Lin said in a normal tone. He waved his hand to let his guards leave first to assist the army in defense. When the demons on the rooftops saw this, they stopped talking to the visitors because they seemed to be old acquaintances with their lord and had something to say. Sabine straightened his appearance and tried to show the magnanimity of a noble. The power of the magician in front of him was still fresh in his memory. "See you again now. Although the appearance is different from last time, the strength seems to be even higher. However, under the flames of war, there is no way to maintain manners. It is lucky that there are no missing legs or arms." Sabine's behavior only made people like Fenn and Stone, who had actually experienced the war, feel disapproving. But the devil's idea was simply that he didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of this human being. He considered himself to be a gentleman and said, "Your Excellency, if you have needs, please tell me now. Next time you visit, maybe I won't be the lord here." Replacement of lords? Lin accurately caught the meaning of the demon's words. He pointed with his thumb at the attacking demon army outside the castle, and asked, "Are they those unfriendly visitors? You must have failed as a demon, and that's why you incurred this kind of retribution. What a pity. Their unfriendly visit was all thanks to your Excellency. The injuries you left on me made me so weak that not only my subordinates, but also the demon commanders outside coveted my position. So, how should I treat your visit?" Sabine said, with a ferocious expression on his face. After returning to his normal expression, he continued, "If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I accidentally hurt you and your friends, which is not what I want to see." Although he said it politely, the demon lord's idea was actually very simple. He didn't want to create another opponent that he would find difficult to deal with at this critical moment. Sending the other person away with words is the most cost-effective behavior. But how could Lin let go of this opportunity? He said with a smile, "I won't hide it from the Lord. I came back here hoping to borrow a place to set up some equipment so that I can conduct stargazing operations in the abyss. The place doesn't have to be too big. Mostly just set up a tent or a small room with some bookshelves and desks. I like the roof terrace of this castle, so I plan to come to you to discuss it. But since there are other people vying to be the owner of this castle, maybe I should wait for the dispute between you to end and discuss this matter with the future owner of the castle. But I don't mind supporting the one who allows me to conduct stargazing operations and has no other conditions to be the owner of this castle." Sabin was also able to grasp the meaning of this human magician. The pros and cons were just flashing in his mind. He said with the same brilliant smile, "I can agree to this small matter here, Your Excellency. He Lao. Go and talk to the outside world again. Talk to the little devil. Besides, if you want to make a contract with the devil, you have to pay for it with your soul. But with your friendship, this kind of trivial matter can be saved. My castle is your castle, and my servant is also yours. Servant, there is no more hospitable friend in the abyss. You see, my friend across the passage." Sabine clicked on the ground, wary of the puzzled gray cat Hardy. "We have been in peace and quiet for such a long time. However, there are many bellicose little demons who are clamoring to fight to the other side all day long and go to the mysterious land to seize the flesh, blood, and soul of living creatures. Most of these little demons have been suppressed by me. Now, there is no all-out war. If it were other demons, I don't know if they would be as friendly as me. I don't think you can stop the demon army with just a few cats. Take the Moth King and the Demon Cat clan as an example. But this threat is not painful to someone, even if the other person's words are somewhat true. You don't need to care. The devil in front of him just wants to remind others how many chips he still has." Then the Lord agrees to allow me to borrow a small area of the castle. Lin confirmed again, rubbing his chest and saluting. Sabin said, "Abiding by the contract to the letter is the character of a devil. Hospitality and welcoming friends warmly are my characteristics. Sabin, as long as the devils outside don't come to cause trouble, the castle will still be with me. It is in your control. So how to use this castle is entirely up to you. Your wish will be my wish. All the demons in this castle will understand this matter. In fact, what can really restrain the devil is the contract written in abyssal writing, because there will be his real name above him, and coupled with the testimony of the will of the abyss. This is the saying that the devil will abide by the contract. But when it comes out of your mouth, you can blow it if you can, and you can bluff if you can. For Sabine now, pulling the magician in front of him into his camp is a matter of great benefit and no harm. At least it can be used as a shield to withstand the opponent's attack. So all kinds of promises are made randomly without money. If the other party is still as strong as before, then there is nothing wrong with agreeing to his request. Anyway, now it seems that this human magician's request is really a small thing for a demon lord. It's even more perfect if the opponent is injured in the battle. The new and old grudges will be settled together, and you don't have to pay any price. So why not do it? Okay, I'll take it as your agreement. Please remember one thing. If you regret it later, the consequences will be serious." After finishing speaking, Lin retreated to his companions. It's just that others are puzzled as to why the man in front of them wants to negotiate terms with a demon whose territory is about to be lost. Especially now that it sounds like he has to sacrifice his life for a demon. Although they were also killing demons, it still made them a little unhappy. However, no one complained or objected. They put the large non-combat equipment aside and walked towards the edge of the rooftop to watch the fighting everywhere. Chapter 822 Rabian Rose. The outermost city wall has entered fierce hand-to-hand combat. The attacking demons may use siege ladders, climb with bare hands, leap or flap their wings, and display unique moves based on their physical characteristics. The diversity of attack methods is no less impressive than that of humans, who are good at using tools. But they always have to endure the burning pain before they can get through the magic barrier. Even so, the demons who attack the city wall can still kill the enemy bravely without fear of life and death, and create fierce sparks with the defending party. But the long-range attacks from the attacker's rear did not stop. Although most long-range attacks will be blocked by the castle's magic barrier, occasionally a particularly powerful attack will penetrate the barrier. In addition to destroying buildings, it may even hit one's own head, and a large piece of it will be smashed on the city wall at once. Of Devil. Outside the city, on the only stone path leading to the castle on the cliff, the demons' military formation was not as neat as that of humans. But we can still see that there are 3 large groups. They are close to each other, but they are clearly distinct. The flag, haphazardly sewn together from torn pieces of cloth, swayed in the sulfur-smelling wind of the abyss. The siege weapons have been pushed to the forefront of the military formation, loading and shooting continuously. It seems that there is no doubt that the main force of the enemy is there. The demon Prince Azad, who was wearing a scarlet phoenix robe, was the first to draw out the box of Inzadu. Although the tailoring of this outfit was not suitable for fighting at all, Azad didn't care about it at all. He just felt the joy from Inzadu and said, "So this is why your Hikiri is so powerful. Every flash is a source of replenishment for the weapons of the Higiri clan. With enough energy, no ability can be used. No magic can be played. This broken sword is clamoring to change its owner. You brought it with you." Lin has always avoided letting Higiri Inzadu flash with him. Not only to avoid creating a second Higiri, but also because in the description of the Hikiri in his hand, Sadu is an evil blade that will tempt you to madness. Of course, troublesome things like this can be avoided if possible. But it seems that the battle in front of him doesn't matter so much anymore. The Dark Elf Meyer took out the rifle hidden under the elf's holy robe and tied to the side of his thigh. He also installed some equipment that had not been installed in advance for portability and adjusted it at the same time. Fen and Stone, without saying a word, turned on the switch after taking hold of the lightsaber hilt. The purple cylindrical light blade on one side has a soft tone with a hint of dominance. The red cross-shaped light blade on the other side slightly sprays spark like red light outward, as if it has too much power. Thanks to the cooperation of the demon Prince Azad. After intensive testing some time ago, the first version of the MIDI version of the lightsaber has been finalized. Although it was not as strong as killing a god with one sword, Then still made 2 of them, giving them to himself and his cronies from thousands of years ago. This was only completed a few days ago, and it happened to coincide with this big battle. Halumi, a magic apprentice who had sworn not to use edged weapons, used a sling made from the symbiotic vines of the world tree, and a nunchuck, considering that in order to use percussion weapons well, you must first have arm strength. Although the blonde girl can use the power of magic to enhance her strength, her character cannot reach the realm of weapons such as flails and war hammers, which are clumsy. For staff weapons, you can use a stronger wand to achieve the purpose of both magic and weapon use. But this girl doesn't like to use long weapons, so Lin made a nunchaku for her. Anyway, there are a lot of world tree level materials. The nunchuck, a weapon that is not only fancy but also requires skill and power, unexpectedly fits this little girl's personality, making her unable to put it down. But whether it can be used on the battlefield still needs to be verified. This time, it seemed like a good opportunity. Kaya adjusted her arm crossbow, when a certain guy who was a teacher stopped improving on the crossbow weapon. The job was taken over by a girl with dark hair and brown skin. In terms of specifications, structure, and additional magic, it can be said that the girl gave full play to her imagination and continued to experiment and make prototypes. Although she has yet to make a crossbow that she is truly satisfied with. Whether it is the pocket crossbow on her left arm or the reinforced small crossbow on her right arm, the power and functionality are not comparable to those designed by someone a few years ago. Compare, in particular, the fast winch on the small crossbow combined with the reinforced silk thread allows Kaya to quickly ascend on mountains or building exterior walls. As for the man who was walking side by side with Demon Lord Sabin, Lin did not assume a battle stance, and did not even pull out the Hakiri and hold it in his hand. When he walked to his apprentice, he stretched out his hand and said, "Take out the flowers." "Flower? What flower?" The two girls were puzzled. Lin smiled and said, "Arabian roses. You guys have them with you. Give me one." "Pull." After realizing what their teacher was asking for, the two girls pursed their lips in unison and said, "Isn't that a gift for us?" "Self-defense. A gift for self-defense. And that thing has not been officially tested. To be honest, I am still a little worried when it is handed over to you. I have this opportunity today. Why don't you come and give it a try and see what happens after actual use? If there is any problem. How long will it take? Good boy. Hand it over. It will be fine after you use it. I will make new ones for you when you go back." When the words came to this point, the two girls had no choice but to take back their weapons. Kai is the simplest. With a shake of her hands, the crossbow arms of the two crossbows are retracted and put back into their sleeves at the same time. Only then did he take out a rag brocade bag from his arms, and took out the Arabian rose. It was a metallic rose whose flower bones were made of gold and silver, and whose petals were made of dragon's blood copper. When Finn heard someone reaching out for the rose, her bloodthirsty expression that was a little excited before the war changed. After retracting the lightsaber blade and placing the cylindrical hilt back in her arms, she looked at someone with interest. She also helped a lot in making the flower, but she only had a rough understanding of its power from the simulation results of the program. Now that it is finally used, how can the Lich not be curious? Stone is very simple. Whatever the Lich does, he does it. She sheathed her lightsaber, and he followed suit. And because the source of magic silk materials was tight, Sherdong just wore ordinary clothes before he had time to change into a battle robe. Only the lightsaber hilt is packed with a special silk pouch. He slowly and carefully put the lightsaber back into the pouch, and stood quietly behind the Lich. After hearing that term, Merle recalled the environmental destruction weapon that Kaya had told her before. So she was also curious about Radiant Rose. It's just that she didn't put away the weapon neatly like the others. Melson just put the assembled rifle on his shoulder. Azad was the only one who looked confused, and his originally soaring fighting spirit was extinguished by the actions of the people around him. However, he is not a character who will be manipulated or ordered by others. If no one wants to fight, he will do it himself. Anyway, I want to try to see how high the current in Zedu has been, and whether he can compete with someone Tagiri. But just as he took a few steps forward, ready to rush, Finn spoke. "Are you sure you want to step forward? Oh, do you think that little flower can hurt me?" Azad asked provocatively. "Ha." With a chuckle, Finn waved his hand casually, and the flat rooftop behind him rose under the control of magic power, transforming into a long-backed stone chair. The Lich sat on it, adjusted to a comfortable position, and said at the same time, "As for whether that little flower can hurt people, I think many people want to know. But now I feel that watching a show is more interesting than acting. Yes, if you are willing to perform on stage, why wouldn't I want to enjoy it? Is this the feeling of being a demon king and ruling the world?" Azad put away his sword and gave up the idea of trying it. It's one thing not to like to do what others want, but it's another thing entirely to act like a monkey. Besides, the things made by that man often have the kind of superstandard existence. If even the Lich was interested, then Azad also wanted to witness what happened to the metal rose. On the other hand, the demon Lord Sabin saw Finn reveal his hand, and the information revealed in the conversation, coupled with the familiar feeling the other party gave him, reminded him of a person who even the will of the abyss wanted to get close to. Asked, "Demon King Tikal?" Ha. Little devil. Forget that name. It already belongs to the past. Now my name is Finn. At most Fanny. It is just Fanny. Do you understand? The Lich's beautiful glance made Sabin feel like he was getting an electric shock. Demons recognize people not by appearance or smell, but by a feeling in the soul. And that powerful soul from thousands of years ago was an existence that even the Demon King would tremble at. Of course, it also has something to do with the fact that the other party has made slaying gods his lifelong ambition. This glance reminded Sabine of the events of that era and how terrifying this Demon King was. But someone who took out the Radiant Rose was not in a hurry to use it. Instead, he concentrated on checking again and again to confirm that all parties were correct before preparing to set off. As a result, he missed various small theaters behind him. But even if he knew it, he wouldn't feel pity for that person. Without saying low to others, he suddenly appeared in the center of the demon army formation, surrounded by tense demon warriors. But these demons were stunned and had no reaction to a human who came to the middle of the military formation without making a sound. Lin Qing twisted the flower bones to make the metal rose spin, and at the same time recited the activating incantation. The incantation to activate the Rose of Radiant is not a magic incantation as generally recognized, but an insurance to avoid accidentally activating the rose and causing innocent death or injury. So Lin used a language that only he knew and taught it to his 2 apprentices. Lin chanted the activated incantation in a local accent that he had not heard for a long time. Rigao walked leisurely down the hall steps. The thin grass and spring sand did not embroider the shoes. I broke off a rose and gave it to you as a phoenix hairpin. Chapter 823 Blooming. The lightly twisted flower bones were spinning in someone's hand. The metal dragon's blood copper red flower braid that should have been hard now actually swayed gently in rotation like a natural plant. In the sound of the unlocking secret spell, the calyx locks of the radiant rose were released one by one. The swinging petals are affected by centrifugal force and peel off piece by piece. However, as soon as the petals peel off, the red dragon blood copper will turn into extremely fine dust under the action of the magic array, and then fly randomly in a straight line, like a laser, until it adheres to something. As long as an object is attached to this dust, the power virus hidden in it will begin to infect the power of the object itself, forcing it to be reordered. When the new power turns into the same sequence as the power virus, it will also turn into dust and continue to spread infection according to the operation method of compiling into a program. The time required for one round of such a process is nanoseconds. When more dust is flying, sometimes it happens to have the same flying trajectory. At this time, the clustered dust becomes visible to the naked eye, like a beam of light, although it only fleetingly disappears, in the end, in the eyes of the onlookers, with the magician, who suddenly appeared in the demon army as the center. All the demons surrounding him turned into ashes without any pain. And the more the scope spreads, the faster the entire change speeds up. When the number of flying fans reaches an order of magnitude, the flash of light that was originally just a glimpse will become visible at any time and everywhere, and naturally form a totem that seems to be similar to deja vu. Just like the blooming posture of a metal rose, a gorgeous flower representing death blooms on the land of the abyss. More importantly, this flower does not only devour demons, but also all objects with 8 powers within its range, whether living or dead. Even if it contains only a small amount of power, it cannot survive the scope of the rose. Of course, if something with too little power content is infected, it will only cause slight discomfort, and the entire body will not be wiped out. It can be said that the more ordinary living creatures or things are, the better they can survive the ravages of viruses. But there is nothing ordinary in the abyss. Even a piece of grass or a stone, if left in this special environment for a long time, will be eroded by the chaotic energy of chaos, naturally bringing with it the 8 powers that are unique to the abyss and cannot maintain a balanced state. This does not mean that such a metal rose can destroy the entire abyss. The damage mechanism of Radiant Rose is actually viral self-reproduction, and the assimilation mechanism of divine power level. Especially the latter is the most critical. If it is not a god or a being of the same level, it is certainly impossible to maintain divine power without limit. Real gods can also grant divine power to their envoys at will, allowing mortals to possess them temporarily. Lin can't do this yet, and neither can the weapons he designs, as long as it is within a certain range of the flower bone of the control center. The power virus will lose support and collapse on its own. The virus cannot even exist alone in the natural environment, within a microsecond time limit. If it cannot infect the next host and perform assimilation and self-reproduction, it will be naturally eliminated. It's just this flaw that Lin has no intention of fixing. In other words, there was no intention to make an uncontrollable god-slaying weapon from the beginning. Such shortcomings freed me from having to worry about how to limit the power virus. In this actual test, in addition to verifying whether all processes are as expected, we also need to measure the controllable range and whether the solution to the virus is truly sufficient to resist this fixed form of powerful virus. Because the solution is related to whether the user will be threatened, not another self-destruction technique. In Lin's field of vision, he did not see the blooming flower of death. Instead, countless data poured into his thoughts. There are observations and record files returned by the virus, including the location and time of its action, as well as general information about the scope of infection and the infectious agent. This information can be used to build a power virus transmission model for further research. It can be said that if the function of returning records is removed, the power virus can reduce its magnitude and further increase its spread and infection power. But leaving aside the subsequent research, Someone at the center of the storm keenly observed something. The flower bone in your hand, which serves as the center of powerful virus control, is actually not very powerful. First of all, the theoretical value of the virus's impact range is about 1 kilometer. But in fact it is only a little more than half. That is, a radius of more than 500 meters, including the sky and the ground. Second, the protection mechanism for users who are involved in it does not seem to be thorough. Originally, the power virus should be at least 1.5 meters away from the person holding the flower bone. As long as the distance is lower than this distance, the virus will be killed by the detoxification program transmitted by the flower bone. But I don't know whether it's because the magnitude is beyond imagination, or because of other reasons. The safety distance of 1.5 meters is reduced as the Labian rose acts for a longer time. It even stimulated the spiritual beast in Lin Xuanwu robe that came from his hometown but had been sleeping. Xuanwu didn't take form. Lin just felt the resistance of the clothes on his body to foreign objects. Even the parts that have been empowered have faded due to the impact of the virus. But the other half of the Earth has strongly resisted the erosion of the power virus. This also proves from the side that the virus designed by Lin for power is successful. Because as soon as it encounters other types of biological codes or energy codes, this virus will stop. But once mentioned that it imitates the form of biological viruses and gives them the uncertain characteristics of self-mutation in the process of self-reproduction. It's just that this request was rejected by someone without hesitation. And instead the power virus was allowed to retain its characteristics similar to computer viruses. Unless artificially changed and reprogrammed, the virus would not mutate on its own. This is not only to protect the user's detoxification distance from being effective, but also to prevent the power virus from getting out of control. At least, judging from the current experimental results. Even without the characteristics of self-mutation, this powerful virus still exerts unexpected power, especially threatening the user. This shows that Radiant Rose still has room for improvement. Compared to a certain human magician in the center of the storm, the battlefield became quiet the moment the flower of death bloomed. All demons, as well as magicians and non-magics, who are sensitive to changes in power, feel the despair brought about by this flower. The 8 powers are like air and water to the lost land and the abyss, and they have become something that everyone has become accustomed to. But if the oxygen in the air can burn without combustibles, or if the ubiquitous water becomes highly toxic, how will the humans who depend on it for survival react? That feeling is what the demons and others feel now. The demons in the battle, friend or foe, all stopped moving. The lich standing on the edge of the rooftop frowned in a rare way. Although the heavy sniper rifle, I have no life, that has not been officially used yet, is designed based on the same powerful virus. But that gun focuses on instant attack power, so it will have the effect of material smoke. Unlike the slow knife-cutting gameplay of Radiant Rose, it gives people a completely different feeling. Even since regaining his body, Stone, who had been the original suture corpse of Furue Muha, looked seriously at the gorgeous blooming flower for the first time. Or at the magician who should be in it. Demon Prince Azad was silent. He promised that this was the first time he felt so close to death. He had actually long been aware of the matter of dying in battle. As long as after a hearty battle, it is normal for the loser to sacrifice his life. He never thought he would always be the winner. But this kind of death, Azad couldn't even describe what kind of death it was. It was unacceptable to him, because the deceased had no ability to resist. And even if he said how he died, no one might understand. So he just died. Even when facing the gods, Azad could not feel the powerlessness in front of him. But this magician did it. The most shocking one is the demon lord Sabin. He thought he had found a foreign aid, but found that there were predators hidden among his companions. Whether it was the woman who once had the name of the Demon King, the inconspicuous young man who was suspected of being her subordinate in the past, or even a human who wore exaggerated red clothes and seemed to have demonic blood. Anyone who stands up has the strength to fight with him. And the magician, who was originally regarded as a foreign aid, based on the opponent's previous tactics and that irresistible weapon, he already had a high opinion of the opponent. But Sabin never thought that what he saw in the past was far from the magician's limit. Each of the 3 attacking demon commanders is quite close to their own rank. Even in his former heyday, it would take some effort to deal with any of them. Therefore, even though he knew that the other party coveted his position, he did not take action against those 3 people rashly. But today, it was just like that. Things that should make me happy are not happy at all. Now Sabine can only hope that the magician will also die in the flower of death. Even though this hope is quite slim. Just like flowers blooming and fading. Even the most beautiful flowers will eventually come to an end, especially the flower of death that sucks human blood. When the human blood is sucked dry, it will begin to wither. When the blooming appearance of the radiant rose gradually dimmed, the demons and people watching finally saw what was inside. The 3 demon armies were no longer visible. Not even any remnants were left. The originally bare land was also the only passage connecting the castle on the cliff. The part covered by radiant roses now appeared dead gray, forming a strong contrast with the original appearance of the land next to it. And it looked so fragile that it seems to break if touched. The magician is still alive, standing upright in the center of the withered flower. The black robe exudes the oppression of divine power, which once again refreshes people's understanding of him. Maybe his apprentices and companions didn't feel that strongly, but the demons present all understood that the birth of a new star was right in front of them, and it was unstoppable. Chapter 824. The Devil Whispers. Are other people's opinions important? In fact, no matter what others think, someone is still a fat person who likes to stay at home. No one stipulates that if a fat man travels through time, he will transform into a fat man who can dominate the world by shaking his body. Basically, as long as you are a normal person, you will not think about, I will definitely travel through time all day long. And then, you should be fully prepared for it. And after time travel, their personalities changed drastically, and they fought for kings and hegemonies. If you are so good at fighting, what did you do on Earth? Someone who thinks he is still within the normal range has always been acting in his true colors, just like him now, because the actual performance of the anti-power virus was different from the theoretical value in the design. Lin did not run too fast, but after confirming that all viruses on this land were naturally eliminated, he flashed back to the rooftop of the castle. It has been my long-standing habit to do things without leaving anything behind. After returning to the rooftop, of course, I was bathed in a bunch of ambiguous looks. Lin didn't take it seriously. He looked at the 2 apprentices beside him, and suddenly reached out to touch Halumi's head. He messed up the blonde hair and said, Fortunately, you didn't really use radiant roses before. Self-defense. There are still many problems with this thing, and it needs to be improved. If you use it, you will most likely be gone. Resisting someone's clutches irritably, the blonde girl pouted and complained. It's not just you who specializes in making some unreliable things. When should you be more serious? My teacher. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Finn walking towards him. Lin retracted his hand, pointed to the stargazing equipment on the ground, and said, Put those things together. And girl, take out your roses too. Unlocked. If the group of theatergoers are interested in knowing the power of the radiant rose, feel free to throw it directly at them. Anyway, the rose has the function of automatically tracking the attack in the early stage. And since there is only one left, whoever takes the lead first, who's in trouble? Don't think too much. Of course, what someone is suggesting is the demons lurking around, thinking they are secretive. The strength of these demons is far stronger than Saban's peak state, or the 3 demon commanders who were just in the military formation. Maybe he was attracted by the flower of death that bloomed after using the radiant rose. Or maybe it was for other reasons. In short, when you are targeted by a demon, you must prepare for the worst. And if you don't move, that's it. Once you take action, you have to use all your strength. There is absolutely no point in playing tricks with demons to save face. On the contrary, it will easily make them look down upon you. So Lin ordered his apprentice like this. As for the approaching lich, he made a grabbing and throwing action. Others didn't know the reason, but Finn certainly knew that it was someone who forwarded a digital file to him, caressing his cheek. A system interface that was very different from the forum came into view, and he began to look at this simply organized information. Finn said casually, There are many differences from the original design. Although we have done environmental simulation before, it was in a mysterious environment. The variable of the abyss added many situations that we had not expected before when using the radiant rose. Especially the objects with power in the environment are to the fact that there are so many viruses, and that the target of the attack is demons, makes the virus grow much faster than we thought. Judging from the actual infection route model, it is not much beyond our design, but the spread scope is reduced. The reason still needs to be found. Back and forth, the 2 magicians who focused on research began to discuss the shortcomings of the power virus and how to improve radiant rose. The 2 apprentices knew they couldn't interrupt, so they followed the previous instructions, found a place on the rooftop, and began to assemble their teacher's stargazing equipment. Seeing this, the Dark Elfmire also went to help. During this period of time in the holy city of Estali, The two girls she dealt with the most were still there. And of course she had to help with some housework. That magician is really difficult to deal with. The one who is most dissatisfied is the demon prince Azad. He shook Enzedu in his hand dissatisfiedly and looked around, as if he was looking for a random target to vent his emotions. The long sword that was suddenly swinging froze in midair, as if he was listening to some sound. The beautiful face that was originally shrouded in black mist was like the clouds opening up and seeing the sun. All the haze dissipated after tying Enzedu back to his waist. Even though he was wearing a red phoenix robe, Azad still neatly lifted the only demon cat present from the back of his neck. The gray cat Hardy wanted to run away, but still couldn't escape from the clutches of the demon prince. Azad, who seemed to be stroking the cat gently, contained unexploded explosive power in his hands, but it was enough to kill the demon cat instantly. Hardy was well aware of this kind of thing, so he didn't dare to do anything other than being ready to escape at any time. Of course, Azad's sudden catching of the cat was not something he did on a whim or on a whim. While holding the cat's body, he asked, "I remember that the magician once said that your tribe is guarding the opposite side of an abyss passage. It means that there is a passage nearby, and you can go back to the land of confusion." "That's right. But with my king guarding it, that passage is not open to anyone," Hardy replied seriously. "That's good." Azad squatted down and carefully put the gray cat back on the ground. This kind of behavior was the first time Hardy encountered it. Every time before, I either broke free from the devil prince's hand, or he threw it away, leaving the cat to fend for itself or fall freely. Seeing the man in red robe turning his back and preparing to leave, the gray cat asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah. Staying here is too boring. I want to go out and have some fun. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I will behave irrationally." "Well, it seems weird to say that. I should say, continue to stay here in this place. I'm afraid that I will behave too rationally and become unlike me. Don't you think that this kind of life will become a bit boring?" "Oh, you are a cat. You should not be able to understand my feeling. The feeling of despair in the abyss of H.L. Hey. No. We are in the abyss now." While the demon prince was talking to himself, Gray Cat Hardy felt that indescribable excitement. Although it is exactly what this person said, I really don't understand what he is happy about. But one thing is certain. That is, His Highness the Prince's attention is elsewhere, and he is too happy to cause trouble for himself. For Hardy, this is the most practical benefit. As for whether the person who left alone would be abandoned by the human magician and left in the abyss, this was not something a cat should consider. Hardy sat down and began to lick his front paws and comb his gray fur. Of course Lin noticed Azad's departure, but he didn't intend to delve into it. Letting people come and go was his consistent rule. But what was the reason for that one to leave? Although he didn't necessarily know the answer to this question, Lin was inevitably curious. However, it seems that it is quite difficult to get the answer. Even though he was on the rooftop, it didn't bother Azad at all. He came to the edge, jumped up, and flew a long distance like a rock, directly to the outside of the city. As soon as he landed, with a tap of his toes, he jumped all the way across the mountain path where Labian Rose had been ravaged, and fell into the forest beyond the cliff. He left because a sudden whisper in his ear aroused his curiosity. Those calls seemed to come from the depths of blood, so close and irresistible. Azad said that he didn't care about the person who dared to make such a domineering request to him, which was definitely a lie. So he wanted to meet the other party to see which demon was so bold. It's just that, as soon as I arrived outside the city, I felt like I was in a market in the early morning, full of people and constant noise. If covering his ears worked, Azad would definitely do it. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. So Lin had no choice but to follow the direction of the loudest and loudest call, which should also be the one closest to him. It was in a relatively open area in the forest, with huge fallen trees that became temporary seats for several big demons. A giant sword, no different from a piece of iron, was thrust in front of him. Sparks appeared from time to time, and there was a smell of sulfur. There are also succubi who don't want to be associated with those big demons. They are leaning against the trees on the other side, with one foot half bent. They are all waiting for the human being who is summoned. As soon as Azad appeared, he became the focus of the demons. He would be the one being summoned. Of course, because of his close blood relationship. It's just that in this demon society that respects strength, humans with demon blood are not a symbol of friendship between humans and demons, but an insult. It was obvious that one of his parents was already a demon so powerful that he had the ability to reproduce offspring. but he chose a human as his target. This ridiculous behavior is a joke to them of the same rank. Therefore, all the demons looked at this hybrid with contempt. Azad, who was accustomed to all kinds of strange looks, certainly didn't care about the attitudes and expressions of the demons. In other words, he couldn't tell whether there was any difference at all. He just scratched the back of his head and asked, "Did you call me here? What happened?" While speaking, Azad quickly confirmed the environment of the scene, as well as the number and characteristics of the demons present. He didn't take the demons in front of him seriously at all. This arrogant attitude will naturally arouse the dissatisfaction of the demons. You must know that everyone present is stronger than the demon lord Sabin. Even Sabin in his heyday didn't even dare to take a breath in front of him. In the eyes of these demons, except for those abyss lords, the rest are no longer qualified to enter their eyes. How could they tolerate the arrogance of a half-blood demon? One of the big demons quickly drew the giant sword in front of him with a speed that was incompatible with his big body, moving his huge body in the smoke that suddenly appeared and disappeared. He arrived at different positions in an instant. The slashing attack carried Wu Tao's strange power, accompanied by bursts of sparks, and slashed down on the head of the mixed-blood bitch. Chapter 825 Conflict. The giant sword slashed through without any hindrance. The human in red robe was smashed into shape, and blood splattered everywhere. Azad howled miserably. And then, there was no more sound. The other demons looked a little disinterested, and wanted to leave directly. Only the demon who took action grabbed the hilt of the huge iron sword that had smashed into the ground, but could not move, because he felt quite weird. Even that fragile human body was smashed to pieces under his own weapon, and the blood splattered on his face. But everything was so unreal. Even the blood had no temperature. "What's wrong?" This was the voice of a human being who should have died. The dead man said, "Do you think this way of death is not realistic enough? How about another way of death?" As he said that, the human being who was smashed into mud returned to his normal appearance when he was wearing red robes, with no signs of damage at all. The next moment, there was another scream, but this time no one touched him, and he saw that the human being was cut in half from the forehead, on the left and right sides of the body, that fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground from the internal organs. Before the demons came to their senses, the human recovered again, screamed again, and fell to the ground in a tragic way of death. If you do this several times, you can change the pattern every time. After seeing it too much, even the muscle devil knows that something is wrong. The person in front of me is just an illusion. They all looked around. Someone who can use this level of illusion must be nearby. However, no matter how they searched and sensed, they could not see anything other than the phantoms performing various ways of death. There is that impetuous demon who turns his raw power into explosive wind and releases waves directly outward to sweep away the surrounding environment. I hope I can force out the human being hiding in the dark. But everything is in vain. Just when the demons were agitated to a certain level, the succubus who had been standing by suddenly stretched out a hand from behind. He hooked the succubus's shoulder and grabbed it to the high place. At the same time, he leaned close to the succubus's ear from behind, breathed out warm breath, and said softly, "Are you looking for me? You?" The succubus was about to go crazy when she found a hard object inserted straight into her body from behind. Azad said softly, "Don't move. You will die. Of course I won't feel any pity, but whether you will have regrets or not is something I can't control." The Hagurian Zadu was inserted diagonally upward into the succubus's body from the bottom of the back wing bones and ribs, until it reached the magic core that no one should know about. No matter how great the anger was, it was extinguished in an instant. The succubus said in her voice that was so sweet that it could kill people, "Human, I can smell the sin of my kind from you. And you who have returned to the demon bloodline have also proved that you and I are qualified to talk. Maybe we can still find someone to talk to. A common topic, rather than a sword-wielding one. What do you think?" "Well, you're right." Azad agreed as he let go of his hand and pulled back in Zadu. The next moment, cold light flashed, cut in from the lower left side of the abdomen and come out over the shoulder. This sword was so fast that no one else could blink. This sword was so powerful that it cut the succubus and her magic core in two. The falling body made a dull sound the moment it hit the ground. The demons who witnessed everything had only one thought: was what happened before them true or false? Compared with what we just saw, although the various ways of death are tragic, they are not much more realistic. Now that a succubus of the same level died suddenly, the smell of blood unique to the devil hit his nostrils, giving the devils a very real feeling. It's just No one wants to believe this is true. Killing a demon did not satisfy Azad. He inserted Inzadu on the succubus's head, and the originally beautiful face seemed to be aging rapidly. The luster of the skin continued to fade, and the wrinkles deepened until the entire head was swallowed up. In the evaluation of outsiders, the Hagiri Inzadu is a powerful weapon that harms others, but does not benefit oneself. The source of the evaluation is the view in front of you. The energy required for the origin of Hagiri is not the 8 powers unique to the Lost Land. In the past, if Hagiri wanted to grow, he had to accumulate it bit by bit over a long period of time. But after all, there was a transformation in the process. However, this transformation does not only come from the 8 powers, but can also start from other sources. The difference is that the conversion efficiency is high or low. The method chosen by Sadhu was considered taboo among the Hagiri clan, because it maintains or strengthens its origin by devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures. However, such an approach will bring about sequelae that cannot be improved today. That is to say, being infected by the resentment of a living creature during its lifetime makes oneself hate someone inexplicably. This is also the reason why some more objective people believe that Hagiri Sadhu is not an evil sword in nature. It was just driven crazy. But whether it was intentional or unintentional, a succubus with the qualifications to attack the Abyss Lord fell. This is both a warning and an opportunity for other demons. The magic core is not only the key to the resurrection of demons, but also a good tonic for other demons to advance to higher levels. Therefore, no one had any objections to the violent death of the fellow demon. But instead everyone showed coveting eyes. Even the devil, who originally planned to sit back and watch, now rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. There was a big demon who carried the giant sword on his shoulder and came to Azad through the smoke. He said in a fishy tone, "Human, you? Too much nonsense. Cut it off with a sword." In front of Zakiri and Zadu, the protection that the demons were proud of was like a paper window, giving away at the touch of a finger, because this sword also cut through the demon's core. Since I can't even finish the scene, there's no need to say it anymore. The remaining demons raised their weapons and started to attack the only mixed-race human. And these attacks worked. The mixed-race human in red was smashed to pieces again in front of the demons. But if this attack was really effective, why did I still not feel half prepared at the moment when it was supposed to hit? Could it be another fantasy? There are not many demons who realize this, and the few who do become Azad's targets and support him with difficulty. First, he uses the phantom puppet technique to create a false clone to attract firepower for himself. At the same time, he also uses his impressive speed and a little bit of blinding to move to a place beyond the reach of the enemy, then break out from the blind corner. At another time, after the demons attacked, they felt that the other party had no resistance at all, or that it only had its form, but did not get its essence. Demons will give up on such an opponent and search for the opponent's true identity. Little did they know that all this was just part of the strategy. When the opponent gives up attacking the false clone in front of him and turns to the other side, Azad, who is weakly resisting, will suddenly rise up and kill the demon in front of him neatly. After a while, the demon Prince Azad, who had integrated the phantom puppet technique into his own tactical system, helplessly looked at the corpses on the ground and his own embarrassment, especially when the devil's purple blood was sprayed all over his body. He couldn't help but complain. I originally chose red clothes because no matter how much blood was stained, it would not be visible from the appearance. But I had never thought about it before. The target will be a demon that spits purple blood. What a miscalculation. Chapter 826, A Little Trouble with Observation. The dead demons everywhere could not make the whispering in Azad's ears lessen. He casually flicked Inzadu and shook off the blood on the sword. Although this Hagiri can convert the original energy it needs by devouring flesh and blood, it does not mean that it likes to make itself slimy, especially the corrosive purple blood of the devil. Azad activated the purification magic of the red phoenix robe, intending to make himself cleaner. However, he found that the magic to purify himself only worked on the cuffs for a moment and then stopped. Only then did he remember that this phoenix robe was considered a magic prop, and he would not be able to produce it by himself to provide additional magic to take effect, let alone how many times he had used the phantom puppet technique. The magic stone that provides power needs to be replaced. On the phoenix robe, the magic stone used to provide power is a pendant tied to the waist, in order to fit the overall shape. This special magic stone was polished into a pendant similar to the jade pendant of the ancient Xia dynasty. Considering the replacement after the power was exhausted, Lin also made a lot of extra special magic stones. but kept them at home. Of course, Azad, who was in the abyss, couldn't make a special trip home just to replace the magic stone that powered the Phoenix robe. Fortunately, Lin had already thought of this problem. The source of energy supply will be specially made into a pendant. When necessary, the silk thread originally tied to the magic stone can be used to tie it to other items that also have power, and then tied to the waist to continue to provide power to the Phoenix robe. It's just that different items have different efficiency in supplying power, and the excess will turn into entropy and be wasted. So Lin doesn't really recommend to others that it's just such a waste. But on the battlefield, there is no way to care about so much. It may not be easy to find magic stones in the abyss, but there are plenty of substitutes. Apart from anything else, Azad looked at the dead demons everywhere. Although the demon cores had been destroyed by him, it was still not a problem to simply provide power. So he fiddled with the corpses within Zadu, picked up a few relatively large demon cores, tied them randomly on the silk thread, and continued to trace the source of the whispering sound. The group of people who stayed in Sabine Castle began the preparatory work for stargazing under the layers of vigilance and protection of the demons. The reason why I couldn't directly start looking at the starry sky in the abyss was because the sky here was completely gray and nothing could be seen at all. So the first step is to analyze the composition of the air in the abyss and determine what is covering the sky. According to the composition analysis, the air of the abyss has a composition similar to that of the Lost Lands and the Earth. This is also the reason why humans and all kinds of living creatures can directly survive here. The reason why various discomfort symptoms will occur after staying for a long time is because the number and types of suspended particles in the atmosphere of the abyss affect the normal functions of the human body. And these suspended particles will of course affect their attempts to observe extraterrestrial celestial phenomena from the ground of the abyss. Lin left the filtering and adjustment of the spectrum to 2 apprentices, mainly Kaya. The main reason is that they have assisted in such work before, and know what they want to do. Of course, being a teacher is not just about waiting and enjoying the success. Lin decided to use the technology tree that he had half opened. Radio astronomy. At first, the reason why I didn't work hard in this area was because I didn't have the capital to build a large antenna array in MIDI. Thinking about the important astronomical discoveries made before my own time on Earth, several astronomers from around the world collaborated with antenna arrays scattered all over the Earth to produce results one after another that amaze ordinary people. The cost behind this is even more unaffordable for me, who is in a lost place. But the more I explore the magic of arcane eye, the more I feel that the potential of this magic is unfathomable. The arcane eye is the telemetry of everything in a specific space. Therefore, if you want to record these messages, the required capacity is very large. When these data are used to reconstruct the observation target, what is obtained is not a simple 2-dimensional image, but detailed data that can establish a 3-dimensional model. This pile of environmental data certainly includes radio waves that may come from various places. In other words, I can completely filter out the radio wave data from deep space from the despairingly huge data. In this way, there is no need to rely on antenna arrays to conduct relevant scientific research. When people are lost, they can always find magical solutions. Such a discovery has actually been made for some time. And I also have preliminary experience in data processing. But I have never had a reason to use this method. First, there is no urgency, and there are always other tasks at hand. Third, I want to build an arcane eye array to monitor deep space. Although the cost is not as high as that of a large antenna array reached a national level budget. But it was not something that the small-bodied magician could afford. The abyssal sky blocks conventional optical observations. To break through the layers of fog in the sky, radio waves, with their own penetrating power, seemed to be a good choice. And because in the early preparation stage, Lin was not sure whether he could observe the data he needed from the abyss. So there is no rush to build an observation array. All you need is an arcane eye device to confirm that you can observe radio waves from deep space from the abyss environment. That is to first prove that the abyss does exist in a certain universe, rather than a plane with special physical rules. In this way, subsequent actions will be meaningful. As for the device that came in handy temporarily, someone of course thought of the arcane eye that he had carefully kept and was once scheduled to be used as a synchronization satellite to be launched into the sky. But now it has been transformed into an evil god through the flashing technique. Without further ado, do it as soon as you think of it. Lin Yi flashed back to his home in the holy city of Estali. From in front of the 2 fat boys who were misbehaving, the mutated evil god with big blinking eyes appeared and left again. Speaking of which, this evil arcane eye is the second largest arcane eye device I have ever made. Second only to the one installed on the top of the Great Sage's Tower. But in terms of performance in all aspects, it far exceeds the latter. After it became an evil spirit, I didn't know if it needed food or anything, so I didn't keep it as a pet. They are usually kept in special boxes. It's not a big deal if I run around. I'm just afraid of scaring others. Because 2 girls have tried it before. If they look at this big eyeball for more than 10 minutes, they will start to hallucinate and be confused. Except for the small disadvantage that using this thing requires a little mental resistance. In fact, the performance of the Evil God's Arcane Eye is better than the original design in terms of data performance. In addition, a lot of precious materials were consumed to make it. That's why Lin Kai has been reluctant to deal with this obviously mutated magic item. In any case, if you don't need to feed and shovel shit, it has the value of being kept. It's just that Lin reappeared holding the evil arcane eye, which really shocked the demon Lord Sabin. Someone would use the term evil god transformation to refer to the mutation caused by the flash technique, which is not unreasonable, because of the stimulation, invasion, and contamination of chaotic energy. Biological reactions are produced, and there are even biological actors. They are quite high in the rank of chaotic creatures, because they are born into chaos. It's like those people who were born as gods in the old days. This kind of existence is not like ordinary creatures, and has the most basic instinct of eating and reproduction. Everything they do conforms to the principles of chaos. For the chaotic evil alignment, they will instinctively obey its dominance. But this instinct is not irresistible. Therefore, the demon Lord Sabin would not kneel in front of an evil magic device and surrender. For example, the reason why dragon power can intimidate most creatures is not the power of the soul, nor the nobility of blood. It's the dragon clan's sky-breaking violence that makes most creatures tremble in front of them. The evil arcane eye does not have this power. And of course, it is not enough to make the demon surrender. But when someone shows up with this thing in his arms, he doesn't expect it to be like a calligraphy gift from the emperor. When civil servants dismount their sedan chairs and military officers dismount their horses, they all need to kneel down, kowtow, and shout long live. The main purpose of bringing the arcane eye is to monitor the environment and see if we can find rays and waves belonging to the universe. So Sabin's attitude is not important to him. However, when the Lich saw someone bringing out that disgusting thing again, she frowned, then thought about the research someone had done, and said, "You want to start with radio waves?" Lin had always admired and been jealous of this Lich's ability to know everything from one thing to another. As long as there are some clues, there is no way to escape from the grasp of this Lich, and any plan will be deduced. Fortunately, he didn't have to choose to be hostile to her. This was probably the only good thing that happened when he traveled through time and came to the Lost Land. Regarding Fen's question, Lin replied readily, "Yes. Considering the situation in the Abyss Sky, the original optical detection method will be quite difficult. So I plan to use a new method and a two-pronged approach. The first step is to make check to see if the sky of the Abyss is worth observing. By the way, do you have anything else to do in the Abyss?" Fen, who was sitting on the stone chair, bent forward, resting his elbows on his knees and supporting his chin in his hands, and asked, "What? Do you need my help again?" "Yes. You see, the rough observation method we made before was actually used in the situation of the Lost Land. I can't guarantee whether it is also applicable to the Abyss. So I need help from people to adjust the program and do the verification. This others can't help you with this task. But it doesn't matter if you have other things to do. It will still take a long time for me to finish it." After pondering for a moment, Fen said, "Well, I can help you. It's just that I will go to other places later, and I will also need help." "Okay. It's my duty to do so." Lin put down the moving evil god's arcane eye and patted his chest as he promised. But his eyes drifted, and he looked at the original stitched corpse standing next to the Lich, the former captain of the guards of the Dark Legion, and asked, "It's just the kind of thing that you two can't handle. Is there any use for one more person?" Following someone's eyes, then looked at the stubborn guy standing next to him and said with a smile, "Him? He's not good at it. He's useless for this matter." "Oh, okay." Someone agreed without thinking much. Chapter 827 Skeleton Dog. Stargazing in the Abyss didn't go so well. The main obstacle is the environment, not the demons who are landlords. I originally thought that this group of chaotic and evil creatures would cause trouble in all kinds of ways. But after getting along for the past few days, apart from the different habits of both parties, the demons are still very easy to talk to. Of course, this may have something to do with the Labian roses that bloomed a few days ago. The harsh environment of the abyss makes scientific research difficult everywhere, including in daily life and of course in research. Those who may be brought to the abyss by Lin's flashing technique will basically be able to protect themselves from the power erosion of the abyss, which is slightly different from that of the lost land. But as long as you are a human, you must breathe. The suspended particulate impurities in the abyss air will harm your body, which is something that the magic that protects against the erosion of alien energy cannot withstand. At this time, you have to rely on the protective magic unique to the Demon Cat clan to maintain your physical condition in the abyss. Even so, there is still a difference between moving for a short time and living here for a long time. Before getting an answer from the preliminary homework, Lin didn't plan to invest too much in other people's castles, nor did he want to owe more favors. When dealing with demons, they may abide by the terms of the contract, but that doesn't mean they won't sell people elsewhere. Maintaining a boundary also prevents you from relying too much on others, leading to the dilemma of falling into a trap unknowingly. The solution is quite simple. Just commute. It's not like I've never been an office worker. When preparing to rest every day, only take away the necessary equipment, including the coffin and the lens on the astronomical telescope. Needless to say, the importance of the first coffin contains too many secrets. And when I go back to rest, without my coffin, guess how many internet-addicted patients will tear themselves apart. The most difficult part of the entire astronomical telescope is the lens. When I hired the dwarf craftsman, I didn't know how many crystals were worn out, but I only got a few usable lenses. In addition, the barrel and tripod can be replaced at any time, no matter how finely crafted they are and how many convenient magics are added to them. Therefore, considering the size and convenience, it is the best choice to remove the lens and go. The remaining items were erected on the rooftop of the castle, and were entrusted to the owner of the castle, the Demon Lord Sabine, to send people to take care of them. Although the abyss will produce extreme weather from time to time, such as sandstorms, heavy rains, etc. But within the magic barrier of the castle, you don't have to worry about sudden climate changes that will mess up your equipment. Speaking of which, this so-called magic barrier is quite unreasonable sometimes, protecting against wind, rain and missiles. It is a must-have at home and a good choice when going out. As for the Demon Prince Azad, who disappeared from the first day he came to the abyss, according to Sabine, when the group returned to Midland to rest, he returned to the castle to inquire about the others, and then left again. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine the gourd was selling, Lin still had an attitude of letting everything happen. If he plans to return to Lost Land and encounters him again, he should take it with him. If not, forget it. The other party's attitude doesn't matter anyway. But when I returned home to Midi, it wasn't all about resting. Lin spent most of his time sorting out observation data and thinking about how to sort out the observation data to find the parts he needed. The problem now is that the information obtained is too complicated. It is not any regular radio waves, but comes from various stars in deep space. There are too many irrelevant objects in the abyss, which can emit similar radio waves or cause interference, so they need to be carefully screened. Just when someone was irritated about this matter, even a little absent-minded in math class, a small accident at home slightly broke the dull atmosphere. It was an afternoon when Lin had just finished his math class. When Lin returned home using the flash technique, he was frightened by the shrill sounds of cats and dogs. There were also shouts and shouts from several girls and children. Although there were no shadows of cats or dogs, the sounds coming from east to west proved that they were running around the room, chasing each other. Maybe those girls were chasing after her, so their screams were mixed in. I don't know if they were just joining in the fun or trying to stop it. The two fat boys will not miss any fun, so there is no need to think about it. The three girls are Harumi, Kaya, and the troublesome granddaughter of Grand Duke Kawi. As for the cat meows, it sounded like the sounds of the three little devil cats, which were much sharper than those of adult cats. And the sound of dogs barking. Where do dogs come from? Someone is baffled. When I walked into the house, all the furnishings were toppled over and smashed, thanks to the blood and tears caused by the two fat boys' rampage. Someone did not have the habit of using fragile items for decoration, so even if the things in the house were damaged, they were all minor injuries that could be repaired. But breaking things is just not okay. The puppies picked up have no rules. They must either be kicked out or learn the rules. There is no third way. If you insist on walking, it will lead to a dead end. As soon as his thoughts changed, Lin knew exactly where in the house the harm caused by the group of people and animals chasing him. With a flash, He stopped not far in front of everyone. Since someone is working hard not to fall to the bottom of the family rankings, he will show no mercy when it's time to be ruthless. So as soon as the two fat boys saw someone's black robe, they smoothly opened the nearest door and ran in. The process was smooth and flowing, without any hindrance. The three running kittens sat down and kept resisting with their front paws. Unfortunately, they were too fast before, and they slid on the floor for a long distance before stopping and spinning around. Then he jumped a few times and hid behind the large furniture on the side. Just stick your head out and look at someone. There's no point in beating a cat. And someone wouldn't do it. The way to teach these kittens is to catch the erring cats and lend them to the cat magician in the math class, where they will be tortured for 3 consecutive days. That's like giving your little Lolita to a perverted uncle to take care of for 3 days. The process is careless and cruel. As for the 3 girls who collided into a ball, they were piled together on the floor, so no one needed to care. Anyway, applying saliva will heal the wound, but letting the teacher come forward to deal with it will only make it worse. This is the consensus of the 2 apprentices. What Lin is more concerned about now is the culprit that he stepped on and led everyone to run around. A skeleton dog? Is this the lich causing trouble? Maybe I was chased so hard that I was running away. But when he saw the stranger, the skeleton dog, which was lifted up by someone and was about the size of a chihuahua, barked viciously, shook its head and bit everywhere. Well, if there is meat, Lin has many ways to make the other party suffer. And then, he would not dare to be so rampant. But how should we teach this kind of pure bones? Is it possible to remove the bones piece by piece and crush them into pieces? Tell me, where are your sisters? How do you make something like this? Who are you asking for trouble? He kept dodging the nimble and biting dog head. And someone's patience made him want to just smash this skeletal dog. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl stood up and said, Teacher, that dog was not made by my sister, but by the lady. Female. Lin choked on her saliva and looked at the girl hiding herself under the veil, because it is not convenient for her to say her name in front of outsiders, especially men. Therefore, people in the family, including the servants said by Duke Kawe, all use the title of lady to refer to this person of noble blood. Just a nobleman using necromancy? It sounds like the preface narration of a thriller movie. Lin turned to look at Marquis Balin, who was hiding behind Kaya, and asked, How do you know how to make a skeleton dog? Has anyone taught you? Or have you learned magic before? Perhaps it was because she was facing a man. But no matter how she asked, the girl was timid and did not dare to answer. Lin had no choice but to give up and turn to look at his apprentice. Although Kai is taciturn, she is not the kind of person who is afraid or unwilling to speak. But most of the time, she does not need to speak. Now facing the questioning look from her teacher, she replied, Maybe the lady saw the information left by my sister. Then I happened to have suitable spellcasting materials in my collection. So she gave it a try. Then it worked. This was said as if there was a bottle of water on the roadside. I picked it up and drank it. It was so easy and simple. Although he wanted to say something, the skeletal dog in his hands, like the small dogs on Earth, kept moving and biting hysterically, making someone really want to dismantle the skeletal dog. To tame undead creatures, you have to instinctively frighten them. If I were to explain a lot to others, they wouldn't be able to do it. But for you, it's very simple. Use the aura of your magic tower to slightly let it go a little, and that little thing will be frightened. Unless its creator or orderer is stronger than you, the undead creature will only succumb to instinct. The person who spoke was the authority on undead magic, the former demon Kingfin, who came from behind. Of course, Lin didn't have the slightest doubt about the lich's words. He grabbed all 4 legs with one hand to prevent his claws from flailing. He fixed the dog's head with one hand and stared at the eye hole where the soul fire was floating. Although I don't know what it means to release the breath of the subdimensional tower, but someone has a vague impression that when he mobilizes the magic unique to that tower, he is actually establishing a connection with the subdimensional tower. So he grabbed the dog's head and simply gave the skeleton dog a full-body fluoroscopy scan. This is one of the ways someone uses the arcane eye. Normally, it is range monitoring, but it can be changed to target monitoring when necessary. It can be said that it is one of the most important magics for fighting and saving lives. The importance is probably second only to flesh. And this magic is quite obvious in frightening the skeleton dog. The moment it was activated, the soul fire in its eyes suddenly went out and brightened, swaying endlessly. Even his bones began to tremble, just as he was proud of the obvious results of his attempt. Lin suddenly pressed his forehead and gritted his teeth because a lot of messy things were flooding into his mind. This is someone else's memory, but compared to the discomfort of a certain magician, Marquis Balin, who created this skeleton dog, squatted down and held her head in pain, only rolling on the ground. Kaya showed a rare expression of worry, looking at the queen, her teacher, and then their sister. Then looked successful and said, "Look, this is the result of using magic randomly without knowing anything." Chapter 828 Recruiting a Disciple. Sister, why did you bother me too? Someone whose symptoms were slightly relieved looked helplessly at the lich, who had succeeded in his prank and had a satisfied expression on his face. Oh, I thought that having gotten to your level, you should be used to such mental attacks. And at least you would have some resistance. Lin sighed helplessly and said, "When I was a kid, I would stay away from enemies who would use mental attacks. Today, when I encounter such enemies, I will strike first. So in this situation, I really haven't encountered it a few times." Looking at Marquis Balin, who was inexplicably beaten by the lich and was still squatting on the ground. Breathless. Even if you want to tell others that magic cannot be used indiscriminately, there are other ways. Don't choose this method of tricking two people at once. Then pretended to be innocent and said, "I didn't mean to trick you. The competition between necromancers is basically a competition of spiritual strength. You two don't understand anything. Can you blame me?" Letting go of the skeleton dog still in his hand, Lin complained, "We can learn if we don't understand, but you can teach. As for that." Just after this undead creature, which had been severely frightened by someone, fell to the ground. It lost its original arrogance and started barking and biting everyone it encountered. Instead, he shivered, lowered his eyebrows and bit his knees, wagging his tail in front of Lin. Seeing this look, Lin frowned, feeling helpless, said, "I understand why you have no reason to create any undead creatures in this era." Sensing someone's expression, then smiled a little sourly and said, "Yeah, they are pretty useless. They rebel so easily. Those who are wise are unreliable, and those who are not wise are equally unreliable. I think I have learned that in the past. With an army of millions, only one person is left. You don't know how to make or even use something like this." "That's right," Lin replied a little absent-mindedly, because he was looking at Marquis Balin, who was being helped by his apprentice to take a rest in her seat. He said thoughtfully, "By the way, let me ask you a question." Then raised her eyebrows, returned to her original proud look, and said neatly, "Ask, is it easy for someone who has never learned magic to make a skeleton dog?" As he spoke, Lin kicked away the skeleton dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. As if sensing someone's disgust, the skeleton dog tucks its tail between its legs and returns to its creator dejectedly. Although Queen Balin was curled up in discomfort, she still stretched out a hand to soothe the dog's head. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind someone's question, then still commented fairly, "For a person who has never learned magic, being able to complete the magic of reviving a skeleton is considered very good." As for whether Marquis Balin had learned magic before she came to this house, the two of them knew it well and didn't bother to explore it. They could all see that when this girl first arrived, except for her bloodline, all other aspects, including physical fitness and health, were even slightly worse than ordinary people. Later, a little power will be accumulated. It was when Kaya was doing her daily classes that the girl joined in the fun and performed meditation rituals together. This was how she accumulated some power. As for the materials consumed in the meditation ceremony, considering that her grandfather paid for the rent, servants and housekeepers, there was no additional charge. Of course, what I mentioned later was that the old man who loved his granddaughter had sent a large amount of high-end meditation ritual materials. The kind of incense that you have never seen before, only heard about in rumors, candles blessed by the gods, and all kinds of good things that will make someone feel that he is still the young man who has never seen the world. In short, there is no dispute that the Marquis of Balin is a beginner in magic. But such a beginner in magic can do things that even a second-level advanced magic apprentice may not be able to do. The reason behind this is worth pondering. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly asked, "Are you interested in taking her as an apprentice?" Such a question that caught people off guard. Not only Finn was surprised, the three girls should also have similar expressions. The reason why I say should is because the face of Marquis Balin is hidden under a veil, and cannot be seen directly by anyone. After all, there are limits to reenactment through environmental investigation. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Lin had no choice but to explain. "You see, in this era, the responsibility of the magician, and the requirement of the Magician Association is to train 2 formal magician disciples, rather than how high you have achieved. At this time, the 2 people who were talking turned their heads to look at the girls together. They stared at each other for a short while, remained silent, and then turned their eyes back to each other. Fen kept silent, wondering how Lin didn't know what the lich meant. He could only sigh. I have given up on these 2 useless things, but I am too lazy to deliberately find apprentices to train them. I will encounter them in the future. Let's talk about what's pleasing to the eye. How could it be possible for 2 girls, who were so ridiculed, to remain silent? Halumi protested loudly and scolded her teacher. Even Kaya made a popping sound when she opened a soda and started to cheer. I really don't know where she learned it. When the teacher continued to ignore them, Chaofen said, secondly, I think as a teacher, no matter what you teach, the most important thing is to teach the knowledge that is not in the books. Just like shocking that puppy before. That kind of mental confrontation should be paid attention to in advance. And there may be ways to avoid it. Fen nodded and said, yes, there is a way to avoid that kind of harm. Yeah. Right. So the main purpose of asking you to teach her well is not to teach her how good she is, but to prevent her from playing herself to death. In any case, she is Duke Kawe. Please let us take care of her. It's hard for her to have a good life here, which is unjustifiable in front of that old man. There was no direct response. And Fen mocked back. Have you ever thought about who among the people present is most likely to play to death? Lin Ji couldn't understand the meaning of Lich's words, but he just complained and said, I am quite confident and sure about everything I do. It's because you don't know enough and have insufficient confidence. How can you blame me? Yes. Yes. Fen responded perfunctorily. Lin continued, there is another reason for you to accept her as an apprentice. After all, she is the eldest daughter who is not yet married. It is nothing to live in other people's homes casually. But if she is using the identity of a magic apprentice, then it's only natural to stay. And with this relationship, we can get closer to Kagong. This is beneficial and harmless. So why not do it? In the final analysis, it's all a calculation. Fen criticized. As long as a person is alive, there is no one who does not consider all aspects of things. The only ones who cannot consider these are the dead. Well, okay. Let me correct you. The only ones are the dead lying quietly in the cemetery. With a cold snort, Fen relaxed his original position of standing with his hands folded. She took out the cigarette stick stuck in her waist, and Stone served her quickly and accurately, allowing the former demon king to take a nice puff of cigarette. After spitting out a few puffs of cloud-like white smoke, Fensai said slowly, actually, after you talk so much, you still have to think about one less thing. You mean, my wishes? After Lin finished speaking, he and Finchi looked at the other party involved in the apprenticeship incident. Although Marquis Balin tried to sit up straight and look more energetic, it had no effect. On the other hand, the 2 girls beside her were quite excited. Just when they were about to hug her and cheer and encourage them, the 2 apprentices were summoned to their side by their teacher using the flash technique. He gestured with his hands to stop whatever the 2 girls wanted to say. Lin came to sit in front of Marquis Balin and said, My lord, I believe you have heard the conversation I just had with Fen. Of course, this matter will not be forced, but apart from your own in addition to his wishes, I hope to get the Grand Duke's consent. At this point, seeing Marquis Balin's rare desire to speak, Lin stopped her and continued. After all, what you represent is not just you, behind you. There is a powerful family's interests that must be considered. Moreover, from the standpoint of your family, if the Grand Duke of Kawe really wants to, my granddaughter is studying magic, I believe he can find a more suitable candidate. Of course, what I mean by suitable here is not that there is a more powerful magician than Fen, but there must be someone more trustworthy than her. At one point, I'm certainly optimistic about the outcome. After Lin finished speaking, Marquis Balin wanted to speak several times, but she hesitated. Lin had no choice but to encourage the other party and wait patiently. Finally, the girl protected by the veil said, Your Excellency, thank you for your kindness. I think I need some time to think about it. Of course, this kind of decision is not so easy to make. It doesn't matter when you think about it or when you say it. But no matter what the lady decides, I hope that the Grand Duke will mention it to him personally. This is respecting your grandfather also shows him that this is a decision you made after careful consideration. And I hope he can respect it as well. Of course, maybe you have decided not to learn magic here, but you still hope to learn magic. This decision requires your grandfather's support. so it is necessary to explain it to him yourself. After explaining to this troublesome nobleman, Lin turned to look at his apprentice and said, "If the Lady Lord asks you something, you can answer it, but when I ask you for your opinions, just be obedient. Remain silent." Puff! Puff! Alumi pouted again and opened the soda. Said, "You can answer questions, but you can't give opinions. Teacher, do you think this is impossible?" Lin lectured. "Learning magic is a very serious matter. The Lordess is already an adult, not a child who can be manipulated by others. Any decision should be carefully considered by her. I don't want it to be because of you." Due to their influence, she has the misconception that learning magic seems to be fun, that she can make friends, and that she even learns magic for you. So I hope you can shut up, mouth, because you can't be responsible for other people's lives. And this is also a form of respect. Okay. Although they were a little dissatisfied, these two girls were still sensible and knew that what their teacher said was correct. Even if they are reluctant to give up a new friend who may become a peer, they can only quietly wait for the other person to make their own decision. Chapter 829 Real Image. The matter of Marquis Balin will be put aside for the time being. Let's not talk about the girl who has no personality and only knows how to escape before. It is impossible to make a decision so quickly. The deacons and servants who were taking care of her would naturally report this matter to Grand Duke Kawe. The old man should have multiple plans to deal with various options. For Lin, the observation plan of the Abyss is the key project in the near future. Since the preliminary preparations have been completed, it is now time to go to the Abyss to collect information from early morning to morning. At noon, I went back to my home in Estali, the holy city of Midland, for dinner. In the afternoon, of course, I had a math class at Kabamba College. And then I sorted out the materials in the evening. As more and more observation data are accumulated, the progress of the plan is slowly advancing. After all, for data science, the biggest fear is insufficient data to make a representative model and determine the true nature of things. No matter how large the amount of data is, there is nothing to worry about. At most, the processing time will be a little slower. The most valuable part of the process is to use machine learning methods to automatically identify the data to be retained and the parts that can be excluded through cross-comparison of images and data. Although this part has not yet involved the study of radio waves from deep space, it can reduce P-level data to T-level, which cannot but be said to be a great progress. Kaya also made quite gratifying progress. She found out the reason why the sky of the Abyss obscured the stars behind it. The key, of course, is that it is unique to the Abyss, with a very high dispersion concentration, custom codenamed Abyss Sand, and contains extremely small suspended particles that contain power. On Earth, the sky appears blue because of a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering. Very small air particles will process the different frequencies of colored light in the sunlight differently when the sunlight passes through the atmosphere. Because blue light has a short wavelength, it scatters more intensely, so it fills the entire sky, making the sky appear blue. Abyssal sand is smaller than the most notorious PM2.5 on Earth, reaching the atomic or single molecule level. Unlike the Earth, the Abyss sand has 8 more powers, which are unreasonable magical side products. Therefore, the entire sky of the Abyss seems to be shrouded in a natural magic barrier. And because abyssal sand does not refer to a specific substance or element, there are countless types. There is no specific sequence for the power contained. And there are also countless types. Such characteristics create the chaotic reality of the Abyss world. Abyssal sand also affects the sky here. The Rayleigh scattering characteristics of the Earth can be said to have reached the level of refraction when it reaches the Abyss. Except for some of the direct stellar light that can pass through the Abyss atmosphere, most of the colored light in the spectrum is blocked. Even if someone wants to observe, most of the radio waves coming from deep space are filtered by this unreasonable abyssal atmosphere. In addition to the outside being unable to get in, the inside being unable to get out, the sky of the Abyss, like a mirror, not only causes the incoming light to continuously reflect inside, but also blocks the climate characteristics of the Abyss, preventing it from spilling out. The former makes it so that there is no obvious distinction between day and night in the Abyss, no matter what time. It is always a bright feeling. There are many phenomena of the latter, such as why people feel unbearably hot in this environment with so little sunshine. Lin has actually measured the temperature in the Abyss for many days, and it has never been lower than 38 degrees Celsius. This is because the Abyss is rich in active volcanoes and rivers of magma. The large amount of geothermal energy emitted is locked by the sky covered with abyssal sand and cannot be dissipated into outer space, causing the internal temperature to remain high even without sufficient sunshine. Unlike the Earth, where volcanic ash hit by meteorites fills the sky and blocks the sun, the temperature will plummet, causing mass extinction of life. As for the large area of the sky that looks gray, it is because the sky of the abyss reflects the appearance of the Earth's surface to a certain extent. It's just that this image is not very clear, and even some scattering and refraction phenomena will further blur the image reflected by the abyss sky, becoming what everyone sees. Now that we know the reasons for the obstruction of observation, we must of course think about solutions. And it feels like there is no way to solve it from a scientific perspective this time, because one of the important factors is the abyssal sand that is everywhere and contains power. Then we should think about the solution from the perspective of magic. At this time, a very special law of cause and effect magic came into someone's eyes. Liz Dean's reality technique. The original function of this magic is to break through the disguises created by magic, including various phantoms, illusions, magic barriers, magic traps, etc. It is an inconspicuous one among the countless kinds of see-through magic. When most magicians learn the magic of seeing through illusions, they will choose another famous magic called arcana. This magic detects illusion-type disguises and reveals the general outline of the person beneath the disguise. For example, some goblin priests are very good at dragon phantom, which allows them to put a lifelike dragon disguise on their appearance. At this time, using the arcana gaze-breaking technique, one can immediately see through the illusion's posture, and then detect the figure of the little goblin hidden inside. Although arcana's gaze-breaking technique has the advantages of being easy to learn, low consumption, and easy to use, because the magic is not applied to the target, it will not arouse the opponent's wariness or displeasure, but it is not without its shortcomings. The most criticized part is that the real appearance is not clear. The technique of looking down is probably, oh, this is an illusion. Oh, what's inside is like that. This level of awareness. Although this level is enough for magicians who are in a dangerous environment, or who do not know that they are in danger, because noticing something strange can make them wary. As long as you are prepared, the magician is very difficult to deal with. But there are always people who hope to strive for excellence, restore the real appearance more clearly, or have other different requirements. Therefore, on the basis of arcana seeing through magic, many seeing through magics have been derived. Lin chose Liz Dean reality magic because this magic has a unique angle in cracking illusions among many options. If power didn't exist, what would the things in front of us look like? With this sentence as a preface, let the magic of Liz Dean reality leave a deep impression on someone's mind. In magic, anything involving what if, and the like can be classified as magic related to the law of cause and effect. What this type of magic has in common is that it is difficult to learn and use. But as long as it is successfully used, the effect can be guaranteed. Another reason for choosing Liz Dean's real magic is because the see-through effect of this magic has nothing to do with how many layers of illusion the target has received. Nor does it have anything to do with the size of the target. Some see-through magic will become more difficult to perform or consume more power as the target becomes larger or the more and more complex illusions are applied to it. He even broke through the disguise at the same time he saw through it. Liz Dean realism doesn't care about this at all. It directly selects a result without power interference from the long river of time, countless pasts, futures, and parallel time and space, and presents it before the eyes of the caster, rather than using other kinds of see-through magic to challenge the countless abyssal sands that cover the entire abyss sky. It is better to come up with it directly, because what you see this way will be a different scene. But there is another problem with the observer effect. Is what I see really real? Or is it just the reality I want to see? Of course, someone had considered another, more scientific approach. It means to use the flash technique to move the telescope outside the atmosphere of the abyss, and then transmit back the observed records. But to do this, there must be a premise. The abyss is really like one of my assumptions. Another planet in the same universe, or a similar universe. It is a planet with an atmosphere, so it only makes sense to send astronomical telescopes out. Otherwise, it would just be sending things to an unknown place, and then waiting for him to send back some messy things. If what comes back is just some junk information, then forget it. If it brings back some not so good existence, then wouldn't it be bad for you? How do Hollywood science fiction and supernatural horror movies work? Isn't it just that scientists engage in various suicide attempts and provoke things they shouldn't? How could someone with a character who seeks stability in everything possible do something like this that is obviously to set a flag for himself? What's more, what was the result of sending a satellite into the sky before? Not only was he knocked down, But in order to save the satellite, he was also seriously injured and had to rest for a long time. That kind of experience is something no one would want to have a second time. Therefore, some behaviors that are too suicidal should be avoided if possible. Just why would you choose a magic that is closer to metaphysics than science? It is not the same as someone's previous behavior. It can only be said that if you stay in such an environment and see too many unreasonable things, how can you not touch this knowledge at all in order to save your life? However, as long as you touch it, why don't you want to try it and see what the outcome is? Compared with someone's most important recent private work, studying the Great Prophecy Technique, the implementation of Liz Dean's reality technique pales into insignificance. Besides, Lynn has an idea that two different types of knowledge cannot be combined. Maybe it makes sense without reason. But as long as the results can be used, maybe the combination of the two can be a benign combination of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. The most important point is that if the method of using Liz Dean's real magic doesn't work, it is just a waste of time and magic materials for making supporting equipment. And it is not a life-threatening loss. So someone can still afford to do such an experiment. There is no reason not to try these very unscientific magics. Chapter 830 Difficulties in Reality Technique. Even the smartest scientists can have 100% control over their own research and make the process and results completely match their own ideas without any problems? Of course, it's impossible. The Manhattan Project, started by Einstein and a group of outstanding scientists, finally produced weapons that humans could indeed destroy the Earth. Is this really what these scientists want? Or is it what they like? Even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Tony Stark created an uncontrolled intelligent life form like Ultron, which then led to a series of disasters. It can be said that people who can guarantee that their work will be 100% error-free are not worthy of being called scientists. Such people are just factory operators, because people in the factory do not innovate and adjust at a large pace. Everyone follows fixed steps, and it is clear what kind of results they will get in the end. If you don't make mistakes, it can only be regarded as your duty. If you make mistakes, it is surprising. So what a time traveler wants to do? Is it something a scientist would do? Or is it something a factory operator would do? What someone thinks is a thorough consideration is actually just the best effort he can do under the consciousness of the Earth that is accustomed to silence. It's not a perfect score. But on Earth, this is enough. In the Lost World, what he did to assist the world trees was actually equivalent to improving the level of the Lost World itself. Therefore, the unconscious consciousness that is not very active also belongs to the side that supports him. This is one of the reasons why someone seems to have no inhibitions. But what about the abyss? Never having experienced the uncertain and moody changes of the abyss, someone goes about his work ignorantly, thinking that he will not hinder anyone or the devil. As everyone knows, his actions have already entered the eyes of some high-level beings. They observe quietly. In magic related to the law of cause and effect, no one can completely grasp where a certain thread is connected in the chaotic thread of fate. Not even the goddess of fate. The difference is that ordinary people can't see the thread, but the goddess can. So Lin wouldn't know what he was involved in. Transforming Liz Dean's real magic into a magic array is not difficult for Lin now. Even this magic was less familiar to him, and less scientific. But the difficulty is how to record the displayed results. Because this part is a function that the original magic does not have. After successfully casting the original Liz Dean reality technique, the target you see will change into what it will look like after losing its power. This change does not affect the target itself, and cannot be seen by others. How to convert such results into information that can be recorded is a matter for someone to rack their brains. First of all, we must determine what the output of Liz Dean's real technique is. If it is to manifest a result that others can observe, it is the simplest. Just record the final image. Some of the more tyrannical see-through magics will also break the illusion while seeing through it. This can also be done by recording the final result. However, the result of Liz Dean's reality technique is to use a method that affects the caster's cognition, replacing the target object in the eyes of the caster with an appearance that excludes the effects of power. This result will last for a period of time until the magic effect is interrupted or the caster actively stops the magic. For magicians who are not skilled in skills, or whose spellcasting is not successful, this new cognitive appearance is likely to change, rather than being fixed to one appearance. Even while the magic effect continues to work, the appearance will continue to change. The possible failure of spell casting is due to unclear understanding of the target object, which leads to wrong changes and some necessary adjustments during the casting process, thus failing. Of course, such a situation cannot happen to someone who has thoroughly analyzed magic based on mathematics and programming languages. So basically I'm ignoring possible failure scenarios. However, in order to derive this cognitive result into something that others can see, that is, that can be recorded, the method is surprisingly simple. Of course, this method was not thought up by someone, it was figured out by his new apprentice, Leonardo, after several days of trouble. Teacher, simply put, you want to find a way to turn what you imagine into something that everyone can see. Is that right? At the dinner table, someone who didn't know what to eat nodded dully and said, to put it simply, that's right. Teacher, isn't that just whiteboard writing skills? Ah. This was the sound that a stunned person made after his rice bowl fell on the table. Ah. Ah. These were the voices of two girls, who suddenly realized after watching their teacher worry for several days, and complaining that they could not help. Ah. 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 This is the sound made by a group of people joining in the fun. Regardless of those people who had nothing to do but join in the fun. Lynn didn't care about eating, and came to the coffin room in a flash. Although some simple tasks can be done anywhere in the house, they require a large number of water mirror screens. Even when calling up the enlarged and complete magic array diagram, you still have to work in the first coffin room to have enough space. Looking at the magic array diagrams that were brought up, one was huge and quite complex, which belonged to Liz Dean's real magic. The other, which was slightly smaller, but not so simple, was from the whiteboard pen technique. The way of combining the two magics is of course not as easy as Leonardo suggested. Real magic processing and whiteboard writing magic output. His statement actually ignores the role of people in it. Or to put it more clearly, the key role of the brain in it. Realism provides people with new cognition, while whiteboard writing expresses what people imagine with light, shadow and lines. And people serve as bridges. Without people as a bridge, it is like knowing that the other side is the destination, but having no means to cross the river. You can only look at the river and sigh. But as long as you know where your destination is, you can always find a way to get there. Right? The more complicated method is to thoroughly study the input and output of these two magics, and completely connect them. In a true sense, two magics are combined into one and become a new magic. But you can imagine that the workload of this approach will be quite staggering, because the data that someone wants to connect does not use the usual whiteboard writing technique. Simply use 3 or 2 lines, and leave a large blank space to express an object using freehand techniques. Lynn's main purpose is to observe the stars. The purpose of stargazing is to study the location of the abyss, and whether it can be connected with the mysterious land. If the abyss is really a planet in the same universe as I hypothesized. If it is possible, then can we use the observation results of the abyss and the mysterious land to find a more accurate position of the Earth through triangulation, and then find the precise parameters that can be used for the flash technique. If you want to do this, the final result must be 100% faithful, not just a few percent similar. Although in mathematics, information fuzzy has the practice of information fuzzy. But that requires a larger amount of data to find the corrected parameters and derive a result that is close to the correct answer. In order to get a usable result, it is not a good idea to analyze the two magics and complete the complete docking. So Lynn planned to use another method. That is, to design a repeater to replace the role of humans. That is, the brain, between the two magics. Just doing this will cause a minor problem. That is, what role will the observer effect play here? If the result of Liz Dean's real technique will be affected by the observer effect. That is, in the subjectivity of the operator. What he wants to see will affect the final imaging result. After removing this subjective consciousness, there will be 2 situations. 1, the magic goes wrong, so the spell casting is interrupted. In severe cases, it can backfire on the caster, causing serious injuries. 2, without the interference of subjective consciousness, it is more able to present correct results. Everyone is happy. But no matter which possibility it is, the early problem must be solved first, which is the relay setting that connects the two magics. Once this part is solved, the answer will naturally come to you as to what kind of changes will happen next. As for the relay settings of these two magics, if it is a combination of pure magic, it may be quite troublesome for Lynn. But if it is to be made into a device, it is much simpler, because there is something that has a shape similar to the brain's nerve bundles without any modification. This thing is the purple level magic stone. It can be used to trick realism into thinking there is a brain and a person watching. So magic can hand over the final result with confidence. And strictly speaking, this is not a deception mechanism, because the purple transformation magic stone really has its own soul. When Fu was reshaping his body, he drained the entire vein of magic stone, leaving only a small purple-level magic stone untouched. This was not to prevent myself and my group from entering Treasure Mountain and returning empty-handed. But earlier, someone once mentioned that one of the flaws of undead creatures is that when they use other people's bodies, they will invisibly fuse too many incomplete souls. In order to avoid irrelevant souls interfering with one's own consciousness, it is best not to even touch incomplete things. It was this kind of warning that made Fen abandon the purple-level magic stone that contained high-purity power during the process of reshaping. Originally, someone was still half convinced that there was a soul in the magic stone. However, the core material used by Silverbeard dwarves to make artificial souls will only be purple-level magic stones, and there is no other substitute. Moreover, he learned from Lupita, the artificial soul captured by him, the guardian of the silver-bearded dwarves, that their existence was actually earlier than the time when the dwarves made artificial souls. It's just that at the beginning, they didn't have that much thought, and they didn't know that they could communicate with other creatures, or even find their own companions. These are all learned and taught by the silver-bearded dwarves. After that, the noisy Hakakiri showed that anything is possible. Whether mineral life exists or not is a topic that does not require further discussion. But before the soul in the purple transformation magic stone has been taught to be crooked, especially the crooked one like Lupita, who spends her whole day deliberately trying to wipe out the tribe she protects. She needs to use it to connect Liz. The repeaters for Dean's true technique and whiteboard pen technique are more than adequate. Chapter 831 The Real Scene. Purple transformation magic stone is a very scarce resource, and a complete mineral vein may not contain a purple stone the size of a finger. The vast majority of people in Lost Land will never see a piece of it in their lifetime. Someone was lucky enough to have handled 2 of them, and the largest one was used to make the first coffin. The remaining small one was what was left after Fen transformed himself and absorbed a vein of magic stone. As for the small one, in fact, small pieces were broken off and used one after another. The purple stone the size of a fingernail in my hand is considered my last inventory. After finishing the plan that combined Liz Dean's realism and whiteboard technique, Lin couldn't wait to complete the new filter device that was ready to be hung on the astronomical telescope. So I rushed into my studio, took out all the magic materials from the box, and started making them. As long as someone's bad habit arises, they will forget to eat and sleep, and they have to get things done. In addition, I have a bad habit of staying up late, so I kept telling myself that just a little more work would be enough and went to sleep immediately. The plug and lens named reality filter was completed in the middle of the night. I should have gone to catch up on some sleep, because before long, before dawn, I was about to set off to the abyss to carry out today's observation operations. Although it is not yet the stage of formal stargazing, the more environmental detection results are obtained, the more helpful it will be for what you want to do. But I don't know what happened today. Someone just couldn't sit still. I even thought of lying down and taking a short nap. The impatient eagerness in my heart was unprecedented, thinking of what will happen next. The 2 apprentices are already familiar with it, and don't need to keep an eye on it themselves. When we set out for the abyss, we also have Fen to help us. Although this lich is not as flexible as someone else in using the flash technique, she can go wherever she wants to go wherever she goes. Moreover, as long as the 2 apprentices start working, they will occupy the astronomical telescope, and they will not be able to do the experiments they want to do. After all, this is their main job. In order to complete various required observation records, they have to spend a lot of time. To be honest, I felt a little sorry for wasting the 2 girls' time for my own experiment. So, go early? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lin's butt was so itchy that he couldn't sit still. And test it early. If it works, maybe the original work of the 2 girls can come to an end. Then, there's the matter of serious stargazing. Lin's current idea is to do it if he thinks of it. Now that the thing is finished, I am not sure whether it can be used. So I go to bed, which may make me feel reluctant. After leaving a message for the 2 girls and cleaning up, Lin used the flash technique to reach the abyss, the rooftop of the castle of the demon Lord Sabin. The demon guard guarding the telescope most of the night leaned on it with his spear on the ground. Drowsily, he tried not to fall to the ground. As soon as he saw someone appearing in front of him, he immediately stood up in panic, especially since the opponent had a unique human odor. It made the demon guard even more nervous, and he hurriedly pushed the spear forward. Seeing the spear coming, Lin just stepped aside to avoid it, but did not attack directly. Sure enough, when the demon guard saw clearly who was coming, He took back his spear in a panic and said tremblingly, Your Majesty the magician. It's okay. I don't blame you. I know how hard it is to stay vigil. And I didn't come here at a normal time. I don't blame you for not noticing. Now, I can go over and do my thing, Lin said. The demon, who was about to receive amnesty, hurriedly took back his spear and made way out. Lindsay nodded and then walked into the temporary tent for stargazing. Although he could directly use the flash technique to enter, he was not going to do anything sneaky today, so it was better to do it openly. At least it makes people mentally prepared, and they won't treat them as enemies when they see a human figure. Walking into the temporary tent, the astronomical telescope stood alone in place. The place where the first coffin is placed is empty, because everyone will not forget to take the first coffin with them every time they leave. In addition to the first coffin, there are also several groups of tables and chairs placed here as places for work. He took out the telescope lens from the special silk bag and installed it carefully. Lin did a little test, and what he saw in the eyepiece was the same as in the past few days. No matter how the focus was adjusted, no matter where he looked, it was still gray. Then take out the real filter from another pocket and hang it in front of the objective lens, and tighten the screws carefully to prevent this expensive filter from falling to the ground due to any collision or improper use, causing pain in your heart. Because the material used to make the real filter contains purple magic stones. Lin slightly adjusted the design and easily copied the program and database system originally used by the astronomical telescope in the first coffin to the purple color of the real filter. Stone comes. In this way, the entire operation does not need to rely on the first coffin. Of course, there is no need to dismantle that bulky thing and bring it around. After everything was ready, Lin rubbed his hands together excitedly. Then his eyes blinked, and most of his field of vision was replaced by the scene under the telescopic lens. Although this approach of having a built-in field of view instead of pulling out the water mirror screen was a little uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to having a game like HUD in the field of view, it was better than the browsing range limited by the size of the water mirror. Be easy to use. Replace the magic stone embedded in the telescope tube. The fleeting light showed that the magic power was already flowing in the magic array hidden under the entire set of astronomical telescopes. And at the same time, the magic array of the real filter was also ready. Lin grabbed empty points in the air with his hands. In fact, he was making final adjustments to the program in his own field of vision. Then pressed the virtual switch to run. Suddenly, the telescope observation scene in the field of view had an effect similar to that of the screen. Every time you scan from top to bottom, you can see that the scene in front of you changes a little bit. The ashes that seemed to have been shrouded in the sky of the abyss forever were peeled off layer by layer. All scattering and refraction phenomena are also processed through programming to restore the disturbed scene as much as possible. Finally, Lin saw the familiar starry sky again, although those constellations are quite unfamiliar. Whether it is the Milky Way across the sky or the twinkling stars like a pair of eyes, their presence all explains one thing. Even though the location of the abyss may not be in the same universe as MIDI, some basic physical rules should be similar. With the early understanding, how could Lin not move the direction of the telescope? Take a closer look at the sky in this different land. How beautiful and unique it is. Especially the huge alien creatures hanging high in the sky, hiding under the shadows covering the starry sky. Every piece of darkness, without starlight, usually represents a monster floating in space. And it is very close to the abyss. These monsters have their eyes closed. If Lin recognized it, their eyes were indeed eyes. Something seems wrong? Are there such dangerous creatures in the distant universe? And at such a long distance, they can still feel their hugeness from the astronomical telescope. It is conceivable that when they come in front of them, the feeling may not be that they are facing a mountain, but that they are facing a planet-level behemoth. But what are these creatures? Lin Zheng tried to make a preliminary identification based on their characteristics. But what I didn't expect was that as long as the telescope lens is pointed at any creature and the focus is adjusted, hoping that I can see more clearly, those creatures on the opposite side of the lens will seem to wake up. Open their eyes, anyway, all the eyes on them will open. And then look over. What is this strange creature? Suddenly, in the process of thinking, a sentence occupied someone's mind. When you are staring into the abyss is also staring into you. This sentence is used in many places, but the most terrifying one is in the system of the Cthulhu mythology, specifically referring to those indescribable existences. Your mother. Are you lucky? Judging from the current conditions, there is nothing wrong with the abyss being a planet. But it is a lonely planet among many sleeping outer gods. What kind of rock zone location is this? Just thinking about it can make you collapse. And the most troublesome thing is that because of my own observations, I seem to have attracted the attention of these indescribable things. Let them cast their gaze into the abyss, towards themselves peeping at them. The real filter function of the astronomical telescope should have been turned off as soon as possible. But someone seems to be obsessed with something, and just wants to take one more look. Take one more look at those indescribable things. See where their danger comes from within themselves, or from where in the outside world. After all, the most frightening part of these existences is their unknown. When the layers of the unknown are lifted, maybe they are not so scary after all. It was entirely because of myself that I frightened myself. And eventually I got scared. But what someone did not consider carefully is that the main reason why he can look directly at these existences now is the dimensionality reduction processing method for high-dimensional information carved on the subdimensional tower. This method protects oneself from interference from incomprehensible high-dimensional information. However, all Lin can do is to avoid the harm caused by high-dimensional information. The existence of these indescribable things brings about all kinds of negative effects. But someone accepts them all without omitting any of them. Just as he was standing on the road of seeking death, and getting further and further away, the second wave of crisis came. The demon kings who came from the abyss, and were also the most powerful demons in the abyss, descended on or near Sabin's castle one after another. Inside the castle, demons of all sizes, including the demon Lord Sabine, were all curled up on the ground. Most of his combat effectiveness was completely wasted. This is not only suppression on the demon level, but also a manifestation of the wrath from the will of the abyss. When the people, things, and objects in the abyss cannot see those indescribable existences floating in the nearby universe, the abyss seems to be transparent or invisible, and will not be cared about by anything. But when someone in the abyss casts their sights on those indescribable things, this invisible or transparent effect will disappear. That is to say, the abyss and the outer gods, who were originally able to live peacefully together, now have an unpredictable future. And the responsibility for this fault certainly lies with someone. Therefore, the wrath of the demons and the will of the abyss is not so difficult to understand. Chapter 832 Attack. What kind of state is it like to be obsessed with ghosts? It may be difficult for people in the game to understand. Only bystanders can see some clues. But now there is no one else around a certain magician, even through an astronomical telescope with an external real filter, and looking into the eyes of the alien gods in outer space. Someone still seems to be carefree, teasing one after another. Such an anomaly cannot be known to anyone. There were no obvious symptoms before, so others were unable to provide timely advice. As for when he was tricked, in fact, the moment he appeared in the abyss, he was already unknowingly tricked. In other words, all non-demon races that come to the abyss will encounter the same situation. Chaotic and unbalanced power, suspended particles full of power, and with various abilities, filled the air. These abnormalities not only harm people's physical functions, but also corrode the mind, leading people's thoughts to the paranoid and radical side. This is a process of abyssalization and demonization. An experienced magician will know how to protect himself. But such people do not include outliers like Flynn. Of course, this was not her first time coming to the abyss. But she was crazier than a demon in the past, so she didn't care about her mind being eroded. As for harming the physical body, it is even more of a joke. Strictly speaking, a lich is also a dead person. And how can a dead person's body be harmed? The purification magic of the Demon Cat clan is the best choice for self-protection in an abyssal environment. After all, Demon Moth King Jane Moss and the Demon Cat clan have been guarding the abyss passage for an unknown period of time. Of course, they will find the best response plan to protect themselves. It's just that someone can look at the lich and act in the abyss as if nothing happened. In addition, when he returned to the abyss before, he returned home well, so he neglected to protect himself. He never imagined that the strength of the lich's current body could not be compared with that of an ordinary human being. More importantly, in the face of live ammunition attacks or energy attacks, using the magic of environmental detection and program-conditioned responses, one person can make many people feel desperate. However, the methods of curses, negative effects, spiritual attacks, etc. are all kinds of strange and full of idealism. So it is difficult to prevent them all. So Lin's weaknesses are still the same as before. Once he encounters these metaphysical attacks, he can be said to be defenseless. Although the divinity contained in this set of Xuanwu robes can more or less resist some low-level curses or spiritual attacks, the curse from the abyss is definitely the top non-physical attack in the land and the abyss, coupled with the abyssal sand scattered in the air. Everything in the abyss is difficult to guard against. Everything is changing subtly, and in a bad direction. And the parties involved were unaware of it. However, just because one person is insensitive does not mean that other beings are in the same situation. When the abyss is exposed to the eyes of the outer gods, it is not just the abyss consciousness that cannot be explained, whose meaning is unclear, difficult to prove, but whose existence cannot be denied, regardless of whether the demons were big or small, regardless of their rank. They all felt the attention that made them shiver from the bottom of their hearts. If there is a place to escape, they would rather escape to the ends of the earth. It's a pity where they can escape. Since you can't win or escape, let's get rid of the people who caused the problem, to see if the crisis could be eliminated from the source. Some demons took action. The level is still that of the Lord of the Abyss. Once he strikes, the earth will shake, and the earth will crack, and the mountains will collapse. The castle that the demon Lord Sabine was proud of faced the attacks of other demon commanders' armies. But even after several days, it did not leave many scars. Now, after taking a blow from the Lord of the Abyss, most of it collapsed. Of course, an attack of this level cannot hurt someone. Lin flashed forward, holding the astronomical telescope and other observation equipment, and retreated to the still intact city wall. That's how it should be. In fact, he fell heavily to the ground from a height of 3 stories. He smashed himself into pieces. If he hadn't remembered to use the feather falling technique, he might have gone straight to the funeral. Someone squatting on the ground ignored the carefully crafted astronomical observation equipment and let them roll to the ground. Lin covered his right eye with one hand and breathed heavily, hoping to reduce some of the unbearable discomfort. But no matter how he adjusted, the situation got worse and worse. Lin wanted to check himself carefully to see where the problem was. But now that the Lord of the Abyss has taken action, how can they stop? The second attack came from the top of the sky. Different demons, different methods. But the same thing is that Wu Tao's destructive power is definitely not something that the small body of an ordinary human can support. In order to survive, Lin of course wanted to escape again, or even transfer himself directly back to his home in the Holy City. But as long as you try to operate the subdimensional tower, those magic arrays seem to be replaced with other words or symbols. And everything becomes so strange. Not to mention that the effects that should be exerted are not achieved. And sometimes unpredictable damage is caused. All these feelings do not seem to be caused by illusions, but from a genuine misperception. Consider A as B and wintermelon as watermelon. And not only is someone's mind confused now, but his body movements are also very uncoordinated. Trying to stand up, but falling forward is already considered a basic style, more often than not. You walk upside down, and your sense of balance is completely lost. Sometimes you will see yourself upside down, standing on the ceiling. No matter how hard I jumped, I couldn't get back to the ground. But even if you are crazy or blind, as long as you are not dead, you must find a way to avoid this attack from the devil with boundless power. Otherwise, it will become a real death, and everything will be lost. Of course, Lin couldn't choose running as a method of escaping. Compared to the grotesque demon with several pairs of legs, not only did he have shorter legs, but he also stumbled when he walked. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think there was any possibility of escaping. The only hope can only be placed on the flash technique. However, unlike the traditional flashing method, which uses parameters to determine the destination, Lin directly uses his eyes to confirm the location. The moment before the devil touches someone, the flash spell is activated. This time, someone moved smoothly, but couldn't move very far. However, it can be seen that the demons that attacked him and were preparing to attack him appeared one after another and surrounded him. I want to judge the strength of this group of demons. But now I have all the magic that monitors the environment turned off by myself. Because it doesn't work if you don't turn it off. To say that the things sent back are spam would be too polite. The most troublesome thing is that it is difficult to distinguish true from false, and has no reference value. Using the most primitive means of identification, Lin could only rely on feeling to feel the power of these demons. And each of them is far above the demon lord Sabin. But to what height it reaches is unclear. And then combined with his own situation. For the first time since the mastery of the flash technique, someone felt the fatal crisis after losing his reliance. Now he can't even think calmly. The feeling of his limbs seemed to be getting further and further away from him. His hot brain and groggy consciousness made him want to give up directly. Maybe it would be good to just accept this fate. Chapter 833 Escape. Bit your lower lip hard. Because I have almost no self-control at all. This blow was neither light nor serious. and I almost bit off a piece of meat. But this kind of pain still somewhat wakes me up. Get rid of those depressing thoughts, and try your best to suppress the chaotic thoughts. Right now, my mind is like a pot of boiling pot, with everything rising to the surface to show its existence. Not to mention the things that I can't remember. How many scenes of black history flashed by? And someone was so angry that he wanted to shout to the sky. The lords of the abyss who are just watching. No one will wait for someone to express their emotions. They had little communication with each other. But they had a tacit understanding that one of them would go in, and the others would just watch. The devil, who looked like a ram, had 4 hooves and hands, and was half human, jumped, and came to the side of the human magician in the blink of an eye. The huge bone in his hand was either a trophy taken from another demon or a thigh bone removed from his own body. He held the bone with one hand and smashed it against someone at lightning speed. In the past, whether it was dodge or counterattack, a flash spell could handle the matter. Now his head is in a mess. His eyes are wide open, and he looks like Guduo is about to hit him. It was too late to divert his attention and find the next flash point. Lin subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him, and forcefully ate the bone attack, and was knocked away on the spot. Fortunately, the phantom of a snake and turtle appeared on the Xuanwu robe and blocked someone. Otherwise, this powerful lord of the abyss could turn the thin human being in front of him into meat with just one move. Even so, Lin was knocked away and crashed into the forest outside the castle. Is this the rumored magician who can use the magic of blooming a flower to kill 3 armies in one go? It doesn't feel strong. The lords of the abyss, who rarely get together, finally found a topic to start talking to. Despite this, all demons kept a certain distance. The relationship between them is not one where they can sit down and drink tea and chat. But it's quite surprising that the human didn't die immediately. One of the powerful kings said so. He knew the strength of his old rival very well. Whenever the 2 sides fought, they would not be killed in one fell swoop. But this time, he actually couldn't kill even a mere human being. He wouldn't think that it was his old rival who let him off. That guy is not smart enough to use some tricks. That human being has a god residing in him. A lord of the abyss hiding in the shadows said something that everyone noticed but no one said. The other lord of the abyss has a tall body like a bear, but also has a lizard head with long horns. He showed his body without caring, and said something tacitly understood by everyone. That god is too weak. He doesn't even have his own form, let alone the kingdom of God. Maybe raising him in the pond in front of my house would be a good choice. That means that the rest can be left to you, while the others go home to rest. Yeah. Another lord of the abyss, who was short and thin and hid himself in a big cloak, said this. If you want to leave, just leave. No one will stop you. Right? Said an abyss lord, who was surrounded by a colorful mist at all times. But all the demons present knew that the one who recruited them, this time was no ordinary character. The portion is not enough. How could it be possible to summon so many lords of the abyss? This is like calling all the kings and emperors together in the human kingdom. In this case, leaving without completing the task will not end well. Ordinary demons don't understand how the lords of the abyss don't understand that the tyrant is above them. That human being saw death and provoked that existence. Now he has only 2 ways. First, to die. Second, to surrender. To be fair, they prefer the human being to choose the first path, because this would be a reason to dismantle the incomplete spirit in him. This is of great benefit to the creatures of the abyss. The reason why there is no way to choose to destroy the opponent immediately is because the abyss is always used to leaving room for people to fall, rather than killing for the purpose. Continuously absorbing fallen people, or their souls, is how the abyss grows. Complete destruction will bring no good, and the corruption of capable people can even please that being. However, the gathering of so many great kings does not mean that he attaches great importance to this human being. It's just that his ability is too weird, and no monarch is sure to defeat the opponent alone. Therefore, the gathering of so many great kings only shows that person's determination. As for the man who was shot into the forest, even if his arms were not broken, they were now hanging limply at his side. Just because the Xuanwu robe blocked something heavy doesn't mean that he is completely fine. It just won't die. But compared to the arms that blocked the enemy's attack, the back that protected him from crashing into the forest, and the various bruises, falls, and bruises all over his body, what was more painful was what was happening in his mind. Even without a thermometer, Lin could feel that his body temperature was frighteningly high. The connection with the secondary plane tower is even more distant. The feeling of tearing oneself in 2 not only brings pain, but also panic and uneasiness. And this panic turned into reality. That is, Lin's vision continued to become blurred. In the end, it turned into 2 lines of blood and tears. Because of his current poor physical condition and chaotic thoughts, Lin did not dare to continue using the flash technique. The distance is far, and you might not know where you will be sent. If this place is different from a maze or an abyss, and there is no place to breathe or stand, then the game is over. The distance is short, and it can flash at will within the field of vision. But every action has its losses. Now that I don't know if I can save the subdimensional tower, maybe I can use the flash technique once and then skip it. Then this only opportunity can only be spent at the critical moment when it is most needed, rather than simply used to rush. So now, no matter how serious the injury is, Lin knows that he has to get up and walk. If you don't leave, if you stay where you are, you will end up just being prey to the devils. He struggled to hold on to the tree trunk on the side and tried to push himself up. The strange thoughts in his mind have not stopped. But Lin is still working hard to find a way to solve it. And the direction of your progress is not chosen randomly or determined randomly. Since he couldn't fight a big battle now, Lin of course chose to stay away from the battlefield and find a way to go home. If you want to return home to the Lost Land, apart from the currently unavailable flash technique, another way is to pass through the Abyss Passage guarded by the Demon Moth King and the Demon Cat Clan. I just want to say that my current memory is not only confused. I may not remember what happened back then, but it is even more likely that what I see with my eyes is fake and deceptive. This feeling of not being worthy of trust is the first time in someone's life. It would also take 1 to 2 days to get from the castle of the Demon Lord Sabin to the location of the Abyss Channel. This is assuming that you don't take the wrong path. However, how could the demons chasing behind them give someone such an opportunity to escape back to Lost Land? Just after someone walked a short distance, another demon blocked the way. Chapter 834 Invasion. The demon blocking the road is very close to a human form. In other words, the person opposite is more like a demon in a Japanese anime. In addition to some special physical features, bat-like wings grow forward from the side, and antelope-like horns are so sharp that they can be used as weapons. The fork's claws and the rest are just like humans. Among the many demon races, only succubi have such characteristics. The man in front of him was a very rare male among succubi, and he was also a demon at the level of a great king. This shows that he is not only strong, but also very likely to have mastered abilities other than the succubus talent. Monarch-level demons have long transcended their original race and talents. Therefore, we cannot use the existing stereotypes to deal with every Abyss Lord. Of course, someone who is not in this situation wouldn't notice these things. Lin just tried hard to focus his distracted eyes, hoping to find a way out of the environment. The male succubus king appeared directly in front of the human magician because he wanted to take a good look at this man, looking at the other party's inconspicuous appearance, which could even be said to be no different from the bones of a dead person. Compared with the rumors he had heard, he was really disappointed. He said in the common language of mystery, "Human, I heard that there is a magician who specializes in hunting nightmares, but he has killed many of my acquaintances. When we meet today, I have to say that you don't seem to have that ability." Someone still understood these words, or he thought he understood them. He wanted to answer, but found that he could only make a roaring sound from his throat and could not say even half a sentence. The male succubus smiled contemptuously, flicked his hands from side to side, and his appearance began to change. At the same time, his original soft voice became hoarse and rough, and he said, "It seems that the influence here is getting more and more profound on you. It just seems that you are still resisting. Have you ever thought about falling directly and becoming one of us?" "Well, a magician who was originally a human being. Isn't that interesting?" As she spoke, the succubus began to change, becoming less of its original weak and gentle self. Rather, it looks like a werewolf that has failed to mutate. In some places, the muscle bundles or internal organs are turned out and exposed, and the hair on the body is bald in patches in the east and west. But the roused muscles made him look like an inverted triangle of meat, which was not only full of strength, but also contained unparalleled explosive power. "Human, maybe you can get used to a life where people come in and out now, and you will live a more comfortable life in the future." As he spoke, the werewolf-turned monarch appeared in front of someone in an instant with lightning speed. With one claw, he grabbed the face of the human in front of him and lifted it up. I don't know if it's the physical discomfort that makes me more uncomfortable, or it's the fact that the hand I haven't washed during masturbation scratches my face is more uncomfortable. Lin held the opponent's wrist with both hands and tried to struggle, but in vain. The wolf-turned Abyss Lord looked at the person in his hand with contempt. He smiled cruelly and increased the strength of his hands. For a demon at his level, every move and gesture creates magical effects, carrying poison or curse unique to the abyss. With this grab, they are eroding the human beings in front of him. Here, he played a little cautious. The palm of his hand just blocked the other person's mouth, preventing him from even begging for mercy. If he died because of this, he wouldn't be angry because of it. On the contrary, there should be a reward for solving that person's trouble. Just before the Lord of the Abyss was about to crush someone's head like a tomato, Lin resisted. Even if the current situation is not good, it is impossible to use magic accurately. But by chance, someone happened to have a magic that didn't require precision. The long-lost extra-dimensional exile technique is activated continuously. The first blow cut off half of the dog-like head. The stunned Lord of the Abyss widened his remaining eye and was at a loss. He didn't know who had done it, and he couldn't even figure out what was happening now. With the second blow, the dog's head disappeared, leaving only an empty neck with smelly blood splattering upwards. In the third, fourth, and even the fifth, sixth, and countless strikes, the Lord of the Abyss transformed into a melee form and disappeared piece by piece from the eyes of the demons, who were hiding and watching. In the end, only the claw that grabbed the human magician's head was left, and it was still up to his wrist on the other person's face. Is the Lord of the Abyss dead? This is what all the demons watching want to know most. Logically speaking, the king recognized by the Abyss is the same as the god. The kingdom of God is immortal, and the god is immortal. In the same way, the Abyss is immortal, and the devil is immortal. Some little devils with insufficient levels just enter a cycle of death and resurrection. The kings among demons are favored by the Abyss. They also enter the cycle. Although they will not be resurrected with full health, they will still retain more memories and abilities. The same as before death, except for the loss of favor. But this time it's different. Even the caster of the different dimensional exile spell doesn't know where the target will be teleported. In addition, the monarch was separated and transported piece by piece, which was equivalent to dismembering the body. If it is some special demon, even if it is dismembered, each piece of the body can be resurrected in different forms for the final gathering and resurrection. But of course this guy who was born as a succubus has no such ability. If he wants to be resurrected, someone must first help him collect his scattered bodies. But the premise is that you can find it. The werewolf-turned-abyss succubus lord probably didn't expect that the fatal mistake he made was to capture the magician. Now that he has lost control and normal judgment, Lin can't even think of casting any magic. If it doesn't hit you, you're lucky. But someone ran to catch him, which meant that the opponent's position was fixed. What better target than a fixed target? Therefore, this self-righteous Lord of the Abyss was in disgrace. And his tragic end brought an unexpected benefit, which was that it made other demons who were watching hesitate to move forward. For a moment, there was no Abyss Lord standing in front of a mere human magician. But in fact, being caught like that just now did more harm to Lin than others imagined. Various toxins enter this fragile human body through the wounds on the skin. The power of the curse also erodes someone's spirit and consciousness. The Abyss has gained more ways to invade someone, such as a body with a high fever and a heart beating violently, which all show that the process of demonization is being reflected in someone. But there is still room for redemption. Lin firmly believed that as long as she could go back alive and find the Lich, she would have a way to save herself. No matter what happened, according to her long-standing request, she had to change into a body that could match hers. Just for some unclear reason, Lin has always rejected such proposals. Is it because the hair and skin of the body are received from the parents? Or is it simply the fear of immortality? But no matter which one it is, when facing a sudden death crisis, someone just wants to use all means to continue living. So Lin, who vomited blood, wiped his mouth randomly and stood up again, staggering towards the direction of escape in memory. Chapter 835 Mutation. Having temporarily frightened the Lords of the Abyss, will this group of demons have nothing to do with a certain human magician? Of course it's impossible. This is the Abyss, the devil's base camp. The most indispensable thing is the cannon fodder that rushes forward with their heads buried under the orders of the superior demon, moving awkwardly in the forest. The last time I walked in this forest, I was with the magic cat Hardy, following the footsteps of another female cat. At that time, I was confident. My physical and mental state was normal, and I ignored the demons that occasionally blocked my way. With a flick of the hand and a wave of sleeves, the attackers were either dead or maimed, without exception. But now, in my blurry vision, It seems that there are enemies hidden under every shadow in the forest. Slowing down his heavy pace, Lin leaned against a big tree, breathing heavily. In this moment of respite, an enemy actually emerged from the shadow of suspicion. 3 demon boys holding short spears made strange screams. Lin didn't have time to think carefully about whether the voice was in some kind of language, and just watched the 3 of them coming to kill him. Someone who has tried to cast a spell several times and failed no longer tries to recite the spell in a confused state of mind. Those magics compiled by the subdimensional tower that can be cast instantly are even more useless at this moment. The programming language based on the 8 powers. In this current situation, where the perception of its own powers is completely in a state of chaos. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work. Everything depends on luck. Previously, I was able to kill an Abyss Lord with the Extra Dimension Exile technique. But it had to be said that the other party was unlucky. Now to deal with these little devils who belong to the lowest level, Lin decided to use a more reliable method. He stood up and tried to stabilize his body's center of gravity. He touched his left shoulder with his right hand and pulled out the Hakakiri he carried with him. I had forgotten that I had this baby with me before. In fact, Lin couldn't hear the sound of Hagiri at all now. He didn't think this chatty weapon knew how to be quiet, even for just a moment. Then the problem will only happen to you. I tried the blade of the blue wave knife with my thumb. It was blunt as usual and had no sharpness at all. This shows that the box cutter is still functioning normally and did not cut off my thumb. With a backhand squeeze, as if to vent his grievances, and as if to forget the pain on his body, Lin ignored the need to hide his traces, let out the same loud roar, and charged forward like a berserker. A certain time traveler was not from a family of ancient martial arts, nor was he a black belt master in karate, taekwondo, or anything else. He was just an amateur at playing daggers. But who knows how to fight with gangsters? They rely on their ruthlessness. The more fierce he became, the more he seemed to be in line with the principles of the Abyss. And a burst of strength came out of his body. With a fierce pounce, he directly knocked down the first demon boy. The blue wave knife thrust in hard, then pulled it out. The demon boy's slender body, which was no different from that of a child, was immediately disemboweled and blood flowed from the internal organs to the floor. Then he stabbed the second demon boy with his backhand. This time it missed the vital point in the abdomen. But it was not a big problem for Hakakiri. Pulling upwards, the entire row of ribs was cut off, and the arm was severed at the shoulder level. The death shape was no better than the previous one. Such madness and cruelty actually frightened the third devil boy. The frightened little devil turned around and ran away. Lin didn't know where he got the strength from, and he jumped onto the demon boy from behind and threw him to the ground, holding down the head of the thin body. The blue wave knife penetrated directly from the back of the head and pulled down along the direction of the spine. It doesn't matter if it's accurate or not. It just pulls past the bones anyway. Then he inserted his hands back to back into the wound, and then opened it to the left and right. The devil boy's back blossomed, and his death was equally miserable. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Lin took out the organs like the heart from the demon boy's body. In the predicament of escaping, the tension, fatigue and injuries made someone unexpectedly thirsty, and he actually put the devil's heart to his mouth and sucked it. Finally, he even raised his head and opened his mouth, using his hands to squeeze the unknown organ that had just been taken out. Compared with the offending smell of blood, his body needed the precious water more. So Lin convinced himself to accept drinking raw blood. But in fact, there was no hesitation in the movements of his hands, and there was even a hint of desire. After wiping the demon blood stains on his face and the corners of his mouth, and throwing away the inexplicable organs that could no longer produce anything, Lin felt a sense of unfulfilled regret. Smell the demonic stench that is different from the smell of sulfur in the air. Following the source, Lin saw several more goathorn demons walking out of the forest with long axes in hand. Several middle-level demons with relatively low IQs. As soon as they saw the figure of the human magician, howled, called their companions, and rushed forward together. Lin, uncharacteristically, did not choose to turn around and run away, but rushed back, using Hakakiri as the breakthrough point. He was like a cannonball, crashing into the arms of the leading ramhorn demon, disemboweling the opponent, disemboweling him, and tearing out the demon's core. The tragic situation of their companions did not frighten the horned devil, but instead stimulated their fighting spirit. However, they did not continue charging recklessly, but took a few steps back, spread out into a half-moon shape, and then advanced again after forming an encirclement posture. It's a pity that they are not reckless, but But someone is. Lin didn't care at all what the enemy thought or planned. He just lowered his head and took out the demon heart of the dead ramhorn devil, chewing it happily. Just when other goathorn demons stepped into his attack range, they killed the first enemy, who entered with the speed of a rabbit. In fact, due to power disorder, Lin had not applied any auxiliary magic to himself since the beginning of the war. But now I feel like I have an endless stream of power pouring out of my body. This body, which is at the level of an ordinary human, is improved to the point where it looks as if a magical power spell has been cast on it. The taste was so good, and the killing impulse in his heart became more and more obvious. And this impulse manifests itself in reality when someone ignores the possible harm he or she may suffer, and completely trades injuries for injuries, lives for lives, and fights with the devil. Be cruel. Although the Xuanwu blocked many fatal attacks for him and weakened the possible injuries, the real key to saving the life of Lin, a reckless man, was the Hakiri that transformed into the appearance of a blue wave sword. The sharp blade can not only cut flesh and bones, but even if it comes into head-to-head contact with the enemy's weapon, the Hakiri can still cut through it with one strike. Whether it's killing people or killing demons, it's all done with a single move. Precisely because the two pieces of offensive and defensive equipment are so sharp, coupled with the power gushing out of the body. Even if someone uses a desperate fighting style, there will not be many injuries on his body, let alone any serious ones. Injury, in comparison, once the goathorn demons come into contact with Hakiri, they will either die or be injured, and have no ability to resist. Just watch someone swoop left and right, and in a few or two strokes, he can deal with these vulnerable demons. He lay directly on the demon's remains, sucking the fresh demon blood flowing out of Bo. After draining the blood of the last demon, someone unconsciously looked up at the starless sky. Then he roared loudly. The roar echoed between the heaven and earth of the abyss, shocking the minds of all onlookers. Chapter 836. People who are just about to set off. The man who was originally hunted by the lords of the abyss seemed to have forgotten his original destination, and instead hunted the demons summoned by the lords and devoured their flesh and blood. Moreover, the power that was originally uncontrollable seems to have found a pattern. Someone gradually regains control and has the ability to cast spells, albeit with some simple magic. This kind of action gave the princes even less reason to intervene, because the other party is obviously in a kind of madness, and is getting closer and closer to the road of depravity. The only thing they can do is to continue to offer sacrifices and add fuel to the flames. At the same time, the girls who got up early before dawn, after seeing the message from their teacher, prepared in a hurry. Anyway, this wasn't the first day that man behaved wantonly. As an apprentice, it was impossible to order him to do anything. The two girls prepared slowly, including removing the home's most important central control system from the coffin room and preparing to take it to the abyss. They also went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, since it's troublesome to carry things to the abyss. Everyone used to eat them first, but this time their teacher took the first step, so they had to prepare a lunch for that person. By the time breakfast was almost ready, it was time for their elder sister to get up. A self-disciplined lich does not need to be called by others, and certainly does not use alarm clocks and the like. She would wake up on her own as long as she expected to get up at the right time, every second. Then would take a moment to wash and tidy herself up. After all, my body now is a living body, not like a skeleton before. To be clean, soak directly in strong acid, go down and get up again, and all the dirt will be gone. Not now. From hair, nails, teeth, there is no part of the body that does not require careful care. Taking good care of yourself is a very pleasant thing. The most important thing is that the fun in this is something that I have never experienced in the past hundreds of years. So Finn enjoys this kind of time. After taking care of himself and having breakfast in the restaurant, the lich learned from the two girls that their irresponsible teacher had already taken the lead and ran into the abyss. When he heard the news, Finn just said, "Oh," and didn't say much. She was well aware of that man's strength, and she couldn't imagine that coward would put herself in crisis. So Finn was relieved to eat slowly and enjoy the breakfast carefully prepared by the two girls, since the servants of the Marquise came to this house. Because of the large number of people, the 3 meals were no longer served by 2 girls. Another reason is that noble people don't trust eating things that have been handled by outsiders. Although it seems that the Marquise herself doesn't care, the people around her do. And men who don't pay attention to food most of the time just let it go. Because of this, everyone lost a lot of food. The aristocratic dishes that those people boasted about were probably better than pig food. and they were still suitable for human consumption. But compared to two girls whose skills have been honed, it is a world of difference. Until recently, because I had to prepare to go to the abyss in the middle of the night. It was too early. The Marquise is not on the travel list. And of course she won't get up early. The group of servants who thought they were loyal did not insist on handling the food themselves, which liberated the kitchen. After the two girls returned to the kitchen, even the simplest breakfast was quite delicious. Of course Finn spent a little more time savoring this long-lost delicacy. As for Yuan Suzu Sherdong, who is still not used to the need for food in his body, everything he eats is like eating pig food. Seeing him swallowing the food without tasting it, Finn just felt like it was a waste of natural resources. After finishing the meal, then Shiran went to the Flash Hall. This is a fixed flash teleportation magic circle with the same specifications as in the World Tree Realm. The various materials used to build this magic circle were provided by the Wood Elf tribe and the Elf Kingdom. The purpose was of course to facilitate their people's travel between the holy city of Estali and their respective tribes and kingdoms. For the two people who are already familiar with the flash technique, there is actually no difference between using this magic circle as the starting point or destination. Just a sense of ceremony. It is better to start from the teleportation magic circle and arrive at the teleportation magic circle than to arrive inexplicably or leave inexplicably. Of course, the one who set off was Finn, the only lich present who could use flash. Two young girls, mainly doing hard labor, and Yuan Suzhou, the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, Sherdong, are responsible for moving things including the coffin, and they are just a hard-working porter. A group of people came to the teleportation magic circle in the Flash Hall. Finn only glanced at it, and without further confirmation, he activated the flash technique and led everyone to the abyss. It should be a very ordinary daily routine. The next tasks are the same as the previous few days, which are various observations and records. I also organize the recorded contents when I have time, so that I can have less work after returning home and have more time for myself. But as soon as I arrived today, I taught everyone a lesson. The ground beneath their feet lost support, and everyone fell directly into free fall. Fortunately, none of these people are novices in adventure, especially the two girls, under the special guidance of their teacher, who never said it was a trick or a prank. They have quite a lot of experience in dealing with emergencies. Realizing that there was nothing under their feet and they were falling, the two of them directly used the feather falling technique and landed lightly on the ruins. Finn and Stone, on the other hand, fell directly to the ground without any magic blessing. With just one bend of the knees, he stood firmly on his feet. The four people who arrived stared at the surrounding ruins in stunned silence. Halumi was the most direct. When she came to Finn's side, she asked, "Sister, are you sure we are in the right place? As long as it's a place I've been to once, I can't make a mistake." Although this is not a characteristic of the flash technique, with Finn's memory, he can't make a mistake in this kind of thing. "So what happened here? What happened to the castle? And where is the teacher?" Halumi asked the question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. Everyone carefully observed that the castle in the abyss was no longer the same as it was yesterday. Most of the main castle collapsed, leaving only a small portion of the building remains. Of course, the rooftops originally used for stargazing are all gone. The same goes for the walls of the castle. As the main castle collapsed, all the walls in that direction disappeared, and even part of the enclave on the edge of the cliff collapsed. The remaining castle is also crumbling. If someone were there, he would comment like this: "Don't repair it. It will be faster to build a new one." It's a pity that that person is not here, and no one can understand the ridicule in this sentence. So it's more important to find that man back. Otherwise it will be too lonely. Right? Maybe Finn's grasp of the environment is not as good as someone's perversion. But for a lich who was once a demon king, it was also down to the smallest detail. It is not difficult to find the strongest demon here, the local demon Lord Sabin, in these ruins. In just a few clicks, Finn located the demon under some rubble. What kind of effect will it have if the second level apprentice level magic whirlwind is cast by a lich? I saw Finn's green jade hand waving lightly, and an unstoppable strong wind immediately blew the rubble and sand on the ground into the sky. Even the remaining parts of the castle and the city walls were blown down. Even so, the demon Sabin was not rescued yet, because the next work was quite simple. Finn did not continue to intervene and just ordered Stone to dig somewhere. With the help of the strange force that originally stitched the corpse together, Finn saw Sabine's exposed arm at a glance. After the flash, Finn lifted the arm and rescued the unconscious demon Sabine. when the opponent is still awake. According to the magic awakening technique of the Fan school, a series of slaps without consuming power can directly wake up the demon Sabin. Because if he didn't wake up, he would probably be beaten to death directly. Bah! Bah! As soon as he opened his eyes, Sabin felt discomfort all over his body, and his mouth was full of ash. He looked at the lich who rescued him, and was speechless for a while. It means that the lich didn't wait long. Impatient, she asked an abyssal, "Devil, what happened here? Also, what about humans?" Finally regaining some energy, Sabin said with lingering fear, "I don't know what he did. I only know that he provoked a lot of people who shouldn't be provoked." Then, they were surrounded and suppressed. Encirclement and suppression? Who? Then asked succinctly but sharply. The Great Lord. The countless lords of the abyss. With that amount, anyone who notices it will feel despair. Even the magician was no exception. Sabin shivered slightly when she thought of the past, considering that if he continued to press, he probably wouldn't get the answer he wanted to hear. So Fan gave up and continued to ask the demon, who was obviously scared. Anyway, several things have been confirmed. First of all, the man should still be alive. Second, the opponents are the lords of the abyss. They are like the gods of the lost land. Since the man is still there and not buried in this large piece of rubble, let's find him quickly. Having made up her mind, the action-minded Halloumi was about to run out, then grabbed the other person's back and said, "Don't be anxious. Your teacher has a saying, deal with urgent matters later. The more urgent the situation, the more you need to face it calmly. If you are in a hurry, you will not be able to do anything smoothly. But sister, if we leave early, can't we catch the person earlier?" asked the anxious Halloumi. "That's true. But do you think our current situation is suitable for fighting?" Fan asked. Only then did Halloumi remember that the items and equipment they carried were not all equipment suitable for adventure or combat. She asked anxiously, "Then what are we going to do?" "Let's go back first. Bring all the things you need for fighting. Next, it won't be a leisurely leisure time," Fan said. The group of 4 people immediately flashed back to their homes in the holy city, put down their temporary luggage, and after some preparation, returned to the abyss. The clothes are still the same. Because these sets of robes made of magic silk are the top equipment in the land, it is difficult to find better ones. As for other weapons for close combat and long-distance combat, of course, bring them all. Most people will focus on Halloumi at this time, because several of the weapons she uses are all made of world tree. But people who understand will focus on Kaya. To be more precise, it was the weapon that was taller than the girl. The heavy sniper rifle, I Have No Life, appeared for the first time outside the holy city of Starry. Chapter 837 Tracking. The group of people who returned to the abyss stood there, because Fan had blown away most of the rubble of the collapsed castle, under the leadership of the demon lord Sabin. The demons with greater vitality and strength crawled out of the sand one after another and tried to rescue other companions. It's not that they have any compassion at all. It's just that the demons also understand the importance of staying together. If they were in front of the hostile lord of the abyss, they would definitely run as far as they could. And now helping one more demon is not only a favor, but also to enhance the power of one's own forces. Otherwise, the power hidden in his bloodline would make him answer the call of the Great Lord and then die in vain. How could a fellow devil not know how the devil played? The summons of the great kings never brings good things. However, looking at this scene, Fan and the others could not feel any sense of relief, because they did not know where to start tracking the man's whereabouts. At this time, the girl with black hair and brown skin felt a commotion in her chest. The gray cat Hardy poked his head out of his clothes. It looked around and said in surprise, "It's really just like what you said. This place has been almost demolished." Jumping from the girl's arms to the ground, Hardy shook his body, licked his front paws, and combed the messy hair on his face. It was not comfortable at all to stay in these human robes. But if you want to follow their flash movement, you have to do this. Hardy had seen how ordinary things in the hands of that human male decayed due to continuous flashes. Cats live long, and they don't want to die young. Not only did Hardy get woken up in his sleep after hearing the news of the man's disappearance, but without waiting for his opinion, he was also taken to the abyss by 3 anxious females. This journey was not a pleasant one, so when it landed, it didn't look anxious at all. After arranging himself, Hardy swept a relatively flat stone on the ruins with his tail, sat on it, and asked, "So, what are you bringing me here for? Didn't I tell you already? Lin is missing, and it's up to you to find him," Halloumi said. Hardy meowed dissatisfiedly before saying, "Do you need to worry about the human being? The reason why he didn't come back may be that he just wanted to go shopping and didn't tell you." Then said seriously, "This doesn't look like that person's style. If he really encountered that kind of crisis, how could he not just escape home? But he didn't do that. Nor did he notify anyone. The only possibility is that something unexpected happened, causing him to be unable to use foreign-like functions." Although Hardy's reaction was not like those with quick thinking. At least, he was not an idiot. It also nodded in approval of Finn's explanation. Said, "Then what do you want me to do here? I can't follow the trail by smelling like a dog." "Don't worry. I didn't ask you to do such a thing." According to his thinking, if he can't leave with the flash technique at the first time, he will still choose an escape route and escape back to the lost land. So what I want to know is, how did you come from the Abyss Passage in the first place? And which way will you choose to leave?" Finn explained. "This is what happened." After understanding the whole story, Hardy jumped off the stone. After walking a few steps, he noticed that no one else was moving. So he stopped and looked back and said, "If you're not looking for anyone, then come with me." Oh! Realizing that the demon cat was going to lead the way, the others quickly followed. Considering that there were 2 magic apprentices present, Hardy did not use his full strength. Otherwise, when we first met and tested the magician's strength, I wouldn't have been so slow. But what I didn't expect was that Halloumi and Kaya were senior magic apprentices. Maybe I didn't learn my job thoroughly, but my running skills were developed early. According to someone's logic, you have to win by running even if you can't win. So under the urging of several female humans, Hardy quickened his pace and walked backwards along the path he and the magician had taken. This walk back in reverse made the pursuer understand from the very beginning that he was not looking in the wrong direction. Because every once in a while, there will be traces of battle. The location of the first suspected battle scene caused the most serious damage to the surrounding environment. You can imagine the intensity of this battle. Everyone carefully searched for clues left here. But except for traces of damage, the rest was clean and nothing was left. Of course, this is what ordinary people see. In the eyes of Finn, a lich, she at least saw a resentful remnant soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Or a strong idea left here. The Maharaja was in disbelief at his own failure. So he kept mumbling. In the spirit of someone's waste utilization and resource recycling, Finn naturally accepted this soul or idea body with a smile. Anyway, if you leave it here for a while, it will either naturally disintegrate and disappear, or it will be taken away by other demons with similar abilities to manipulate souls. Another reason for accepting this soul or mind body is to see if we can learn about the magician from it. It's a pity that Finn has nothing to gain except a lot of resentment. The group had no choice but to continue tracking. The next battle scene was not as intense as the first one. Although the fights are much smaller in scale, the level of bloodshed is the opposite. The corpses left behind that had not been cleaned up by wild monsters and other demons show their cruel methods. At the beginning, it could be seen that the body was torn apart with sharp daggers. Later, it was simply torn with hands, regardless of the weapon or not. Even on the way, the direction of these battle traces turned a corner and began to move away from the road to the Abyss Passage. The spacing between battle marks is getting shorter and shorter. Such a change proved the fact that the man was still alive. But it seems that things are still evolving in a not-so-good direction. Especially in Hardy's knowledge. It has never walked such a path without any demonic obstruction. I still remember that last time. I relied on the male human's magic to avoid the demons I might encounter one by one. But this time, there was no male to lead the way. No magic to lead them in twists and turns. In this way, the possibility of still not encountering a demon is extremely slim. With this level of understanding, Finn and others accelerated their steps a little faster. I hope to find that man before things become irreversible. And somewhere in the abyss, someone was chasing the demon with red eyes, completely unaware of the changes that had taken place in his body, including the increase in muscle strength. The body has grown a little taller for a long time. The nails have turned into sharp claws. And even the appearance has changed again. A layer of extremely fine red hair appeared on the surface of the skin, and the hairless part was constantly dry and cracked, thickening the stratum corneum on the skin. It can be said that Lin is indeed heading towards demonization, which is what ordinary people call degeneration. And seeing this kind of degenerate way, in the eyes of the Abyss Lords who were watching, they only had full contempt. After the fall, he maintained his own consciousness and turned the gifts of the Abyss into the power to go further. Such a devil deserves their respect. But the path of depravity of the person in front of him seems to have eroded his consciousness and turned into a pure monster, becoming the object of manipulation by the abyss. If you can't even protect yourself, how can you be respected by others? Chapter 838, Mutation in Subdimensional Tower. Seeing the human magician biting and fighting like a wild beast, the princes all sneered. But somewhere they can't see, there is still a war for dominance going on. The subdimensional tower in the dimensional gap is boiling. Maybe this description will make people feel strange. And it will also make people wonder how a solid can boil. But in fact, there are no words that can describe the scene in front of me more intuitively. The bricks and stones used to build the tower were supposed to be solid, but now they seem to be boiling. The bricks were bubbling, and the surface was beating. It would be fine if it was just one or two pieces, but the whole tower looked like this, which made the incarnation of Fei Zhai, who was in it, and was influenced by the culture of his hometown. Think of a term scorching H.L. The person standing next to Fat Mansion's incarnation is the original version that appears in his own magic tower as a conscious body. Opposite him is Lupita, the silver-bearded dwarf guardian who has been hiding for a while and whose consciousness is imprisoned in the dream tower. What was originally able to limit this mineral life, which originated from the purple-level magic stone and was later inspired by the silver-bearded dwarves, has wisdom that is not inferior to that of Homo sapiens. It is the unreasonable law of the dream world, and what is different from the lost land, the magic tower of knowledge system. But while the latter can be familiar, the former ceases to exist after leaving the dream realm. So Lupita has been waiting for an opportunity for revenge. There is no doubt that the abyss invasion is a good opportunity to attack. So she, who was once the guardian of the dwarves, woke up from silence. With her familiarity with this magic tower and her mastery of programming language and circuit-shaped magic arrays, she could easily open a hole and let the breath of the abyss invade. Compared with the infection attribute of the breath of the abyss, the power virus that someone obtained after hard work is like the underground and the sky. After all, I am not an information major. Anyway, the opening opened by Lupita almost caused the entire subdimensional tower to fall in an instant. The only piece of pure land left is the high-seat meeting space of the Ikaruga Alliance on the opposite side. It is under the jurisdiction of World Tree, and the connection between the two is easily isolated. Coupled with the presence of Vera, the World Tree that almost turned into an abyss, they would at least have a clear target in resisting the invasion of this aura, and would not be at a loss. Therefore, the invasion of the abyss, in the eyes of the outside world, has caused someone to lose control. In fact, it was because Lin temporarily gave up control of his body and allowed his instincts to act, intending to use all his strength to deal with the problem of the subdimensional tower. Speaking of which, although the body is the foundation, the subdimensional tower is the foundation of everything for someone. If this tower is destroyed, it is not an exaggeration to say that it will be back to before liberation. Or even worse, the two of them were just side by side, looking at the former dwarf guardian in front of them with the mood of watching a monkey show. In the form of a maid, the incarnation of the fat house did not hide his gaze from up and down. Naked, as if he wanted to see through people. This kind of sight naturally made Lupita angry. She put her hands on her waist, spread her legs, showed a condescending attitude, and said arrogantly, "The power of the abyss has completely filled this magic tower. Do you think you can still save it all? Do you feel a trace of regret? Keep me here, and all kinds of disrespect. I have always thought that this girl is very cute, because she is interesting. She wants to exterminate her entire race. Don't you think she is a model of a tsundere young lady with such willfulness? The original one, Fei Zhai's incarnation, so appreciated." However, someone just replied, "Go to H.L. with Lin Ningmei. I am from Hayes Misa's sect. All arrogance should go away." As he said that, the two of them started to quarrel over the issue of stance and support. Looking at the two people in front of me, they were arguing with each other carelessly. Lupita, who had been ignored all this time, became even more angry and said, "You are about to die, and you don't know it. Are you able to compete with the power of the abyss? There is no time to argue here. It's inexplicable. Except for yourselves. Besides, it's something that no one understands. Why don't you use this limited time to struggle? Then let me see how beautiful your dying expressions are. And then welcome the last moment. The original version. This girl thinks we can't handle it." The avatar of Fat Mansion said to himself, standing aside. "Actually, I also want to know. How can we solve such a bad situation this time?" Someone in Tangle asked. The incarnation of Fat Man opened his hands and raised his head to the sky, saying, Don't you know how to solve this kind of thing? Why are you still unwilling to admit it when it comes to the end? What is the classic proverb? Life is like rape. If you can't resist, just enjoy it. But you still have the right to choose how to enjoy it. What is the choice? This is the only way. Someone muttered, listening to the confident conversation between the two. Lupita wanted to think that the other party was bluffing, but being imprisoned in this magic tower for such a long time, dealing with these people is not a day or two. She understands that what these people dare to say, no matter how outrageous it sounds, is 9 times out of 10 true or achievable. So her original proud mood became less beautiful. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What other methods do you have? How can you solve the situation in front of you? Isn't this obvious?" Fatty's incarnation laughed heartily, and the fat all over his body shook a few times. Taking a deep breath, the boiling masonry of the entire magic tower emitted turbid, yellowish gas, all of which was inhaled by the fat man. This made his whole body suddenly more than double in size, like blowing up a balloon. His skin turned red, his face became ferocious, his head grew horns, and all the fat on his body turned into bulging muscles. This is to directly accept the gift of the abyss and transform into a demon. However, this situation has not been able to restore the subdimensional tower to its original state. Instead, a closer connection is formed between the incarnation of the tower and the fat house. In other words, this is not just the incarnation of the fat house that has fallen, but the magic tower has also been transformed into the abyss. The sight in front of her made Lupita feel stunned at first, and then she expressed ecstasy and disdain, saying, "So this is the method you mentioned, to degenerate into a devil. It really makes me think highly of you. Since they are the same person, there is no reason why Fei Zhai's incarnation cannot do what Lin knows." So he used the flash technique again and appeared in front of the original dwarf guardian in an instant. Then without mercy, he punched the opponent and knocked him away. The demon fat man looked at the back of his fist and said, "So this is the power of the devil." The part that made Fat Man thoughtful was not the innate power he possessed in his demonic form. But Lupita was originally a mineral being. But her original purple-level magic stone was left in the Iron City of the Silverbeard Dwarves. She in the tower is actually a consciousness that relies on the magic tower to appear. Simply put, she is disembodied. In the past, in the dream realm, because of the unreasonable rules of that world, the two incarnations of Fat House and Zhong Er could materialize the original dwarf guardian who had no body. It's like learning the transformation movements of a magical girl, wearing a maid costume, and saying all kinds of annoying things. It is these experiences that make Lupita think about revenge all the time. Chapter 839 Solution. When the magic tower broke away from the dream world and no longer had the rules to manifest something according to imagination, Lupita finally got rid of her tragic and involuntary fate. She became able to hide in the procedural world built by the magic tower, and also took advantage of this opportunity to familiarize herself with the operating rules of this tower, and attempted to take control. Just like when she was a guardian, she controlled the lifeblood of the silver-bearded dwarves. It's a pity that someone's subdimensional tower is completely different from the system built by the Silverbeard dwarf, and Lupita's knowledge is not enough for her to decipher and control the subdimensional tower. Maybe if she was given another 1,000 years, it would be possible. But in just a few short years, her greatest achievement was just to open a breach, allowing the abyss to invade. But such a result failed to achieve the ending she had hoped for, and the abominable magician in front of her fell without hesitation. Moreover, he can also use the power of the devil to attack himself, who has returned to a pure consciousness. How long have I not experienced such pain and humiliation? Falling to the ground, Lupita wiped her face and stood up reluctantly. In front of her, 2 men, one tall and one relatively short, were talking to themselves, not paying attention to her, just like they always did. In the past, when I was in the territory of the Silverbeard dwarves, I was a highly respected guardian. When did I become a dispensable existence? So she hates it. During the conversation between the two cells, the original one asked the devil version of Fei Zhai, "Where is the progress of the analysis? It's all based on the arrangement and combination of 8 kinds of powers. How can there be any difficulty? Besides, the other party was kind enough to send his original power to us. Wouldn't it be too rude not to look at him carefully inside and out? After all, it is from the abyss, so it will be a little different from the power we are familiar with. Otherwise, we wouldn't be like this." Lin expressed his thoughts. Devil Fatty said nonchalantly, "Power is power. Wherever there is a difference between the abyss and mysterious land, It is at most a conflict between the core operating methods of the two places. Today's situation is that Windows is what I use, macOS is also what I use. Yes. Both parties want to monopolize my usage habits. So abandon them and switch to Linux. It was also him. How could Lin not know what the demon version of himself was thinking? Just like a normal person who would look forward and backward before making a decision. He asked without confidence. Can this work? Nothing will work or not. Although we started with the 8 powers of the Lost Land, the way we actually use them is neither the Lost Land style nor the Abyss style. We have all found our own way. So whatever additional condiments are added to this big pot of porridge is our business. There is no need to worry about anything. As he spoke, Demon Fat used his huge body to spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Or are you worried that this appearance will be our end? You also know that this is impossible. Although I think this body is not bad. Maybe he and I appeared just for moments like this. Not sure. You don't think so. What Demon Fat was talking about was that the second incarnation of Chu, who was fused with the divine personality, was killed by himself at the moment of final achievement. Since then, the second incarnation has not appeared again. However, the subsequent impact on myself is the same old problem again. Did he lose something forever or get something back? So do you have to do the same thing again? Ha ha. What are you worrying about? It's the original version. We have never existed in the world. So how can we really die? Me and Chuji have always been just your imagination. It's just because you are in the magic side of the world. So what happened? What an unreasonable thing. This is not normal. Maybe when you wake up, you will find that life here is just a dream. You're not really comforting me. Lin complained. You are not a child anymore. You need someone to show off. Demon Fat imitated the orangutan and beat his thickened and stronger chest several times. Such an action would of course earn someone a disgusted look. Devil Fat didn't take it seriously and said, instead of being sad about meaningless things, it is better to think about how to get the maximum benefit from this opportunity. The last opportunity was too hasty, and there was not much time to plan properly. After that experience, if I don't take advantage of him this time, will you feel sorry for me? You don't mean that you don't exist. So how can you be right or sorry? The devil laughed and patted his belly as before. Trying to get over this matter, Lin didn't intend to be too sentimental about this, but asked, where do you want to start? It's like playing a riddle. Because I don't understand. The devil replied, don't you think that although we have made some progress since the last time we moved the magic tower to the dimensional gap, we still have shortcomings? This time, maybe it is an opportunity to complete this shortcoming. Then how do you plan to solve the part that is the focus of the abyss? Even if you leave this kind of thing alone, it will be fine on its own. After the Demon Fat finished speaking, he added, oh, you haven't become a demon, so you can't see the essence of this matter. To put it simply, we are now just like bad bacteria that invade the human body. They are hunted by white blood cells and antibodies. As long as we can fool the body into thinking that we are also a part of the body, those hunting behaviors will stop. As for which part we are, it doesn't matter what it looks like. The mechanism is like this. It's really unbelievable. Lin sighed. In fact, you don't need to think about the whole thing too conspiratorially, or think about the abyss too anthropomorphically. Any living thing, as well as the natural environment, will have this kind of exclusive mechanism. In other words, as long as the originally balanced system is when a change occurs, the body or environment will change the original balance and form a new balance in order to adapt to the change. This process is not necessarily a peaceful transformation. In other words, you can turn yourself into a member of the devil, or you can deceive yourself by pretending to accept the abyss and retain only part of your characteristics. Either way, it can completely solve the problems we encounter here. If it's that simple, wouldn't it be in vain for you to become like that? Can you change back? Lin tried to understand. You're overthinking. The original version. Besides, I haven't become a part of the abyss, so how could I understand what's going on inside? This is not meaningless. What's more, you've also seen the previous situation, and no one stepped forward to control it. If you don't, this tower will be boiled. As the saying goes, if you don't fall into the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cub. If I didn't become like this, you should change. And even we would have to change. There is no chance of changing back. So there is no need to say some unnecessary imagination. Chapter 840, The Forbidden Body of Gods and Demons. But before that, Devil Fat's words suddenly took a turn. The two of them looked thoughtfully at the former silver-bearded dwarf guardian, who had a resentful look on his face and glared angrily at his own people. Of course Lupita would feel the gaze that couldn't be called passionate. But she was fearless and still said arrogantly, "What are you looking at? Don't think that if you can hit me, I will be afraid. The humiliation I suffered before can't make me surrender. So this little harm is nothing." Devil Fat crossed over from the original version of himself. And while clenching his big fists, he said, "Actually, I have tolerated you for a long time. Those little tricks you did, to be honest, have exceeded our limit. In addition, today you heard our plan. Then should we kill people and silence them? Kill people and silence them? Or kill people and silence them? Humph. Can you do it? I am immortal. No one can kill me," Lupita said proudly. 50 years of life are like a dream and an illusion. How can those who lived once be immortal? Gods can kill. But you will be immortal. I don't believe it. Demon Fat flashed again, appearing on the road in front of Bitta. And he grabbed the hands of the former dwarf guardian, lifted them up, and said, "But to be honest, I hope you are really immortal. That would be much easier." Lupita stopped mid-struggle, looked at the demon in front of her with confusion, and asked uneasily, What are you going to do?" "Ah!" A sudden high-octave scream echoed in the second place. The interior of the tower. "What did you do? What did you do to me? A tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye. Whatever you do to me, I will just do the same thing to you. Otherwise, I will be the only one who becomes a demon. Which would be quite lonely. But only if you can survive it. Only if you can survive. So the big talk about immortality just now must not be nonsense," Demon Fat explained while enjoying the screams. Lupita's image also began to change under the invasion of the abyss. The original young girl began to grow in size, and became similar to an average adult human woman, instead of the dwarf woman in the past. Not only is it convex and curled when it should be, but the hair is also dyed the fiery red of the abyss magma. In addition, the devil's horns and sharp claws are also indispensable. All transformations are accompanied by pain and screams. Compared with physical torture, this kind of torture at the soul level is unbearable, because the invasion of the abyss is a fundamental transformation from the bottom of the soul, which is irreversible and irreversible. If the process was gentler, maybe the pain wouldn't be as intense. But how could Devil Fat be so gentle? Of course, he was violent. But pain is not the end of Lupita. Her changes showed no tendency to slow down. Her body continued to expand, and inexplicable sarcomas began to proliferate. After a while, Lupita's whole body swelled to the point of being out of shape, like a mountain of flesh. The short limbs and head are almost submerged in the body. Although she is a conscious body and not a real body, it stands to reason that her ability to speak has not been lost due to the swelling of her vocal cords and mouth. But Lupita's voice was no longer what it used to be. Instead, it was slow and vague, and it was impossible to hear what she wanted to express. When her abnormal growth reached a certain level, her body began to collapse and turned into pus, which flowed all over the floor. But in Lin's eyes, it was all the power of Lupita's whole body that was concentrated towards one point and kept condensing. Finally, in the dirty and smelly flesh and pus water, there lay quietly a hexagonal cylindrical magic stone that was flowing with colorful brilliance. This kind of magic stone is unheard of and unseen. But the two of them, who were watching the whole process, did not pay attention to the strange magic stone. Instead, they said in unison, "It is indeed so. Yes, it is indeed so." Demon Fat picked up the strange magic stone. He shook it hard to get rid of the things and liquids on it, and then threw it to the original version of himself. At the same time, he said, "The conscious body without a physical body cannot carry the power of the abyss. In the end, it will only lead to self-destruction. However, the conscious body will be condensed into an entity, which surprises me. As for what this thing is, it depends on you found out." After listening to the words of the devil, the original one suddenly remembered his two incarnations, which should also be in the form of consciousness, and said, "Then you." Devil Fat raised his right hand and turned it over several times in front of the original version of himself. Lin hadn't noticed it at first, but now he could clearly see that there was a layer of flesh floating outwards on the huge, claw-like right hand. "Although I tied my life to the magic tower and tried to pass on this harm, it seems to be unsuccessful now. So, don't worry about whether to send me on my way. My time is already counting down. No matter do you want to do it? The final moment is closer than I thought." Listening to that free and easy laughter, The original version of myself cannot be equally free and easy. But the fat incarnation of the devil, who stopped laughing, suddenly said with a serious face, "Just like our previous guesses, the divine ones are practicing chi, and the demonic ones are training. The gods and demons in the Lost Land are not only different in camp and affiliation, but also there is a fundamental difference. The gods use their divine personality and kingdom to maintain their false form. The demons use their flamboyant personalities to highlight their seemingly complete self. But in fact, each has its flaws." Lin in the original version continued, "The so-called yin cannot grow alone, and the yang cannot grow. Take the advantages of both. Cut off the strengths and make up for the weaknesses, and become a god and demon." After pondering for a while, he added, "Well, will they allow this? Truth and justice only exist within the range of a canon. This truth has been true since ancient times. Whether or not this matter is tolerated is actually bigger than whose fist. And do you think there is still a time to worry about other people's thoughts? Taking a step back is death, and taking a step forward is death. The difference is that taking a step back is death, taking a step forward is possible death. So which way do you want to die? Don't always make it seem like there are options. In fact, the other options are just redundant nonsense." "Okay," the original self complained to himself. "Huh. It's not that we don't have much time. I have limited opportunities to help you. So I urge you to make a decision quickly. At the beginning, the 8 lords of power each rewarded us with a pure power, which allowed us to almost achieve godhood and ignite divine fire. You retreated at that time because we didn't have a belief that was strong enough to support godhead." Lin nodded. The main reason for giving up at that time was not fear, but the lack of a firm central idea. In this way, if you achieve the status of a god and are ranked at the bottom of the class, it is better not to do it. The later introduction of quantum theory fundamentally changed the magic tower. You and me. But this change is like a castle in the air. Like a sports car engine installed on a classic car that is about to fall apart. How can it be possible to show its strength? That time, while his strength increased, his body also weakened. Although World Tree Fastness gave a drop of essence that claimed to be able to revive the dead and turn flesh and bones into white bones. The reason why someone never used it was because he felt that the medicine was good. But it did not fit his symptoms. Using it recklessly may not be a good thing. Then, this time is the last piece of the puzzle. It depends on whether you dare to achieve this forbidden body of gods and demons. Chapter 841 Transformation. Although the two selves in the conversation are understatement. But it is not that easy to achieve what Fat Man's incarnation calls the body forbidden by gods and demons. The Lich compiled a perfect body from the DNA level, and then used its power to weave life into itself, becoming an innate magician or warrior. Abyssalization, demonization, and what Lin is about to do are more like acquired transformations. From the cellular level, the original matter that makes up the cells is replaced with life matter that contains power. This kind of renovation and change is intolerable to ordinary people. Therefore, after many people degenerate into demons, they tend to act crazy. This is not to say that there are no rational beings among demons, but that these fallen demons have gone crazy during the transformation process. Of course, Lin has a way to avoid such transformation defects, thanks to Lupita's sacrifice. Whether it was voluntary or involuntary, her state changes allowed Lin to fully observe the details of the entire transformation process. Once you have the details, you can of course come up with a targeted plan. Here we have to mention the reason why the pure consciousness disintegrates in the process of becoming abyssal. Cells invaded by the breath of the abyss will be reorganized into primitive and unspecialized cells similar to stem cells. In the human body, general stem cells will differentiate into the cell types required for the site through the microenvironmental factors present in them. Devil cells, which are more powerful than cancer cells, need a more powerful control center to prevent unnecessary abnormal differentiation and proliferation of cells. This part is the magic core that all devils have. Not only can the magic core effectively control the differentiation of cells, but it also gives the devil a powerful regeneration ability. It is also the reason why the devil is doomed once the magic core is destroyed. The death of the former Silverbeard dwarf guardian Lupita was due to the fact that when the object invaded by the abyss does not exist in an entity, the power of the abyss will find a way to create an entity for the target that can be transformed. The method is to continuously shrink and condense the target towards a certain point, and finally turn the ethereal spiritual body into a physical entity. That would be like throwing a person into a high-pressure, high-gravity environment and squeezing them constantly. No existence can survive this kind of torture, which is why there are many kinds of demons. But there are no ghost-type demons. As for beings with entities, the main source of pain during the transformation process is like a person who is thirsty and short of water. Take a water pipe to the faucet, stuff it directly into the person's mouth, and keep pouring water until he vomits. No matter how thirsty the person is at this time, he will feel painful and uncomfortable. In other words, as long as each cell is given precise power and induced to make appropriate changes, the demonic transformation can be completed without experiencing unbearable pain. And this job happens to be what someone's programming language is best at: precise control of large batches. Another point that needs attention is the subdimensional tower that was also invaded by the abyss. It has no pain, and because the smallest unit of the tower is every piece of stacked magic material. Therefore, in terms of preventing the tower from being filled with water and exploding, it is much easier to monitor than human cells. The only thing to worry about is that the nature of the array patterns on the magic tower has been changed due to the innate imbalance of power in the abyss. In reality, someone said that the existing instant magic in the magic tower sometimes works and does not work because of this. Observing the phenomenon again, we can find that this change has a cyclical nature, which inexplicably reminds someone of the famous electric current war on the Earth. The direct current and alternating current war between Edison and Tesla. After further inspection of the phenomena, we found that they are indeed 87% similar. In fact, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and each is used in different fields on Earth. No one form of current eliminates another when applied to the circuit pattern of the magic tower. Although there are many changes to be made, at least there is no need to tear down the entire tower and start over. This is good news. Now that the direction was confirmed, the two cells began the transformation work vigorously and resolutely in the subdimensional tower. Just like one person is responsible for it, Demon Fat modified the magic array pattern on the body of the subdimensional tower, while the original version dealt with the transformation process of the body in reality. Anyway, both matters are urgent, and they are more accustomed to division of labor and cooperation, rather than swarming their manpower on the same thing. In reality, in an unknown corner of the abyss, the war continues. The attacking demons are no longer like before, coming in twos and threes to kill them. They gathered in groups to advance and retreat in a well-organized manner, like an army in formation. But what they bumped into was a human magician who was falling into madness. It's like butter hitting a hot iron plate, melting as much as it goes up. Faced with so many demons swarming it, the mad magician is fearless. The sharp edge of the hakiri in his hand always brought up a pile of demon blood, either a broken arm or a head. If you swing your right hand out and don't have time to retract it and cut off a demon, then use the flash technique to make the box switch hands, and then swing out with your left hand. In this way, the bows are drawn left and right, one after another. Countless demons came one after another, causing limbs or corpses to pile up at the magician's feet. Lin stood there like a needle in the sea. No matter how much the waves of demons hit him, he remained motionless. When the piled corpses are submerged up to his calves, the demon climbing up the mountain of corpses and attacking is a head taller than his. At this time, he will use the flash technique to break free, stand on the highest point, and continue killing. The enemies not only come from the front, but also those who are smart enough to come around from the left, right, and behind, trying to gain victory. No one in madness knows how to retreat. No matter what kind of harm he suffered, Lin only knew how to fight back, even more cruelly. Such a battle made Lin's whole body bathed in the blood of demons, coupled with the abnormality and crazy expression on his body. The attacking demons couldn't tell who was the more evil and crazy one. There are already demons who want to retreat, but the control of bloodline power, as well as the summons and orders from the Lord of the Abyss, prevent them from taking a step back and can only move forward desperately. As the fighting became more and more crazy and the killing became more intense, it seemed that the human magician was able to generate his own power, and some minor injuries even healed automatically. Some of the Abyss Lords, who noticed this subtlety, couldn't hold it any longer. Just because they can tolerate other Abyss Lords being equal to themselves does not mean that they can tolerate the addition of other players in this small circle. Although they don't know what height the magician in front of them will eventually reach after his fall, they will always take action to kill this seed. The euphemistic name is to give trials, but in fact it is to eliminate players who have opportunities from their own small circle. Therefore, the Lord of the Abyss took action. Chapter 842 Curse of the Same Fate. A lizard-like demon that walks in the shadows. His appearance is no different from that of ordinary lizardmen, and he is not even outstanding in performance. and he does not wear any particularly powerful magic props or weapons. It was such a simple-looking demon that was squeezed in front of the human magician along with the advancing army. A man with red eyes would not care who or what is standing in front of him. Anyway, it's the same old thing. Throw out the box cutter. The enemy will not die, but will be disabled. But the moment Hagakure stabbed the opponent's body, the Xuanwu robe was also torn open in a similar position to the opponent's wound on his own body. And at the same time, a cloud of turbid blood with a strange purple-red color burst out. And the demonic appearance of the lizard man in front of him also burst and disappeared like a bubble. If an ordinary person was injured like this, he would probably hesitate in the next battle and not dare to hurt the enemy again. But the human magician in front of him was in a state of madness. He continued to output regardless, and the cursed shadow hidden in the demon group continued to cause fatal injuries to his body. The Xuanwu robe that had been protecting him was also riddled with holes by the box. Even the Xuanwu totem on his robe seemed to have dimmed a lot. Just when Hagakure was about to stab the next demon in the heart, the sharp weapon suddenly disappeared, leaving only the fist of the human magician, which punched the demon on the chest and knocked him away. The demon even turned into nothing on the way to fly away. For someone who has begun the process of demonization, even if it is only the physical power, it is not something that ordinary demons can resist, let alone the illusion used to deceive others. The only shortcoming is that he also flew out, heading in a different direction. But where others didn't notice, the crazy magician showed a sly smile. His bloodshot and red eyes also flashed with a clear aura, and then disappeared. Hagakure, who had disappeared, was now nailed to the demon hiding in the dark. If it were just the physical damage caused by the weapon, with the physique of the Lord of the Abyss, even if he was not good at melee combat, he would probably be able to continue fighting regardless of the weapon nailed to his body, because the blade length of the blue wave knife is too short, only slightly longer than a palm. But Hagakure is more than just a weapon. It has consciousness. And under someone's training, Hagakure can not only be regarded as a qualified magician, but even qualified to aspire for higher titles. Probably the only thing that can't be done is to accumulate power through meditation. How could such a weapon be inserted into the enemy's body obediently without making some small moves? And this is still a very powerful enemy. For Hagakure, there is no need to deliberately engrave curses or poisonous magic on oneself. It only uses one move: ultrasonic resonance. Only the appropriate frequency is needed to break objects that resonate with it. This ability is similar to the attack mode of the super vibrating blade. But now it is inserted into the enemy's body, and there is plenty of time and opportunity to find the frequency with the best destructive power. In less than the blink of an eye, Hagakure conducted tens of millions of experiments and observed the results. It can be said that it is adjusted from 1 Hz to 1 Hz to find the most suitable frequency to destroy the demon in front of you. The result was of course very gratifying. At least the melodious howl proved that his efforts were not in vain. Accompanied by the pitiful howls, the tyrannical aura of the Great Lord spread towards the surroundings. The sense of oppression from the upper demons makes the summoned demons tremble. At worst, their actions will be slowed down, and their thoughts will slow down. There was even that weak demon who sat down on the ground, speechless. But compared with these little devils, the Lord of the Abyss is not much better. After being attacked by ultrasonic resonance type, even the body of the Maharaja was still mostly disintegrated. He was able to pull it out just in time and throw Hagakure away from a distance. Otherwise, it is not impossible for the entire body to be disintegrated. The Lord of the Abyss was forced out of his hiding place, except for the parts destroyed by Hagakure. The black mist shrouded around him was dispersed, revealing the bloody parts. The rest of the figure is still hidden in the black mist, and its true appearance has never been revealed. With this exposure, the entire space seemed to be trapped in an ant nest of quicksand, and the movements of all living creatures seemed to be delayed or even frozen to the ground. Without thinking, the Maharaja scattered black fireballs in all directions. The wafting stench makes people do evil, but of course, it won't disgust anyone in the madness. Ignoring those fireballs that flew too slowly, Lin called Hagakure back into his hand again and walked towards the prince without saying a word, ignoring the changes in the surrounding environment as if they were nothing. The demon's injuries in front of him were healing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body became complete again. At the same time, the black mist filled the empty space again, shrouding the Maharaja again. Lin's wounds under his robe were in a similar condition. They healed, scabbed, and recovered as before, even stronger than before. "It seems that I should congratulate you for becoming one of us." "Human. No. It is no longer appropriate to continue to call you human. What should I call you now? Lord Abyss asked. But in fact, there is a trick on his part. Those who degenerate into demons will get their own name from the consciousness of the Abyss. This is the demon's true name. Therefore, the great king in front of him just wanted to blackmail people to see if he could get his real name out of the mouth of this demon recruit, so as to further control the other party. But what the Lord of the Abyss didn't expect was that even if his expression returned to calmness, and he didn't say a word, it didn't mean that the magician had returned to normal. He is half mutated, and his left and right faces are not coordinated at all. He has both demonic characteristics and human characteristics. The appearance is as weird as it is weird. He smiled with his mouth open, the mouth on the left cheek almost touching his ear. But the smile on the right cheek was shallow. The Lord of the Abyss was not stupid, waiting for the reaction of the human magician. He split into three at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, and the two clones fled in different directions, facing backward and left. But there was a clone with Ji Zhang's hands, rushing towards Lin Chong, intending to hug him. The targeted magician showed no fear and directly confronted one of the avatars of the Lord of the Abyss. He broke up the foam-like phantom and chased one of them. Such an action not only frightened the prince, who was about to escape, but also shocked those around him who were watching in the dark. The Abyss Lord who sneaked into the human being was gifted with the so-called unsolvable curse of the same fate. Anyone who hurts him will be hurt in the same way. And this great king further transplanted this ability into the phantom body. In other words, he can suffer no harm from any damage. As long as the opponent attacks his phantom body, he will be attacked by the same fate curse. No one can figure it out yet. But the illusion was shattered. But the magician who hit the person was safe and sound. What does this mean? The demons did not have time to think carefully and prepared to turn in. The real body of the Abyss Lord, who had avoided the direct confrontation, had already been overtaken. He said in an arrogant tone, "Did you misunderstand something and think that I am not capable of confronting you head-on?" At the same time as he spoke, a thick red and black arm emerged from the black mist, holding a thick short knife like a crescent moon, and thrust it towards the front of the charging person. This attack was not just a weapon attack, but also a combined attack of countless secret spells and compressed powers. The Maharaja did not do this deliberately, but at their level, every move he made had the effect of wind, rain and thunder. Lin didn't stop, but pushed with his backhand, and the blue wave sword version of the Hakiri met the prince's short sword head-on. Seeing that the life of the weapon, which had reached the state of being unreasonable, broke through the countless secret spells and shields, and directly cut open the thick short knife. If the Maharaja hadn't stopped earlier, even his arms would have had to be divided into two parts, left and right. The Lord of the Abyss, who retreated anxiously, left the black mist covering his body in place this time, revealing his chameleon-shaped true body. Ilian arranged hundreds of layers of magic barriers of different properties in front of him, and combined with the black mist's ability to block the senses, he had to let this sorcerer make him so embarrassed that he became dizzy. It's just that someone in madness is reckless, and Hagiri's demon-breaking ability maintains its unreasonableness. No matter how many layers of shields you have in front of you, they will collapse upon contact. The combination of the two actually made the Lord of the Abyss, who was accustomed to fighting and experienced in combat, find it difficult and planned to retreat. He tore off one of his arms and threw it into the sky, turning it into a rain of blood and shadow. Several figures similar to his appearance were revealed in the rain of blood. The king once again used the cursed talent, and this time using his own flesh and blood. The power will be stronger, and he will also have preliminary wisdom. Several clones first slowed down and then rushed towards the rushing human magician, completely exchanging injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Along with this wave of offensive, there was also a layer of lighter black mist, which spread out and followed the three clones. Spreading forward, ordinary demons will be completely absorbed by this uncontrolled black mist. So this layer of black mist will kill you if you touch it. But no one is qualified to compete with the crazy people. Under the protection of the Xuanwu rope, the corrosion of the black mist was ignored by a certain magician. Lin made a few gestures with the box cutter in front of him. For a moment, the black mist was like glass, disintegrating piece by piece. The Lord of the Abyss, who was hiding behind the black mist and had already left for quite some distance, was revealed. The magic was broken again, and the Lord of the Abyss came forward to fight, looking at the humans in front of him in disbelief. This is not about taking that strange short knife and swiping it casually to eliminate the magic barrier and various magic effects. He doesn't think that the other party's original potential can support the current results. But why do we repeatedly produce such unbelievable results? In particular, the opponent should be assimilated by the abyss and reduced to a puppet. Having lost his autonomy and reason, he will only act according to instinct. But the instinct of the magician in front of him is too scary. Treat breaking magic as commonplace. However, even if a sober magician does it personally, and no one stops him, it may not be done well. Then a question inevitably appeared in the mind of the great king. That is this human magician really crazy? Or is it all just a ploy to fool people? Chapter 843 Transformation Plan. What is the current situation of the magician known as Gabrash Tripwood in Midland? In the words of a fairy type, what is more suitable for his current situation is enlightenment rather than madness. In the subdimensional tower, together with the incarnation of Fat Mansion, which has been transformed into a demon and has entered the countdown to death, the two of them devoted themselves to transformation affairs in different directions. They did not rely on the computing power of the world trees. On the one hand, they did not want to bring the influence of abyssalization to the 25 world trees. The world trees have the ability to resist the power of the abyss. But it does not mean that they can definitely analyze this power and guide its changes while resisting its invasion. Just like the online world on Earth, fighting against hackers also means that you are exposed to threats from the other party. This is a double-sided blade. Lin didn't think it was a good idea to ask the world trees to take the risk on their behalf. There is a thoughtfulness behind this, or an isolating thought that makes it difficult for someone to judge themselves. But such a decision also brought him a rare opportunity. Bringing quantum logic into the structure of the magic tower was what was accomplished with the assistance of Shakiri in the previous episode. Because of the help of Akiri, a master of materials, the degree of completion of the magic tower version of quantum computer completed by Lin was far higher than he imagined. But this faces a problem. The theory of hardware has improved, but the hardware itself cannot keep up. And neither can the software. This time the power of the abyss invaded. Lin decided not to resist and exclude it, but to guide it to change its fundamental structure, whether it was the subdimensional tower or himself. In order to do this, in addition to requiring a lot of calculations during the change process, considerable computing power is also required to support the process of maintaining such a shape in the future. In order to accomplish such a thing, and taking advantage of this opportunity, which was almost equivalent to tearing down everything he had built in the past, and starting over again, Lin devoted himself wholeheartedly to rebuilding himself. He is unable to take into account what is happening to him in reality. Although the transformation of the subdimensional tower is cumbersome, there is already a direction. It is nothing more than adding a rectifier structure to allow the changed alternating current form to change into a direct current form again, or to maintain the alternating current form in a specific part, and modify the underlying machine language to adapt it to quantum logic. The most important thing is of course to revise the algorithm in order to increase the overall computing power. As for the inherent magic engraved on the subdimensional tower itself, including flash, arcane eyes, etc., these are all trivial matters to someone. Because for these magics to work, the structure of their spell models is fixed, and there is little room for modification. But as long as the underlying instruction cycle is improved, it will be somewhat helpful for magic casting or other aspects. As for how to modify the human body, someone has no idea. You can only follow the changes that have occurred and find ways to control and guide them within the scope of your control without making them get out of control. To put it simply, take one step, count one step, and move forward cautiously. The impact of the invasion of the power of the abyss on the human body is to greatly strengthen and activate cells, increase various upper limits, and increase cell vitality. If there is no magic core to control it, it will be equivalent to the transformation of cancer cells throughout the body, and the only way out is self-destruction. But what is a magic core? What is the principle of this stuff? It sounds like something relative to the Godhead, but how it is generated and what its operating mechanism is. In the past, when the magic core could only be obtained by hunting demons or trading, we would not understand the mechanism involved. It wasn't until the demonic change happened to me that I could observe how the magic core was born. And then I finally understood what the magic core was. Simply put, it is like an instruction manual, a guide, and a design drawing that clearly points out what structure and functions should be performed on which parts. Just like the DNA sequence of the human body, the devil's DNA does not exist in the cell nucleus, but is concentrated in the so-called devil core. This also means that Lin Day can learn from Finn's method to design a perfect demon body, and he can have whatever talents he wants. It's still the kind of thing that can only be imagined, but nothing can't be done. However, this kind of thing only exists in delusion at this stage. Because every design change will affect what parts? What kind of calculations need to be done? For all of the above, it is not good to act rashly until a reason has been researched. Then dared to redesign his body from the DNA level only because he had accumulated enough samples and done sufficient research before he dared to take the step. If someone's understanding of the demon's body mechanism is still at the anatomical stage, it would be difficult for him to take such a big step into such uncertain matters. So the question is the magic core necessary? Now it seems that the devil's magic core is not only used as the control center of the body structure, the so-called advancement may also be based on the magic core, such as upgrading the entire life level into different demon species. Add some amazing abilities to make yourself stronger or harder to kill. And most importantly, as a weakness, if the main function of the magic core is to control the growth pattern of cells, they will not become harmful things that grow randomly like cancer cells. Lin's first thought was, is there any alternative to the magic core? Speaking back, at the cellular level, what changes have occurred in the demonized cells? Give cells different characteristics. Where does power come into play? In fact, this is a question you should ask yourself when you are lost, rather than wait until you are in the abyss and about to be turned into a demon before you think about this problem. Because in the lost land, power can also affect the human body, but it is not as strong as the abyss. The answer to this question is both very scientific and not so scientific. In short, when finding the answer, someone was speechless and wanted to dig up big names like Rutherford and Thomson from their graves and ask what was going on. The place where power is stored is in the electron cloud surrounding the atomic nucleus, directly replacing the position of the electron. When the power enters, the 8 powers will jump into the electron cloud according to a certain arrangement and replace the electrons. When the powers are used, the 8 powers will disappear from the electron cloud. But the atoms will not collapse as a result. Instead, electrons from nowhere will jump in and fill the vacancies. This process happens constantly. The 8 powers are not permanently fixed in the electron cloud, but constantly jump around, exchanging positions with electrons, and circulate in this way. When people meditate and strive to accumulate power, in a strict sense, they are not accumulating power in their own bodies. Rather, through some kind of transformation, the nucleus of an atom that makes up one's own body can capture the energy particles and briefly bind them in the electron cloud. The more such atoms there are, the greater the amount of power a person has. This discovery contains another message. That is, not all electron clouds of atoms can bind the 8 energy particles. There are also those that are extremely ordinary, like ordinary atoms from earth science knowledge, and have nothing to do with power. As for why some atoms can bind power and others can't, this is the part that some people think is not very scientific. Because I didn't find a reasonable explanation. It is also impossible to explain why these special atoms have higher activity compared with ordinary atoms that do not contain energy. The research on the reasons behind it is another complicated topic that has not yet been scheduled on anyone's schedule. However, this discovery also well explains why non-living substances can still contain power and become magic materials. After answering the questions of empowering atoms and cells, we need to consider how to control the empowered atoms or cells. The reason why I want to bypass the key point of the magic core is not only because I don't want to create a weakness for myself, but also the other reason is whether there is a Trojan horse or backdoor hidden in something built under the guidance of the abyss. As a time traveler who has lived in the 21st century on Earth, it is normal to have such doubts. Just like the tower of the great sage that he has handled. Of course, there are some secret tricks hidden in it that will be very convenient for him. Whether you use it or not is not a matter of importance. Anyway, it won't be an embarrassing thing if you prepare it but don't use it. But if the position is reversed, and you become the one who takes over, then what do you think, and why is something wrong? So someone would rather give up the path of condensing the demon core and find a different path. The most ideal method is to strengthen the existing DNA in cells, so that they can control new types of cells full of power. But I am not familiar with DNA. But when we were faced with a problem, it was probably too late to ask the Lich for advice. So this option was ruled out from the beginning. All Ling can think of is to use programming language for control. But how should the entire control mechanism be designed? Or is it like the magic core, with one control center that governs everything? Or is it decentralized control? At this time, a structure of unknown purpose in the cell entered someone's eyes. That's the mitochondria. As a special species that is independent of cells and ultimately symbiotic with cells, mitochondria basically play no role in the human body. This also means that no matter how messed up someone is, nothing will go wrong. So Lin began to try to transform his first cells. Don't think that there are about 40 to 60 trillion cells in the human body. How long does it take to change each one by one? In fact, the most difficult part of this project is the first one. Once the first one is completed and verified to be feasible, the rest is just a matter of copying and pasting. And the most important thing is, I don't know if someone noticed, or he didn't care about this part at all. The time he spent doing these tasks was not at all the normal time that passed by the outside world. There is not even a fixed conversion ratio between the two. In the microscopic quantum realm, time is meaningless. This understanding has even been extended by a certain group of physicists to the concept that time does not exist. So no matter how many things Lin immersed in this state and did, from the outside world, he might not even be able to snap a finger. But in reality, from the time cells start to transform themselves, these changes and processes still take time. Despite this, in the eyes of the demons watching, the fallen and crazy human magician was changing himself at an unimaginable speed. In addition to his frightening progress, the Lord of the Abyss, who was forced to fight him face to face, encountered crises one after another. It doesn't seem like a good thing to leave it alone or continue to watch. Therefore, there is a second king who is ready to take action. Chapter 844 Maze Technique. Some people like to announce their arrival with great fanfare, do something, and then leave with the same fanfare after receiving full gratitude or envy. But some people like to come quietly and leave quietly, and do not want to make any announcement about what they do, waiting for the moment when this surprise is revealed. He can get those expressions of astonishment or ecstasy. Demons are no different from humans in this regard. Even their personalities are more extreme than humans, and their actions will be more thorough. Just like the second Lord of the Abyss, who participated in the battle. His arrival was silent, and no demons noticed anything unusual. Along with the Lord of the Abyss came his strange innate ability, the labyrinth technique, which also enveloped this battlefield quietly. It can confuse a creature's senses, including the sixth sense, and create a temporary subdimensional space, trapping the target in it. The complexity of the maze will increase or decrease with the size of the space. This ability can be said to be one of the abilities that all Abyss Lords least want to face. Because as long as this demon exerts all his strength, even a demon of the same level can trap the opponent for eternity. The reason why he was released was probably because he couldn't trap too many powerful demons at the same time. So if you want to arrest new people, you have to release some old friends. It is said that there are still several Abyss Lords whose whereabouts are unknown and are trapped in his maze. Such a powerful demon stood in front of the great king, who was being hunted down by human magicians, and was in great embarrassment. In an instant, except for the two demons looking at each other, other demons, including the human magician, disappeared from the battlefield. In the eyes of onlookers, it's like the target is trapped in a maze, while other low-level demons are considered to be a disaster. But who cares? Only the caster understands that this is a magic that is rarely known to outsiders. The effect is very similar to the maze spell, but it traps a wide range of targets in a dream subplane that is almost the same as their original location, making the trapped people unaware that they have left their original location. Then spiritual magic is applied to it, leading out the violent factors of all the trapped people, allowing them to fight each other to death. And because it is in the dream space, there will be no real death. They will be resurrected again and again, and then continue to fight with all the trapped people, wearing down their spiritual will, and finally pocketing the weak souls. So far, no one has been able to escape his magic, and there will be one more soul in his collection. The Lord of the Abyss, who has the head of a cow and a human body, can't help but let the Lord of the Abyss with the head of a bull show his satisfaction, but also hides a sarcastic smile and said, "I didn't expect to see you in such an ugly state. This really disappoints me. Aren't we the most troublesome among the Lords of the Abyss?" He knew that the other party would take action because this group of demons, who were relatively decent, each had quite weird abilities, and did not focus on head-on confrontation. The miserable fate of the succubus, who turned into a werewolf, before was visible to all the demons. In addition to the weapons in the opponent's hands, all the kings hiding in the dark probably have a consensus, even if they don't say it clearly, that they will not fight the human head-on. It's just that for some reason, his fate curse was broken by the other party, or the damage was reduced. That's why the human dared to engage in close combat with him unscrupulously, in a manner that was completely exchanging lives for lives. It was precisely because of this weakened momentum that he was forced to this point. And it also gave other princes the opportunity to ridicule him. The king got up and took care of his appearance. At their level, no matter who they are more or less like human nobles. The reason for being so pretentious is just to be different from those low-level demons. So whenever they have the opportunity, they will pay great attention to sorting out their style and appearance. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly widened his eyes, which occupied a large proportion of his face, and looked in disbelief at the Maharaja who came to rescue behind him. First it was a palm, then the sleeve of the black robe, then the arm, half body, head and face, and even the whole person. As if coming out of a space barrier, the human magician pounced behind the Lord of the Abyss, who had trapped him with the dream maze. And Akiri stabbed out. I wanted to greet the head that looked a bit like a cow, but much uglier, and open it affectionately. But seeing the surprised demon in the eyes of the other prince, he immediately bent forward and avoided the head-opening blow. Hagakiri only stabbed the thick neck. Lin did not pounce on the demon. Instead, he held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and used his own weight to control Hakiri and pull it down. Cutting flesh and bones, he opened a long gash in the demon's back. The single-molecule blade and super vibration attack mode, as well as the magic-breaking blue wave sword Hakiri, made the Lord of the Abyss understand why the companions he had despised before, who were not companions, would howl so sadly and unpleasantly. Because now he was howling miserably. No better than his companions who had laughed at him before. If someone is still awake, he will definitely say something. What's the point of trapping him in the dream world? Don't even think about where he started. Besides, the protection of the temporarily open secondary plane is so crude. Like a sieve. Although one of the characteristics of the maze technique is that there is an entrance, there must also be an exit. More skillful casters will change the location of the exit from time to time, or find ways to hide the exit, in addition to leaving through the exit. The maze spell will also be accompanied by magical effects such as dimensional anchors, to prevent the trapped persons from using magic, such as random doors, and teleportation spells to escape. But is it fun to learn someone's flash technique? Different from the traditional teleportation magic in Midland. At this stage, no one has any way to stop or interfere with it. Even if the flash technique is not used. The mazes and dreams that deceive children are just used to test the calculation logic of mice and robots on Earth. Lin didn't notice it at all, and walked out in a few steps. And someone who returned from the dream realm and the temporary subplane saw the initiator at a glance. The reason for this certainty is, of course, that the other party is inextricably linked to the subplane that he just left. To say that the two have nothing to do with each other is to tell lies. So without saying anything, Lin hit the opponent hard. Of course, all this was done without any thought, and was completely done instinctively. Now someone's consciousness is divided into two directions. One side is in the quantum microscopic world, fighting with the power from the abyss. The other side is at the subdimensional tower, transforming the tower that can be described as ethereal and ethereal for an unknown number of times. Magic tower. Precisely because this body is now in a state of unconscious care, he can be said to have accepted all the gifts from the abyss. And because the subdimensional tower and this body began to adapt to the rules of the abyss through the efforts of his own consciousness, his abilities gradually returned to his heyday. Even without the interference of unnecessary emotions, his combat power is stronger than before. Chapter 845 Hungry. If someone was still conscious of the dream maze just now, they would inevitably be confused. Even if you are not confused for a long time, you will wake up in a moment. But like yourself who acts instinctively, you can detect the strangeness of the place you are in with a blink of an eye. You can see the flaws in this temporary space with a quick glance. You can break through this place that has been seduced by demons with one step. It should be impossible for the labyrinth world that is proud of it to be so understated. It's hard to say whether this state is the most ideal fighting mode. At least the man who was clinging to the back of the bull-headed Lord of the Abyss, holding a Hakakiri, was not thrown to the ground by the whirlwind turn of the bull-headed demon. He nimbly and calmly retracted his sword and retreated, avoiding the swinging fists. However, the flesh and blood on the Maharaja's back showed no sign of healing. He endured the pain and stared at the human magician panting. It's as if looking at him like this can kill him. He couldn't figure out why the maze technique he relied on failed. I still can't figure out why this human being can crack the dream maze so quickly and return to the abyss. Even when they met, he was caught off guard. When Lord Abyss opened his mouth, there was a loud roar. This sound, in addition to the war talent of his native race, seemed to dispel the pain caused by the wound, and inspire the puppets, who were trapped in the maze and controlled by him due to mental weakness, to fight without fear. He charged towards that human being with all his might. At the same time, he ran wildly in the opposite direction, just wanting to get away. Lili wants to support him. Or he really hopes that these demons, who have been tortured to death, can play a little role. The Lord of the Abyss, who had the head of a bull and the body of a bull, tried his best to heal the wounds on his back while retreating. Power unknown to him covered the wound, preventing the demon's own healing gifts from working. This gave him a sense of crisis. It's just that the Kuwait puppet demons, who had high hopes, failed to play any role. They disappeared the moment they appeared. Where to go? I don't know. But Lord Abyss was very sure that he did not do this. Could it be that this human being has abilities similar to mine? Lord Abyss thought so. He will show up this time just to join in the fun. He had no idea what kind of person his opponent was. He only knew that the human being was very arrogant and dared to venture into the abyss alone. Moreover, he was extremely sadly tempted and would degenerate into a demon. However, no one told him that the target was so difficult. The demon soldiers on the scene were completely cleared away, and the half-degenerated human magician walked towards the two injured lords of the abyss alone. In such a scene, it is the party with more people who plans to escape. If such deeds were to be known to the churches of the lost gods, they would not publicize it so much that there would be no more brave men among humans. As for the fact that someone is falling, there is a high probability that it will be concealed. At this time, the abyss lords who were watching in the dark had to admit one thing. That is, this human being was qualified to be on an equal footing with them. There are usually two situations in which one can achieve the rank of Lord of the Abyss. One is so powerful that no one can defeat him. But this type of Abyss Lord is quite rare, or even non-existent. The other is that one has outstanding abilities and has reached the pinnacle of a field. It's like the gods uphold a certain belief, ignite the divine fire, and achieve godhood. It is a fact that there are no two lords of the abyss with the same abilities. Different abilities, some high or low, may restrain each other or may complement each other. But in general, the monarchs rarely cooperated and opposed each other more. After all, this unique ability can be possessed by devouring it. But there are also some abilities that are recognized as difficult to deal with. Maharajas with these abilities are usually not very popular. As soon as he shows up, he will be targeted by the demons. The two masters of the labyrinth technique and the curse of the same fate are among this type of demons. However, being able to deal with two so-called unsolvable abilities at the same time, all the abyss lords who were watching began to seriously evaluate. What is this human's ability? Another question is, how high will he reach after his fall? There was a god who fell and achieved the rank of Lord of the Abyss in one fell swoop, ruling over a territory. In this irrational world, the only truth is that as big as the fist can be, life can be as nourishing as possible. However, in this world, there are many people who do not believe in evil. Another great king let out arrogant laughter, accompanied by cracks in the ground and lines of fire, swarming in from all directions. For a moment, a single demon appeared to be surrounding its opponent. All the hidden kings are hiding deeper. They didn't know whether they wanted to see that human being fall into disgrace, or whether they wanted to see this human being who was about to fall reveal more abilities. Usually when a Lord of the Abyss reveals all his trump cards, it is when he is ready to be doomed. But what the demons didn't expect was that the half-demon human magician in front of them didn't make any move. Perhaps he blinked, and a huge sinkhole appeared around him. Then the Lord of the Abyss, who was about to surround the magician, made no further noise. Maybe it's just that one who kept silent for the sake of the next sneak attack. The demons said reasons that even they couldn't convince themselves, while thinking about the abilities exposed by this human being, not to mention the physical strength and the sharp weapon in his hand. First of all, the other party showed unparalleled insight. No one is sure whether the maze technique can be cracked in this way. But the Great King just now has the ability to appear at the location he passes by any time and anywhere. And he can even appear in multiple places, able to capture the moment when the opponent stops, and then create a huge sinkhole. This ability is not something that can be explained by just two words: insight. Then, there is the magical ability to create a sinkhole. The Lord of the Abyss who was hiding inside could be sent away together. And coupled with the death of the first victim, almost all demons had no idea of confronting him. In fact, if the consciousness of the ontology is not staying in that strange space now, but on one's own body, look at the field of vision seen by the physical body. He will realize that what he sees now is not a regular scene. He has even set foot in the origin of the abyss. And what he sees is like a world composed purely of numbers. All changes, no matter how subtle, will have corresponding impact factors stated on them in the form of annotations. The demons peeping on the sidelines wouldn't know what Lin saw. But that didn't mean they learned nothing. Because during their observation, the eyes of the half-degenerated human magician had astonishing changes. In one eye, a cylindrical object appeared. In the other eye, there were countless Arabic numerals flowing up or down, left or right. What also happened at the same time was that cracks appeared on his mutated body, and several parts were shriveled. For demons, the latter change can be considered a quite familiar situation. He is horny. Chapter 846 Supplementing Nutrition. Living things need to eat when they are hungry and drink when they are thirsty. The demon is feeling hungry. What should he use to replenish his thirst? What can satisfy the devil's instinctive hunger is of course the soul, or some kind of metaphysical spiritual energy. In what form does this energy exist, and where is it stored? Of course, someone has no time to delve into it now. But if you want to ask how to supplement it, the method is very simple. Just have a blood sacrifice. If one game is not enough, then two. If someone is still conscious and determined to degenerate into a demon, he will probably regret having just used the extra-dimensional exile technique to banish all those demons who were like soldiers. But now, he instinctively locked onto the demons who were still nearby, namely the 17 Abyss Lords. Except for the two people who were already in a confrontation. The other princes hiding in the dark were all surprised. Does the other party mean to declare war on all of them? Unfortunately, the will that vaguely urged him to come did not want to kill the other party, and even meant to satisfy the other party's needs. But all the demons within 100 miles radius, except for the power of the little demon lord, had already been plundered, and not a single living creature was left. If the other party wants a blood sacrifice, they can only find it on themselves. He just provoked all the lords of the abyss at once. Is he crazy? On second thought, maybe the other person is really crazy. It was not precisely because this human being lost himself under the invasion of the abyss that the demons came here with the idea that it would be okay to see. But provocation is provocation, and it is still unrealistic to deal with all the kings at once. The first ones to bear the brunt were the two princes, who were face to face with that human being. It's just that at this moment, when all abilities are restrained, those two will choose how to deal with a human being. All the hidden kings are in the mood of watching a show, hiding in their own darkness and watching with peace of mind. Although there was no conclusive evidence, standing in front of that human being, the two Abyss Lords felt that they had no chance to escape and had no choice but to fight hard. At their level, this unfounded intuition is quite accurate. The two of them never thought about escaping or escaping faster than their companions. Such nonsense. Therefore, the two Abyss Lords stimulated the body's potential, and the bones of the whole body crackled. The muscles rose, and they became taller. The previous succubus achieved a final fate that was probably far away from his resurrection date. Of course, they saw it in their eyes, but they didn't have any feelings about it. The opponent's weird short knife, which was as big as a toothpick with his current body shape, was the first target of attention. The second is the magic to dismember the werewolf succubus. Although the conditions for the latter to be used are not yet known, it should be useful to avoid too much contact with the opponent. So the two monarchs reached out to their left and right, and evolved their own weapons from the void. A giant hammer almost the same size as them, and an equally tall sickle. The human magician in front of them no longer had the original crazy demeanor. Even the demonic body seems to be beginning to take shape, instead of the original weird appearance that looks different from humans and ghosts, but just a little bit short. This human being has not truly degenerated into a demon, and has not yet condensed a demonic core. He just stood quietly holding the strange-shaped short knife. What was the reason for the war? The demons on the sidelines couldn't tell, but the human magician just kept his head down and rushed forward. The two monarchs were on the defensive, which was an extremely abnormal behavior for the demons who advocated offense. Just when the magician closed the distance to the attack range of the two monarchs, the Lord of the Abyss, who was holding a scythe and looked like a chameleon, cut off his own legs with a scythe. Under the influence of the same fate curse, Lin's legs were also broken at the knee level. He lost his support and immediately fell to the ground. The princes didn't say much about the situation. The man with the head of an ox and the body of a man picked up a giant hammer and was about to hit someone on the head. Boom! The giant hammer hit the ground. But of course, it didn't hit anything. The disappeared person appeared not far behind the two princes. He stood up with his hands on the ground and spoke for the first time in this situation. The feet are just decorations. You big guys don't understand. Shake your body and temporarily support your balance with one hand. With his free hand, he fired the blue wave sword version of the Hakiri as a flying knife. The Maharaja, who also lost his legs, struggled to crawl forward with both hands, trying to get away from this human being. But he still couldn't avoid it. In the end, he raised his right arm and took the flying knife solidly. Of course, Hagiri couldn't be inserted into a demon's body safely. At the moment of contact, Resonance destruction begins. Immediately, the Lord of the Abyss, who had been stabbed, let out a miserable howl like a slaughtered pig. At the same time, the right arm with the Hakiri inserted in it began to tremble involuntarily. And along with this unknown trembling, there were signs of direct disintegration and ashes. Without saying a word, Lord Abyss also pulled out the box Hakiri and threw it on the ground casually. But the curse of shared fate still exists. Like a magician who had calmed down from madness, he raised his trembling right hand in confusion. The crisis of disintegration and turning into ashes also existed in him. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Abyss, the pain of losing his arm seemed to be unimportant at this moment. He gritted his teeth and tried to laugh, mocking the humans in front of him. But also before his eyes, he watched someone's trembling hand stabilize again. And on the arm, a magic circle with a circle appeared, wrapping the arm in it, and drawing out a strange mist that may represent the curse of the same fate. The trembling of his own arms did not stop, and even tended to intensify, and extended upwards, in order to prevent himself from being killed by the strange ability of the short sword. The chameleon's true form, the Lord of the Abyss, tore off his right arm and separated his hand and body. The weird curse on his arm ended up swallowing only one arm instead of turning his entire demonic body into ashes. But this time, the act of pulling out his arm did not trigger the curse of fate. The Maharaja wanted to take a closer look and see what it was for. The human in front of him could resist his own innate skills. It's a pity that no matter how hard he opened his eyes, he couldn't see the reason. On the contrary, because I stared for too long. My dry eyes felt a little uncomfortable. For someone who has lost consciousness and only acts on instinct, regardless of whether his eyes are red or not. As long as the threat is not eliminated, there is no possibility of the fight stopping. Reproduce the crazy look. After several consecutive flashes, Lin appeared above the Maharaja, who had lost his legs. As he fell freely, he threw himself behind the Lord of the Abyss, who was unable to escape, and opened his mouth to bite. Eat the demon's flesh and blood while the opponent is still conscious and able to move. Chapter 847 Gluttony. For those who have never been bitten alive, it is difficult to imagine the horror involved. For those who have not been bitten by that magician, it is even more difficult to imagine that the pain on the body is not only caused by the teeth, but also the pain of being sucked out of the marrow and soul. Although it only took a few bites, another prince came to drive them away with a giant hammer, and successfully drove away the magician, who was no different from a fly. But these few bites have already bitten off half of the life of the great monarch, who was gifted with the same fate curse. The main sticking point was that the Lord of the Abyss realized that his talent seemed to be understood by the magician. Before, it worked sometimes, and sometimes not. When the human bit him, he realized that the talent was not only used by the other person, but even seemed to be transferred to the other person. Just like how I killed other demons in the past and absorbed their talents. When did the position get reversed, and I became the one waiting to be slaughtered? The Lord of the Abyss looked at the humans in front of him with lingering fear. A demon without legs. A human without legs. The devil can only sit on the ground. Humans seem to have a pair of invisible legs, and their bodies are floating in midair, as if they are standing. Both sides looked at each other speechless. Only humans seemed to be still intoxicated by the taste of flesh and blood, licking their blood-stained hands unfinished. Demonic blood, which is extremely poisonous to mortals, is as intoxicating as fine wine to someone today. It's just that someone's behavior actually irritated the Abyss Lord with the head of a bull and the body of a human body. With red eyes, he snorted, and suddenly a chain shot out from his heart, tying the human's heart. This is one of his talents that few outsiders know: chain duel. This time, we did not hesitate to expose it, just to block the elusive ability of human beings. Opponents locked by chains cannot cast teleportation magic. Of course, this is the part that outsiders can see. The unknown part is that he can share some of his opponent's abilities. Whether it was analysis, or conversely, he was playing tricks on the other party. It is unknown how many people fell under his attack. Of course, he used this trick again against this unknown magician, who was full of mystery. At least, you must first understand the other party's details, or what level he has reached now. although the Invisible One has the intention to achieve the other person's success. However, no Abyss Lord will really be obedient. The devil will strictly abide by only the contract content, not the orders. The man with only instinct and no consciousness turned a blind eye to the non-threatening chain and just floated forward. At the same time, under the Xuanwu robe, the broken limbs of both feet that no one noticed were slowly regenerating. The supreme strength of the Demon Lord also means that they are the best tonic in the abyss. Although every time they fought, it took a lot of his energy to break through their multiple shields that existed as naturally as breathing. But now that Lin is in a state of transforming himself, he needs a lot of calculations and verifications to confirm that every step he takes is correct. Therefore, he not only monitors any changes in the environment, but also analyzes the opponent's abilities in every battle. Cracking the maze technique and analyzing the curse of the same fate were all completed in this context. There is even a system that he started preparing for a long time ago, which is gradually coming into play, and that is the combat prediction system. The data accumulated before was not enough. The amount of observed data for real-time judgment was not enough, and the computing power was even more insufficient. Often when the results are obtained, it is already too late, otherwise, the prediction is wrong. But when someone's consciousness is busy transforming itself and has no time to look after himself, who has been invaded by the abyss and is degenerating into a demon, the so-called instinctive battle is actually taken over by that system, and the Hakiri in his hand controls the body. Fighting. This has nothing to do with trust or not. It is just a last resort. However, in that microscopic world, every time someone achieves something, he or she will make progress in reality. In the quantum world, time has no meaning. This means that in reality, in the eyes of others, someone is actually improving by leaps and bounds. Especially since he had just replenished the energy of an Abyss Lord for almost half his life. Lin's change was not only that he became more like a demon in appearance, but even his Xuanwu robe had mutated. Ever since Xuanwu on the robe manifested his consciousness, he was regarded as an alien god by the fans. And he was reluctantly recognized after being imbued with 8 kinds of powers. Now in the abyss, the Xuanwu robe has once again been transformed, making it possess both divine and demonic properties. Even the magical silk has become less pure. He is neither the god of the lost land nor the demon of the abyss. On the turtle SHL, the Tai Chi totem is faintly visible. It is at this point that one can truly achieve the status of Xuanwu and the power of this robe. And this change is much faster than someone's rapid transformation of themselves. The hem of the Xuanwu robe twists and turns into 2 legs like columns, replacing someone's feet that have not yet been regenerated. At the same time, a gash was opened in the waistband of the abdomen, and as someone's belly became more muscular, it also opened horizontally, like a big mouth. Bottomless. All kinds of changes, of course, fell into the consciousness of the Abyss King, who was connected to his heart. Can you understand just by seeing it? In other words, don't pry into this. Maybe you won't die so quickly. What will happen to a person without any foundation, who suddenly has his head filled with countless mathematical formulas, equations, and programming languages? I don't know what other people's conditions are like, but the Lord of the Abyss, who had the head of a bull and the body of a bull, knelt down directly. His ability to use the labyrinth technique stems more from his racial talent, not the height of his intelligence. Even the use of magic is done intuitively and instinctively. It is not possible to construct a complete spell model from scratch. It is natural for such a great king to kneel down when faced with a completely different system of knowledge from Earth. It's just that the timing of kneeling is wrong. You shouldn't kneel in front of a hungry and crazy person, and the other person still treats you like a steak. When his distracted eyes refocused, what he saw was the gaping hole in his belly and the seemingly endless depths of his throat. The first Lord of the Abyss was eaten by someone's huge mouth. The one with half his life left did not escape the same fate. Even this time, the wide-open mouth shot out several tentacles like tendrils, sucking his whole body into the mouth. Who told this demon, who looked like a chameleon, to resist with all his strength? Although his legs were cut off from his thighs, his hands were still free. In terms of magical attainments, he is obviously much better than the bull-headed monarch. Even though he lost the powerful weapon of the curse of fate, he still has many attack methods and magic. But all this is in vain. No onlookers thought that the 2 great kings who were swallowed up were just about to meet their real deaths. At most, they could just go home and be resurrected. The Lord of the Abyss is difficult to kill, just like the gods of Lost Land. So, the other party has proven that he has the strength to kill the Abyss Lord. Does that mean that the next 15 people will become his opponents? It's just that the plan cannot be changed. The human magician who swallowed 2 abyss lords burped as if he was full, squinting his eyes and nodding his head. Lin actually built a cocoon of light around him, like a spring silkworm spinning silk. Real evolution begins here. Chapter 848, The Name of the Demon King. Even if they don't understand the details, the princes who are watching in the dark can still see what process the human beings in front of them are going through. A few bold ones came out of their hiding places and walked towards the light cocoon to watch closely. They all use very deceptive human appearances. Each of them is gentle, dignified and elegant, like a noble. Of course, there are also some wicked decorations of personal style, showing the unique taste of the devil and the king. One of them did not hide his greedy look, and he got closer than anyone else and said, "If you swallow him now, you have a chance to get 2 good talents. One cannot be evaluated yet, but he should be a very strong talent. Do you want to take action? Doesn't anyone want to do it? It means I have no other competitors. I have such a delicious food in front of me. I would be sorry for myself. Perhaps you have no competitors. But you don't have my consent either." The one who suddenly interrupted was the lich and former demon king, Fun, who came with a cat, 2 girls, and the commander of the guards without any subordinates, Niddeker. In fact, they arrived earlier. It's just that someone's crazy attitude at that time made people not want to get close. Anyway, it didn't look like there was any danger for a while. And at that time, the man was pressing down on the demon and beating him. If you get too close, who knows if they will get beaten together? That guy doesn't recognize his relatives when he's sober, and he won't feel guilty if he hits the wrong person, let alone at a time like this. And Finn also needs time to confirm someone's status before he knows how to help. Because what is happening now is all unplanned. Even what exactly happened, Finn and others are still a little unclear about the situation. So before, they patiently watched, using directional arcane eyes from a long distance away. Under the influence of Kaya's white cat suit, the group was not discovered by the Abyss Lords. It wasn't until a demon showed bad intentions towards the light cocoon formed by their teacher that Finn led everyone on the stage. The name Demon King is not only meaningful in the Lost Land. Who dares to call himself the devil without the approval of the devils? Therefore, Finn and these Abyss Lords, who have survived for a long time, are already old acquaintances. The princes were not surprised to see the appearance of the former Demon King. The one who stood up first said, "I just asked why the human has a familiar odor. It turns out to be your majesty's smell." "Ah. No. You have been dead for thousands of years. That void crown also, it has been vacant for a long time. Your majesty can continue to occupy that throne unless you die irresponsibly and live irresponsibly." Finn said nonchalantly, "That kind of thing is casual. Whoever cares about it will go. But if you want to touch that man today, I will ask you to go back to your hometown to raise him for a while. Just like the 2 idiots who were just eaten." "Oh, why do you think that now that you no longer have the name of Demon King, we still need to obey your orders?" At the same time, the appearance of the Lord of the Abyss changed. His face became more ferocious, and his body shape also changed. Swell, faced with this naked threat, Finn didn't take it seriously and said, "Anyway, when I had the title of Demon King in the past, you also ignored my instructions. Is it important? A bunch of useless people, that thing. Besides, with that grinning expression, who are you trying to threaten? Did you forget how I got the name of the Demon King? It wasn't something I picked up on the roadside, or someone gave it to me casually. When I lied to you, no one dared to say anything in front of me. Now that I have been resurrected after 1,000 years, guess whether I am weaker or stronger than before." Unabashedly provocative, Yufin knew the tone of these demons very well. Except for a few people who are not smart enough, they are basically useless and can't afford to be early for things that have no obvious benefits. Even if you urge them repeatedly, you may not be able to persuade them. In order to fight against the old god camp, the demons were asked to help. They asked for souls as a price. And then the 2 sides started fighting. In the end, Finn gained the title of Demon King and a bunch of useless younger brothers. Conclusion: that trip to the Abyss was not a pleasant memory for Finn, because it's a waste of effort. Coming back now is not to revisit the old place or to remember anything, but simply to get some microorganisms unique to the Abyss if there are any in biological DNA to study. There is no urgency in this matter. After all, there are already enough things on hand, and there is no time to play there. This time it was purely companionship, and I had no destination. But if you accompany someone back to the Abyss, that person will create quite a stir. Ignoring the watchful abyss lords around him, then walked directly to the cocoon of light and stopped the two girls who wanted to touch it. This thing is not as harmless as it seems, but it can eat people. As for the vicious lord of the abyss, he restrained himself after seeing Fun's nonchalant attitude. He said angrily, "That crown no longer belongs to you now, and I don't want you to have another reason to take it. Since this human being has been achieved according to the will of that one, I would like to offer my blessing first. Welcome him to be one of us. Now, I want to go home and rest." Rested. I went out for a long trip today and watched a show. That's enough. After saying that, the Lord of the Abyss, who returned to his ordinary human appearance, bowed slightly, took a few steps back, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Following his departure, there were several other princes who appeared or did not appear. The title of Demon King is not given casually. In addition to being recognized by the will of the Abyss, it can only be obtained if the majority of the Abyss Lords do not object, or even agree and support it. Of course, hitting is the easiest way, but except for the will of the Abyss, it is not that easy to conquer all the kings. The first thing to do is to obtain qualifications. That is, to be recognized by the monarchs as worthy of their action. This was the reason why the one who left didn't want to take the lead, because that would be equivalent to admitting again that the lich in front of him, who was no longer a lich, had that qualification. However, for the senior lords of the Abyss, taking it as a matter of course does not mean that the younger generations agree with it, especially the lich who once had the name of Demon King. It is intriguing to see how much strength he still has left after thousands of years. Several Abyss Lords, who had achieved success in the past 1,000 years, were faintly approaching Fun. This lich is different from the human magician. The power of the former is obvious, so the princes who want to challenge have to evaluate the consequences by themselves. The power of the latter is unexpected, and no one even thinks that the human is really powerful. Everything is just the result of his trickery. But based on their assessment, many princes believe that they were not that far away from this lich. So the Lord of the Abyss stood up and provoked. In his plan, as long as he can defeat the lich who was once known as the Demon King, his reputation will rise accordingly, and more demons will come to seek refuge. Chapter 849 Challenge. When faced with a challenge, Finn simply ignored it. It is said that when you have a younger brother, the boss has to do everything first. So what's the point of being the boss and accepting this younger brother? So Sherdong, who was originally captured as a coolie but now also fully armed and the former commander of the guards, stood in front of the challenger. The Abyss Lord who came forward was much taller and more powerful than Sherdong's slim figure. Behind the great monarch, there were several vague figures. I don't know if they are here to help hold off the enemy, or if they are just waiting to get a bargain. And when he saw the little dwarf standing in front of him, compared to other demons of the same level as the other princes, this prince, who was much younger, had the same attitude as Fun, not even interested in talking. He stretched out his big hand to push the person away. But the young Lord of the Abyss did not push anyone away. He only felt a pain in his wrist, and his outstretched hand disappeared. There was no scene of blood flowing from the severed limb, and the Lord of the Abyss did not feel any severe pain. It was more like being burned, and it only hurt for a moment. The powerful demon, who lost his wrist, looked at the thin man in front of him with disbelief, even though the other party's actions were clearly visible in his own eyes. When he tried to stop him, he felt that the flow of time between the two parties seemed to be different. He could only watch helplessly as the stick-like weapon formed by the beam cut off his wrist. The wrist was gone, and rather than the pain, the wounded pride made the young monarch even more uncomfortable. He transformed into his original body without any scruples. Not only did his figure become taller, but his skin also became as rough as igneous rock, with fine water chestnuts. In the deeper ditch, there was a faint glow of fire leaking out. There was even white smoke coming out, as if to indicate that his body was boiling. The transformed Lord of the Abyss opened his mouth to roar, and a powerful wind pressure centered on him, raging outward, almost sweeping away everything. As long as this wind pressure is close to certain people, it will be resisted and disappear. But in terms of its power, it is still amazing. Although the tall demon who transformed into his original form in front of him looked majestic, his roaring tone was full of fishy wind. But Sherdong had never seen any battles before, and he didn't even bother to raise any defensive spirit. If the creator of this powerful body hadn't told him not to directly block enemy attacks unless absolutely necessary, Sherdong would have really wanted to test the limits of this body. However, this physical body is not without its shortcomings. At least the body in the past only had a sense of smell and was not sensitive. Nowadays, this body can distinguish so many smells that it can be disturbing to people. Sherdong frowned in a rare way, tightened his grip, and thrust the lightsaber directly into the big mouth. How could the Lord of the Abyss be unprepared for daring to show an intimidating posture? His changes and talents are just specialized defense abilities. Placing multi-layered magic shields under the hardened skin can not only improve the physical defense of the skin, but also the magic defense, and can even injure attackers. So he faced this unprecedented weapon head-on without fear. And then, he exploded to death. The lightsaber designed by someone and a lich. Although it has not reached the height of Hakiri, it is still an unreasonable level weapon, especially when combined with the anti-power virus. Dealing with ordinary creatures may only cause burning damage caused by high temperature, but dealing with magical creatures, it directly disintegrates the power component, and it is unstoppable. In fact, with the first wrist-breaking swing, the prince should have noticed the uniqueness of the lightsaber. But losing to this inconspicuous male human in front of him broke his rationality, and he lost even normal judgment, which also contributed to his current defeat. The lightsaber inserted deep into the throat not only illuminated the foul-smelling mouth, but also broke through the layers of magic shields, and even dispelled the magic that was being used. This sword pierced the demon's head directly. The dark red light blade penetrated directly from the back of the prince's head. Although the devil's key point is the magic core condensed somewhere. But as long as it is a carbon-based creature, the brain is still very important. Although Stone's blow was not a fatal injury, it was by no means a minor injury that could be healed by just licking it with saliva. At this moment, the Abyss Lord, who prided himself on his defensive power, had his consciousness interrupted for a short moment. When his pupils refocused, and he understood his situation, the lightsaber had already swung neatly from left to right, cutting him into several pieces from top to bottom. This is the kind of person who cannot die anymore, and has to go home and be resurrected. It was clear that the opponent was an Abyss Lord, but the time it took to resolve the battle was much faster than the previous human magician. Such a record certainly frightened the princes, who did not show up or pretended to support them from behind. They immediately focused their attention on the weapons they had never seen before, but unfortunately found nothing. That thing is not something that can be understood just by looking at it. In fact, she was also surprised by the lich. It's just that the result was in her favor, so she could act more calm. But the question still needs to be asked. Stone, how does that sword feel in actual combat? My lord, the feeling of using other swords is the same, Yuan Shiozi said respectfully. Although I really want to complain about my subordinates like crazy. That kind of rhetoric is useless if it doesn't even reflect my experience. But in the end, Fen resisted, because this stubborn person has such a personality. He has never been a good partner to chat with. That being said, there is actually something in Stone's understatement. After all, the opponent is the Lord of the Abyss, who is at the same level as the gods. Being useful to these demons means being useful to the gods. This is in line with the original purpose of making lightsabers. As for strength, a certain lich no longer wanted to complain about a certain man's brain. The knowledge from his hometown, combined with the magic of lost land, often creates such mixed results. Fortunately, he has such a weapon in his hands, sadly. Since then, the war and fighting intensity in Lost Land have taken another step forward. When, as that man said, people will eventually invent weapons, magic, or whatever form exists to destroy themselves. Stone's battle proved that using anti-power viruses to deal with demons would also have an effect. However, Fen is inevitably hesitant as to whether to use this kind of thing as a conventional weapon or even spread it out. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the man had such a nonchalant attitude towards his inventions being leaked to others. Only weapons had a different attitude. While she was deep in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Sherdong asked, "My lord, what's next?" While Sherdong asked, he also looked towards the powerful demon standing not far away. Seeing this made all the demons shudder, then just waved his hand and said, "Throw this idiot's body in. Although he just ate 2 Maharajas, who knows if he will still want dessert? It's always good to prepare more." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 850 changes. Seeing the pieces of the body that Sherdong had cut open and thrown into the light cocoon piece by piece, the two girls finally understood the reason why their elder sister had prevented them from touching the light cocoon. The thrown corpse pieces did not look like they were thrown into a cocoon of light, but the cocoon of light, which had an ever-changing appearance, extended out a mouth-part-like part and swallowed the meat that was still in midair. If he had walked forward foolishly before, Both Halumi and Kaya shuddered at such an idea. At the same time, then glanced back thoughtfully, looking at the Abyss Lords, who had already stood up or were hiding in the dark. It was okay not to turn around. But when they turned their heads, the group of demons suddenly dispersed like birds and beasts, without any pride that the Lord of the Abyss should have. In fact, no one wants to die worthless. Not even demons. But when it came to facing a lich who was good at magic, especially the lich in front of him, all the princes who had fought against him lost their temper. Now, before that person took action personally, one of his subordinates used a weapon he didn't know where to kill. So simply and neatly. A great king who specialized in defense. He also specified that he would be the dessert of the one in transformation. How could the devils endure it? But under the premise that the fight cannot be won. Running seems to be the only option. As for uniting all the Abyss Lords present to encircle and suppress this lich, the demons have never even thought about it. That human being has not become the target of their siege. And this lich is even less likely. And the reasons are the same. Compared with outsiders, the hatred between them is deeper. Outsiders did not pose a threat in any case. But other princes were eyeing him. Not to mention anything else. The power of the few who have returned home and resurrected will shrink by the time they fully recover. If he were unlucky enough, his lair would be taken away, and his lifeline would be in someone's hands. He would never be able to turn over again. Seeing that no one of the demons was left behind, then just curled his lips and cursed in a low voice. Still looking like that dead. Then he no longer cared about those abyss creatures. In her eyes, the most important thing was the cocoon of light in front of her. Or the man in the cocoon of light. The two girls, who were equally worried, asked after a moment of silence without the interruption of other demons. Sisters, is there any way to rescue the teacher? Rescue? Why? Then rarely looked away and looked at the two girls with sad faces. Is the teacher transforming into a demon? Halumi asked uncertainly. Probably. Then responded with the same uncertainty. Halumi said in an almost pleading voice. Can't that stop this? Why stop it? Then asked doubtfully. Are you just going to watch the teacher turn into a demon? At this point, the girl's voice was choked. What's the difference between becoming a demon? Or let me ask you this. What kind of bad things do you think that man will do after he becomes a demon? The two girls tilted their heads and thought seriously. Sleep it every day until midnight. Don't clean up after dinner. Wait for others to do it. Pick your nose at the dining table while picking your nose. My feet. The room was in a mess. And there was a strange smell. So I asked someone to clean it up. I usually get scolded when I go in. And, stop. Then quickly stopped the two girls from thinking wildly and said, since you can imagine the bad things he will do, let me ask you, how is he different from the past? Hey, it's true. Does that mean that the teacher is actually a devil? The blonde girl with a sharp mind came to a strange conclusion. Then didn't want to correct this, but said, what I want to say is that a person's structure determines the height he can reach in the end. You also know the character of your teacher, whether he becomes a god or a devil. Do you think he will make any changes or make any big achievements? The two girls looked at each other and said in unison, It seems. Really? No. Yeah. Right. So don't worry about this kind of thing. What's more, it's not certain whether your teacher has really transformed into a demon. It's too early to worry about that now. Not really transformed into a demon. What do you mean? Halumi asked in confusion, scratching his temples, then organized his words and said, your teacher has a very bad personality. That is, he usually does not abide by the arrangements made for him. Like when he left the great sage, Ta, who was living a comfortable life in Willian City, ran an academy that was exhausting and hard to please. When others proposed to spend a lot of money to buy out the rights of browser magic in the Magician Association, he decided to do so. He simply created a fund, which was no different from opening it up to the whole world. When someone offered to give him a powerful position, he refused without hesitation and became an ordinary lecturer in a college. He also makes things inexplicably, such as printing presses, cars, etc. If there is a ranking of disobedience and dishonesty, your teacher will not be the first, but at least the second place. So I ask you, when the abyss tries, when you transform your teacher into a demon, how likely is it that he will become a demon obediently instead of turning himself into something weird? Yeah, that's true. Then what will he become? Teacher? The girl asked innocently, regarding the question that had no correct answer, then smiled angrily. How could I know such a thing? There is only one thing that is certain. No matter what he becomes, your teacher will still be your teacher. No matter how that guy changes on the outside. He is just like that on the inside. And there won't be any big changes. So, we don't have to worry. Facing the still innocent question, Finn didn't know how to answer it this time. After a long time, he said, maybe I should worry about it. Now I am only worried about how long the guy will stay in there. Will I have to help him teach math class during this period? Another worry, that is. If he takes this opportunity to transform himself into a strange thing, how will he adapt to life with him? Although I really hope that he can live longer. The human lifespan is too short. If I lose it, I can't imagine how boring my life will be next. But if I become something weird, there are some things that I can't accept. The last sentence should have been a very affectionate confession. But judging from the Lich's tone and the man's character, it seemed that the part was more teasing than affectionate. The two sensitive girls muttered a few words that others could not understand, and then asked, Sister Sama, you said that the teacher might transform yourself into something strange. What kind of strange thing is that? Tentacle monster. Don't ask me how I know this. I don't want to tell you. The Lich floated into the distance with a pair of dead eyes. Chapter 851 Wake Up. The desire for fame and fortune is ups and downs in the sea. And the stone. Light. Lightning and fire are all in this life. The affairs of the world are endless. And it is an idiot to look at the world without smiling. When I wake up, it feels like a lifetime ago. Someone was reciting poetry in a local accent and stretching comfortably. Taking a closer look, he was in a wilderness? Turning around again, two familiar and lovely people were staring at him. Oh, these are my two apprentices. You have grown up. I think you were only here at the beginning. Someone said, and at the same time, he put his flat palm on his waist to signal the two apprentices his former height. This action made the two girls' faces turn black. He looked at his teacher with eyes like a dead fish and said, Teacher, that was 13 or 4 years ago. Lin was surprised. What? It's been so long. It turns out that I have been sleeping for 13 or 14 years. But whether it is 13 years or 14 years, do you have a more accurate answer? I don't remember teaching you such vague answers. Halumi and Kaya, one on the left and one on the right, patted their teacher's cheeks with both hands, pinching the fleshy part with one hand, while pulling and rubbing. He said, What we are talking about is that the height you compared was 13 or 14 years ago. It has only been 3 days since you disappeared inexplicably and left us half dead. Sister-in-law, I just went to the math class for you, and the two of us stayed behind. We were discussing that if you don't wake up, we will either dig up the entire land and put it away, or we will build a house here. The man whose face was being rubbed mumbled. What? Only 3 days? I thought it had already been 300 years. Just rubbing and rubbing. The two girls seemed to be addicted to rubbing and couldn't bear to let go. Even Halumi, the bold one, even rubbed her belly. Teachers are forced to take action and sweat away their clutches. What? What? Isn't this amazing? Someone couldn't help but kick the two girls' butts, just like how they used to deal with them when they were naughty when they were children. At this time, Finn appeared in front of someone wearing a red four-spirit suit. Her attitude was originally indifferent, as always, but after seeing someone, she actually showed a surprised look and said in an uncertain tone, James is fat? James Bond? 007? Where did that come from? Me. It's me. It's me. Len responded in confusion. Finn didn't say much. Just pulled out a large water mirror and gave it to someone to use as a full-length mirror to see what he looked like. It's a good thing I didn't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. If your mind is not clear, you might think that you are back to the past, living a 2.1-line life. Throughout the day, besides working, I just eat snacks, watch new shows, and play video games. His current appearance is just like the incarnation of Fat Man that he saw before, or the Self before time travel. Only then did someone remember to touch his big belly. Soft and elastic. It will swing up and down with a light tap. I haven't felt this feeling in a long time. Ah. No. How could I change back to this? Not to mention this body type. Even the Xuanwu robe has become a large-sized robe. It does not feel out of place or tight or uncomfortable when worn on a fat man. Len turned around in disbelief and confirmed that no matter which direction he looked from, it was indeed much wider. The two girls seemed to have come to their senses and said in tears, Wow, the teacher has become a fat demon. Who has become a fat monster? I am not fat. I have a big frame. Forget it. I have no common language with skinny people like you. So I won't explain it to you. Someone said using the cheating method he was used to before time travel. However, the wailing of the two girls reminded the Lich of the question he should have asked. What are you now? Are you a god or a demon? Great. You have eliminated the option of fatty first. Should I express my gratitude first? Lin Swisher said, holding a handful of snot and tears. Okay. Stop pretending. With your attitude, it's still a bit difficult to convince me that you are not James Fat. Still the same question. What are you now? Are you still a human? You have suffered from those 8 lords of power before. After the blow, I finally became skinny in the true sense. Now I am as fat as a ball because of the gift of the abyss. So, what is your condition now? Well, I also want to know the answer to this question. Maybe nothing happened in fact. If I say this, would you believe it? Phelan spread his hands and asked. Of course. Then didn't believe what someone said and said. If nothing had happened, the demons who came to trouble you would not have retreated so easily. The demons who came here did not just come to the streets casually. Those demons? By the way, what happened to me in reality? Someone asked in confusion. Regarding such a question, Fan keenly grasped something and asked, you don't know what happened? Could it be that when it happened, your consciousness actually stayed in your magic tower? Fei Lin replied, well, it was true at first. But then I immersed myself in other environments and got busy. I stayed there for a very long time. And I thought hundreds of years had passed. Unexpectedly, when I asked, it had only been 3 days. Yes, the transformation was completed in 3 days. I was also surprised. That's why I want to know. What should you be now? A fallen and failed human being? A demon that looks very much like a human being? Or a fat man disguised as a demon? You mentioned fat people again. Lin complained. How did I gain weight? Tell me where exactly I gained weight. Facing the fat man's persistent pursuit in front of him, Fan also felt impatient. He glanced at the location of a certain blue wave knife and quickly reached out to draw the knife. I thought I could capture the knife in one go, but it was defeated and beaten by someone. And it was dissolved invisibly. But in the last round of the fight, Fan played a trick, pretending that he was once again grabbing Hikori, who was hidden under the small shawl and said to be never stored by anyone. Of course, Fei Lin used his fleshy hands to block the attack from the Lich. But at the moment when the arm was wrestling with the arm, Fan grabbed it with his backhand and scratched a scar on the back of someone's hand. There were even a few drops of blood on the nails. Seeing that he had his target, Fan stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. After sucking it, I immediately understood the man's current situation. To be honest, the situation is really complicated. Simply put, the conclusion is that this man is still human, but his whole body exuded the aura unique to the devil. However, the person in front of him does not have the magic core that a demon should have. So should this transformation be considered a success or a failure? If this change is what was previously guessed, someone's old habit has recurred. Just like a person playing cards at the card table who flips the table before losing. So what was the hand that decided to flip the table when he was caught? After turning over the table, what changes happened? Many unsolved mysteries filled the Lich's mind. There are so many things. I don't know where to start. Suddenly, Fei Lin asked first. The two girls just said that when you go back, you will take my place in math class. So, is the class over? I'm not worried about you. Kai informed me, and I rushed over immediately. As for those white-bearded masters, they must have ways to kill their boring time. What are you worried about for them? Chapter 852 Return and Exploration. This is not about worrying about those big bosses. It's just about taking people's money and eliminating disasters. I took that salary. And of course, I have to do my best to do my job well. Otherwise, I will be ashamed of heaven and earth. I have a bad conscience. Of course, I won't touch unnecessary things. Fei Lin said plausibly, raising his head. Suddenly he raised his head and remembered something. He looked around and saw what looked like a campsite for overcoming difficulties. Looking outside, it is a barren land, with not a single complete tree. At most, incomplete trunks. Fei Lin turned to ask, by the way, why did I come here? Shouldn't I be staying in Sabine's castle? Also, my telescope must not have died a heroic death. After finishing speaking, someone turned his head left and right without waiting for a reply, and after confirming the direction, he flashed directly. The two girls were furious that their teacher would leave after waking up without even saying a word of thanks for working for him. They had no choice but to hurriedly pack their belongings from the camping site. And with them taking them, they followed someone's flash destination. As soon as we arrived at the fixed point, sure enough, it was the ruins of the demon Lord Sabine's castle. A dumbfounded person stood on the ruins of the half-empty castle, staring blankly at all this. When several women appeared from behind him, he asked without looking back, "What happened here?" Lin did not answer directly, but asked instead, "You can't even remember what happened? What's the last thing you remember?" "My last impression?" Lin frowned, trying to remember, but couldn't remember anything. "It seems that I have seen something very important. The external lens of the astronomical telescope. The value of this thing is not low when I think of it. It would be very painful to lose it. The only thing is how to find that thing smaller than a palm among the ruins. However, in order to avoid this kind of trouble, I seem to have made a safety device, which is the same positioning magic circle as the Hakiri and Lord of the Rings sets. After all, it is made of purple level magic stone as the main material. Adding this magic circle is not a burden to the purple stone." So Fei Lin closed his eyes and felt slightly. He stretched out his hand again, and the external lens of the telescope, which had been smashed by rocks, appeared safely in someone's palm. Although it has been deformed and damaged, at least the important parts are difficult to damage, especially the last small purple stone. Not only is the material precious, but the data stored inside is also very important. This part should not be damaged. But why was this plug-in lens teleported back from a very far away place by himself? Doubt. Put this unanswerable question aside for a moment, and then return to the original question. What happened during the time when I lost my consciousness? It would definitely be useless to ask the two apprentices and the lich, because they did not follow it from beginning to end, and did not read the whole book. Suddenly someone remembered that he had the most powerful secret recorder, a mobile GPS, a weapon that could spy on heart sounds, and a lover of gossip, Hakiri. He pulled out the Hakakiri hidden under the shawl and inserted upside down in the scabbard. Fei Lin didn't even say anything. His thoughts were already understood by this weapon that could peer into people's hearts. After a while, the memory of that bloody battle, which was no different from a movie scene, flowed into someone's mind. In other words, this kind of picture of watching one's own performance from the perspective of others is as unreal as it is. Moreover, the content of the picture contains many uncomfortable parts, such as eating the flesh and blood of demons alive, and various forms of torture. It seems that low-cost B-level movies can only increase their selling points by sprinkling blood. However, the memory given by Hagiri can also make up for someone's missing part, as long as you don't regard that person as yourself. Tell me what you have done. Someone was speechless. Just in the midst of emotion, someone suddenly remembered something. Where was the devil who was originally in this castle? He turned to the two girls and asked, "When you came here before, did you meet Lord Sabine? Why didn't you see half of the demon? They must be all dead." "Oh, they moved," Halumi replied. Fei Lin asked puzzledly, "Moving? Why should we move if we have nothing to do?" As soon as someone said something, the faces of the three women present turned dark. Then he looked around helplessly, wondering if everything was okay. However, Halumi still relayed the words of the demon lord to his teacher, saying, "Master Sabin said that the mountain road was bombed by Arabian Rose once before, and the foundation was already unstable. This time the castle was destroyed by the abyss again. The Lord destroyed it, and although there are still some remaining parts, it will be very troublesome to rebuild it on the same spot. In addition to cleaning up the ruins, the most important thing is to worry about the lords of the abyss who have suffered a loss or are thinking about this place. Come to say lo. In addition, all the nearby creatures are dead, so they decided to leave and develop their power elsewhere." "That's right. Do you know where they went?" Lin asked again. "They didn't tell us, and they seemed to deliberately not let us know. It's like they were afraid of the teacher and wanted to avoid you on purpose," Halumi said bluntly. Fei Lin was surprised by this answer and said, "Avoid me? Why are you hiding from me? Do you think I am the god of plague?" Someone's unintentional words have a different flavor to the ears of the natives of Lost Land. Then showed a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "God of plague? This is a very interesting concept. Do you plan to achieve godhood with this? What about your current state? Such a body will only become an obstacle." "Sister, I just said it casually. Don't take it so seriously. What's more, if I really want to achieve success, I will definitely follow the path of the god of plague, the god of failure, and the god of poverty. The three gods in one. In this case, there will be no believers too if I make unreasonable requests. No one will come to me, and I will definitely stay away from them. This way, I can be quiet for a while. Knowing that this man was just telling a joke, then didn't intend to answer the conversation, but continued to ask the previous question. What did you do before you lost consciousness? Why did you provoke so many lords of the abyss to come to trouble you? Let's talk about this matter now. What did I do? Someone tilted his head and said in confusion. I don't know either. I just wanted to watch the stars. As soon as this keyword is mentioned, stargazing, someone immediately thinks of everything that happened before losing consciousness, especially the giant alien figure that he captured in the outer space of the abyss. He looked up at the sky thoughtfully, the pupils of his eyes growing and shrinking, like a digital camera zooming. When all the changes were finalized, the original black pupils turned into golden pupils, and Lin was able to directly see the situation in outer space with his naked eyes. Compared to the bright stars and the Milky Way, those giant alien creatures at the astral level are certainly more attractive to him. Just when he looked at one of the multi-eyed tentacle monsters, one of the other's tentacles also moved. He swung the front end to a position where he could see him, and at the same time, the front end of the tentacle opened and turned into an eyeball, looking at someone. Suddenly feeling pain, Fei Lin lowered his head and pressed his temples. After rubbing it a few times to relieve the pain, he murmured to himself. It seems that the reason why we are not allowed to watch the stars is because there are countless unknown existences in the outside world. Chapter 853 Achievements. The sudden pain. Although the root cause was not investigated, but Lin knew that this did not come from the indescribable existence in outer space, but came from the blockage of this land. The ones that exist in outer space, they don't really have much thought. It's just that you look at me, so I look at you. But the abyss didn't seem to want to attract the attention of those indescribable things, so it forcibly blocked someone's prying eyes. Someone who has regained his clarity has thought through a lot of things because of such a small action. First of all, regardless of whether there is subjective will in the abyss, at least it has a mechanism operating, and this mechanism will prevent some harmful behaviors. Obviously, teasing the indescribable things sleeping in outer space, on the level of celestial bodies, is a prohibited harmful behavior. Secondly, it is indeed possible to become a demon in the abyss and be controlled by others. The source of the pain just now came from the irresistible force of the body. This is even if I don't have a magic core. If I did, I really don't know what would happen to me. This also proves that someone's decision not to use traditional methods to achieve this body seems to be correct, at least at this stage. Furthermore, if you think about it for a moment now, you will realize how stupid it is to count how many powerless monsters surround the abyssal star. But I had done this before, and I didn't know whether to stop or not. This is the reason why I am afraid that I will be surrounded and suppressed by the Lord of the Abyss. But this kind of death-seeking behavior is not in line with his usual style. The only explanation is that some kind of force or reason affects one's judgment. Considering that this is an abyss, it is not the earth where I grew up, or the lost land that I am used to. It is the most reasonable inference to regard this kind of confused behavior as the impact of being in the abyss. In addition, even though he didn't respond, he could still see the emotional fluctuations of the two girls, and that was very different from the calmness and indifference they usually displayed after being trained by themselves. Their mood changes this day were a bit drastic. Does this mean that they were also affected by the environment here during their time in the abyss? Regardless of whether this is the reason or not, it is absolutely right to ask them to leave as soon as possible and not to step into the abyss again. As for the treatment method, the detailed reasons, and even further finding ways to prevent it, there will be plenty of time to study it slowly. Just when someone was still thinking, then suddenly grabbed someone's head from behind and twisted it violently, so that Lin could look at him. But it was almost a 180-degree twist, and someone almost broke his neck. I don't know whether it was influenced by the abyss or the Lich was really angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't continue to ignore my questions, and don't talk to yourself. If you continue like this, I can't guarantee that you won't take your head off and use it as a ball." Someone whose cheek was pressed could only say vaguely, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Loosening her hands, the Lich returned to her cold attitude. In a condescending manner, he said, "Tell me. There is something I should know. And now, what is it?" "Return your neck to its normal position, and then loosen the joints and muscles in your neck." Speaking of the fact that he didn't die just now, He would have thought that he had become the Prime Minister of Sima E of the Three Kingdoms. Fei Lin looked directly at the Lich, who acted indifferently, but had a murderous look in his eyes, and said, "If you want to know anything, let's go home first. This is not a good place to talk. What do you think?" At the same time, his eyes inadvertently drifted towards the two girls whose attitudes were not quite right. Finally, there was a decent response. Fen nodded, agreeing with someone's statement, and she also noticed that the mood swings of the two girls were not normal. When someone leaves the abyss and returns to the lost land, suddenly, it felt like there was an extra yoke or a weight on my body. But this restriction is not strong, and it does not even hinder daily actions. It's just that when you want to mobilize the power in your body, you have to put in some effort. There is even a vague feeling that the power cannot be fully exerted. Could this strange feeling be the power of the gods and the Lord of the Abyss that was restricted by the mysterious land? No matter how virtuous or capable I am, I have to hang up this layer of shackles. Or is this just a perception of excessive self-awareness? In fact, that's not the case at all. It's just that I'm not used to the modified body yet. Or even, does this body have flaws that I haven't noticed yet? No matter what the strange heaviness is, it is always reassuring to return to your own home. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is never as good as your own doghouse. Let the two girls go and make themselves a cup of coffee first. However, according to their words, all this happened only for 3 days. But to me, it feels like hundreds of years have passed. Or even longer. The feeling of not taking caffeine for a long time. If you really think about it, your hands will tremble unconsciously. Then changed his clothes and sat on the sofa in the small living room. Although the Silk for Spirit suit is quite comfortable to wear, it also guarantees both combat effectiveness and life-saving. But after all, there is only one piece of clothing, which is quite boring. It is really difficult for a woman to wear the same clothes all year round. Therefore, Fen will wear different outfits in her daily household according to her mood at that time. What she chose today was a cheongsam with high slits. This usually means, I'm in a bad mood today. Like a landmine. Don't step on the wrong places. Otherwise, the mine explodes at your own risk. There are many ways to explode, such as draining someone dry or beating someone flat. In short, if you want to live well at this time, you have to choose your answers carefully. Now Fen didn't speak, just stared at someone quietly with a pair of cold eyes. At the same time, he also swung one leg across his side and rubbed himself gently. Someone knew that the Lich was waiting for an answer. The two girls who brought the coffee stood behind the sofa where their sisters were sitting. He stared at his teacher with similar eyes. 3 women, coming menacingly. After organizing his words, Lin said, "Strictly speaking, although I used the devil's transformation ritual, I was not completely transformed into a devil. Yes, what's the point of not having a magic core? And your DNA characteristics still maintain the appearance of a human. But there are some differences. The reasons behind this issue are very deep. I will try to keep it as short as possible." Someone who said this made a brief report on the results of his research in the realm of consciousness. The confused expressions on the two girls' faces showed that they did not understand their teacher's research results at all. But for Fen, it was completely different. Maybe the main direction of attack is different. But as long as the human body is involved, the Lich is still the well-deserved authority. Someone who is playing by himself in his own consciousness is limited by the breadth of his knowledge, and has actually accumulated a lot of questions that he cannot answer. There happened to be a biology major in front of me. Of course, if he had a problem, he brought it up for discussion and benefited a lot from it. Chapter 854 Devil Man. In short, it's divine chi training and demonic physical training. Fei Lin used this sentence he discussed with Fei Zhai's incarnation as a summary of Fen's explanation of his situation. He added, "But after so many changes, I'm still not sure what this body can do now. It will take time to adapt and study." For Fen, it was a path she had never imagined. I believe there is no need to ask more questions about feasibility or not. After all, there is a result standing in front of me. However, it is difficult to judge whether this approach is better than the way of shaping the body with one's own power. The two girls standing aside, as if listening to the Book of Heaven, and the Marquis of Balin who sneaked into the small reception room and sat down in one corner, of course had no clue about the discussion between the two magicians, because at the end of the conversation, it was too slow to use midi-common tongue. So Fei Lin simply used dragon language. A high-frequency syllable can contain hundreds of meanings. Fortunately, Lin is also proficient in dragon language and knows someone's usage habits, so he can understand the improved version of dragon language that someone speaks. Otherwise, even if the Black Dragon Augustus comes over, or even other dragon clans, they may not be able to understand the dragon language someone speaks, because there are too many new words in it that do not exist in the original dragon language. These new words are actually proper nouns from Earth knowledge. Lin just compressed the tones of these words and the original sounds into high frequencies, and did not do anything extra. Just like the cultures of different languages on the Earth, most of the foreign words are transliterated, rather than forced to use free translation. For the first short section of the conversation, it was still the normal midi-common tongue, but the high-frequency sounds at the back were very disturbing to the three girls, and they gave them splitting headaches. In the end, I simply put my hands out and blocked my ears, so as not to listen. After the two men finally finished their discussion, the three girls took a long breath, unable to hide her curiosity in her heart. Halloumi widened her eyes and asked her teacher, "Teacher, what is the difference between your change and my sister's change? I dare to say that I just talked so much and wasted so much saliva. It was all in vain. You didn't listen to a word?" Fei Lin complained without any scruples, while the two girls could only flatten their mouths in grievance and sulked. Was the conversation in dragon language just now understandable to normal people? Why does it sound like this man's fault is all his fault? However, complaints are complaints. Fei Lin tried his best to explain in an easy-to-understand way. Let's use an analogy to describe it. If the human body is a house, what you sisters would do is to tear down the house. Everything is redesigned. The advantage of this is that you can design the house strictly according to your own ideas and needs, including the room configuration, bathroom equipment and quantity, decoration style and furnishings. Everything is for your own ideas and exist. He took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat. However, this is not without its disadvantages. That is, the consideration must be very comprehensive, because as long as one thing is not taken into consideration, it means that this new body will lack certain abilities. And the body is not like a house, which can be changed at any time. It can be dismantled and redecorated, which brings considerable limitations and worries to the application of this method. Finn was non-committal and didn't express an opinion on what someone said was a criticism, because the advantages and disadvantages Lin mentioned do exist and are not unreasonable. And she dared to make a new body for herself. For sure Dong, the loyal guardian, just to make sure that she would not make any omissions. Lin continued, "My situation is different from that of your sisters. She demolished the house and rebuilt it, while I based on the existing house and gradually replaced the materials used with better ones. It's like upgrading the original bamboo and clay house to a reinforced concrete building. So from the outside, the house is still the same, but the inside is completely different." Looking at the hopeful expressions on the faces of the two girls, who were waiting to hear what was going on, as well as the Marquise sitting in the distance, eavesdropping with her ears raised, someone just felt funny. But they didn't whet their appetites because the Lich was also waiting. The previous warning was no joke. Of course, this method also has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that because it is the body that I am most familiar with, there is no problem of habit or discomfort. The main thing is to adapt to the new abilities brought by this new body. The disadvantages are also very obvious. Fei Lin patted his round, bouncing belly. It is that all of its original physical characteristics, good or bad, have been preserved. But in general, although this body still has the appearance of a human being, it has the foundation of a demon. It may be difficult for you to imagine, but the body of a demon, but they couldn't be healthier. I haven't felt this kind of energy all over my body since before. No wonder they are doing nothing all day long and always like to make trouble. After finishing speaking with satisfaction, Lin seemed to have remembered something and added, "Although this new body is the foundation of a devil, it does not mean that I will become a devil. I just borrow their method of forming a physical body. The specific situation, I have just said it. It is not my problem that you don't understand. It's like a robot. After all, it's a machine, not a human. In my case, it's like a demon, but it's still a human, not the devil." Maybe someone no longer cares about his body shape that has lasted for the past 2 or 3 decades. But this does not mean that the two apprentices will get used to their teacher being so fat that they cannot move flexibly. At least for the nearly 20 years I have been in Lost Land, I have been in danger most of the time. If you have enough escape skill points, you must first get rid of the negative state of obesity. Not to mention the food here is not so delicious that someone would stop eating and gain weight. However, the girls still noticed that there were some unclear parts in their teacher's words. Halumi asked, "Teacher, you said this new body has new abilities. What are they?" "You see, some more powerful demons can become bigger, more powerful, or transform into other forms. Can you transform like them?" That's a really good question. Someone who has just recovered from a transformed state has not thought about this part seriously. But since his apprentice asked about it, Lin also began to study the feasibility. What is the mechanism of transformation? The types of changes that ordinary people can think of are illusions and real changes. The former will not be considered. But for the latter, there are still some rules that must be followed. According to the law of conservation of mass and energy, the sum of mass and energy of an object before and after conversion should be equal. The decrease will be measured, usually because part of it is converted into entropy and dissipated. In other words, it is physically impossible to transform from an ordinary human into a giant like Superman, unless it had a giant level mass when it was of normal size. That is, its density was frighteningly high. The general situation is like this. But in MIDI, a phenomenon that has never been seen on Earth has been realized, which is the aggregation of pure energy into matter with mass. I should say there are two living examples. Right in front of me, fun and stone. A large amount of power simulates the moment of the origin of life, starting from the creation of amino acids, then proteins, ribonucleic acids, cells, and even biological individuals. It can be said that the method used by Fun reinterprets the process of the birth of life. But if the transformation mechanism is to be used in this way, it seems that it will not happen on the battlefield. I have seen a demon say, "Hey, brother, wait for me to transform. It will probably take at least 3 days, and up to a month and a half before I come to fight you again." As for the more temporary transformation, it may be possible to speed up the process of converting energy into mass. However, I have not studied related magic, so I have no way to compare. Moreover, the temporary transformation mechanism is not what I need. The other kind of transformation is more like plastic surgery, or transformers, a purely structural change. The underlying foundation is the same, and there will be no change in quality. The only thing that changed was the appearance. In this way, semi-permanent changes can be achieved. But as a normal human being, no matter how normal a human being is, he cannot make structural changes like transformers. So he ignores this option. So what ordinary people can do is to change similar plastic surgery methods. The plastic surgery referred to here is not like the medical beauty clinics on Earth, which involve both surgery and injection of drugs. Instead, use magic to change your appearance and achieve semi-permanent changes. It is said that among the three-ring apprentice magic, there is a magic called transformation. However, that magic is closer to a temporary transformation. As soon as the magic is cancelled, removed by others, or the power is exhausted, you will return to your original state. If you want to achieve semi-permanent changes on your own, you have to use other magic, because I have never done or considered such a thing. So this is the first time it has been put on the shelves. Lin chose the shaping technique to match the deformation technique. The principle is to treat your body as a magic material and directly use shaping techniques to shape yourself into the image you imagine. Transfiguration is like a rough prototype, a sketch that can be torn down and started over at any time. The shaping technique is like a chisel or hammer, which shapes the rough embryo according to the sketch. I don't know if this approach is possible. With uncertainty in his arms, Fei Lin took a deep breath and cast a spell on himself. Suddenly, all the fat on the person's body, including the whole body, fell into unknown low amplitude, rapid vibrations. Such an abnormality certainly caused concern to the other two girls. However, as usual, Fun, as the most calm person, stopped the two girls who wanted to stop her teacher and watched quietly. Because from her observation, although the transformation technique used by this man was not that standard, there was no doubt about its safety. Fei Lin's whole body trembled. But it didn't last long. When he finished casting the spell, he not only lost a lot of weight, but it was as if he had become a different person. He still looks like the lost version of himself, but his body has become much stronger. However, someone did not build a bunch of muscles for themselves, but focused on the coordination and flexibility of the body. As for the Xuanwu robe, it also automatically shrinks in size. When someone wears it, it still fits snugly. However, he opened the water mirror and looked at someone in his own eyes. His only emotion is, if the people on Earth knew that I could lose weight by shaking off my fat, then at least half of the population would go crazy and come to me for punishment. Chapter 855 Beyond the Abyss. Someone's emotion. But he didn't know that he didn't have to return to Earth. But he got a few Indias. Jealous and hateful looks behind him. Even Finn is the same. She maintains her current figure through hard work. Compilation at the DNA level can at best increase the efficiency of absorption and metabolism. But it does not mean that she can overeat and not worry about her figure. The scales outside the bathroom have been changed several times. It's just that at this time, even if you know, you have to pretend not to know. This is the unique gentleness of an otaku. And I definitely don't mean to act stupid. After all, the Lich is not willing to dwell on things that are beyond his eyes. She asked about another thing. Why are you being targeted by the Lords of the Abyss? That group of beings are not going to unite to find trouble for a human being if they are well fed. About this issue, I think it's because I violated a certain taboo. Lin Rushi, who had lost weight, replied. What taboo? Yeah. Just as he was about to answer, Lin suddenly shut up, looking at the few girls hiding nearby or standing openly beside them. Lin said, You are not qualified to know what will happen next. Leave first. Before leaving, close the curtains and close the door. Since the teacher said so, the two apprentices did not object, but obediently followed the instructions and closed the large floor-to-ceiling curtains in the small reception room. Along the way, he took away Marquis Balin, who seemed to have no intention of leaving. As for the servants of the Marquise's family, who were originally in the small reception room, they naturally followed their master and left. Nobles always have ulterior motives. As servants, they must know how to keep things secret, what they shouldn't see and what they shouldn't hear, and they must also know that not being present is the smartest thing to do. Although this is not the home of a noble, but the residence of a magician. In a sense, it is more dangerous. After the small reception room was cleared, Lin took out the damaged external lens of the astronomical telescope from his arms and placed it on the long red sandalwood log table that no one cared about, because it is not a magic material. Although red sandalwood is equally rare in the Lost Land, it is not as sought after as it is on Earth. I bought this table from a down-and-out little nobleman. The other party almost refused, asking only to take away this big object. However, after a layer of magic paint is applied to this rosewood log table, it can become a quite luxurious browser terminal in someone's hands. Of course, more tricks can be made. Like now, it becomes a wireless reading port and starts copying the purple stone data in the external lens. After a brief inspection of the data content, as expected, the data stored in the purple stone was not damaged. Lin flicked his fingers and dimmed the light in the room. At the same time, there is still a faint light on the wall. In fact, this is the phenomenon that the small living room has been placed within the range of someone's starry sky. Generally speaking, it is almost provocative to draw other magicians into one's domain without notification. But Finn just raised his eyebrows at someone's actions and didn't say much. Whether this is trust or confidence that someone is not a threat to her is unclear. After getting ready, Lin said, Do you want to watch it? It seemed like a question, but in fact, someone did not wait for any answer and directly played the picture of the question he observed using the astronomical telescope. Finn is no stranger to the picture of bright stars because of someone's hobby. She can even tell a few constellations made up by someone and the stories behind them. I remember these just because the silly stories were kind of funny. Should I say it's cute and stupid? Or it's creative and stupid? But as the screen turned, the Lich's original calmness was no longer visible. And she even stood up emotionally. Be amazed by what you observe. There was a moment of dead silence, broken by several sharp howls. The three girls fell into the doorway of the small parlor and rolled into a ball on the ground. Some people have splitting headaches. Some people are confused and murmuring. And some people seem to be lost in their minds, roaring and screaming. Finn immediately canceled the scene and looked at someone with slight annoyance. Said, You already knew they were hiding outside the door. Yes, I know. But I warned you from the beginning. Since they chose to ignore my warning, they have to bear the consequences themselves. Although he said decisive words in his mouth, Lin still walked towards the man who was moaning on the ground. The three of them helped him up one by one. In fact, just seeing the images of those indescribable things will not cause such a strong reaction. But when people look at them, they will inevitably attract their instinctive attention. Ignoring distance and space, that indescribable power came. For just a moment, the holy city of Estali seemed to have suspended time. including all birds and beasts. The three girls, who had never experienced anything before, were at the center of this silent storm, so they suffered the most. As for the two magicians who were also watching, they had clear minds and normal thoughts, and they had long known how to avoid attracting too much attention. This was precisely why Lin used the power of the starry night to envelope the small living room. But they still couldn't prevent the three girls from becoming a breach and attracting that power to the fans. Fortunately, Finn stopped early and cancelled the scene early, preventing the three girls from continuing to move towards the unexplainable depths before they could achieve a certain degree of understanding. She came to the three girls, who had stopped screaming, but whose eyes were still confused, and stretched her finger to the center of their eyebrows. A cold breath penetrated into the heads of the three people from their foreheads, helping them calm down. In comparison, among the three girls, Marquis Balin's symptoms were the most severe because she had never been exposed to this power. As for someone's two apprentices, in their past journeys, they had more or less contact with the smell of severed limbs sealed by their teacher and sister in the egg-shell container, which was also an indescribable thing. So their symptoms did not so serious. But it was the first time that I faced that force like today. That's why there was such a violent reaction in the early stages. But the servants of the Marquise were unaware. It was someone among them who noticed the unusual movement in the small reception room. So they sent someone to check on her, and discovered the miserable condition of their Marquise. He hurriedly gathered everyone and hurriedly took care of the noble girl, who was said to have brought it upon herself. It was obvious that the Marquise's butler wanted to question or even blame someone. However, the person who returned from a skinny, skeleton-like appearance to a normal posture had an indescribable and unexplainable temperament. As a senior deacon among the servants of a noble, his eyesight is not unimportant, especially the repeated warnings from his Grand Duke, and the fact that he had seen the methods of these two magicians, made him dare not make a mistake rashly, and had no choice but to take care of the most cherished granddaughter of his family head, having made the Marquise suffer such a crime. I really don't know how to repay the Grand Duke tonight. Chapter 856 Shelved Plan. In addition to the fact that the situation at home is under someone's control, Lin is also aware of the behavior of the outside world. The moment that indescribable thing focused its attention on the holy city, the world seemed to have stopped. Although this process was quickly interrupted, the stagnant time resumed moving forward. But what surprises someone is that such a large-scale change did not alarm any gods. In other words, in a place unknown to them, the gods had just experienced a disaster comparable to a major earthquake. It's just that I don't belong to their small circle, so it's normal for me to not know anything about what they did. If the real situation is the former, then it is necessary to reorder one's own understanding of the combat power of the lost land. At least the gods are not at the top. And this is probably the reason why Finn introduced these indescribable things in the past, in order to defeat the old gods when his fighting power was insufficient. Seeing that the three girls were at least no longer in danger, Lin thought of one thing and asked the Lich. Fine. Those indescribable things you encountered in the past, do you know the differences between them? The differences between strengths and weaknesses? Or is it something else? Why do you want to know this? Finn asked again. At least you know what you should pay attention to. Which ones you can contact and communicate with, and which ones you should avoid when you see them. The more you know, the better prepared you will be. When you really encounter them, you won't be caught off guard, Lin said. It's that rainy day theory of yours again. Finn sighed. Then he continued. It is a pity that your theory is not applicable to their situation. And although I personally don't know anything about them, I may not know more than your messy understanding. Lin asked doubtfully. Have you ever come into contact with them? This is obviously your misunderstanding. If a powerless person wants to harm others with poison, will he eat the poison himself or study the poison? The easiest way is to buy ready-made poison. Just kill people. To me at that time, they were a very useful poison with its own bait properties. Of course, I had come into contact with them, but not as much as you might think. This is really surprising. Lin commented seriously. The more you know about them, the more they will affect you like a lingering nightmare. In the end, you will either become a true believer in it, or you will go crazy, or you will become crazy. There is no other end. True believer. So ignorance is bliss. Do you want to know more about them? He rubbed his chin, which had no stubble at all. In fact, this body has not only returned to its original appearance, but has even become slightly younger in appearance. The actual physical age is meaningless. It's just that someone himself has no awareness of this, but is thinking about the information revealed by Finn. After thinking carefully, he had to admit, indeed, in this mechanism, Ignorance is better than wrong or incomplete knowledge. At least the other party is sleeping quietly in his own place, and does not come to the door every 3 days. Say hello. If you do unnecessary things and attract the other person's attention, it will not be a good thing for anyone. Yes, that's it. Then rarely agreed with someone's conclusion, as if to interrupt the other person's unrealistic delusion. Lin sighed and said, "It seems that we can only give up the idea of stargazing in the abyss temporarily, until we find a way to avoid those things. It's a pity." "Why? Has there been much progress in the starry sky in the abyss? What makes it so difficult for you to give up?" Fan asked. "It is a great thing to confirm that world is also a star that exists in the universe. And this discovery leaves a lot of questions to be answered. For example, do the abyss and the mysterious land exist in the same place? A universe. How far is the distance between the two? Why is there such a connection across the distance between the two? And the most important point, is there a way to use triangulation to further determine the relationship between the Earth, the lost lands, and the abyss, relative position, to get more accurate data? However, it is conceivable that this part may not only require a huge amount of calculation, but there may also be many unsolved physical mysteries that lie before the final answer. After all, I have to use the flash technique. Parameters cannot be satisfied by large-scale data such as a few light years. You are pursuing this goal after all," Finn said with a hint of loneliness in his tone. "Perhaps infected by this inexplicable surge of loneliness," Lin said emotionally. "People in my hometown believe in returning fallen leaves to their roots. It's so desolate to die in a foreign land." Suddenly he took a deep breath and seemed to have summoned up the courage to say, "If you really have no place to go, maybe you can come to my hometown for a visit. It has a different culture, different water and soil, which nurtures and fascinates people. Different people. The most important thing is that it is much safer than lost land. But it is not difficult to live a peaceful life. And if I can take one with me, I don't know how happy my parents will be if my daughter-in-law goes back. This is something they have thought about all their lives, but I have not been able to help them realize it." Suddenly, all the shameful emotions a certain person had were thrown out of the sky. Things that I had never dared to think about all came to my mind at this moment. I have been away for such a long time inexplicably, and there is no news about whether my parents at home are still alive. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush. Without saying a word, he flashed away from the scene. The servants of the Marquise's family who were busy, and the 3 girls who were in a daze, certainly didn't notice what someone said. Only the Lich, who had lived for an unknown number of years, savored the words that no one had ever said to her. Find out the dry tobacco pipe hidden somewhere. Use those green onion-like slender fingers to carefully rub the fine tobacco and stuff it into the smoking pot. Then he took out the matchstick and lit the tobacco. I remember when Finn smoked dry cigarettes for the first time. He once said contemptuously to someone, why he didn't use magic flame to light his cigarette. With just a snap of your fingers, you can have as much firepower as you want. At that time, the man said that some things are not just done for the sake of doing them, but also need to pay attention to some sense of ritual and enjoy the process of doing them. At that time, my newly resurrected self didn't quite understand. But later I realized that there was too much time to do nothing. So it was a good way to find ways to spend it. He took a puff of cigarette, rolled it into his lungs, and then exhaled the white smoke. The burning feeling of pleasure left her chest for a while. And even she realized that this new body was not very good. And it was still difficult to completely quit this bad habit brought about after the resurrection. It turns out that there is still anyone in his family. This is Finn's only thought now. Chapter 857 Willingness. One day is too much time to be sentimental about problems that cannot be solved. So from the second day on, someone appeared in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. Finn had the same attitude. She did not give any answer. After all, there was a premise in that matter. That is, someone had to be able to go back first, and then others had to consider whether to follow. Since it's still uncertain whether he can go back or not, there's no point in making any promises. Of course someone was well aware of this situation, and knew that neither of them would make promises easily. So he didn't ask. Marquise Balin has not yet recovered from her miserable state of nervous exhaustion. But Halumi and Kaya are already able to do their daily work vigorously. The Marquise's servants were very worried about this. They all wanted to call a trustworthy family physician from the Grand Duke's territory to treat the Marquise. However, at the insistence of the Marquise herself, the matter was dropped. It is said that the Marquise never showed such a tough attitude when she was at home. Due to the stubbornness of the family master, some strong servants may dare to cross that level of boundaries and in turn control the incompetent and inflexible family master. But that depends on where they are. In the magician's territory. Especially when there is a lich who is a former demon king. Not many people dare to act arrogantly. That is not ruthless in his work. But he is quite indifferent. Human lives are like ants. This sentence perfectly explains how the people who died under her hands are worthless. And how she herself doesn't care about such trivial matters. It is this attitude that makes these servants, who come from the Grand Duke's family, and have high ambitions, but low abilities, do things even more cautiously. The title of Grand Duke is really not useful in front of this person. But after this shocking education, strictly speaking, it was not without gain. First of all, this girl who has been pampered since she was a child understands that the warning of a certain magician is not just a warning. You will be responsible for the consequences is someone's attitude towards others all the time. Because he had seen too many people who didn't listen to others' advice, and had to hit their heads, and bleed out before they finally woke up. At this time, it is actually more annoying to come forward and say things like "I told you so," since it is neither flattering to say before nor afterward. Watching indifferently is a good way to do things. This is someone's life experience. And to be honest, after this experience, it is not all without benefits. To use magic, you need to have talent. And what is this talent? No one has ever been able to say for sure. But this talent is not fixed after birth. It can be changed, even strengthened, reversed, or even deprived of. How an ethereal thing can do this? Someone still can't figure it out. But one thing that is certain is that exposure to these indescribable things actually helps develop talents. They allow people who are unable to cast magic to develop spellcasting skills. It can make people who are already magic apprentices or magicians reach a higher level. It is precisely because of such benefits that some believers follow those weird things. The difference lies in whether you can get out of that quagmire before being so addicted that you lose yourself, instead of sinking yourself into it. Most people cannot do this, so they self-destruct. But the three girls were forcibly pulled out before they got lost. Although they are feeling unwell, their magical path has been opened up a lot. This is an unknown surprise. Lin may have been aware of this, but he had no definite evidence, so he never mentioned it. As for the plan for abyssal astronomy observation, it was shelved. And a certain teacher also came back. Everything in this home is back to how it used to be. Raising silkworms, teaching, and stargazing. Very occasionally, I would go to the automobile R&D and manufacturing center to help, or give advice to the three apprentices on their magic doubts. Regarding the last one, it certainly does not mean that someone fails to perform his or her duties as a teacher, simply because the two more senior apprentices had long gone astray on the journey of magic. They no longer ask anyone for advice. Even if I had to ask, I would ask their elder sister first. As for the new male apprentice, Leonardo from Vinci Village in Florence, he is a little cold about magic, but his strong thirst for knowledge about engineering, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and art can be astonishing for a teacher. Even some knowledge was almost exhausted by him. Life is supposed to go on peacefully, but there are always a series of accidents in life, which turn it into a chaotic noise. Anyone who will find it pleasant to listen to, except for narcissists, is mentally ill. And this accident that disrupted someone's pace was the long-awaited answer from Marquis Balin. On a spring night, the holy city of Estali was shrouded in drizzle, bringing a slight chill. This also slightly dissipates the sultry atmosphere brought by the approaching summer. Noble girls stay in their rooms, and do not deliberately wear veils. She was relatively weak, so even on this cool spring night, she still wore some thick clothes and wrapped herself tightly. In front of her was a rarely used dresser. There are two such things in a room. One is an ordinary dressing table for daily use, and the so-called ordinary here means ordinary compared to magic props. The things used by noble ladies are nothing ordinary to most people. The other is a dressing table with magical effects. The additional magic is exactly the Charles summoning technique that someone hated when he was the master of the Tower of the Great Sage. The two parties can use the magic to communicate in real time via video. The power consumption of this magic is astonishing. Most magicians rely on the energy pool of the magic tower to arrange this magic circle, and do not make it a separate communication device. But for a nobleman of Duke Kawei's level, such consumption might not be noticed. The dressing table is sealed with two small wooden doors. In this state, outsiders cannot use the Charles calling technique to force their way in, which is shocking. Otherwise, for a silly grandpa who loves his granddaughter, he will definitely contact her every day until the girl becomes bored and starts to curse. But even if he gets scolded, I'm afraid that silly grandpa will be happy. After covering herself with a veil, the Marquise activated the magic formation of the calling spell. Under the influence of magic, the mirror ripples like water. It took a while before a different background and environment was reflected. The person inside was a servant of the Grand Duke's family. As a powerful aristocrat who is usually busy with everything, it is of course impossible for him to stay in front of the mirror all day long. So naturally there are servants to do this kind of thing. After a while, the old Duke, wearing pajamas, hurried to the mirror. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "Al, do you miss Grandpa? I miss you too. Come back sometime and take a look at the flower bed that is about to bloom. I remember that it is your favorite place." The girl did not answer, but said in a serious voice, "Grandpa, yes, I want to learn magic from my sister." For a moment, Grand Duke Kalway couldn't think straight and asked, "Who?" "Lord Fanatical." Chapter 858, Raising Troops to Prosecute. Realizing what this pitiful granddaughter was asking of him, Duke Kalway recalled the content of the report made to him by the deacon he said before, about the magician encouraging his granddaughter to become the lich student. He said with an expression of embarrassment, "Al, if you want to learn magic, we have very good family magicians, and each of them will try their best to teach you. Why don't you come back and learn?" Marquise Balin said nothing. Duke Kalway had no choice but to persuade him. "Even if you want to further your studies in magic, your family will have resources to support you. Isn't that good?" The same silence. Just like this girl's aggressive attitude of hiding in her room for a long time, not participating in social situations, and even unwilling to meet outsiders. Even if the grandfather tried his best to talk about it for 7 days and 7 nights, he could not shake the slightest bit of her belief. For such a persistent attitude, Kalway Gong really didn't know whether to praise or scold him severely. "I know that no matter how much I say, it's useless. Not to mention that this is still a magic distance away, without real face-to-face conversation." The old Duke could only say, "I understand. But I hope you, L, don't raise anything to those two people yet. I will arrive as soon as possible within the next day or two to talk to them. There are some things that have not been discussed first. I don't trust you to be someone else's magic apprentice. Is this okay? Otherwise, I won't admit it. And I'm familiar with those two magicians. As long as I don't nod, they will not accept you as their apprentice." Recalling what the magician said, although the girl did not want to learn magic from him, she was not sure how much weight that person's words had in her sister's heart. "But this matter is not that urgent. Anyway, I have already settled in this home. Just wait for your grandfather to come over and talk to the two magicians. Although, I don't know what they are going to talk about. Maybe it's because he is very concerned about his granddaughter. Or maybe it's the series of large and small cars that make it easier for the well-trained Duke guards to travel." In the evening of the next day, Lin saw the dusty Grand Duke of Kalway driving towards him. Behind him, the Duke's guards, which already had the prototype of a motorized infantry division, filed out of large trucks. Of course, this was not for demonstration or anything. It was just because the people sitting on top of the truck had their butts hurt. For things like trucks, even on Earth, personnel comfort is not the primary consideration. Therefore, people who have been driving all the way will get out of the car and stretch their muscles every time they stop for a long time. Same this time. In comparison, the custom-made car that the Grand Duke rode in was not on the same level as a truck in terms of comfort. But the elderly people who came in a hurry did not have the atmosphere of leisurely travel. With a slight irritation, he was about to question the magician who came to greet him face to face. But when he saw Lin, who had returned to his original appearance and even looked a little younger, he was stunned. Of course, Mr. Kalway would not be unable to recognize someone. The Xuanwu robe was so eye-catching and easy to recognize. However, the person in front of him not only recovered from his skinny, skeleton-like appearance, he also had an indescribable and unexplainable feeling. It was a threat. A life-threatening threat he hadn't felt in a long time. That was the feeling I had when I was young and encountered a giant dragon in its prime with my adventure companions. That time, my group almost couldn't escape the dragon's pursuit, and several of my companions even suffered almost fatal injuries. It was also that battle that brought an end to his adventurous career, and he returned home to serve as the heir to a great duke. Just such a moment's hesitation made Kalway Gong's hard-working momentum completely disappear. Linda was able to greet him in a chatty tone. "The Grand Duke has come all the way from afar, and I am sorry to welcome him from afar. Thanks to you for your help. I should find a time to come and say thank you." Waving his hand in disgust, Mr. Kawe said. Who doesn't know your ability? If you really want to come to my territory, you will be there in the blink of an eye. There is no need to say these polite words. You are not used to speaking, so I can hear it. It's also awkward. Ha. The old man can pretend to be familiar with it. But if young people just follow the rules, they are short-sighted. So Lin did not answer the other party's words, but welcomed the Grand Duke and his party into the conference living room. In fact, the only guest of honor was Grand Duke Kawe, and the rest were his entourage. Despite this, there are many people inside who have aristocratic status, and they also need to be treated with courtesy. Naturally, servants sent by the Grand Duke to the house were arranged for the reception and dinner. Halumi and Kaya had to arrange matters for half of the Duke's guards. Just looking at the more than 200 people and the more than 50 charging horses carried by trucks, Lin couldn't help but ask curiously, Your Majesty the Grand Duke, I remember that the number of the Duke's guards is 500. Are you in the automobile manufacturing industry? I released 250 people with the R&D center and brought another 250 people with me. Could it be that the territory has become an empty city? This kind of thing. The old man rarely pretended to be inscrutable in front of a magician and said, Although the number of Duke guards is limited to 500 people, the territory has always been protected by the local militia. There is no limit to the number of people in that department. After all, His Majesty requires every Grand Duke to have a team of at least 20,000 people during wartime. But in normal times, we are limited to a team of only 500 people. Of course, we have to make some efforts on the unrestricted militia. Anyway, there are no requirements for the equipment or training of the militia. I require them to be similar to the Duke's Guard. This is to ensure that they can protect themselves after they go to the battlefield. Ability. This is a normal thing. That's how it works. Someone thought so in his heart. This kind of thing seems to be a tacit understanding among the nobles. So it is not the turn of an outsider like a magician to express his opinion. After welcoming the Grand Duke and his entourage, someone naturally went to inform the old man's granddaughter that Marquis Balin came out to meet them. I said before that I got a lot of help thanks to the old man. And I'm not wrong at all. With the establishment of the West Pavilion, in addition to the rooms for Marquis Balin and her servants, a large bath, conference living room and banquet hall were also built. The latter two were built entirely according to aristocratic specifications. Anyway, it was the Grand Duke who provided the money, effort, and maintenance. Lin is happy to sit back and enjoy the success. Although the old man said that these are for his granddaughter, he also enjoys them. So he has to be more polite to others. The one who takes the person has short hands, but the one who eats it has a soft mouth. It's just that today the old man seems to have come to investigate. For which crime? Someone is puzzled. Chapter 859 Hosting a Banquet. Now that the momentum at the beginning was interrupted, Grand Duke Kawe had no intention of doing anything straight to the point. Instead, he showed off his aristocratic style and used various social and entertainment techniques. Anyway, the other side also has its own people to make arrangements, so the response to the matter will not be too outrageous. Of course, the main reason for using these social skills is because it is already evening, and it will be dinner time after a while. Before setting off in the morning, the deacons serving the Marquis had been notified, so they should be prepared in advance. But to be responsible for feeding so many people, I'm afraid it will take some manpower and some time. Talking on an empty stomach can easily lead to quarrels. This is Kogong's life experience. In the past, when he didn't want to get things done, he would come hungry or make his guests hungry too. Usually in this situation, if the matter can still be negotiated, he will look at the person opposite and keep such talents in his heart. We didn't come here just to quarrel, so it's not advisable to go hungry. The best time to talk is after eating and drinking, and during tea time. At that time, people are most relaxed and things are much easier to talk about. This is of course also based on experience. In addition to hosting noble balls, the Grand Banquet Hall in the West Building can also accommodate nearly 100 people dining at the same time with a long table. Although there is no way to let all the Duke's guards in, it shouldn't be a problem to let those with titles inside. Almost all of the more than 10 servants from the Grand Duke's family, including 2 deacons, were dispatched to prepare for this banquet. They didn't even let Vanna, who was originally a helper in this family, help. After all, Vanna was just a civilian and had never seen such a big battle. Besides, they who were sent to this home were holding back their breath and wanted to show off. Not that they expected to be transferred back to the Grand Duke's castle. They are sent to serve the Marquis Balin, and their performance is how good or bad the Balin family is. Even if you don't give the master face, you must not lose face. This is a family that has served the nobles for generations as servants, and they have no ambition at all. But before today, staying in this magician's home, they had nothing to do except prepare 3 meals and clean the environment. It may seem that work has become easier, but the mental burden is much greater. Look at the people in this family. The Lich who was once the Devil King, and an old black dragon. No matter how old it is not something that mortals can resist. There is also the disaster of the Empire. The Demon Prince is odd. Everyone is living their lives with fear. For fear that no one will be happy. Today, a large-scale banquet of noble rank was finally held. Although it was not entertaining foreign guests, but relatives coming from afar. No one wanted to hear a word of reproach or even a word of criticism. So they all tried their best to make it perfect. Finally, under the leadership of the Archdeacon, everyone worked together to prepare a feast for hundreds of people during dinner time. And together with the fine wine, the long table was filled. Although the display style of this large amount of delicacies is still in the Midi style. Or to be more precise, the banquet is held in the aristocratic style of the Guana Empire. But the food that was served was completely different. Since they came to this home about half a year ago, they had an arrogant attitude, thinking that as they came from a noble family, even if they were just servants, they had a better vision than many magicians. So on the grounds of ensuring the Marquise's dietary safety, they occupied almost the entire kitchen. Except that the Lich only ate the food made by the 2 magic apprentices. Even the magician ate delicacies from the secrets of the Grand Duke's family. They are also quite proud of this. As for noble attendants, they were not unfamiliar with Lich's attitude. There are many nobles who are afraid of death. They are not the chefs and servants they trust. They don't even drink water. Maybe that Lich has the same habits. Until one night, the 2 magic apprentices made a very strong-smelling dish called curry as a late-night snack. The Marquise who had tasted it was unwilling to eat the food they made at all, and even called it pig food. Such a statement came from the mouth of the magician. It's just that the other party believes that as long as it is food, it cannot be wasted. Anyway, the daily needs are just nutrients to maintain body functions. So there is no shortage of food, no matter how unpalatable it is. You just eat it all, and then poop it out. Without comparison, there is no harm. This also comes from that person's mouth. Anyway, the Marquise doesn't want to eat the food they cooked anymore. And it's impossible for the 2 magic apprentices to serve their group of servants. In the end, the chef specially sent by the Grand Duke to serve his granddaughter, who specialized in all kinds of delicacies, was reduced to cooking for everyone who was also a servant. Not only would the chef himself not be able to accept this result, but if the Grand Duke knew about it, that noble man would probably not be able to accept it either. And the wrath of a noble was not something that the small families attached to it could bear. So what else can I do? Save my dignity and humbly ask for advice? Anyway, as a chef, it is your duty to learn more dishes. Not to mention, it's really delicious. I don't know if I haven't asked for advice. After asking for advice, I realized that I am the frog in the well. What particularly shocked the chef and the deacon was that the 2 magic apprentices added spices as if they cost nothing. They couldn't help but complain privately. If they could sprinkle spices freely for free, the food they made would be delicious. But this perception was soon overturned. The 2 magic apprentices know so many types and methods of cooking that one wonders whether they are really magic apprentices rather than professional cooks. You don't have to sprinkle the spices all over the place to make the food taste delicious. Instead, you have to look at the taste and cooking method of the food itself, and then learn from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. Only then will you be able to make a truly delicious dish. Today's banquet should have been prepared with the original cooking method based on the principle of making no mistakes. At least the Grand Duke wouldn't be in the dilemma of having nothing to eat, even though there was a whole table of food, because he didn't like new flavors. However, under the strong request of Marquis Balin, they could only serve the newly learned dishes. Otherwise, the family owner would rather starve to death than go back to eating pig food. They would not be able to open a small stove or really let this person starve to death. It is estimated that if the Marquis Balin complained that she was hungry, she would be arrested by the Grand Duke and tortured as to why he was starving his granddaughter. Now, these newly learned dishes are finally on the table. The deacon in charge watched with uneasiness as the Grand Duke tried these unseen foods from afar with a puzzled expression on his face. In fact, not only the Grand Duke, but also all the members of the Duke's Guard who were present were the same. Although the fish is still the same fish, and the meat is still the same meat, different methods are used to make food that is both delicious and delicious. All that's left is to muster up the courage to try it. At first, someone was determined to serve generously, and picked up a piece of meat with a fork. With his eyes still closed, he stuffed it into his mouth. In the end, everyone was grabbing food frantically, stuffing their mouths full for fear of eating less than others. Even the Grand Duke was not immune, because the food was so delicious that he almost chewed it off his tongue. As for the old man's original destination, it seemed that it had been thrown out of mind and completely forgotten. Chapter 860 Welcome Banquet. One of the rules for aristocratic banquets is that the amount should be sufficient. It would be quite embarrassing if word spread that the guests were underfed. As for the guest who is busy with other things, such as making an appointment for a hot pot, etc., so he has no time to eat. This is the guest's own problem. Although I am not proud of how many leftovers I throw away, it has become a vague evaluation for the host of the banquet. Originally, someone hated this kind of wasteful behavior, but with so many people to entertain, they had no idea how much food to prepare, so they could only leave it to the marquise's deacons to make arrangements. More importantly, the food expenses were paid by the marquise herself, and someone was just responsible for purchasing from the Rouen Chamber of Commerce. However, the servants of the marquise, who were responsible for preparing dinner, still ignored how attractive the new dishes learned from the two magic apprentices were to a group of pot-bellied men who were soldiers. In other words, from the beginning, they didn't pay attention to how to prepare this banquet, which was more like a military cauldron than a noble banquet. The result was a crowd of people banging on their bowls, begging for food. Of course, no one needs to worry about this messy situation. He sat calmly at the host's table and watched the old duke at the guest of honor's table eating like crazy with an appetite that was inconsistent with his age. As the guest of honor, of course, there would be no shortage of food and wine on his table. When he couldn't hold it any longer, he stopped eating, patted his belly in an awkward manner, and picked at the gap between his teeth. After burping, Grand Duke always said, "Boy, is this a dinner prepared by your people?" The old man was able to feel so comfortable. Of course, because the ladies were not present, then couldn't be bothered to attend the occasion, let alone eat the unpalatable food. She has been raised to death, and she feels that if the two girls are not in charge, she will probably starve to death. Of course, Marquise Ballon would not appear on such an occasion. I don't know if it's a fear of crowded places or a phobia of parties. Anyway, if she wanted to appear in a place like this, it would be faster to kill her. The girl ate in her own room, with the two magic apprentices as her companions. The two girls helped their elder sister open the small stove, and also prepared what they wanted to eat. The previous point was also informed by the Grand Duke in advance. The old man is not surprised by this situation. Instead, he said it would be weird if his granddaughter attended. In response to the Grand Duke's question, Lin Jiaosha replied, "No, sir. They are the servants of the lady. My apprentices will be in a hurry to prepare food for 12 people. For 200 to 300 people. They can't do it. It can't be done." Thinking of the people he sent, they were all carefully selected. But the Grand Duke was still puzzled. I remember that when the cook stayed in the castle, he couldn't make such delicious food. Do we have anyone who is good at this? The latter sentence was changed. The head asked his attendant. Standing behind him, the unsmiling deacon said, "My lord, no. There is only one chef sent. Although he is the best candidate, he is not as good as this." The older deacon only took a few bites when he was trying the dishes for the Grand Duke, but it was enough for him to distinguish the good from the bad. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when the people below swept away all the delicacies on the table and then banged bowls and made noise. The Grand Duke, who was well fed and drunk, certainly understood what the situation was, so he didn't blame anyone in particular. He just said with a smile, "When my cooks were in the castle, they couldn't make such delicious food. Why did their cooking skills change after coming to your place? I can't even recognize that this is the person I sent." In response to such a complaint, someone could only say, If the Grand Duke knew that such a level of food would be disliked by Fin, I really don't know what he would think. However, Lin still said politely, "In fact, cooking is just like magic. It requires the courage to try and delve deeply into knowledge. The more you know, the better you can do it. Really, I want to send my chef to you to learn cooking skills. Treat this place as a cooking school. No problem. If the tuition is paid, everything can be easily discussed," Lin said with a Philistine expression. Regarding someone's attitude, the Grand Duke could only puzzled and said, "Is it really so easy to negotiate? This is not something that needs to be kept secret. What's wrong with more people making delicious food and sharing this feeling of happiness? Someone said in a high-sounding tone. The Grand Duke smiled and said, "Uh-huh. If that's the case, then you should not even charge tuition and teach me how to cook for free. That's not right. My lord, everything has a price. Even if I am willing to share this knowledge, it still requires my people to spend time teaching others. This part should not be free. Of course, I put forward my price. Those who are willing to accept can come, and those who are unwilling to accept can negotiate. Isn't it the essence of the transaction that the two parties reach a consensus after several rounds of bargaining? It's just a relatively simple way to measure it with money. But I don't mind if you exchange it for something else. Then here's the problem." The Grand Duke changed his original laziness. He showed a sharp gaze and said, "What price do you want for trying so hard to encourage my granddaughter to learn magic from you?" The conversation suddenly entered the topic, and someone suddenly realized that this is where the drama lies. Lin honestly said, "For me, it means less trouble." "You mean my granddaughter is a trouble?" The silly grandfather, who was eager to protect his grandson, suddenly became furious. At the same time, the banquet hall fell silent. Everyone no longer had the relaxed and cheerful banquet attitude, but looked sharply at the main table. Some even put their hands on the hilt of their swords and just had to draw them. Facing such a battle, someone showed no fear. He raised his eyebrows and said, "An unmarried girl lives in the home of an inexplicable magician. Is this okay?" With just one sentence, the corners of the Grand Duke's mouth twitched, and his original momentum was disrupted. The members of the Duke's Guard, who were present, also began to think about whether this would be a big deal if their unmarried daughter lived in the home of an inexplicable magician. Lin added, "The lady is still messing around. She used undead magic to make a skeleton dog come out a while ago. Either forcefully prohibit her from doing such things without knowing the results again, or help her find a good teacher to avoid she will kill herself. Grand Duke, which one do you think is better? Also, maybe Mr. Tripwick can stop her from doing this kind of thing." "Huh? No. Why would she be exposed to undead magic?" Grand Duke Kawe thought of a very strange question. Inevitably, my thoughts tend towards conspiracy theories. Lin said very matter-of-factly, "My family's approach is to open up any knowledge to our own people. If you understand, just read it. If you don't understand, just ask. There will always be someone who can answer it. What I didn't expect was that there would be outsiders living there. At my house, I just looked at those things and actually started learning them. If I really didn't care, I didn't care. But I still learned necromancy. As far as I'm concerned, the best outcome is for the Grand Duke to take your granddaughter home. It doesn't matter how hard she goes. She won't die in my house anyway. Because if something like that happens, you can imagine what she will do." How crazy. Chapter 861, How to Save Squatting at Home. After all, the Grand Duke is not an unreasonable person. If you think about it from the perspective of a magician, the other party's concerns are not wrong at all, even though they don't sound very pleasant. If you start a dispute with the other party just to get a chance, the topic will easily veer into strange places. The old Duke has practiced this kind of negotiation technique a lot. And of course, he doesn't want to fall into this trap himself. To be fair, he also wanted his granddaughter to go home and not live somewhere where he couldn't see her. It's just that the Grand Duke wanted to let go of a certain magician with words. But the certain magician refused to give up and continued. "And the lady continues to stay. The biggest trouble is that she is. Who is she? The owner of this family? This a guest in the house? A friend staying here? If I am the owner of this house, what am I? If I am a guest in this house, you have paid too much. It's okay to live with a friend. But let's go back to the previous question and let an unmarried girl live in an inexplicable magician's house. Okay?" In fact, there is nothing new in this kind of questioning. It just digs deeper into the previous questions. So Lin changed his direction and tried to analyze it. There are only two main reasons for a child to stay at home and not want to be exposed to social situations. No more and no less. Starting with such a topic really aroused the interest of Grand Duke Kawe. His face changed slightly, and he listened with his ears straightened. First, the lack of security. Second, the pampering of people at home. The first point should be easy to understand, because there is no security, and I feel that I will be threatened as soon as I leave my own little world. So I don't willing to walk out of her closed door. As for the second point, let me put it this way. If she is a child from a poor family and does not have food for her next meal, is it possible that she will stay behind closed doors? It is the love of the family that allows her to live without having to worry about scarcity. In this case, if you want to help this child, it is very important to let her leave her own little world. Step. So the question is, what does the Grand Duke want to do next? Let that child learn magic, Duke Kawe said in a deep voice. Although the order is a bit reversed. We should first make her feel safe, and then find a way to let her leave her own little world. But this is still a good second step. What do you think? Sir? The Grand Duke of Kawe, who looked serious, stretched out his hand to stop a certain magician from continuing, and said, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." After that, he stood up, because the tone of the conversation between the two parties was slightly higher. There was a vague tension in the entire banquet hall. Now that the Grand Duke is interested in talking in detail, he certainly does not need to make any threats from his own family. What's more, it's still unclear whether these threats will be useful to this magician. But of course, the Grand Duke had no reason to punish his subordinates for their spontaneous actions. It's just that he doesn't need them to show intimidation now. So the Grand Duke stood up and waved his hands to everyone, smiling and said, "It's okay. Everyone continues to eat. Don't be afraid of overpowering this magician. It's all paid for by me anyway." The Duke's guards laughed, and the banquet hall returned to an atmosphere of mingling, and everyone was eating and drinking enthusiastically. The small salon next to the banquet hall was designed according to the layout of someone's small reception room, with aristocratic touches added to make the second small reception room more luxurious and comfortable. The alcoholic drinks prepared inside are all high-end products that cannot be obtained through commercial methods without certain skills. They were all brought in to support the scene by the silly grandfather who loved his granddaughter. But Lin has never touched anything here. Even this second small guest room he rarely came to, in order to avoid the suspicion of being under the melon field. He rarely walked to the West Hall. Anyway, Nizi will stay. Not for him, but for his apprentice. In line with the principle that doing more is worse than doing less. In daily life, he rarely cares about the affairs of Marquis Balin and her servants. Even so, no one dares to mess with him in daily life. After all, when Marquis Balin wanted to stay, a certain magician conveniently left behind several black gauze troops of female guards of the Guana Empire, daughters of nobles. The Black Veil army dared to kill them. So what are the servants of a few nobles? In short, this second small reception room is the first time someone has entered it after it was completed. The chief deacon of the Marquis was more familiar with the layout here than he was. Therefore, the person who came forward to prepare the after-dinner wine was a servant belonging to Marquis Balin. The Grand Duke of Kawe was not in a hurry. He took a few sips of wine and calmed down his overstuffed state before asking, "Your Excellency Gablash, you seem to have a lot of ideas about the child." "Okay, let me elaborate. In fact, it is about some of the things we can do around the 2 points just mentioned. Teaching her magic and improving her sense of security is a very important project in changing her work. As for who teaches, of course, it's okay for me to learn anything. But at this stage, she seems to be interested in undead magic. I don't know if you, Grand Duke, can find other people who can teach this kind of magic normally. At least a suitable candidate. What kind of magic are you not interested in? Why is it the undead magic alone?" The Grand Duke asked himself in a low voice with confusion and regret in his words. I have some inferences about this, but no evidence. So the Grand Duke will listen to it. Although he didn't expect an answer, it didn't mean that this silly grandpa wouldn't be upset by these things. So he still cares about someone's inference. "Okay, please tell me. Perhaps she just wanted to find a friend, because she got along with my apprentice. She was willing to live there. She learned the magic of necromancy without anyone knowing. And the first thing she did was to make a dog. From this perspective, she is creating a companion for herself. What's the difficulty in getting companions? If you want companions of the same age, there are a lot of them among my subordinates. Everyone is loyal and will never dare to disobey her, let alone hurt her." Grand Duke Kawe was excited. Said, he even started to stretch his fingers to figure out how many companions he could help his granddaughter find. Someone poured cold water on her and said, "Maybe it's because of this that she doesn't want to get along with those people. Because of their status. Their behavior is too thoughtful or too boring. Isn't that what nobles are like? The lower nobles exist to serve the higher nobles. The same is true for the people." Duke Kawe said plausibly. Lin shrugged and said, "As for this noble self-consciousness, don't you think you should educate your granddaughter yourself instead of educating me? Obviously, that one does not have such a self-consciousness. I think this shouldn't be my problem. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 862, 2 Rescue Methods for Squatting at Home. Then he seemed to have noticed something, revealed his sharp eyes, and asked, "Then how did you confuse my granddaughter? If she is like you said?" This question is quite like a proposition in the cultural background of Midi. If Rousseau's natural rights were taken out, he would probably be burned at the stake before the revolution. So after Lin thought for a while, he said in a rather confused way, "Because I am a magician. Status is not worth anything to us. Only strength makes us respect him." As if to defend the status of a noble. Facing the magician's rude words, Grand Duke Kalwei said in a cold voice, "But have you ever thought about the power that the status of a noble represents?" Lin shrugged and said nonchalantly, "You can just order a group of people to beat me up. Right? But before that happens, can't I escape? You, young man, has no martial ethics for shamelessly talking about running away." Duke Kalwei didn't know how to deal with such a shameless person. Don't fight a battle that you are not sure about. If you have to fight, you will win. There is no shame in running away. This is to preserve your strength in order to win the next battle. If you consume your strength inexplicably, when the time comes, you will. Isn't it more annoying to just watch the enemy reveal his weakness and be unable to do anything about it? Someone said plausibly. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you so much. XING, and this person, who is proud of the title of the most escaping magician, will definitely have endless discussions about such disgraceful things. The Grand Duke brought the topic back to what he wanted to know and asked, "According to your excellency, as long as the child is allowed to learn magic and improve his sense of security, what's wrong with staying in the castle and studying safely under my care?" Okay. From what you said before, why do you have to leave? For a young eagle to learn to flap its wings, the first step is to push it out of the nest. Under the protection of the Grand Duke, she will not have the chance to learn to be independent. Just imagine, if the teacher is stricter today, lady, if you feel wronged, what will you do? Even if the lady hides in her room and is unwilling to continue studying, will you force her even a little bit? Duke Kalwei said without confidence. You don't understand what the education of the nobles is about. In this regard, someone still said, uh-huh. However, the ridicule could not be too explicit, so he had to continue to explain. I believe that the education of the Grand Duke family must have a unique method, but sometimes serious illness should be treated with strong medicine. Of course, this does not mean that you should completely ignore the Lord, but that distance will create beauty. Then when she encounters any setbacks or dissatisfaction in the learning process, she will come to you, complaining. When this complaint cannot be exchanged for real-time or effective help, then she should continue to study with dignity. But the Grand Duke was still hesitating. Lin stuck out his head and said seductively, "What's wrong with this arrangement? Sir? Think about it. The lady is studying with us. Even if we don't guide her with a strict attitude, the path of learning will not be the same. It's all smooth sailing. Not to mention that this is a dangerous magic, and it's impossible to maintain a gentle attitude in a critical moment. All you have to do is try your best to coax her and pamper her. That is to say, if we pretend to be bad, your lord will pretend to be white. It will not damage your image of kindness in the mind of the lady. This kind of work distribution is not bad." The Grand Duke was indeed moved by these bewitching words, but still retaining a trace of calmness. He thought of a possibility and said, "What if the child can't bear it anymore and escapes back?" Suddenly remembering the magician's past experience, the old man looked at someone with suspicion, said, "And your education method is not acceptable to ordinary people." When the Grand Duke said this, Lin of course also recalled the dark history of opening the first failed college during his time in Willian City, Shijia district. She said with a slight embarrassment, "I didn't teach it. It's impossible for me to step it anyway. Besides, if the lady really couldn't help it and ran home, wouldn't everyone be happy? Everything will be the same as in the past. What should everyone do? Just live your life. But I still hope that child can change. TSK. Alas," the Grand Duke said with a sigh. Seeing the old Duke trapped in a dilemma, Lin didn't say a word and waited quietly. At this time, no outsider can interrupt. Finally, the cloudy eyes gradually became clear, and the old Duke seemed to have made up his mind. But before he was about to speak, Lin stretched out his hand to stop him. The magician said, "Sir, before you say anything, I have something very important to tell you first." Although his mood was interrupted again, Duke Kalwei still maintained a good demeanor and said, "Your Excellency, please speak. There is still a difficulty that has not been overcome regarding the ladies staying here to learn magic. What is it? The other party involved has not nodded in agreement yet. Someone spread his hands and said helplessly. Regarding this situation, Duke Kawe was very surprised and said, I haven't agreed yet. So, does that person know about this? But knows. It's just that the idea came from me. And at that moment, she seemed to find it very troublesome. So she didn't make any decision. She just didn't refuse. Straightening up, I originally planned to invite a magician to teach as a direct relative of a Grand Duke family in the Empire. The other party rushed forward eagerly and bowed in various ways to beg for support. But Duke Kawe softened immediately. There really were magicians who would not take his family seriously. The Lich who was once the Demon King must be one of them. In matters like this, whoever asks for something from whom, and whoever speaks first will affect the relationship between the two parties. So it's no wonder that one didn't nod first, if the other person was deliberately trying to show off. However, according to the old Duke's understanding of that person, it is really possible that he is too troublesome and dislikes him so much that he is too lazy to shake his head and refuse. For the sake of my granddaughter's wishes, I had no choice but to put down my dignity and go beg for help. Now the Grand Duke didn't think about how to refuse this or take his granddaughter home. Instead, he was thinking about how to get a magician of the Dharma Saint level to agree to accept a student. Faced with a problem of this magnitude, let alone an Imperial Grand Duke, the Emperor's intervention may not be useful. Although there are many Dharma Saints joining the regular legions of the Empire, most of them have limited-term contracts. The establishment of a master-disciple relationship is a matter of different levels and difficult to compare. As for the instigator in front of him, he always has some reasons that people cannot refuse. Not in an alarmist way, nor in a low-level way. Instead, he puts the visible benefits in front of him, as if he can reach out and get them, making it difficult for people to refuse. So even if you hate him so much, it's really hard to resist the choice he gave. Have no choice. Chapter 863 The Demon Prince's Movements. Next to the salon of the original small reception room, everyone gathered here after dinner. Kai was making coffee with a siphon pot, and Vanna stood aside and studied. Perhaps it is because her children are well taken care of here, so she always hopes to do more to help the family. So she is very active in learning all kinds of housework. After someone found the coffee beans native to Midi, the Rouen Chamber of Commerce quickly planted a large number of coffee trees and produced them. It seems that they have prepared everything long ago, just waiting for the coffee seedlings to appear. As for the reason, it is probably the inheritance or last words left by the predecessor who traveled through the world more than 200 years ago to future generations. The coffee beans delivered to someone are also classified as high-end goods within the Chamber of Commerce. As for that idiotic thing that claims to be picked by girls in the early morning, so what? Even the coffee beans that are said to be of the highest grade have all been returned by someone. Hey people, it's better to mess around like this. It will taste better. This kind of thing is just to deceive Emperor Qianlong. It is estimated that the Emperor is also playing the king's mind. So he is pretending to be stupid. I thought I could actually cheat him. After finishing the meal, it is customary for everyone to have a small gathering. Sometimes it's to exchange anecdotes about the day. Sometimes it's to talk about tomorrow's plans, or to discuss topics that haven't ended during the day. Of course, the main reason is that I am full and take advantage of this lazy time to eat. Today, the banquet hall of the West Building is hosting the reception banquet for Grand Duke Kawe. However, they did not attend the banquet. The group of people who opened the small stove still maintained their usual habits, and came here to get together after the meal. Lin showed up with the Grand Duke, causing no commotion. After all, the old man has been here several times. It would be too artificial if he screamed every time. However, a few of the lower status and older ones still stood up and saluted. Even if it's just polite, someone still requires the most basic courtesy from their own people. This is because I don't want to give people an arrogant image, and it is easy to follow the truth. But those 2 fat boys and 3 kittens were still lawless. When the Marquis of Balin, who had always been indifferent, saw her own grandfather, she stood up obediently, said okay, with a decent aristocratic etiquette, and said, Grandpa, please be kind to me. Hearing his granddaughter's greeting surprised the Grand Duke more than anything he saw. He stared dumbfounded at the girl who had hidden her face under the veil. After a while, he said happily, Okay, I'm fine. You're fine too. Are you hungry here? Not wronged. You look much fatter. Puff. What a love a greeting. Fortunately, Someone didn't have time to take a sip of something, so he didn't spit it out. As expected, that young girl at a sensitive age gave her grandfather a slap on the back of his head and ignored him. The silly grandfather realized that he had said something wrong, but he wanted to continue talking to his granddaughter. However, his attitude of rejecting people thousands of miles away was very obvious, which made the old duke look a little embarrassed and looked at the people around him, hoping that someone could come to the rescue. It's just a mess like this. Whoever comes out to help is the one who is in trouble. So everyone tacitly let their eyes wander, just not wanting to look at the old man. Seeing no one taking action, the old duke, who was looking around, had no choice but to change the subject and asked, "By the way, why don't you see His Highness Azad? Doesn't he also live here?" They all wanted to find the neurotic man to come to the rescue. Someone confirmed that the old man was really ill and had sought medical treatment. However, Lin was also curious about the prince, who followed him into the abyss but disappeared. He turned to the others and asked, "Speaking of which, do you have any news about His Highness Azad? Your Highness is living quite comfortably now," Kaya said. Everyone was quite surprised by this answer. The teacher also asked, "Girl, how do you know? Don't call me girl anymore." The girl with black hair and brown skin puffed her cheeks and said dissatisfiedly. But the movement of his hand was still not slow, and he quickly pulled out a water mirror screen, showing a private area of the forum. At the same time, he said, "His Highness is currently introducing the scenery of the abyss and the types of demons he hunts. By the way, he also introduced the body and physiological structure of demons, which is very popular on the forum." Of course, Lin had to see what His Highness was doing in the abyss. Just look at the private section of the forum opened by Kaya, which is full of travel experience reports. And the number of replies to the discussion thread is sky high. Others can't see it, but Lin can check the background data. The number of views and replies to each discussion thread is quite astonishing. Maybe in the beginning, Azad just posted pictures of demons being tortured and killed. Then he used gorgeous words to describe his cruel behavior in detail, and in the pictures and texts. Of course, there is no shortage of mention of how beautiful the environment is. It can only be said that from this unique perspective, he saw scenery that ordinary people could not see. Then he described what he saw using the writing skills he had honed as a member of the royal family. Such behavior is undoubtedly that person's usual bad taste. But what he did not expect was that the places he introduced and the objects he tortured and killed were places that most people on the forum could not go to. And of course, they were also powerful beings that they could not come into contact with. Why are travel programs so popular on Earth? Because they can give people who are unable to travel far away a look at the customs of other places, thereby stimulating the fantasy of going there myself. Take a look at the scenery that is different from your surroundings and admire the unique local customs and culture. Allowing people to escape from the same life is the value of these programs. In the Lost Lands, the Abyss is definitely the place that most people are curious about and the most feared. Curiosity, of course, comes from having never seen it before. Fear comes from the demons running rampant there. Now there is a safe way to see what the Abyss is like. The Demon Prince also hunts demons from time to time and performs various depressing behaviors. So it is not surprising that the forum section opened by Azad is so popular. Someone could see from the changes in the sequence of pictures and texts that Azad has changed from his original bad taste and just wanting to discuss people to a truly professional Abyss travel guide and explainer of the devil's body structure. The former satisfies people's curiosity. The latter allows warriors and magicians to know more about demons. This knowledge becomes a weakness for the demons when future conflicts arise. But someone's impression of that person is that he always likes to contradict others. For me to do what a travel blogger would do so obediently, I can only say that I don't know which point in everyone's replies fit this person's thoughts and pushed him to continue updating. Quickly browsing through all the discussion threads about Azad's blog creation, Lin suddenly had an idea whether to really create an online platform like blogging. But the thought flashed away, and then it was buried deep in someone's mind. The reason is very simple. We have created a platform like blog, and even recruited many travel experts and internet celebrities to hype up this platform. But in Midland, none of these things have a stable income, and they are all work in vain. Someone may not receive money as a reward, but he will certainly receive other considerations. It's better to do less of the things you do in vain. Chapter 864 Intercession. In short, from the illustrated travel notes of His Highness the Prince, it can be seen that the other party is now enjoying himself rather than thinking about Shu. Although he has considerable requirements for the quality of life. To be honest, The direction of his requirements is different from ordinary people. Coupled with his unimpeded strength, I think he would be able to live happily in the abyss. In short, there is nothing to worry about. And His Highness the Prince seems to still be in contact with Kaya. In other words, if the other party wants to come back, he can call his free taxi at any time. And he doesn't dare not go. You can imagine that if you let that dove go, you will be hated by others after he finds a way to kill him back to the lost land. Never mind. With a wave of his hand, he closed the water mirror screen in front of him. Regarding the matter of His Highness, someone has always had a casual attitude. But today, he is not the protagonist. The man who was supposed to be the protagonist just raised his head from behind the water mirror screen and met the eyes of a certain magician. Lin winked. The old duke seemed to know that there was no way to avoid it. Or in other words, he had become quite comfortable with dealing with this situation in his life. So he didn't show any embarrassment, and even ignored his previous embarrassment and came to the Lich. Your Excellency Finn. Although the Grand Duke did not lower his head, his tone could be said to be very polite. The reason why he called the Lich directly was because he knew that the person in front of him was very disgusted with calling her by her full name or surname. According to another magician, it was because it reminded her of her terrible past. The time when she was the Demon King. In any case, it is a good habit to follow the example of others. So Finn was able to endure it and nodded towards the old man, which was regarded as a response. In fact, when it comes to age, an old man with white hair and beard is not even a fraction of a Lich. This is the main reason why Finn dares to ignore an old man. At the same time, the Grand Duke knew that the Lich liked direct conversations. So he didn't make any opening remarks or prepare any convoluted words, but said directly, I hope that Sir Finn can become my granddaughter's mentor on the path of magic. Knock. The coffee cup was placed back on the long rosewood table without hesitation. But the crisp knocking sound still attracted everyone's attention. Of course, someone is distressed. Rosewood. I thought this matter was over, Finn said. Then your excellency has agreed, the Grand Duke said overjoyed. At the same time, the three girls next to him were also beaming with joy. No, I refuse, the Lich said firmly. A strong reversal that disappointed everyone. Of course the Grand Duke of Kauai had to ask. Why? It's so troublesome, Finn said, which was an extremely powerful reason for her. I can only say that for this reason. No one was surprised at all. The three girls gathered around their sister with tears in their eyes. Kaya and Halumi, who were not reserved, hugged each other directly to their thighs. The Lich was not polite, and pushed him away with his hand. The two girls used all kinds of tricks to entangle each other. And Finn was already immune to it. As for the client who wanted to become a disciple, he stood quietly. Although his expression could not be seen, he could feel various entanglements. Seeing that the coquettish method didn't work, the two girls turned their attention to their teacher. Knowing that he was the original proposer, and that this matter could not be circumvented, Lin came out to identify himself and said, Even if you don't want to care about this era, the obligation given to magicians by the Magicians Association is to train 2 formal apprentices. Come on. At least for the sake of the lady's talent. Give her a hand. You really can't bear to watch her fumble on her own, on the verge of killing herself. Why don't you give up magic, get married, and fulfill your responsibilities as a noble? Finn said something very cruel, but also very realistic. What's more, her talent is pretty good, but it's not so good that I need to look at her differently. Besides, I don't want to cultivate another me. Hey, this sentence is wrong. Since I am not good enough to meet your standards, how can I grow to the same level as you? As for shaping another you, it is even more impossible. In the past, there is no one like you. There won't be another person like you in the future. You are unique. Someone was so blatantly flattering that Finn just made a few noises and said nothing more. But that pretty face moved aside with pretended disdain. Obviously what she just said was very useful to her. Lin continued, and to train a magic apprentice, you don't have to teach him to be like yourself. There's a saying in my hometown, the master brings in the door. And the practice is personal. Apprentices have their own apprenticeship path to walk. It is not because we are tough if you make a plan. They will obey it obediently. Taking a breath, someone's strange eyes drifted towards his apprentice. If according to what you said, you have to teach someone who is no different from yourself in order to be considered a teaching disciple, then it is obvious that I am a failure. These 2 incompetent people can't even say that they have learned a thing or 2 from me. In terms of ability, they haven't even passed the qualifications as magicians, and they still have 2 silver strings. But you see, I have to rely on them to achieve any kind of success. You have to think about it and work hard for yourself. The final result can only be borne by you who make the choice. We cannot do it for you." Although there was no reply, Finn turned to look at Marquis Balin with thoughtful eyes. But he said, "I still find it very troublesome." Hey, there's no need to say that. And to be honest, when you order those old men to do things now, it's no different from ordering your own apprentices. When they do it to the death, you can give them a little something in exchange for it. Thank you. Wouldn't it be better to teach students with the same attitude? Or do you think that if you are very active in teaching, the students can fully absorb it and keep up with your progress? This is obviously impossible. Think about it. What you spend a little time teaching every day may take others several days to learn it thoroughly. I have to say that these words really shaken Finn's persistence. The Grand Duke was taking advantage of the victory and said, "Yes, Lord Finn. If you are willing to teach my granddaughter, the KV family will do their best to help. Whether it is the materials you need or other requirements, they will be met." Even Grand Duke Kalway's expression was not as relaxed as what he said. Instead, he said with the determination of a strong man cutting off his wrists, "If you have people who need to sacrifice a city, I can't sacrifice a city." His heart was originally moved, but after hearing the Grand Duke's words, the Lich calmed down. She looked at an old man with disgust and said, "You think undead magic means sacrifice at every turn. What I can teach has nothing to do with those things." "Oh, Your Excellency Nathan agreed to accept my granddaughter as an apprentice. This is really gratifying." As soon as Grand Duke Kalway saw that a certain Lich had leaked the news, he immediately hit the snake with a stick and gave it to him. Things are fixed. Chapter 865 Preparation. Although everyone wanted to use words to confirm that Marquis Balin learned magic from Finn, but the Lich himself didn't nod, and no one could force him. Not to mention that Finn can also use the flash technique, and her escape skills are comparable to others. Even Lin, who is closest to her, is not sure what the upper limit of her strength is. When a certain magician and the demon Prince Azad were fighting each other, whether that Highness approached the Lich or the former captain of the Imperial Guard, it was as if he was looking for abuse. Within a few moments, he was beaten so hard that he couldn't find his way back. It can be said that neither mortals nor otherworldly beings are any match for Fun and Stone, because from the beginning, their imaginary enemies were the gods. However, regarding the matter of Marquis Balin's apprenticeship, Finn finally nodded slightly, with his sharp and delicate chin to express his agreement. As soon as this action came out, the two girls immediately hugged the Marquise excitedly, jumping and shouting with laughter. The Marquise, who was still confused at the beginning, finally understood that she had been accepted into the door. And of course she was having fun with the other two girls without any image. As for why the girl, who was only close to Kaya at the beginning, was conquered by Halloumi, it can only be said that the musical talent of the blonde girl, coupled with the power of music from the earth, from classical to pop music, is so powerful that no one in this culturally barren world will not be impressed by it. The Marquise de Balin is no exception. And just seeing that his granddaughter can have friends who laugh happily with her, that silly grandpa feels that nothing else matters. And keeping this smile is the most important thing. But this matter is not over yet. There is still one last step to take. Grand Duke Kalway, who returned to his normal state, showed a kind smile and said, "Since Lord Finn has agreed, when will we hold the apprenticeship ceremony?" If the Kalway family is just a small border family, if they only find a little magician to enlighten the family members with magic knowledge, or if they want to worship an unknown magician as a mentor on the path of magic, then of course there is no need cumbersome rituals. If the two parties agree, it would be better to send the students there or let the teachers live at home. But the KV family is a big ducal family. When a person or family's status reaches a certain level, their affairs are no longer so-called private matters. Moreover, Thenidical is not a little magician, not to mention her identity as the Demon King in the past. She is still a presence that cannot be ignored today. Therefore, the relationship between the two as master and apprentice must of course be announced to the world, rather than having the purpose of informing everyone of the good news. The apprenticeship ceremony is more like a demonstration to warn others not to have any wrong ideas, because neither of these two parties can be dealt with by ordinary people, and after joining forces, they become even more powerful. Anyone who wants to provoke has to weigh whether his or her weight is enough. Although there is no auspicious day in Midland, once you have a reason to hold a banquet, you still have to choose a good day to hold it. In addition to preparations for the host, the guests must also be given time to attend their appointments. After all, this is still a world where transportation is basically based on walking. Horse-drawn carriages only have a larger carrying capacity, allowing travelers to save effort, but they are not much faster. It's just that things like rituals and banquets were not within the expectations of the magician. Sure enough, when Finn heard that the labor ceremony was going to be held, he frowned with an expression of disgust and said, "Can I regret it?" Maybe at the moment of decision, Lin Heffin didn't think too much. But if you think carefully, you can understand the political significance behind holding this apprenticeship ceremony. The two of them were no longer so resistant to the demands of Grand Duke Kawei. Of course, this is mainly due to concerns about the Lich's feelings. Someone is just watching a show, in exchange for Finn's nod. And in order to cultivate his granddaughter, Grand Duke Kawei promised to provide sponsorship for magic research. There is no upper limit, even at the cost of a magic tower. But the owner of this tower can only be the Marquis Balin. It wouldn't be Fanaticuckle, and it certainly wouldn't be Guy Black's Tripwood. Having said that, in fact, the life I should live is pretty much the same as before. In order for the Marquis Balin to live in this home, the Carvey family has made considerable contributions. Duke Kawei has never refused the request made by the holy city of Estali. It's just that today, Marquis Balin has the identity of a magic apprentice, since a ceremony of apprenticeship is to be held. Of course, there must be a process and venue layout. If it's a coming-of-age ceremony, a wedding, etc., the nobles naturally have their own way of doing it. But because there are so many schools of magicians, there is no unified etiquette for the apprenticeship ceremony. So at this time, the opinion of the magician is very important. If you violate the other party's taboos, it may be a small matter to mess up, or a big matter to fall out with, and it is possible to directly become an enemy. However, Fun, who was born in Yaluzi 1,000 years ago, has never seriously accepted an apprentice, and certainly has no experience in holding these ceremonies. She wanted to just skip these troublesome tasks, but someone unexpectedly jumped out and took over various arrangements. Of course, Lin had no experience in holding apprenticeship ceremonies. Kaya and Halloumi were brought back directly from the Magicians Association, and they have been following him ever since. But he has watched enough movies and dramas, and he has long wanted to hold a Jianghu-style tea ceremony and apprenticeship. However, considering that it is not popular to kneel down and kowtow in MIDI, we cannot copy it completely. But it was enough for someone to organize a unique apprenticeship ceremony. The location is not in the holy city of Estali. After all, it is the city of magicians. Many nobles are wary of stepping into the territory of the lords. Therefore, the location was chosen in the family territory of Grand Duke Kawei, the Iron Grey Castle. However, some people still underestimate the influence of this political event. It caused an uproar not only in the circle of magicians, but also in the circle of nobles. In the circle of magicians, joining a big noble means inexhaustible resources. The resources that one or two magicians can consume are far different from the output of a large noble territory. Not to mention that this great noble is a real great noble, one of the 5 great empires of Midland, with only 17 Grand Dukes. If he didn't have His Majesty the Emperor and the Grand Duke crown as king, he would be one of the most powerful countries in the world. It can be said that it is the dream of most magicians to have such thick thighs. In the aristocratic circle, the granddaughter of a Grand Duke holds the title of Marquis of Balin. Such a powerful aristocrat became a student of a lich, but it caused a moderate backlash. Politics has never been a one-person affair, not to mention their status. Every move not only falls in the eyes of everyone, but also affects everyone's nerves. Perhaps in order to prevent such a strong alliance, the invisible pressure from the nobles came overwhelmingly towards the Grand Duke of Kawei. Fortunately, the old man's body and bones are still strong, and he was a good hand on the battlefield when he was young, so he was not crushed. The time finally came when the apprenticeship ceremony was scheduled to be held. No matter what kind of thoughts they have, they all come to the territory of the Grand Duke of Kawei family. According to rumors, the castle looks dark because the outer walls are covered with the blood of the enemy. Chapter 866 Opening. What is the pomp of a great noble? In a word, there are many people. At night, on the main road outside the castle, a line of people holding torches stood on both sides, stretching for several miles. The superficial intention is to light the way for guests. After all, some people just like to show off their status and arrive at the last moment, which is usually when the sun has already set. The intention behind it was, of course, to show off the financial strength of the Grand Duke's family and to support his own granddaughter's debut in social situations. The small square originally used to review military appearances is usually a parking lot for various vehicles of the Duke's Guard. However, In order to welcome the guests, the big guys moved to other places first, including the Grand Duke's custom-made car. Nowadays, all kinds of carriages are parked here. Just like the idiom, there are so many crowns and covers. A large flag was hung on the castle's iconic iron gray exterior wall. The most conspicuous and large one is of course the family crest and flag of the Kawi family. Then there is the secondary title belonging to the Grand Duke of Karvi, and the local regimental flag assigned by the Grand Duke's territory. A sea of flags decorates the front of the castle in colorful colors. Under the guidance of the attendant, enter the grand banquet hall of the castle. The arrangement that started here was different from what someone thought. Unlike the dramas someone watched on Earth and the aristocratic gatherings he attended while in the Lost Lands, the aristocratic banquets of the Guana Empire had separate social occasions for men and women. Maybe they will appear on the same occasion at the opening and important ceremonies. But basically men play with men. Women play with women. And the two sides have separate activities. On occasions where men and women attend together, the women of the empire will definitely wear veils, floor-length skirts, and long sleeves that can hide their hands. Basically, the principle is not to show any skin. Of course, for foreign guests and non-imperial women, the Guana Empire will not force them to comply with their customs. But the main thing is not to expose yourself too much. In the empire, there was only one type of person who would wear naked clothing in public and in front of men prostitutes. Therefore, if women do not want to cause other people to misunderstand, they must respect local customs in the Guana Empire, because social occasions are separated for men and women. The nobles of the Guana Empire do not hold any form of dances, but instead hold concerts. Under the pleasant music, the nobles chatted about daily life, or secretly discussed content that could shake the entire situation in the land. Musicians, waiters, etc., of course, distinguish between men and women and do not communicate with each other. The reason for such a strict distinction is that in addition to the unique customs and habits of the Guana Empire, in purely female situations, they will also take off their disguises and remove their veils. There are all kinds of competitions, and compared to those of nobles in other places, the mixed banquets of men and women are even better. If there is a lustful man, don't think that you can, accidentally, break into such an occasion and enjoy the beauty. Then, whether it's to escape by urinating or pretending to be crazy through drinking, you can escape intact. Basically, if something like this happens, look at how many women are present. And the man who breaks in is equivalent to making a feud with the family behind all the women. If that person is a civilian, no problem. Just chop him down first. If a noble is deprived of his inheritance rights on the grounds of imprudence, or forcibly passes the title to other members of his family, and then forcibly retires, these are all things that have actually happened. There were even wars between nobles and nobles. Therefore, even the emperor would not dare to break into a purely female social situation. In the history of the Guana Empire, there have been cases where the emperor's heir did this, and then his inheritance rights were revoked, and he was exiled to the frontier. Because if the emperor, who was reigning at the time, did not compromise like this, the Guana Empire would directly fall apart and disintegrate due to rebellions in various places. It is precisely because of this custom of separating men and women that the nobles of the Guana Empire will not deliberately introduce family members of the opposite sex, unless it is a child's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course, he will be captured and shown off. However, female family members will still wear veils and other clothing that can cover themselves tightly in front of male guests. And someone who intervenes in arranging the ceremony will of course have to comply with the customs of the empire. It's never a good idea to be idiosyncratic, and one doesn't want to be caught in a pig pen for a trivial violation of local customs. Therefore, although many opinions were raised, we still discussed with the old duke's deacons to come up with a ceremony arrangement that was acceptable to them. First of all, the first change is the arrangement of music. At the strong request of Marquis Balin, the musicians belonging to the duke's family all learned new music from alumni. Of course, pop music is not suitable for such an occasion, but the classical music in someone's memory is very suitable for the atmosphere of this kind of aristocratic banquet, and it is not inconsistent if used as background music. Fortunately, someone has experienced upgrades over and over again in the Lost Land. Variety? Anyway, the memory is so good that it doesn't look like a normal human being. When I was studying, I used to listen to classical music to relieve stress. It can be said that I listened to all the famous music. Of course, relying on these memories alone, someone can only hum. Halloumi spent a lot of time writing the hum from someone's mouth into music scores. so that the classic music of the earth can be reproduced in the lost land. The biggest difference between this music and the original music of MIDI lies in the partial performance. Different musical instruments have different scores and play different music, then combine to form a melodious piece of music. The original music of MIDI consists of multiple instruments, most of which are the same instruments, or at least similar in nature, playing the same music. It's more like a place without speakers, using this method to amplify the sound so that everyone can hear the music. In this case, Halloumi was able to uncover some musicians who could only pretend but could not actually play an instrument. Or maybe their skills are not proficient enough to be worthy of being hired by a ducal family. He just relied on his unknown connections to join the Grand Duke's family and make a living. Of course, these people were fired. For this reason, the girl also received unknown threats. How could a blonde girl, who had only seen the world and experienced life and death, worry about the revenge of such a noble family who wore small shoes? He directly handed the threatening letter to the deacon of Marquis Balin. So naturally someone would do it for him. This can only mean that the other party is mistaken. He mistakenly thought that this doll-like girl was just a wandering musician who was accidentally picked up by the Grand Duke himself or other deacons. If the other party is really of this status, then it is definitely a high climb to enter the Grand Duke's family. Because female wandering musicians usually work part-time jobs to earn meager travel expenses. Such people are also despicable in the eyes of the servants of the Grand Duke's family. But Halloumi did not mention her status as a magic apprentice or a high-ranking member of the Ikaruga Alliance. Having followed their teacher through life and death for such a long time, and having been teaching them through words and deeds, their nerves have long been trained to become extremely thick. Conspiracies are usually ignored as long as they are not fatal. What's more, for the blonde girl, she is already busy enough preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony of Marquis Balin, and there is no time to worry about such a trivial matter. It is obviously not practical for a group of people who can play musical instruments to suddenly master symphony-level music. So Halloumi adjusted the score so that everyone still used the original instruments they were good at, just playing different parts. She also specially asked the Grand Duke for a few good horn players in the army to supplement the wind section and form a small orchestra. More importantly, she led the Grand Duke's craftsmen to make a piano. Their teacher had always stayed on the drawing board, without actually building the instrument. On Earth, there is a saying that a piano is equal to a symphony orchestra. Therefore, having Halloumi play the piano himself, paired with other people's orchestral music, may sound like crap to someone's ears, but it may be shocking to the ears of the MIDI natives. It was also difficult for that girl to master the piano playing method in a short period of time. Although to someone's ears, the music played is still very raw. However, the nobles of the Galana Empire, who considered themselves to have the best musical taste in the entire land, were all listening intently to the piano concerto that the blonde girl and others had practiced. The opening of Halloumi opened a unique banquet for the nobles of the empire. Under the guidance of the waiter, the male and female guests went in different directions. It is easiest for male guests to be taken directly to the grand banquet hall. The way of eating is no longer a long table, and the host has to worry about arranging seats according to his status. It is a walk-around buffet. And of course, it also provides dining seats. This format not only facilitates walking around and chatting, but also helps people with ulterior motives to walk together without leaving a trace and discuss their plans in secret. The female guests are a little more troublesome. They will first enter a small room where they can tidy up their appearance. Under the service of his maid, the veil and heavy robe were removed, revealing the gorgeous clothes and jewelry underneath. Then, they officially entered the banquet hall for women. Once the shackles are released, the women of the Guana Empire are as beautiful as the female nobles of other countries. Noble fabrics, close-fitting tailoring, exquisite lace and various decorations, and colorful and bright colors. Every woman is like a peacock in full bloom, attracting and competing with each other. After the men and women were separated, the musicians also went to different banquet venues to perform according to their gender. However, Halloumi did not continue to do this kind of showmanship. Of course, he taught the musicians employed by the Grand Duke how to use the relevant instruments and the new music scores. What these people who make music their profession lack is just proficiency. Although it is not yet very proficient, the freshness brought by the partial ensemble music is enough to cover up the obvious flaws. More importantly, the food provided in the buffet format is so delicious that the nobles can hardly imagine it. I can't take into account the slight flaws in the music. At first glance, they couldn't tell what the material was in many things, because they are all carved into flowers, made into balls, or mixed with other ingredients into different shapes. You have to wait until you take a bite to taste it. In other words, these foods not only look pleasing to the eye, but also taste unforgettable. It can be said that with just the opening music and the food at the banquet, the Grand Duke of Kauai really succeeded in taking the lead. All the participating nobles realized that the strength of this great noble was still the same, even more powerful than before. Chapter 867 Ceremony. The two banquet halls had slightly different atmospheres as they drank and drank. Where men gather, it is obvious that there are two minds. There are those who want to curry favor with Grand Duke Kauai. And of course, there are also political opponents with different positions. You can't blatantly ruin things, but you have to hold back a little bit. There are rumors that Grand Duke Kauai earned enough money from his cooperation with the magician for more than a year to build a second warehouse to store money. Although I don't know what the actual situation is. And I don't know what business they are cooperating with. The sales of cars cannot be fully supplied locally. And of course, they cannot be exported. But half of the Duke's guards are stationed in the holy city of Egypt. Starry can't do anything fake. As the most powerful force on the Grand Duke's table, sending half of the people to take care of it would not be trivial matters. Therefore, the people who gathered, no matter which side they belonged to, wanted to learn the details from the nobles, who were close to the Grand Duke. In the women's banquet hall, all the participants were secretly looking around, trying to find the two protagonists of this banquet. Some people want to come close to chat and build some friendship, of course. Some people want to come and have fun. I want to teach a yellow-haired girl a lesson and an unknown magician. In their eyes, except for the nobles with higher status than themselves, everyone else was ignored. It's just that of the two protagonists. The younger one made an appearance at the beginning and then hid in his room. In order to prepare for today's ceremony, Marquis Balin returned to the Duke's castle several days early. Although everything around her looked familiar, it didn't make her feel at ease at all. So on weekdays, I just hide in my room as before. The difference is that she will still step out of the room when necessary, compared with the past situation where she was unwilling to leave even one step. The Marquise had made a lot of progress in the eyes of the Grand Duke. As for the other older protagonist, she is not in this castle at all. As a magician with the flash technique, of course, it is only necessary to appear in this annoying ritual when it is necessary. Her time is very precious, and there are many things to do, so there is no need to waste too much here. Although in one person's eyes, Finn spends as much time in a daze as she does in sleep. The rest is allocated to the trivial matters of life and her so-called business. But even so, her work efficiency is quite amazing. A few days of fumbling around here, and there is more time than it would take others to work for a few days. So everyone in the women's banquet hall can only be disappointed after all. The two protagonists of this banquet have different habits from ordinary nobles. By the time everyone had almost finished eating, it was also time for the ceremony to begin. The musicians, both male and female, gathered again in the male banquet hall. The female nobles are also dressing up and preparing to join the ceremony on this side. The waiters moved quickly and cleared the buffet bar in an orderly manner. At the same time, the bowls and plates containing the meat, bones and fish bones were quickly put away, and the venue for the next ceremony was arranged. In fact, most of them are related to magicians, and the rituals that determine the transfer of professions and apprenticeships are usually carried out in secret. After all, it is related to magic, and there are some secrets that should not be known to outsiders, or that should not be interfered with. A public occasion attended by nobles is more like a notice or announcement than a real ceremony. In other words, the main family, Duke Kauai, came forward to announce that his granddaughter would follow the great magician Fun and learn magic, and then forget about it. So when the old man said there was some kind of ceremony at the gathering, it wasn't really that there were any ceremony arrangements. It was just an excuse for the nobles to get together to eat and drink. But when the long table originally used for eating and drinking was cleared aside, on the left side of the main seat belonging to the Grand Duke, a long back chair of comparable specifications was placed. Everyone felt that things were not that simple this time. The trumpeters from the army blew an impassioned piece of music in unison. The nobles present were already accustomed to the constant stimulation of new things. Everyone calmed down and watched quietly what new tricks the Grand Duke had come up with. Stamping in unison, and with an astonishing momentum of iron boots hitting the ground, the fully armed Duke guards entered the banquet hall in 2 columns. This, of course, caused a commotion, and even the nobles who were opposed to the Grand Duke had a conspiracy theory in their minds. Did the Grand Duke use his granddaughter as an excuse to wipe them out in one fell swoop? Of course, the Duke's guards did not take any drastic action. They separated the crowd from the middle, and expanded to the left and right to clear a path. Of course, his movements were cautious, for fear of damaging any noble person here. The nobles also cooperated very well, and gave up the position where the Duke's guard was supposed to stand. It means that anyone with a normal mind would not go head-to-head with a warrior wearing plate armor and wearing a sword at his waist. At the same time, led by Halumi's piano, this makeshift orchestra played a majestic march. Although to someone's ears, it's still a bit scattered. But amidst music that was unprecedented in this land, the Grand Duke of Kawe appeared from the door of the banquet hall holding one of today's protagonists, the Marquis Balin. However, when no one noticed, Then appeared quietly on the long back chair to the left of the main seat, sitting in a relaxed posture and with a natural expression. The red-based Four Spirits costume made her already very gorgeous, making her even more extravagant. But as long as you pay attention to her, you will feel that underneath her refined temperament, there is an aura of disdain for the common people. Grand Duke Kawe did not lead his granddaughter forward, but let go when he reached the end of the road opened by the Duke's guards. This group of elite knights drew their swords and put them on their racks, creating a path of sword arches. As the Marquis moved forward, the knights put down their swords, stood in front of him, and turned their backs to the advancing Marquis Balin. Originally, someone wanted to use such an action to express the girl's intention to transfer from a noble status to another status. But how others interpret such actions is beyond his control. When the Marquis walked through the sword arch, deacons wearing black attendant uniforms walked out from the left and right. One person is holding a plate with a beautifully made magician's shawl on it. Naturally, a maid put it on the Marquise, symbolizing her entry into the world of magic. In the hand of another deacon is a large tray with a small tray on it, and a bowl of tea on the small tray. The Marquise picked up the small tray, walked carefully to the lich, and bowed to offer tea, because there is no custom of kneeling in Midi. Someone does not force girls who want to learn magic to do such a humiliating action for the natives of Midi. Asking a nobleman to bend a little bit is already quite a concession. "Teacher, please have some tea." Marquis Balin spoke for the first time in front of everyone, dispelling the rumor that she was mute. However, Then did not accept the offer of tea immediately, but hesitated for a moment. Just when everyone thought things had changed, she finally rolled up her sleeves, stretched out her green hands, and took the bowl of tea. In fact, the reason why Lich was so slow was because she was thinking about a question. Why does it require tea to learn from a master? Wouldn't it be better to use coffee? Or soda water? That man always persists in inexplicable places. Chapter 868 Obstruction. It was as if he thought that if the Lich drank the bowl of tea, everything would be irreversible. Just as Finn was speaking, several voices came from the crowd. "Wait a minute! Stop! Stop her!" Fun, however, calmly stopped his movements. Her long eyelashes lifted with her beautiful eyes, and she looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke out to stop seemed to be the same person. Some of them raised their hands, while others held their heads high. The identities are divided into two categories of people: the nobles who are obviously opposed to the Grand Duke of Kawe, and the righteous priests in the Church of Three Holy Lights. With a cold smile, Fun raised his head and drank boldly. Gulu. With a sound, he drank all the tea and pursed his lips slightly in a demonstration. Such a move would of course anger the people who were specifically looking for trouble. A few nobles who couldn't hold their breath mocked him in a non-expletive way. Fun certainly doesn't mind if the dog is barking. She put the tea bowl on the tray of the waiter, who came to clear it away, and at the same time gently waved her hand to ask Marquis Baron to stand aside. Although she was not sitting in the main seat, she looked down and said, "If you want to stop something that has nothing to do with you, you have to have a good reason. Otherwise, you should understand that you will be offended." "Who is it?" The most obvious feature of the righteous priests from the Church of Three Holy Lights is that their holy robes are embroidered with armor plates, allowing their holy robes to be used almost as armor. Although the clothes are a bit heavy, it also means that they can maintain justice anytime and anywhere. And because those armor leaves are part of the holy robe, no one can stop them no matter where they go while wearing this. Now such people are standing up on behalf of the opposing side. He didn't have a long speech, but as soon as he appeared, he threw a magic that detects evil at the Lich. As expected, the red to purple evil light on Fun's body looked extra conspicuous. In fact, in aristocratic circles, it is taboo to throw around magic that detects evil, because no nobles but is completely clean. But today this magic was thrown to a magician, who was rumored to be a Lich, and was the Demon King who ruled the era 1,000 years ago. Therefore, regarding this result, everyone is in the mood of watching a drama and wait and see what happens. After the results came out, the righteous priest said loudly in a singing voice, "Look, evil man, how did you confuse the nobles? No matter what your intention is, I will definitely remove the evil today of cancer and bring clarity to the world." If this was an opera, the people below should be applauding now. Even though the priest was not an opera singer, the people next to him looked so excited that they wanted to cheer loudly. Most of the nobles looked interested, waiting for the next development. There are only a few people who are really worried about the Lich, including the Grand Duke of Kalway. He did not think that the other party would pose any threat, but the trouble of losing face was still there. So the old man put on a serious expression and thought about ways to solve the problem or even fight back. But before everyone could make a further reaction, the eerie crimson light on the Lich deepened further, turning from red to black. Then the colors flow and change. Sometimes it is brushed from bottom to top. Sometimes it is refreshed left and right, or even diagonally up and down. And there are many changes. Later, it seemed that I was not satisfied with the monotonous flow of colors, and the fonts actually changed or floated by. Sometimes it's silly, sometimes it's funny. When some strange words ran through 2 rounds, someone was so bored that he started writing lyrics. Turn, turn, colorful neon lights. Sure enough, before others could figure out the situation, a certain Lich couldn't bear it anymore. A flash, appearing behind someone in the crowd. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "What are you playing with? Don't start your head. You will become stupid." Lin complained. He muttered again, "I saw someone playing the magic of red light. If you want to play this, who can be better than me? Of course, let everyone see what I can do. Such color changes. Don't you think it's wonderful? Use me as a curtain." Fan Zheng wanted to continue to take action and teach this man a lesson. The priest of justice said angrily, "What are you talking about? This is a magic that detects evil. The red light on the Lich just now is proof. Even if you use other colors of light to cover it up, or use expulsion, no magic can hide her evil nature." Lin was confused about someone chasing and beating him up. He pointed to Fan's original position and asked, "Then what kind of evil magic is that chair? The floor next to it is also evil. Your magic spell is wrong." "Well, the evil curtain at the back is also stained with a little red light. Who gave you the confidence to do such a small trick in front of the magician? Do you think everyone is blind and can't see it? If you want to frame me, you have to use genuine evil detection magic. Or do you have any concerns or a tacit understanding with someone?" Only then did everyone realize that, as the magician had said, not only the chair next to the Lich's original seat, but also the floor, curtains, and even the surrounding equipment were stained with red light. If that is really the result of detecting evil magic, could it be possible that the cup has killed people and the floor has pinched people to death? No matter what you say, no one will believe it. At this time, some nobles, who had witnessed this kind of thing for the first time, thought of a very serious question. Could it be that the justice envoys from the 3 Holy Lights Church could fake their judgments? In the past, many people who died under the punishment of their righteous judgments were unjustly accused. As for those who had heard about this situation, they were exposed by a magician this time, and they truly knew the tricks of these hypocrites. The priest of justice, who was implied to be a liar and whose deceptive tactics were exposed, shouted angrily, "Magician, this is your trick. Divine magic that detects evil never goes wrong. But despicable people do. Will use blinders to slander justice. Slander? I don't need slander. I even suspect that you don't even know how to use magic to detect evil. So you use this inferior magic method to arbitrarily judge the good and evil of others. So far, you have used this method to kill how many people don't like it. Nonsense! You choose to associate with evil. Your position is self-evident. Watch me use detect evil to prove that you are not innocent. Next, I will kill you on the spot." After saying that, the justice priest raised his hand and said, "I need to throw out another magic spell." Seeing this, Lin hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Wait a minute." Of course, the justice priest ignored it and released the magic. Someone was so frightened that he covered his eyes and didn't know how to dodge. It seemed like a cowardly move, but the Xuanwu robe on his body was a spontaneous reaction. Just looking at the magic of detecting evil, the lightning like white light bounced off and spread in all directions after hitting the snake turtle shadow covering a certain magician. Immediately, everyone present, no matter whether they were nobles or waiters, no one was left behind, and they were all affected by the genuine ability to detect evil. Only the person who rebounded the magic, and the lich, who was blocked behind him, were unharmed. Lin, still covering his eyes, said in a trembling voice, "A tragedy must have happened. This is really tragic enough." Lin was speechless, and could only reply casually. Chapter 869 Situation. Just because they stood aside and watched the show, they were inexplicably let out. How angry were the nobles about this? But compared to the anger in their own hearts, many people still secretly watched what happened to others after they were hit by the detect evil. Just looking around, there is a red winter. Even where the female nobles gathered, there were several red to black lights. I really don't know what outrageous things they have done. As is commonly known, no nobleman's but is clean. As for the two parties involved, one's expression was unclear whether he was embarrassed or at a loss. The other person looked innocent and said in embarrassment, "Sir, you see, as a magician, it is normal for me to make any counterattack when I am prepared. And this time, I am not. Counterattack damage is just to deflect the magic spell to protect myself. As for what happens after the deflection, I can only say that it was all a misunderstanding. I didn't say something to stop you. It's just that you didn't listen. It's just that someone underestimated the face of the priest opposite." He waved his hand and dispelled the effect of detecting evil. Without mentioning the bunch of celebrities he just saw, he pointed at the two magicians who were targeted and continued, "I don't dare to accept the detection of evil. It shows that you have a guilty conscience. If you continue to use the trick a second time or a third time, it will only make people look down on you. And it will not prove anything when you face the judgment of the Lord of Justice. Only accepting it completely will not lead to salvation, but will only lead to divine punishment and divine punishment." This statement puts the blame for the appearance of a bunch of famous people on a certain magician, and then uses all kinds of weird divine logic. So Lin couldn't help but interrupted and said, "Sir, according to what you said, if someone wants to try me on charges that have no evidence, I will have to tie my own hands and accept the investigation. Then if I want to kill you, why don't you wash your neck and bring it to me yourself? Do you think it's reasonable to ask others for something that is unreasonable and that you can't do yourself? You should understand that you who walk with evil are the unforgivable original sin. No matter how many excuses you make, they will be useless in front of our Lord." The justice priest directly set the tone for a certain two people, and the nobles standing behind him also muttered, "I'm ashamed to be associated with you, Grand Duke, if you dare to let such an evil person do this. Lady Balin's teacher, you will become an enemy of the Empire. We must fight together as enemies of the Empire." Just when they thought they had a chance to win, another uncoordinated sound came. "Who said that I am ashamed to associate with Mr. Fun? Then you refuse to get close to anyone related to her." The justice priest snorted coldly and said, "Everyone related to the lich will be targeted by the Lord of Justice. For those who say these things, I can treat it as if nothing happened after you apologize." Other nobles with the same stance said one after another, "Yes. Apologize. Apologize. Those who associate with evil must be a member of all evil. If you don't want to be judged, you should wake up immediately. You will join forces with evil people. You should choose your companions carefully and not become the tools of evil people. You know." The nobles who originally had a lot to say fell silent after seeing the person who spoke up to defend the lich. They looked at each other, then looked at the justice priest, not knowing what to do, because the people who came forward were also from the Church of Three Holy Lights. But they were bishops who believed in the Lord of Life. The Church of Three Holy Lights has no pope, because the two gods of justice and life coexist. The bishop in charge of each diocese is already the de facto highest figure. The priest is the person under the bishop who is responsible for actually performing tasks or managing the church. Because they belong to different bosses, the class obedience within the Three Holy Lights Church is more strictly enforced than in other churches. This is to avoid the inability to command between different systems, leaving discord and burying the risk of future divisions. After all, a guardian lord has already left. If the lords of justice and life separate again, the so-called largest church in the lost land will cease to exist in name only. So when the life bishops came forward in costumes, the priests of the Lord of Justice suddenly didn't know how to deal with them. But the old people, who were bearded but energetic, had no intention of letting him go. He stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, how do you want to deal with the people related to Mr. Fun?" "Sir." The justice priest hesitated and was speechless for a long time. He looked behind the life bishops and saw a colleague who belonged to the same church as him and was affiliated with the Lord of Life system. He hoped that he would come forward and calm down. But it is a pity that if only one bishop comes, it has to be a bishop from outside the district. The priest of life could use the excuse that the other party was not familiar with the affairs of the region. So he politely asked the bishop not to interfere in too many local affairs. But not only is his immediate boss standing in the crowd, his status is not in the front row. There are more than 10 bishops in total, which means that under the Lord of Life of the Three Holy Light Church, half of the powerful figures in the land are here. Even if the life priest is usually very powerful and highly respected, now he could only hold his balls and become his grandson. He wanted to hide himself so that no one could see him. But he was named after all. The leading bishop said, "Hey, boy, this is the area under your jurisdiction. Those nobles who are ashamed to associate with us will remember him and don't have any contact with their families in the future. If the other party dislikes us, we should be conscious and not come to make people annoying. After all, we are people who serve the gods, not this lord or that lord's lackeys, and we don't need to live on the breath of the nobles." Being singled out by the bishops, who are the Lord of Life, and refusing to associate with him is no different than taking his life. The nobles who were instigated to come forward were all frightened and trembling. At the beginning, no one said it would end like this. What is the relationship between that lich and the Lord of Life? This is the same doubt in the minds of most nobles, who have not paid attention to the changes in the situation in the holy city of Starry. At a time when most of the people who stood up were shrinking back, the priest of justice seemed to have broken a pot and risked his life. He asked several life bishops, "My dear bishops, do you know that that superficial beauty is a lich? A demon king who once ruled the world with terror and violence. Such a person is worthy of several virtuous adults. Guarantee it." Faced with such doubts, the leading bishop of life looked at the priest, who was much younger than him, with a strange expression and asked, "Young man, how long have you not prayed for? Listen to what you believe in." His Majesty's voice, instead of spending time in drunkenness and death among nobles. Chapter 870. Calm down. Of course, it is impossible for a young and promising priest to accept such an accusation, he retorted. Several bishops. My faith is still devout, and I dare not forget the teachings of His Majesty in heaven. Instead, you broke your covenant with my lord and got close to a lich. Isn't this betrayal? I want to question your thoughts, and what kind of temptation led you to make such a stupid choice? As soon as these words came out, all the bishops looked at the young priest, who was supposed to have a bright future, with expressions that looked like a fool. Several bishops with a more docile temperament shook their heads regretfully. The hints are already so obvious. But the young people who have forgotten their faith are as unrepentant as if they were obsessed with it. Such an expression in the young man's eyes certainly deeply stimulated his self-esteem. He clasped his hands together, then opened his hands to the left and right, and summoned the magic hammer to make a magic weapon made of divine power appear in his palm. A war hammer. This is a foolish move to say that you cannot win against others and prepare to solve them by force. The young priest of justice said loudly, "My lords, since you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. The current occasion is, after all, a banquet for nobles. So except for the host's guards, no one will come with swords. Even if there are, they will be left at the reception desk. The tradition of starting the movie when there is a disagreement is also quite popular among the nobles. They have a more noble way of saying duel. Of course, the owner of the host does not want to see blood on this occasion, so it is normal to have various restrictions. But no matter how many restrictions there are, it can't prevent this kind of summon magic weapon. You can't let magicians or clerics enter the house. You should first put a magic blocking bracelet or other props on them. They are guests, not prisoners, since there are guests who don't know the general information. Of course, there is no need to be polite as the host's bodyguard. The Duke's guards are on their own territory, and they are not even leaving behind the Emperor's personal guards. Anyone who dares to disobey the rules will be punished. It's just that things have priorities. At the moment, the safety of the guests is the most important, and the top priority is the more than 10 life bishops of the Three Holy Light Church. No matter where they go, these elderly people will be treated as honored guests and protected. Therefore, the Duke's guards, who were originally serving as guards of honor, and the guard knights who were standing on the periphery and responsible for guarding duties, raised their shields high and surrounded the patriarchs of the family, and the Lord of Life, the moment the priest of justice summoned the magic hammer. Everyone formed a human wall of steel, preparing to escort the dignitaries and other guests away. As mentioned above, the class concept within the Three Holy Lights Church is very strong. It is impossible to do the following illegal things for a rigid reason that is clearly not true. Of course, the young priest did not dare to swing the war hammer at the bishops of the Lord of Life. He just made a feint to mobilize the defense of the Duke's guards. Sure enough, this group of knights whose duty was to protect the nobles, of course, focused on protecting the guests present at the first time, and neglected the precautions of the two magicians. The young priest of justice, who was familiar with fighting, made a wrong move and headed towards his original target, the Lich who was once the Demon King. Countless demon mages have died under his own hands, and one more person will be added today. Unparalleled fame and fame. Just now. It's just that the feel of the warhammer against flesh is different from what the young priest expected. Even the figure that was supposed to be splashing with blood and howling loudly disappeared without a trace the moment the warhammer was swung. We've been underestimated. Lin, who used flash to dodge with Finn, said with a slight dissatisfaction in his voice. You actually think you can deal with us with an unknown warhammer? I said. Lord Priest, are you really going to conquer us? Have you ever seen such a vicious magician? Or is it that when you go out to fight, your subordinates tie up the enemy, bring him to you, and then kill him? Come on. A magician who is used to fighting. I wonder if someone's sarcasm skills have improved. Or maybe he really hit the mark. The blushing priest of justice was so angry that he didn't care whether he was destroying a Grand Duke or not. He just blessed himself with various magical spells for fighting. I saw the young priest amidst the blessings, his momentum rising steadily, in order to implement the belief and path of justice. Most of the magical spells given by the Lord of Justice are related to combat. And when it reaches the rank of priest or above, one person is like a small army, with astonishing destructive power. But in this kind of banquet of nobles, where most of the people are not good at fighting, the aftermath of the battle alone can lead to a killing spree. Therefore, Grand Duke Kawe was also dissatisfied with the rash actions of this priest of justice, and even planned to take action himself. However, the young priest's strength soon exceeded everyone's expectations. All kinds of blessed magical arts showed superstandard strengthening levels, allowing this young man to instantly surpass many powerful warriors who had been training for a lifetime. Even Duke Kawe, who has the title of Great Swordsman, feels troubled and considers whether it is too late to send someone to bring his usual weapons and equipment. Of course, the feelings of others are far less than those of the person involved. Realizing that his strength was constantly improving, excitement arose in the young priest's heart. He couldn't help laughing wildly and said, Look, this is a blessing from the Lord of Justice. It seems that His Majesty has also recognized my actions, and will definitely kill the evil today. Ha ha ha. Amidst the wild laughter, a white light shot out from the young priest's body, heading straight to the sky. At the same time, the whole person was swallowed up by the flames, and without any time to feel any pain, he turned into white bones and scattered on the spot. The sudden change shocked everyone present, whether they were high-status people or ordinary servants and attendants. They were all frightened by this situation and didn't know how to react. I originally thought this was a blessing from the gods, and it was even a scene that most people would never see once in their lives. But I never imagined that this would be divine punishment, self-immolation with divine power. The gods have the most severe punishment for their believers, and the higher the rank, the more deeply infiltrated by divine power, the more joyful the burning, the kind that cannot escape. When this happens, it only means one thing: this believer has been abandoned by the God he believes in, and he still uses execution to solve the problem. Of course, the gods would not abandon their followers without any reason. This only shows the possibility that the dead priest violated the taboos of His Majesty in heaven. But no one can tell what the crime was. Rather than being confused, the nobles who were instructed to bring the priest of justice to trouble the Grand Duke felt more scared and helpless. The person they rely on in this line of work is the young man, with a noble background, who has climbed to a high position in the Church of Three Holy Lights. And this is not the first time they have cooperated. What was supposed to be a familiar thing happened, but something went wrong that no one expected, and the consequences were so serious that the young man was directly executed by the gods in heaven. If these nobles say they are not afraid, they must be lying. In terms of strength or power, all of them together are no match for Grand Duke Kawe. The priests of the Church of Three Holy Lights are all dead, so they are even less likely to make any waves. So they glanced at each other, decided not to talk about anything, and prepared to leave. Chapter 871 Meeting Ceremony. Of course, such an action cannot be hidden from the owner here. Duke Kawe also knew very well who was behind these little nobles. It's just that the other party didn't show any evidence. Without evidence, there is no way to directly accuse the other party. But this old fox certainly didn't intend to make things easier for the other party. He waved his hand to let the knight blocking the door pass. Duke Kawei said from behind, "Of course, I won't stop a few guests from leaving. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Please be careful of robbers and bandits on your way back. After all, if you die in my territory, you will only cause trouble for me." Trouble. But some people would be happy to see such a thing. Wouldn't they? Some words. Just click on them. If you keep talking, it won't be pretty anymore. In short, the nobles who were leaving instantly understood what Duke Kawei said. For those big nobles, if the life and death of the small nobles are valuable, they don't mind making any choice, regardless of their relationship with the person behind them. Their life is their own. If they don't care about it, who will help them take care of it? Therefore, they knew that they had to have some ideas about the way back so that they could return to their home alive. The most important thing now is to get out of this lish place. This group of people didn't care about the dignity of the nobles. After Duke Kawei's knights got out of the way, they hurriedly left, as if they were running away. After leaving the main building of the castle, they each got on the family carriage, and then they separated in a tacit understanding. This can be regarded as creating a little difficulty for the gangsters and robbers. It is better than being taken over by someone with evil intentions and unable to even go home alive to report the news. In the face of interests and their own lives, everyone chose the latter without hesitation. But in the banquet hall, the group of people making trouble ran away and died, causing the whole hall to become quiet for a while. In fact, it is also because too much information leaked out in this short period of time, and everyone is trying their best to digest it. But for the parties involved, there are not so many worries. Regardless of whether he wanted to kill or behead him, then just wanted the bad things here to end as soon as possible and then go home to rest. So she turned to someone and asked, "Okay, tea has been served, and the matter has been discussed. If there is anything else to do next, please do it quickly and end it quickly." Although she was not named, Lin still consciously led Lich back to her specially made teacher's table. At the same time, he said, "It was originally planned to ask everyone present after the tea ceremony. If anyone has any objections to the conclusion of the master-disciple relationship, please raise it. If no one has any objections, find someone to say a blessing. Of course, this is just a process. I really didn't expect anyone to raise objections in this way. But even if there are objections, we are focused on convincing people with reason. And in the end, they were burned. It's really unacceptable. I know how to let people evaluate me, but I still have to make arrangements to go. And the whole ceremony must be completed to get a good omen." After waiting for the Lich to sit down, Lin beckoned and asked Marquis Balin, who was protected by the Duke's guards, to come back to Finn and said, "I want to give you a blessing. I originally planned to ask your grandfather to say it, but the matter is rather temporary, and the old man is not used to talking like this. So the content I prepared was just a bit of nonsense. So I just did it myself." Although he could not see the expression of Marquis Balin under the veil, Lin still cleared his throat and said seriously, "Unlike most magicians or magic apprentices, it is conceivable that you, Marquis Balin, are on the path of magic. There shouldn't be too many financial worries. Of course, this doesn't mean that learning magic will be easy. It still requires hard work and dedication. The first thing I hope you can do is to achieve success, is to protect yourself. I don't think such people can achieve anything even if they can't protect themselves. And the second thing is to help others when you can. It's not about being brave, nor about sacrifice. When you can protect yourself and take care of yourself, any help you provide will be meaningful. Otherwise, it will just drag others into trouble and only increase other people's troubles. Because trying to be strong will only cause danger or cause trouble to others. Of course, this does not require you to help others, or even do it for free, because doing so will harm your own interests and go against the requirement of protecting yourself. Remember, we are one person first, and then we are part of a larger group in the world. I hope your future will be safe and smooth." These words don't sound like blessings. Ben complained. Someone yelled and said, "Since it doesn't sound like a blessing, let me give you some advice as a senior on the path of magic. Don't worry about it. Next, let the teacher give it to his apprentice." "Give me a greeting gift? What the hell? Why didn't you tell me first if you wanted to give something away?" Fun. Who was surprised? Looked confused. Someone said with some pride. "Even if I had told you earlier, I would have just picked up a random stone in the courtyard and lied to others that it was a magic stone. You should keep it well. I have already prepared the things for you. You just give it away." Lin stretched out his hand and transformed into a wooden box. The delicate wooden box, slightly longer than the palm of your hand, exudes extremely unusual and powerful magic. The box itself can be regarded as a treasure to the magician, but to Lin, it is just a necessary measure to protect the contents of the box from the erosion of alien energy caused by the flash technique. Lin also knew this very well, so her curiosity was more about the things inside the box, since it is given to his apprentice. Of course, it is impossible for a teacher to not care about anything. So Lin opened the box to see what someone had prepared for her as a gift. It was a short stick made of wood chips. One end has only overlapping wood pieces, and a bright red tassel is tied at the end. The other end is covered with pleated silk, and the end is folded lace. The function is still unknown, but there is no doubt that this is a powerful magic tool. Lin asked, "What is this?" He reached out and took it, pinching the end with only the wood chips. With a sound of schwa, the wood pieces staggered and the silk surface spread flat. This is the folding fan that has never been seen in MIDI. In other words, it may have appeared in some corner, but after all, there is no popular folding fan. Lin explained. The name of this thing is folding fan. Its function, obviously, is to fan the wind. Lin's Ouija fanned himself a few times, but the fan bone part is similar to the 25 world trees. Each one is made from a branch. You should be familiar with the fan part, which is magic silk. These materials ensure that this fan is strong enough to block swords. Of course, these are not the main functions of this fan. It is designed to be used as a substitute for a magic wand. In addition to increasing the user's magic power and making spell casting more smooth, there are also additional magics on the fan bones and surfaces. The user can cast spells quickly without consuming his own power. The more troublesome part is the lace. It requires a lot of connections to find a maker who can enchant it, including the tower owner of Tower 3, Dharma Saint Mahatab. Then I found the lace I was satisfied with, and used it to make this magic folding fan. Chapter 872 Fan. After taking the folding fan, Fancy looked at it carefully for a short moment. Just when someone was talking about the various attractive functions of this folding fan, she easily closed the folding fan and put it in her arms. Of course someone with sharp eyes saw it, and the Lich's expression was just like the countless times before when she turned other people's things into her own. So natural. Only this time, someone had to speak up. Said, "Hey, why are you putting it in your pocket again? This is a meeting gift for you as an apprentice. Go to the yard and pick up a random stone. At most a prettier one. Just tell her that this is a magic stone, and she needs to keep it well. There is no need for such a thing. It's a waste," Finley said confidently. The person involved stood aside. It was because his face was covered by a veil that he didn't see the awkward expression. "Hey, that's not what you're saying. Although it's not mainly about supplying us. But thanks to your apprentice, Duke Kawe has been sending us a lot of good things these days. There are so many people who cannibalize and take away people. There must be some. Give something back. That's why I found some materials and asked Kaya to make such a fan." After telling who the producer was, the two friends of the heart looked at each other in tacit understanding. It is more than words. The original intention is also to give her the most basic life-saving thing in the world of magic. Anyway, her family has a big business, so no matter how precious the things are, they will not become the source of her death like a boy from a poor family. It's embarrassing for you to keep things in your pocket. Didn't you say that what belongs to others is mine? And what's mine is still mine. What's wrong with that? Finn kept thinking about it. The logic of a gangster coming from someone's mouth really refreshed the understanding of everyone present. It also made everyone truly realize that the reason why this lich did not show strong material desires was simply because she regarded everything as her own and only temporarily placed it with others. It's a completely different approach from those who see good things and want to take them home. More importantly, she is fully capable of doing so and no one can stop her. But no matter whether he can block it or not, Lin still has to try his best. Otherwise, as long as it goes into the lich's pocket, others won't be able to take it out. And you will still have to worry about this gift. The reasons I mentioned before are just someone's true thoughts. Although he was just incidentally. The amount that Mr. Kawe provided for his granddaughter meant that someone had not been able to pay for his family's living expenses for a long time. Maybe this amount of money is nothing to the nobles. And Marquis Balin doesn't spend her whole day buying new clothes, jewelry, or luxury goods. But someone doesn't want to owe too much to such a small favor. If someone talks about this in the future, even if there is no actual harm, the mood will worsen. Then why not pay back what you owe when you can? But to repay this small debt, the lich still has to hand over the things. Lin had no choice but to conjure up another wooden box and said, "Don't take the things that are meant for your apprentice. This is for you. I originally wanted to find another time, so I'll give it to you now. No need to go there. Steal your apprentice's things." After hearing that it was for him, Thun was naturally curious about what was in the box. But she refused to put down the folding fan in her hand, and instead used her other hand to open the box someone was holding. Inside, of course, is another folding fan. But compared to the one Thun already held in his hands, the fan in the box seemed ordinary. It does not contain powerful magical power, nor is it made of rare materials that a certain lich recognizes as valuable enough. Thun couldn't help but ask in disgust, "Just give me this thing? Is this the only thing I deserve? Hey, don't underestimate it. It takes more effort to make this folding fan than it does to make it your apprentice." Carefully taking out the fan from the box, Lin said, "The fan ribs of this fan are made of Populus euphratica wood. But I tried hard and searched for it with great difficulty, and finally found old wood that was thick enough to make the fan ribs. Even so, a lot of materials are wasted in the process of production. There is a saying in my hometown that the life of Populus euphratica lasts for 1,000 years, and the life of a human being lasts for 1,000 years. It is too short to understand the concept of eternity. To us, Populus euphratica's 3,000 years of existence are considered eternity." Holding a poplar with folding fan in his hand, he held it out forward. In comparison, the other fan was much easier to make. So I went around to find the world tree, folded a branch of it, and when I came back, I asked Kaya to directly shape it with the shaping technique. Then I glued the silk surface and lace on it. Tie on the tassels and you're done. I don't want to worry about enchanting or anything, so I let the two girls handle it. Anyway, the material is strong enough and it won't break, let alone using it for fanning. It's okay to hit people." After hearing what someone said so mysteriously, then took the poplar folding fan and opened it with one hand. The folding fan of the world tree that was expected to be given away had obviously been painted by the man's new apprentice. The full-page pattern, thick watercolor realistic style, paints a prairie scenery with distant mountains and lakes. This is the girl's favorite scenery. This is the most common place for three unmarried girls to go out for a picnic together in a pink custom-made car belonging to the Marquise. Have a nice meal and wait until the sun is about to go down before going home. So it's not surprising that someone would give such a landscape painting as a gift. The fan surface of the poplar with folding fan is not made of a high-grade material like magic silk, but is made of papyrus. The characteristics of this kind of papyrus are that it is white, delicate and thin. It is very difficult to make, and it is basically a high-end product that even princes and nobles are not willing to use. And because it is not a magic material and cannot be enchanted, it is only regarded as a luxury product. The average person might not be able to see it even once in their lifetime, let alone use it. Nowadays, there are only monotonous black and white colors on this expensive fan. Ink landscape, an old tree on the edge of a cliff, a large area of white space. But it gives people a lot of daydreams. There are also strange symbols in the blank space, which no one can recognize, even the well-informed lich. But Finn is clear about the origin of these symbols. She asked someone, "This is the language of your hometown. What should you write?" It says, "It's very troublesome to explain now. And today's protagonists are not us. I'll tell you another time. In fact, it's been a long time since I made the thing. But I just think it might be a curse to you. So I haven't taken it out yet. But now I'm not so sure." Lin pushed back. Finn was also non-committal when it came to someone's attitude. The hand holding the world tree folding fan took it out from his arms, threw it away casually, and said, "Girl, take it. This is a meeting gift for you." With a sudden movement, Marquise Balin hurriedly caught the folding fan throne and held it tightly in her arms. Just looking at her teacher playing with the poplar with folding fan, she felt that the thing in her arms didn't smell good at all. This feeling comes out of nowhere. But can the poem on the poplar folding fan really be understood by no one except a certain person? In fact, Kaya, who helps her teacher organize a lot of strange information, can understand Chinese characters. It's just that she understands it. She hasn't gone through systematic study, so she may not understand the meaning of these strings. The poem on the folding fan of Populus euphratica is "Red beans grow in the southern country. How many branches will they sprout when spring comes? I hope you will pick more of them. This is the most loved thing." Chapter 873 Banquet. However, the apprenticeship ceremony of Marquis Balin is over, and Finn's troubles have just begun. The dozen or so life bishops of the Church of Three Holy Lights were not here simply to watch the ceremony or to celebrate the marquise. Seeing that the matter came to an end, they all stood up, bowed and greeted. Teacher. Hey, don't call me that. I didn't agree to accept you as an apprentice. Regardless of your age or status, I have nothing to teach you. Then interrupted the conversation without hesitation. A group of old men who come to Kabamba College to take life lessons. In the college's teaching format, lecturers and students address each other directly by name. At most, honorifics are used when students address lecturers. The word teacher carries a very heavy weight in ED, and not everyone can easily pronounce it. But the oldest and seemingly highest status bishop started, but was interrupted again by Finn. Lich said, Maybe I can teach you a little bit about the life lessons I took in the academy at the beginning. But now, I am also working with you on research, and I don't know more than any of you. In this case, being my apprentice is not worthy of the name. As Finn spoke, he winked at the magician beside him. For example, you are the one responsible for the recruitment of disciples. And now that the sequelae are coming, you have to find a way to deal with them. I can't bear to take care of so many people. Although Lin doesn't have the ability to read minds. Only Higiri does. But in this case, he didn't need to be a mind reader to know what the Lich's disgusted expression meant. It's just that he doesn't have any good methods for these old men. After all, they are not looking for trouble. But they are better than those who are really looking for trouble. After holding it in for a long time, Lin only thought of one sentence. Well, actually, I didn't prepare so many apprenticeship gifts. The point of saying this is not to say that a few adults are greedy for something. After all, in your capacity, I haven't seen anything good. Yes, it's never been used. It's just, it's not easy to handle. Although the bishops of the Lord of Life rarely interact with this magician, they also know that he does not have a harsh character. Those words may not be very pleasant to hear, but they can also be regarded as unintentional words. What's more important is that if you really fall out, you might as well take advantage of the other person's thoughts and push everything away. It's better to use soft tactics to win him over. Although everyone was unfamiliar with him, from what they saw and heard, it seemed that this magician still had a certain weight in the adult's heart. Being able to win over the other party and let the other party say a few nice words will still be helpful to your own intentions. So when someone made a slip of the tongue, the old man said generously, We haven't seen anything before. So when you go to pick up a stone in the courtyard, you don't have to lie and say it's a magic stone. We will still pick it up. The joke was just right and didn't offend too many people. Everyone in the banquet hall laughed a few times. This situation is the most difficult for someone. You can't hit. You can't scold. You can't use ultimate skills. If the opponent is soft, you have almost no moves to deal with it. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, I'm in a hurry to pee. So take a step first. After that, he flashed away. Someone walked away neatly, and everyone was stunned. Then and Lin also used the flash technique to come here before. But they were not the center of attention at that time. So not many people saw their appearance. And this time, they were undoubtedly the focus of everyone. The magician suddenly left with the flash technique without any warning and silently, which really shocked everyone. It's just, what's the plan if someone runs away? The teacher is pissed. Harumi's crisp voice was extra loud at this time. TSK! He ran away first, Finn said with surprise. He turned his head suddenly, looked at the three apprentices and shouted, Girl! Yes! The three girls standing together were excited, and they all stood up straight, waiting to listen to the teaching. Where will your teacher run to? I don't know why, but I can't sense the direction in which he is running. Finn asked about someone's whereabouts. Marquis Balin, who was completely unfamiliar with a certain magician, was of course confused. But how could the two girls, who had followed the magician for more than 10 years, not guess the whereabouts of their teacher? Halloumi said naturally, Teacher, where else would he run? He must have run home. Unless he was confused again, lost his mind, and went to play in the abyss. Kaya couldn't agree more and nodded heavily from the side. For both of them, they were full of resentment when someone disappeared in the abyss. Now that he knew his whereabouts, Finn cursed and said, Damn it! That guy! I have to teach him a lesson. After that, he flashed away. After a moment of silence, many people said, at the same time, because only then did they realize that a certain great magician had also escaped. The two girls looked even more aggrieved. pouting and muttering. We haven't caught up yet. And we were left here like this. As if feeling deeply dissatisfied, the blonde girl complained. You too. Do you think this is very similar to what the teacher said? That in order to go to a restaurant to eat and drink for free, the two of them deliberately pretended to quarrel. Then one after another, then he ran away. He deceived the shop owner and lost a lot of money. Not only the two people beside Halloumi nodded in agreement. Even many nobles in the banquet hall had to nod in agreement with this extremely vivid metaphor. The ones with disappointed faces were none other than the life bishops, who had come all the way to the territory of the Grand Duke of Kauai's family. The reason why they showed up at such a perfect time was not the result of careful calculation. It was simply that they were late. If the car carrying them didn't break down halfway, they should be able to attend today's banquet on time. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as what if in real life. Although the ceremony was over, the banquet was still going on. For something worth celebrating like this, the nobles would not be satisfied with just holding a one-day banquet. On the one hand, it is also because of the inconvenience of transportation. After finally taking such a trip, I had to go back home after only a few moments of fun. Really, few people could bear such a thing. Therefore, in the plan, in order to celebrate the master-disciple relationship between the granddaughter of the Grand Duke of Kauai and the great magician Fanatical, a 3-day and 3-night event was planned. But now that one of the protagonists has run away, the master of the house has to step in and put an end to the situation. Grand Duke Kauai knocked on the golden cup, and the clear sound quickly attracted everyone's attention. The old man raised his glass and said, Thank you everyone for coming to this event and witnessing my granddaughter embark on the path of magic. The ceremony has come to an end, and then it is time for everyone to relax and enjoy themselves. I won't say too much to ruin the scenery. No more nonsense. Please enjoy the food and wine. After saying this, he raised his head and drank. Many of the men present drank the wine in their glasses with equal courage, while the women only tasted it. With this as the starting point, the banquet officially entered the theme of belonging to the nobles, in addition to some confidential conversations that cannot be brought to the table. Of course, there are also parents who are starting to look for their own son-in-law, or looking for the reputation of a daughter from a certain family. After all, it is quite rare for so many nobles to gather together to gain territory outside the royal capital. And marriage is even more of a big deal for nobles. It includes carrying on the family line, uniting the forces of two families, or settling disputes. Therefore, these people who have direct members of the marriageable family can't help but feel troubled. Of course, Marquis Balin and even the two magic apprentices around her are also the targets of everyone's inquiries. Chapter 870 for the aftermath of the impact. Will life be different if there is another magic apprentice in the family? Of course, nothing can change, just because the two teachers still have the same lazy personality as before. Basically, Marquis Balin's magic knowledge is still taught by her friend of the heart Kaya, just like when she was introduced to undead magic before. It's just that it was sneaky before, but now it's open and honest learning and discussion, including Kaya herself. She also officially began to study undead magic seriously. When there was something unclear, he would take advantage of the break after dinner to ask about the Marquise's nominal teacher, a lich who didn't care much about teaching his disciples. Just listen to these women chattering about some terms that no one understands. I don't know if the two apprentices really understand or pretend to understand. Anyway, someone is still in the fog and doesn't understand anything. As for the progress of their studies, no one cares. Besides, it seems that the three girls do not intend to take the conventional route of learning magic. It means starting from the apprentice level magic of the first to third circles, and then passing the assessment again and again, and finally becoming an official magician recognized by the association. The most important thing about this arrangement is that teachers can receive a subsidy from the Magicians Association. The association sponsors individuals to train magic apprentices. However, Fit is not short of money, which means that she has never made any serious money. She just has everything she can get. Is this an upgraded version of a tool personae wallet? In short, Fin doesn't care about the meager subsidy amount. Among the 4 apprentices in this family, the only male, Leonardo, has given up on magic. Lin didn't want to force this kid. He just felt that letting him out to fend for himself seemed like a very serious mistake. After all, he is a fellow countryman, regardless of whether he is the person he imagined. It is not a big deal to have another mouth, so he will keep him until now. It means that the young man's mind is still quite unstable. Apart from magic, I want to learn everything, and everything is a 3-minute passion. This is not to say that he did not learn well. When Leonardo does something seriously, the finished product is always amazing. But his attention would suddenly shift to other places. The direction he originally thought he would develop in the future would be forgotten in the blink of an eye. This can only be said to be the privilege of young people who want to try everything. Lin did not curb such ambitions, but allowed them to develop. Kaya and Halumi, on the other hand, have gone astray to the point where someone has long been unable to understand. So I had already decided to give up treatment a long time ago. Anyway, the hearts and abilities of these two girls have been trained well by someone, and ordinary difficulties are no longer noticed by them. Marquis Balin learns magic out of sheer interest, or for some unknown reason, and does not care about the evaluation or rank of the Magicians Association at all. Besides, given her family background, it is not that difficult for the association to provide door-to-door services, or even provide some water without leaving a trace. And there is no need for others to worry about it. However, outside of that home, the information revealed during the apprenticeship ceremony that day caused an uproar. More than a dozen bishops of the Church of the Three Holy Lights and the Lord of Life also hoped to become the disciple of that lich, and even went so far as to confront the priests of the Lord of Justice. More importantly, the Lord of Justice actually burned one of his own priests for this. In the Church of the Gods, it is not uncommon for gods to punish believers who abandon their faith. But using such drastic means to deal with a high-level believer, even in front of outsiders, there is a lot worth pondering behind such behavior. Therefore, capable nobles not only began to pay serious attention to the rumored demon king who had been resurrected 1,000 years ago, they also investigated what happened to make the Church of Three Holy Lights behave like this. And this is not something that the middle and low-level church members in the imperial diocese can understand. Otherwise, the righteous priest would not have made such a mistake. With the support of more than a dozen bishops, even the emperor of the Guana Empire might not be able to get such support. But a magician, especially a lich, got it. What's the rationale behind this? The nobles were all curious. This is not to satisfy the gossip mentality, but for political considerations. They must know where to place him. In a majestic castle somewhere that is more practical than gorgeous. In a remote and dark study. The owner of the castle is accepting reports from those who walk in the darkness. The content written in the report is not an exaggeration to describe as unbelievable. He asked, "Are you serious about writing this? My lord, do you think the guild has the capital to deceive you? This information was exposed by a powerful person within the Three Holy Lights Church. That lord will not just talk about it, and not just one, but many people have said the same thing. I believe the credibility is very high. The former demon king was supported by the life bishops to the extent that as long as she stood up and shouted, the Church of Three Holy Lights would split on the spot. Even the faith in the Lord of Life will be challenged. This is caused by the dispute between the three treatment methods in the Church of Three Holy Lights. The first is to consume the vitality of the person being treated and speed up the recovery of injuries or diseases. This is an effect that magic can also achieve, but it will not have any therapeutic effect on dying people, because the vitality of such people has already been exhausted. The second is to consume the divine power of the Lord of Life to create so-called miracles. It's a pity that the Lord of Life's divine power is not infinite. In the history of this god, he once faced the crisis of death due to excessive consumption. This is also the reason why the Three Holy Lights Church charges so much for treatment today. Although using money to screen who is eligible for treatment and who is not is a very Philistine thing. But at least it can eliminate the vast majority of people who just want to obtain salvation but are incapable or unwilling to pay. The third type is medicine. Don't look at the many magic potions, panaceas, and rejuvenating medicines. To have these magical potions, the raw materials are extremely precious. However, the herbal medicines that ordinary people can afford have not been systematically organized at all. Determining which medicine to use and in what dosage depends purely on word of mouth or rules of thumb, not to mention research on disease. What that lich did was to make up for the shortcomings of the Church of Three Holy Lights, the Lord of Life. And why this matter is taken so seriously can be understood from the costs of the three treatment methods. Facing the first type of lifeless person, it is impossible to save them, so they can be ignored. The second method relies on divine power to heal. The disadvantage is that it is expensive. Very expensive. As for the third type of drug use, as long as reasonable material substitutes are found, there is a way to lower the price of the drug to a level that ordinary people can accept. The original intention of a believer who can become the Lord of Life must be to save more people. It was impossible to reject the research that Fan was conducting. because this lich is studying diseases and hopes to find targeted special medicines. As long as one is completed, it means that countless people can be freed from the threat of this disease. This is the reason why the bishops of the Lord of Life choose to protect a lich. Chapter 875 Investigation. In the life course of Kabamba College, the research carried out by the lich has 3 directions according to someone's classification: pharmacy, biology, and bacteriology. Viruses are also generally classified among bacteria. These knowledge are knowledge that can save ordinary people from injuries and illnesses in addition to divine power. Who can resist the believers of the Lord of Life, who have benevolence as their original intention? More importantly, although Finn is a priest or higher-level official affiliated with the Lord of Life in the Church of Three Holy Lights, and has considerable prestige and voice, she has never coveted any power. Some people even say that if the lich wants to use it to create a godhead and ignite the divine fire, there won't be much of a problem. At that time, in the system of saving lives and healing the wounded, a second god will appear besides the Lord of Life. But Finn never showed any intention in this regard. In other words, he gave the cornerstone that was enough to become a god to the Lord of Life without any regrets. So that in this age of peace among the gods, he would show obvious growth and development. Grow. After all, the researchers who use it are all believers of that one. Those who disseminate and use the results to those in need are also believers of that one. There are those at the front who are cutting through the thorns, and those behind who are reaping the rewards. How mindless does this have to be for the person behind you to choose to fall out with the person in front of you? This is why, even though the lich has a considerable degree of prestige among his followers, the Lord of Life has never intervened or even suppressed him. When the report came to this point, the noble who was reading it spat and said, "How is this possible? If you don't get rid of those who threaten your status, are you being stupid?" Because it was a criticism, this person the nobles did not dare to mention the title of the god to avoid alerting the other party. As long as they are normal people, no one wants to offend the Lord of Life and her believers. The man hiding in the darkness shrugged and said, "I don't know. Maybe the gods think differently than the nobles. Are you insinuating that we only know conspiracy and calculation?" "Ha ha. Sir, how am I qualified to say such a thing? I just want to say that mortals like me don't understand the thinking of gods. But maybe a big shot like you will understand. It's my fault for making wild assumptions. You better be true to your word. I don't want to think that the news that I slandered His Majesty will be placed on some bishop's desk." The noble lord showed his distrust nakedly. "Ha ha. How could such a thing happen?" The person hiding in the darkness said, "Ha ha. Throwing a paper report on the table will lead to finding this person, who is not reliable at all. This noble does not want to see such information that everyone can find. Behind this man, there is an astrologer who can know the past and the future. That is the source of information that the nobles want." So he asked directly, "Your Excellency, what do you think of this matter? What Your Excellency said was convoluted, and it's not easy to remember." The man in the dark said in an arrogant way, having dealt with this kind of people for a long time. The nobles who found them certainly knew their intentions. Without saying anything, he threw a bag of money into the corner. Just look at the dark place where the lights can't shine, and a black mist stretches out, like a hand. When the black mist was withdrawn, the money bag also disappeared. There was a clear clang in the darkness. It was the sound of gold coins colliding with each other, and it was heard for a long time. The noble said in annoyance, "How about it? Does your memory get better? My generous lord, I remember what my family member said. But which part do you want to know? Regarding this matter, why are the two majesties' attitudes like this?" The nobleman directly stated his request, but the person hiding in the darkness asked puzzledly, "Sir, why do you care what the two majesties in heaven think? Is this kind of thing very important to you in the world? The other one is in the same world as me. I need to know the extent of their relationship." "Oh, sir, are you also planning to take action against that valuable magician?" The man of shadow asked tentatively. "Don't talk about things you shouldn't know. I thought you understood this better than me." "Ha ha. It's because I have such curiosity that I can satisfy the same curiosity of so many people. Stop talking nonsense. I paid the money not to hear this." The nobleman scolded angrily. "Sir, please calm down. Please listen to some speculations and ideas from my family. Rumor one says that the lich is the demon king who ruled the land thousands of years ago. Many people don't believe this, and many people don't want to believe it. Let's just leave it to that. Treat this as true, because if some of the premises are not established, the following inferences will be meaningless. Well, continue." This was considered a compromise between the noble and the speaker. Everyone's impression of the Demon King is that he or she ruled an era. Few people noticed that he also destroyed the entire old god system. Today's gods all emerged in large numbers after the Demon King died. The rise of the new gods through the ignition of the divine fire. In other words, these gods grew up listening to the stories of the Demon King, and they were closer in age than us. The reputation may have been deeply engraved in their bones. In this case, the possibility of the gods choosing to fight against them is not high, unless the actions of the devil today have shaken the foundation of their achievements. The concept of the achievements of the gods. The identity of this nobleman gave him enough height to know some secrets of the gods that have not been made public to the world and only a few people know. However, even if you take action, you don't necessarily have a high chance of winning. After all, that Demon King has a record of killing gods. In this case, because of some trivial things, or just those that may threaten your own status. So you choose to fight against him out of fear of the future. Even as a human, you would feel that such a decision is too hasty. The easiest way to deal with a strong person is not to kill the opponent, but to turn the opponent into an ally. Then there is no threat. The noble man in front of him tapped his fingers on the table. A sound, extra clear in this silent night. He asked a few more relevant questions one after another, and the people hiding in the shadows answered them one by one, sometimes asking for extra rewards. After a long time, he was kicked out of the noble's mansion. On nights when the new moon hangs high, dark walkers can make their figures blurry and invisible without deliberately walking under the shadows. The black mist that wrapped around his body dissipated, and the man in the shadow revealed his true appearance. He was hunchbacked and lame, and walked with a limp. The right shoulder is abnormally swollen. If you look closely, you can see that there is a human face on it. Below the face, there are rather short, obviously underdeveloped limbs, growing out of the shadowed person. It is as if there is another person hidden within one person. The walker asked, "Brother, why do you have such an attitude that you only want to make a profit? You are asking me to charge you an extra sum." Of course, the human face on the shoulder did not reply. He could only make a sound of, "Ah, ah." But for two people connected physically, communication never relies on language, but uses magical talents to complete higher-level communication. So when the man of shadow was questioned, his conjoined brother naturally gave some responses. "You mean you won't get it a few more times? If you don't get more, how long will it take?" The ugly expression with big eyes and crooked mouth now revealed a mocking smile. Said, "I have been reminded many times that the other party is a lich who has slaughtered gods. Why do they think that as long as they coexist with them in the world, they will have weaknesses and can deal with them? This should be said to be courageous, or criticize the other party for being ignorant." Chapter 876 Ezio. As long as you are in the human world, you must abide by the rules of the human game. Those in power who make the rules and are protected by the rules believe in such norms with an almost superstitious attitude. They do not believe that there is anyone who can overturn the rules. Even if there is, they will gather together and do their best to suppress it, until the blood flows and either party falls completely. There is no second outcome in the battle for rule dominance. But whether those people admit it or not, there are still people in the world who are strong enough to regard rules as if they are nothing. However, not all rules in the world are so easy to break. Even a magician who is as powerful as a lich and a magician who doesn't know where to stand at the moment still finds himself in trouble. Just like a family revolution going on in the home of the holy city of Starry. The cause of the incident was that the remade astronomical telescope lens was broken. The lens used before was polished by dwarven craftsmen using magic stones that had exhausted their magic power. A magic stone that has exhausted its power will turn into a transparent crystal. Although it no longer contains power, it is still a magical material and can be permanently shaped using shaping techniques. The most difficult part is not how to polish the curvature of the lens surface, but how to obtain an even distribution of internal density. That is, the refractive index of all positions of the lens is exactly the same, or at least similar to that of a crystal. To achieve this, it cannot be achieved by simple plastic surgery. The magic crystal must first be softened to a level close to a liquid, and then stirred to evenly distribute it. This is a stupid method that someone can't think of any good moves. After all, he is not a time traveler with a full set of Lycra optical technology. The success rate of the stupid method is as expected, and is shockingly low. So at the beginning, we almost got no dwarf craftsmen willing to cooperate. And then we made a few shots that were acceptable to someone. Then keep using it until you go to the abyss and mess things up yourself. After that, of course, there was the return to the ruins of the original Demon Lord Sabine's castle to look for the remains of the telescope. The shots are also unexpected. Everything is heroic and benevolent. Observing the stars, in addition to the need to find a way home, is also someone's interest. What's more, you can achieve rare peace while stargazing. Of course, you can't just let it go. Therefore, remaking an astronomical telescope was put on someone's schedule in order of priority. Today, Lin certainly has some better ways to make lenses than the stupid methods of the past. But it's also very labor-intensive. And you have to do it yourself. Because there are some operations that need to be taught to other producers. I am afraid that the time spent on teaching has been done by myself. The specific operation is to use the dragon language enchantment method. That is, sonic vibration to evenly distribute the crystals and adjust the curvature of the lens surface. But in actual operation, because this has not been done before, there are a lot of waste products used in the test. I finally made a set of them. But before I could try out the actual effect of putting the telescope tube on the back, it was smashed by that naughty fat boy. The main troublemaker in the family now is Ezio, the child brought by the black dragon Augustus. Another child, Kish, became more sensible as he grew older because his mother Juana was watching over him. The three kittens are looked after by the magic cat Hardy. Rather than messing around at home, they prefer to run out and have adventures. Sometimes not going home for 3 days is nothing. But Ezio is completely self-indulgent and lawless. Just like most children seek attention through pranks. They just want someone to love them or even scold them. It is a pity that except for the doting grandpa, the black dragon Augustus, the two adults in this family, Lin and Fin, completely ignore the children, let alone take care of them. Vanna also loved Ezio very much. But there was still a difference between him and her biological son. In other words, for children, they still feel that they are treated differently. So Ezio greedily wanted more love. But children are unreasonable creatures. They don't know what it means to watch people's actions, the atmosphere, and what kind of behavior will cause trouble to others. It is because there are so many people who do not understand that they need to be taught. Otherwise, if you unilaterally ignore them, you will end up like someone else. And your room will be like a disaster. In addition to being a mess, the shot that was put on the workbench not long ago is magnificent again. It is said that when they first came to this home, a certain child was taught a lesson by Lin because he was too naughty. It was just that Augustus was protecting him at that time, and everyone was not familiar with him yet. So when someone expressed his intention to teach someone, he stopped. Ezio did remain silent for a while, but only for a while. Now that he saw the tragic situation in his room, someone silently used flash magic to go to the woods outside the holy city and tried his best to find a cane that fit his hand. The specific standard depends on which type of whipping was more painful when you were a child. Then he went home and began to hit the fat kid's ass and balls from all over the world. Once one is broken, go find another one. Anyway, the canes are picked up for free of charge. The fat boy who was whipped until he screamed. How could he have ever suffered such a crime? He immediately ran to the East Hall, planning to find his uncle to protect him. Lin didn't stop him either. After adding lightning surgery to himself, he moved quickly step by step, and the cane hit his butt accurately. Moreover, all kinds of tricks are used. Forward, sideways, and backwards. When the cane comes out, it will definitely hit the buttocks. The people who were watching on the sidelines realized that someone had been so cruel this time that the fat boy moaned and groaned. And then they wanted to come out to protect the child. Especially the two girls Halumi and Kaya. They regard their two children as sisters. My brother was beaten so hard. How could he not come forward to protect him? Seeing his apprentice standing in front, and the naughty and unteachable fat boy hiding behind them, Lin temporarily stopped. The two girls used the same old rhetoric and said, "Teacher, Ezio is just a child. There is a need to be beaten like this." Someone is thinking whether these two girls didn't fight much in the past. So they said this today. Just thinking about it seriously, I have never beaten these two girls before. First of all, they are very self-conscious and will not engage in such naughty and attention-seeking behavior. Secondly, I usually use other methods to help them remember, instead of using rough fists to teach them. But while someone was thinking about his words, the fat boy hid behind others, waved his fist angrily, and said, "Yeah, I'm just a child. Besides, you're not my father. What qualifications do you have to care about me?" Now someone smiled. The smile is shabby. The smile is scary. The smile is so that people can't help but shiver from the tailbone to the forehead. Such smiles are no stranger to the two girls. Every time before a lesson that impressed me so deeply that I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I would always see this smile that looked like I was ready to kill you. This made the two devastated girls want to run away. Chapter 877 Beating the Child on a Rainy Day. In comparison, the blonde girl is bolder. But she still said in a trembling voice, "Oh, teacher, he is just a child. Don't. No. What I want to say is, he is right." Lin first expressed his agreement, which shocked everyone present. Just listen to him continue. "But boy, I don't know if you will understand at your age. You still made two serious mistakes in this matter. What's wrong?" Ezio hid behind others, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly, but said aggressively, "First of all, I am not disciplining you from the perspective of a father. It is just because you make me unhappy. So I want to beat you. If this is the reason, it does not need to be your father. Anyone can beat you without negotiation. And whether you learn a lesson from it, whether you know the reason for being beaten, or what will happen next is none of my business. Anyway, if you continue to make the same mistakes, I will just continue to beat you. What's the trouble? If you beat them to death, dig a pit and bury them. Do you think anyone will care?" Someone spoke so decisively that Ezio's little face turned pale. "But it's not over yet," Lin continued. "Second, and this is the biggest mistake you have made. You don't respect the strong at all. Of course, the strength here does not mean how strong I am compared with people outside. Anyway, I am better than you. Don't take advantage of adults and children." A ridiculous statement came out. "Since I am not your father, there is no need to endure your unreasonable troubles, even if your troubles are justified. So what? In the face of absolute violence, there are only two things you can do. One is to have something, if you have enough strength to resist. One is to run away. If you want to beg me not to beat you for any reason, you must have a begging attitude, instead of acting like a bastard, provoking while thinking that you are protected. The weak will always be alive. They are all in the hands of the strong. If you want to rely on external things to protect yourself, it is like putting your life in the hands of others. When external things are unreliable, you will be dead if you want to survive in this world. The only one worthy of trust is yourself." Maybe it's a long talk, but it's too profound for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Lin looked at the little face that was more confused than angry. He finally concluded. "In short, you just need to remember 2 points. One is that I am not your father, so I can beat you. The other is that I am an adult, so I can beat you. You little brat can't take it easy. Despicable, Ezio said angrily. "Oh, you know this word. But it's not despicable. It's an adult's privilege." Lin raised the cane in his hand and smiled maliciously. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" At this time, a voice with a bit of vicissitude and weakness came. The human incarnation of the old black dragon Augustus arrived belatedly, and he said, "What's wrong? It's such a big event that it's going to be like the end of the world." At this moment, Ezio seemed to understand who was more reliable than the two sisters before him. So without saying a word, he immediately moved the cover, ran behind the grandfather and hid. Appearing at the same time as the old black dragon, there was Fen and her little follower. Stone seemed to be deliberately imitating the behavior of the aristocratic deacon. At this time, he was wearing a black tuxedo, with a clean white towel hanging in his hand, holding a silver tray with red wine and goblets, and followed behind the lich. The appearance of the old dragon was expected, but Lin was a little unsure about the purpose of the appearance of the last two. Watching the fun, Fen could never care about the child. "Changed your temper?" I saw the lich walking towards someone with swaying steps. He stretched out his slender hand and took the vine from someone's hand until there were no branches left. Since the lich wants it, no one dares to hold on to it, because the consequences will be serious. But Fen, who disappeared and reappeared, took a brand new cane and handed it to someone. He even pinched his fingers in a serious manner, asking someone to hold them properly, and then clapped his hands meaningfully. "Well, have a grudge?" Lin asked. "Some little bastard came into my room and caused trouble, leaving cat hair and debris all over the floor. I'm too lazy to confirm who the murderer is. Anyway, I'll take care of the 3 little ones and leave the big one to you," Fen Lung said coldly. As soon as Fen finished speaking, she heard 3 cat chirps of different pitches, and heavy footsteps that didn't sound like a cat at all. The lich didn't look back, just winked to the side. He said smoothly, "Go, let's do the cat tonight." the former commander of the Imperial Guards of the Dark Legion. Shi Dong, who was sewing corpses, did not move his body or his hands. The dim shadows seemed to come alive, extending in the direction where the three cats escaped. After hearing the designated dish of a certain lich, Lin said helplessly, "As for that, you say that as if my dinner tonight will be stewed children. Sounds good. Do you have a recipe for this dish in your hometown?" Then asked in a serious tone. Half of someone's face turned dark, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But he still followed his words and said, "That little fat guy is too fat to be stewed." Ezio, who thought he had a backer, listened to the conversation between the two magicians and shouted anxiously, "You are demons. You actually want to eat children. Well, I should count half of it now." Someone revealed the truth. "I used to be called the Demon King," a certain lich said naturally. After the two of them finished speaking, they started gearing up, planning to split up and teach a group of lawless little things a lesson. "Grandpa, look at them." Ezio howled miserably. However, the old black dragon Augustus laughed, and inexplicably turned the topic back to Lich Kai, and said, "Hey, for a kid, there's not much meat. It can't be filled in one bite, and it tastes tasteless." As soon as the so-called old man answered, the whole audience was embarrassed. A certain magician seriously thought that he didn't know whether the lich had eaten it, but he probably had more scary elements. Of course, I know best. Not to mention human flesh. Not even humanoid monsters or Homo sapiens species other than humans can be eaten by anyone. But the old man in front of me was originally a black dragon. Among all the people present, the one most likely to have eaten someone was this old man. Therefore, Augustus's speech was unexpectedly very credible. It is precisely because of this that everyone is even more embarrassed. Even the little fat man hiding behind him took 3 or 4 steps back and looked at the adults in front of him in disbelief. Perhaps Augustus wanted to show his friendly smile as before. But this old man is a disabled person, and the old scars on his face twitch with smiles. He used to be quite amiable in Ezio's eyes, but now he looks ferocious. He looked like he was very hungry, and looking at the steak again. He yelled, turned around and ran away. "I want to run away from home." He used his speed that was completely inconsistent with the fat man's figure and ran out of sight. It means that after one critical attack after another, someone felt a little sorry for the little fat man and couldn't bear to catch up and continue to fight. However, his 2 apprentices were worried that Ezio would do something irrational, so they quickly chased after him. Seeing that the matter came to an end, everyone including the black dragon was laughing, although he didn't know what the old black dragon was laughing about. Then still asked someone, "What's wrong?" "Today, I was chasing that little fat guy like he was eating dynamite, looking out the window at the drizzling rain and the gloomy sky." Lin smiled and said, "You know, there's a saying in my hometown, spank your children on rainy days dash." Someone only said half of what he said, then had no choice but to ask, "How?" What about the second half of the sentence? Being idle is also idle. Chapter 878, Running Away from Home. At dinner this day, there were a lot of people missing from the table. In addition to Ezio missing, the 2 girls also failed to go home for dinner in order to find the fat boy who had run away from home. The drizzle outside has been falling all day long. It did not bring any coolness to this summer night, but instead made it much hotter. Maybe it was because of the atmosphere at the dinner table. After all, the majority of people were worried about the little fat man. It wasn't until after dinner, when everyone was taking a break to eat, that the girls came back in embarrassment. Although in the application of magic, there is magic for avoiding rain, the power energy currently stored by the 2 girls is enough to cast this magic throughout the process to avoid getting wet. However, the mud and water splashed on the ground, and the children have to walk through the streets according to their size. So it is inevitable that some places will be stained that cannot be taken care of. In addition, after searching for a long time, the fatigue is even more difficult for others to understand. In the small reception room, the old black dragon, who rarely appeared, was staring at a certain magician with a calm expression. Behind the old black dragon, there was another fat boy, Vanna's son, Kish. At this time, he looked like he was about to cry, so he just opened his mouth and begged for mercy from his reckless companion of the same age. As soon as the 2 girls came back, they showed their teacher angrily. For these bad things, someone always turns a blind eye. Lin's chi nurturing skills have reached a level of insensitivity comparable to that of a vegetative state. It's a pity that someone can endure it. But how can a person who puts on a face tolerate it? Halloumi was the first to say. Teacher, we have been searching all day, but we can't find Ezio. What if he is hungry and cold outside? That kid is so fat that he won't die from starvation for 2 days. Besides, he has so much fat. It's summer right now. A little rain is just a way to cool down. How can he get cold? Someone said ruthlessly. Halloumi asked. Are you really not worried at all? The teacher looked at his apprentice helplessly and asked. What are you worried about? Is he going to harm others? The blonde girl was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said again. He is just a child. How can he live alone outside? Speaking of which, you just don't believe how resilient a child is. Someone criticized disdainfully. I remembered that before I traveled through time, I would always see children left at home by irresponsible parents, starving to death or having other accidents. In fact, it's not that children have no survival instinct at all. They are just restricted by family affection and simply believe that their parents will take care of them. So they dare not do anything that was once forbidden. This is just like the illusion mentioned in Fengshen Romance, that when King Wen of Zhou dynasty Jicheng was governing Shiqi, Wuji committed a murder. So King Wen painted a plot of land as a prison to atone for his sin. It's not that children don't know how to survive. It's just that they are trapped in many restrictions by their parents. Don't you see those orphans who have lost their parents? They are growing up barbaric when they are alone. Not to mention what achievements they will have in the future, or how smoothly they will grow up. But 9 out of 10 will have no problem growing up. The remaining one didn't grow up because he was frail and sickly. Even if his parents took care of him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. Why do some human trafficking groups look for children? Isn't it just because children are highly malleable, easy to deceive, and easy to manipulate? That's why children are abducted to do some shady things? Even if it is sold to others. With a child's resilience, he will adapt to the new environment and recognize the new parents in the shortest possible time. Not to mention that little fat guy's mobility can turn this family upside down. After going outside and letting yourself go. Unless you really don't have the foresight to hit the knives of those who are truly strong. What difficulties can you face if you just want to survive? It's just whether you have let go of your thoughts. Just like the transformation of the protagonist in Stephen Chow's movie Suchier before and after his downfall. Of course, under such circumstances, it is definitely unrealistic to expect him to become a good young man when he grows up. Don't be a master of the 5 poisons. Specialize in burning, killing, and looting. If you commit all kinds of crimes, you will laugh. But before these words could be fully explained to these 2 girls, they looked at someone with tears in their eyes. Perhaps it was the self-care attitude in his words, so heartless, that made these 2 magic apprentices, who had been following someone since childhood. But they didn't know what resonated with them, and made them feel sentimental. There was no choice. But someone could only say, and don't forget, as long as Ezio doesn't throw away the ring, it's really not easy for him to get lost. After the set of rings that could be sensed by the 1 ring was completed, a certain fat man, who was not yet sensible, would put one in his mouth after touching one. After all, the ring was not allowed to escape into a child's belly. But the chosen ring became Ezio's property. It is also impractical to ask a child to wear a ring. Even the magic ring created by Lin can automatically adjust the size of the ring according to the condition of the wearer's fingers. So the ring became the connecting link between the necklace and the pendant, making it into a necklace for Ezio to hang on. In order for the fat boy to be willing to wear the necklace, the pendant was actually a small flip-up photo frame. And he told Ezio that he could put the things he valued most, or the photos of the people he valued most. This fat boy really listened to this statement, and the necklace never left his body. As for what he put in the pendant, even though Ezio kept it secret, everyone knew that it was a broken scale that the old black dragon Augustus naturally shed. He didn't know who his parents were, so old black dragon was his only relative. Especially after what happened this time. I am afraid that in that little heart, no one except Augustus is trustworthy or reliable. But the point is, the ring of all, one of the 9 rings, is in Ezio's hand. As long as the ring was not thrown into the water by the fat boy, there would be no secret about his whereabouts from anyone. After understanding this, the 2 girls burst into laughter. He quickly tidied up and said, Teacher, why don't you bring Ezio back quickly? Don't worry. Let him calm down outside and think about it. Wait a day or 2, and then look at the situation. From a selfish point of view, someone wants to be quiet for a few more days. To be honest, if you don't smooth out the edges of that fat boy, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later, rather than suffering at the expense of others. It is better to treat your own people badly. So someone rejected his apprenticeship request in person. Just doing this will of course result in the disappointment of the two apprentices. Lin could only say, "If you are really that worried, I will give you the coordinates of Ezio's location, and you will secretly protect him from behind. But I hope that unless it is a life and death crisis, you will not come forward to help. I would like to take a look. How much breakthrough can he make in such a predicament? Otherwise, he will just be a spoiled child for the rest of his life." As if they gave in to their teacher's words. After receiving Ezio's location signal, the two girls quickly ran out to make sure that the fat boy had not thrown away the necklace with the pendant. At the same time, Lin looked at the humanized old black dragon and Kish, who was standing next to it with a stubborn expression on his face, and asked, "You two, is this okay?" After all, Kish is a child and cannot distinguish between good and bad. He can only look helplessly at another old black dragon with extremely rich life experience. The humanized Augustus relaxed his frown. Maybe someone's proposal does not bring about the most satisfactory result in his heart, but it is not unacceptable. If the child could successfully pass this test, it would surely be more reassuring. Chapter 879 Ezio's Big Adventure. Although some people have great confidence in the resilience and adaptability of children, not everyone can quickly accept the changes and gaps in the environment on the first day. The experience of starvation was only experienced in the snow-capped mountains with the black dragon. But the memory of that time was as if it did not exist for Ezio. After all, the child was still too young at that time. He could not even speak in his infancy, and could only survive on the blood of the creatures that the black dragon occasionally hunted. It goes without saying that children who are severely malnourished will have memories of anything. The fat body I have now is the result of someone raising the child without any restrictions and allowing the child to eat freely. After suddenly fleeing that home, Ezio didn't know how he was going to live. Even if he was hungry, he didn't just want to get something to eat from those bakeries or fruit stalls to satisfy his hunger. Instead, he starved himself masochistically to see if anyone would take pity on him. Ezio just walked down the street in a daze. Because of the drizzle, Ezio's valuable clothes suddenly looked different. He walked in a daze while instinctively searching for paths. He couldn't quite figure out whether he wanted to be found or not found, until he was tired and hungry from walking. Ezio never thought of going back. Only then did he come back to his senses and saw that he was in a dirty, smelly place. There are many large and small figures lying in the corners. I don't know if they are dead people or people sleeping there. At this time, the child's strong adaptability is revealed. Ezio found a place where there was no rain and the ground was still dry, and he laid down on his side. He tightened his already wet clothes and planned to fall asleep with his groggy head. But no matter how sleepy he was, the problem of an empty stomach still prevented him from falling asleep peacefully. The thunderous sound was extra clear and uncomfortable on such a night. Just when Ezio curled up, hoping that his unsatisfactory stomach would settle down, a small piece of black bread was handed to him. In the dark night, Ezio could only recognize a rather thin figure. The dim light from the street behind the entrance of the alley made it difficult to see the other person's appearance. "You're hungry? This is for you." It was a rather thin and immature voice. For today's little fat man, it is undoubtedly like the sound of nature. Ezio didn't think much. Took the piece of hard bread. Said vaguely, "Thank you." Then he swallowed the piece of hard and tasteless black bread wholeheartedly. At this time, another voice came, with a bit of anger in his tone, saying, "Sister, why did you give something to others to eat? That is your food for tomorrow. Brother, he has nothing to eat. He is so pitiful," the little girl said in her childlike voice. A figure not much taller than the girl who spoke also appeared with a light behind her. The boy wanted to snatch the bread back, but he couldn't put his hand into someone else's mouth to take out something that was eaten. So he gave up and just pulled his little sister back, teaching her a lesson. "You deserve to be hungry tomorrow. Go to bed early and don't let anyone rob you of that dry land. Okay, brother." The brother and sister just held hands and walked back to the shadows, where they would sleep tonight. Although Ezio wanted to follow him, in the end, he stayed where he was and fell back to the position he had found before. Staying in that home, Ezio actually didn't learn anything. He had written down the proper etiquette and common sense of ordinary people, and almost everything the magician said or others said. Just because you remember it doesn't mean you will do it. Not to mention that he also hopes for more attention and care. So he will naturally think of some ways to attract others' attention. It just seemed like he was a child that no one cared about after all. Feeling sorry for himself, Ezio fell into a deep sleep. The reason why I was able to sleep was not only because I was really tired, but also because of that hard piece of black bread. Whole grain food is difficult to digest. So even if the portion is small, you will feel full easily, but you will get hungry faster. Early the next morning, in a state of confusion, Ezio was woken up by someone, who seemed to be the two brothers and sisters who had given him food last night. The eldest brother patted his cheek rudely and said, "New guy, wake up! If you want to have food, you have to help." After being woken up, Ezio rubbed his groggy eyes and realized that he was surrounded by a group of children of all sizes. It just doesn't look like he's looking for trouble. Everyone looks similar, thin and weak. Although there were many patches on the clothes, they were still basically clean and did not look dirty. The oldest child among them stepped forward, got close to Ezio, who looked confused, and looked up and down, asked, "New here? You look like a child from a rich family. Is there a place I can go back to?" Gritting his teeth, Ezio shook his head and said, "I have nowhere to go back." "Then follow me. At least I can get food to eat." The child said so, then turned around and greeted other children of all sizes around him. Although Ezio didn't understand what to do, he still followed. A small piece of brown bread last night made me feel less hungry for the time being. But when I woke up this morning, I felt even hungrier. This group of orphans gathered together did nothing to steal or deceive. Instead, they look for jobs that ordinary people are unwilling to do and earn a meager remuneration. For example, in the early morning, 2 large buckets were carried on a trailer and went along the street to clean up the drowned buckets in every household. Because the car was a bit heavy and we were all children, everyone got on. Some pulled the car and some pushed it. Ezio followed the car, imitating the people around him, and pushed forward as hard as he could, until he reached the door of the next house. Of course, children are not quiet masters. They will complain about the past few years when they could collect more night fragrance, that is, excrement and urine. It's just that in the past 2 years, flush toilets have become the dominant one. And almost all the people from well-off families will install the most common one. The sewage discharge is concentrated into the sewers, and it is not their turn to collect it. So the collection volume has dropped sharply. After collecting several areas, the children carried large and small wooden basins on their heads and went around to collect dirty clothes and wash them. At this time, the night fragrance just collected comes into use. The feces will be dumped into the sewer, while the urine will be used to wash clothes. Smearing urine on the dirty and yellow parts and scrubbing vigorously can make that part of the clothes slightly whiter. Rinse clean with clean water and wring dry vigorously, especially for dehydration after washing. 2 children usually work together. One person twists one end, and the clothes are dried as much as possible. Then put it back in the tub and send it back to the person who sent the laundry for a reward. In addition, I also go to the market to collect some rotten vegetable leaves or food that others have dropped on the ground. Sometimes a vendor needs extra help, and they will help after negotiating a fee. In short, a large group of children worked all day to earn enough money to buy a few pieces of whole brown bread. Then, under the supervision of the Kid King, the children were fairly distributed to the children who could help out, including Ezio, who was still unfamiliar with everything. Looking at the small piece of brown bread that was handed to his hand, it was not much bigger than what he had eaten last night. He was still thinking that after receiving the food, he would pay back the portion he had eaten last night. But if I returned the little food I got, I would be hungry today. So the fat boy is in trouble. Chapter 880 Ezio's Adventure 2. Biting into the unpalatable and hard black bread, Ezio glanced at the girl who gave him a small piece of bread last night, feeling a little guilty. She did not show up at work in the morning, and the reason was quite obvious. The girl was so thin that it was difficult to even stand, and she coughed heartbreakingly from time to time. Watching her take a small piece of brown bread from her eldest brother, only eat 1 or 2 bites, and then put away the rest. Of course, Ezio knew that for children like him, eating so little food was not enough. I want to help her, but I don't know where to start. At this time, he remembered a doubt he had before. He had a particularly good eye, and he remembered that the reward received by the boss did not match the final payment for the black bread. Compared with other children, the difference between Ezio and them is that he has a certain concept of numbers. This is due to the several sisters in that family who count things all day long. Under the influence of his ears and eyes, he understood more or less. He might not be able to accurately calculate how much money the boss kept privately, but he knew that they should be able to buy more of that unpleasant bread. At least, it will allow everyone to eat more. So Ezio decided to ask the leader. The areas where these children live are within a certain range. It's not that which side is particularly comfortable, or which side is particularly uncomfortable. From Ezio's perspective, they were all equally bad. And the location of the boss seemed to be just a few steps away from the wall. But just as he was about to round the corner, he saw the child who must have been the oldest, talking to an adult. Ezio subconsciously took a few steps back, hid in the corner, and watched secretly. The adult looked quite slovenly. His appearance was wretched, and his tone of speech was very arrogant. He reached out and took the money bag handed out by the child in front of him. After cursing a few times, he slapped the person to the ground with his backhand. The ferocious look was just as hateful as that magician who beat anyone to death regardless of adults or children. When he saw his newly recognized boss being defeated, Ezio wanted to rush out and fight with that adult. But the magician's teachings were crooked and made him slow down a step. It was at this step that Ezio was grabbed by the shoulders by the person behind him and dragged back behind the broken wall. The girl's eldest brother grabbed Ezio and put a finger in front of his lips to signal silence. He also compared the location far away and asked the little fat man, who was new here and didn't understand anything yet, to follow him. When he was a little further away, Ezio asked, "Who is that person? What a nasty scumbag!" The girl's eldest brother criticized. But then he said dejectedly, "But before we can work here, we have to get their consent. Otherwise, we won't be able to stay here at all." At this moment, Ezio suddenly remembered that the two sisters told him something about their adventures. It has been mentioned that children in slums will steal things for a living. But there are still despicable adults controlling them. I couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Are we going to be pickpockets and steal things?" Regarding the fat man's ideas, the girl's brother had a dark face, shook his hands and said, No, we won't do such a thing." "Well, so actually, the man who just beat the boss is a good person?" Ezio asked doubtfully. The girl's eldest brother said firmly, "No, this is even more impossible." "Then why? Don't you know where you are?" The girl's eldest brother looked at the fat man in front of him with strange eyes. He continued, "This is a city of magicians. If you steal things casually, steal things that have been marked by magicians, and then have them come to your door, I have never heard of anyone being able to survive." The situation the boy mentioned is the reality of the holy city of Starry. Like most cities in the Lost Lands, the holy city of Starry certainly has so-called slums, which are called lower streets here. Most of the people living inside came from out of town to do menial jobs that the magicians or magic apprentices, who thought they were superior to others, were not willing to do. A place like this is of course a mixed bag of dragons and snakes. There will also be some low-life people who do vile things. But the problem is that this is a city of magicians, not a city of ordinary nobles, or a city that grew up because of trade routes and sea routes. The biggest difference between the two is that there are no public prisons or dungeons in the holy city. This means that if someone commits a crime in the holy city of Starry and is caught by an inspector wearing a yellow shawl, his hands and feet will either be amputated or he will be executed on the spot. There is no such thing as being put in jail to give a person a chance to repent. If you survive, please find an opportunity to commit suicide, because it will not be safer if it becomes a material for magic experiments. In addition to the yellow shawl representing the public power of the holy city, there are also many magicians who are brave in what they do. They will also perform some uncivilized actions on criminals. And as long as it is proven that these people are indeed criminals, the inspectors will not impose any punishment on the magicians who use lynching. Then the property of the criminal will naturally become the trophy of the brave magician. Therefore, in the holy city of Starry, when members of the Thieves Guild were at their most rampant, magicians would occasionally lose magically marked items. Then the masters followed the clues and went to the door to say "Lo" to these little thieves. When you take back the stolen items, you will also take away the things you like. As for the little thieves without eyes, they were beaten to death. A typical situation where life and money are both important. It is precisely because this kind of fishing is so rampant that the master who dares to play like this will not be a three-legged cat. Unexpectedly, the crime situation in the holy city of Starry has been reduced from theft, a major crime. Gradually, theft became a taboo in this magician city. Of course, there are also some veterans who think they can tell the difference between a fat sheep and an angler, so they act unscrupulously. However, most people will still carefully avoid situations that give the masters reason to take action. And the same goes for children. Don't think that children can win much sympathy. Masters don't care about age when they want to torture people or put them on the autopsy table. To this day, no thief or smuggler dares to test whether the masters have relaxed their guard. Therefore, this group of orphans who gathered were not forced to do any criminal things. They were just forced to do some dirty work that most people were unwilling to do. Ezio's little mind couldn't figure out the reason behind this. But for him, as long as he knows what the current situation is, it is enough. The current situation is that these children are still on the weak side and are exploited by those despicable adults. Chapter 881 Infiltration. Ezio thought he could adapt to this environment. And in fact he did. No matter how tired he was or how hungry he was, he didn't think about going back to that home. In addition to going to every house early in the morning to deliver night incense and helping with laundry, I sometimes get the job of delivering messages. But basically they are all insignificant personal messages, such as who asked someone to go home for dinner and not to meet each other tonight. For several days, Ezio became the hardest working among the children. Naturally, speech carries some weight. The reason is simple. The other children are malnourished and dying. Even if the little fat man is hungry for a few days, the foundation he left behind will still be there. He is the strongest and most flexible among the children. Therefore, Ezio's demonic temperament, which he led Kish and the 3 little demon cats in the past and turned a family upside down, is gradually awakening among these children. However, he still couldn't overcome the eldest child who had been taking care of these children for a long time, Rowan. But there is no conflict between the two. At most children will still follow Rowan's orders. But another thought shook his determination not to return to that home. Not only was he always hungry, but so were the other children. Especially those who were more or less sick. Especially on the first night. The girl who gave herself a small piece of black bread, Lucy, was in even worse physical condition. Of course, Ezio didn't know how to treat illnesses, but that didn't stop him from understanding that the girl was in poor health, as if she might die at any time. Even though he was just a child in the magician's house, he also understood what death was like. It's just that Ezio didn't care about the death of most people. The only thing that concerned him was the aging black dragon. Now there was another person. As for that annoying magician, just die as soon as possible. That night, another person had trouble sleeping, holding his stomach and making a rumbling sound. These children had learned not to cry a long time ago. But when they feel uncomfortable, everyone can't help but moan. Enduring the feeling of hunger, Ezio stood up and crawled to Lucy's eldest brother, Willie. He patted it gently and compared it outwards. The latter followed him out knowingly. Ezio, is there anything we can't talk about inside? Willie asked. I know there is a place with food. What do you want? Do you want to go get it with me? Ezio asked. As soon as food was mentioned, several voices came from the side, asking, Where is it? Where is it? Where is the food? Willie's eyes light up when he hears something to eat. Unlike his other companions, looking at this hesitant companion, Ezio was not in a hurry to deal with the others, but continued to persuade. There is fluffy white bread there, and there are many delicious things. If I want those things, Lucy, I'd also like to eat more. What do you think? Do you want to go? Willie's attitude became less insistent when it came to his sister, but he still asked worriedly, Are you going to steal food? Ezio patted his chest and said, Don't worry. The people living there are stupid and lazy. No one will find us. It can only be said that the children's thoughts are not that complicated. Under Ezio's instigation, coupled with the fact that they are hungry, several children, including Willie, are willing to take this trip with Ezio. But someone asked, Do you want to tell Rowan? Ezio frowned and said, No need. Just wait until we get the food back and share it with him. What will he say about our efforts? Everyone had made up their minds. Maybe they were starving, and no one had any objections to following Ezio. A group of children just took advantage of the moonlight and trotted through the dim streets. Most children are quite familiar with this road they have lived on for some time, so it doesn't take much light for them to know where to land. As for Ezio, he was simply used to running in various situations in a home with traps everywhere. Sometimes it's chasing cats, sometimes it's hiding from people, and sometimes it's both. Although Ezio's activities ranged before, he rarely left that home. This time he walked down the street, and the group of children were there by chance. But it didn't mean that he had forgotten the way back, even though he had gone around east and west. In the dark night, relying on the moonlight, he still found the shortest path home. Under the moonlight, the building that had been added many times looked so silent. There was no light coming out of the window, indicating that the people at home had already gone to sleep. This was common people's perception. Ezio knew however, that it was just an adjusted light, limited to a certain range. Nothing can be seen from the outside. The wall surrounding the courtyard is not the original stone wall built, but a row of dwarf trees specially planted by Halloumi to replace the original wall. Don't think that plants are not threatening. That weird sister. The flowers and plants she grows are all for meat. But somewhere on the wall, there is a cat hole where the demon cats come in and out. This was dug out by the demon cats themselves and was not left there intentionally. So those people should not be aware of the existence of this entrance. After leading the other friends through the cat hole, Ezio ran toward the kitchen in a familiar manner. No one would be in the kitchen once the magician's midnight snack had passed. And in order to deal with the magician, who has an abnormal schedule, there will be prepared food in the kitchen that can be eaten at any time. Ezio wanted to get those, because the kitchen uses fire. It was initially separated from the main building. After a certain magician moved in, he didn't deliberately change the layout. This is good news for Ezio and other children. At least they didn't have to worry about crawling into the mansion and risking being caught by the night watchers, looking for any place where food was kept. The doorknob of the wooden kitchen door is a bit high for the children, and this was done deliberately to prevent a few little ones at home from breaking in. After all, fire is used inside, which is dangerous for children who don't know whether to live or die. But this height is not a big problem for a group of children. Perhaps the people who followed Ezio were used to sneaking around, so some of them squatted down without waiting for instructions, and some sat astride the shoulders and necks of the squatting people. Open the kitchen door like an arhat. The fire on the stove has been extinguished, but it does not stop a group of hungry little devils from looking for something to eat. Ezio didn't let anyone else look around. Not leaving any traces was an agreement he made with the others before he came. The children also agreed that no matter what, it would be a good thing for themselves not to attract other people's attention. In this city where magicians gather, the magicians are too cruel, although they don't know who lives in this mansion. Chapter 882 The Taste of Happiness. Open the bamboo cage. In my mind, this is where the bread is placed. According to the magician's habit, he usually orders people to make more bread, so that he will have something to eat when he wants to eat. It's not like another noble sister. The bread she wants to eat is kneaded and baked a little early before the main meal. In the words of a certain magician, if you want to eat temporarily, you will starve to death by the time the bread is ready. When the bamboo cage was opened, it was indeed filled with bread. Seeing this, the other children also went to open the bamboo cages in the same row. Of course, there were all kinds of food stored in them. There are several types of bread, including toast with a fluffy center. If it's topped with a layer of peanut butter or strawberry jam, it's Ezio's favorite. There was a greedy person who just picked up a French stick and gnawed it. But everyone still put it in their pockets desperately. No matter how much you steal, it doesn't matter if you take more or less. It will be the same when you are discovered. So it's better to get as much as possible. However, Ezio did not desperately grab the bread that was already baked and ready to be eaten like the others. He moved to another large box, which was a magic item that could maintain the temperature inside. It can be high or low. For some foods that are easy to spoil and smell, putting them inside and storing them at low temperature can extend the storage time. This is someone's version of a mini refrigerator. After finding the refrigerator, Ezio's goal is to save the milk inside. According to those sisters, this thing is good, although it cannot be eaten as food. If you want to grow taller, you must drink it. If you feel uncomfortable, you can still maintain your basic physical strength by drinking a little milk. And not only people drink it, but the cats also like to drink it. So this should be a good thing. Ezio thought about taking it back and giving Lucy a taste. However, this thing was in a can, and it couldn't be left outside for too long. So Ezio only took one can of milk. He still remembered that one time when he was playing, the milk had been left outside for too long, and it had a very pungent sour taste when he drank it. That night, I had diarrhea and was half dead. I fell on the bed and couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. That taste is not pleasant. Seeing that others have already gotten it, they can no longer take it. Not only do you have to put your clothes in your pocket, pack the bread bag until the tips come out, hold it between your armpits and the crook of your hand, you also have to bite it in your mouth. Looking at this posture, it would be difficult to walk. Ezio quickly whispered, "If you have enough, leave quickly and don't cause trouble here. If we are not discovered, we can come back again." The children nodded hurriedly and put the bamboo cage back in place. After thinking that they had done a good job of covering up, they left the kitchen one by one. Ezio was the one with the emptiest hands. In addition to holding a can of milk, He also took the bread that was difficult for others to hold. Before leaving, his sharp eyes saw something incredible: chocolate bars made of cocoa. Once you eat this, you will never forget it. The greedy Ezio wrapped a few pieces in oil paper, put them in his arms, and followed in the footsteps of the other children. The return journey is not like the outbound journey, because everyone has a lot more things on their hands, which makes the children more cautious. It's not that I'm afraid of things falling on the floor or anything, but I'm afraid that someone will come out and grab the food in my hand. Not everyone in the lower streets is willing to help each other. More people live by grabbing what others have. So on the way back, the children were hiding and walking much slower. When we returned to everyone's place of residence, it was impossible to say that the spoils were divided up on the spot. Some children, who had gone to bed hungry, were woken up again. They were cursing and preparing to get angry, but they were blocked by the food stuffed into their mouths, and no anger could come out. They were overjoyed to eat the food that they didn't know where it came from, and praised the warriors who got it. Ezio and Willy came to Luz's side. The two guys were offering treasures. One brought out milk, and the other brought out white toast, coaxing the girl, who had always had little appetite, to eat some. Tear off the edge of the toast to reveal the fluffy white part inside. The girl has never seen bread like this. Tearing off a small piece effortlessly is completely different from tearing off brown bread with all your strength. If a girl wanted to eat the hard bread in the past, she would have to hold it in her mouth for a long time until saliva produced, and the black bread was soaked until it was soft and rotten before she could swallow it. But when the white toast is put into the mouth, the soft texture is unprecedented. The light aroma and salty taste are all over the taste buds. The girl thought, maybe this is the taste called happiness. Taking out a bowl, Ezio poured 3 or 4% of the milk and handed it out. Drink this and see. Looking at the white and shiny liquid under the moonlight, Lucy was a little confused. It was only after Ezio took a sip that the girl understood that it was something to drink. She took the broken bowl with only a gap in it. But even though it was less than half full, it was still a bit difficult for the girl to hold it with one hand. But she still took it and took a sip. It has a completely different taste than water, and its smooth texture instantly conquers the taste buds that are used to eating rough meals. The girl simply couldn't use her poor feelings and vocabulary to describe what it felt like. Eating toast dipped in milk tastes very good, Ezio said in a bewitching voice. Lucy followed suit, and the feeling of overlapping happiness left her speechless. The only thing I can do is take one bite after another, Ezio advised from the side. Eat slowly. Eat slowly. Don't eat too fast or you will choke. Seeing something different, the children eating the bread naturally gathered around Ezio. There is also the clever one who knows how to bring a bowl with him. Ezio welcomed everyone who came and poured a little milk for everyone. Willy wanted to stop it and leave more space for his sister. But Ezio, who saw his expression, smiled and said, Let's share it with everyone. Milk is different from bread. You can't keep this for several days. You have to drink it quickly. Otherwise it will go bad. Lose. Not counting explanations. Even if Willy wanted to object, there was no good reason. But such a commotion certainly disturbed the children sleeping far away, including Rowan, the eldest child, who was taking care of and leading everyone. Suddenly saw so much food, and a lot of it had been eaten or was being eaten. He asked with an ugly face, Where did these things come from? Ezio stood up and said, I see that everyone is hungry, and there is no one to take care of the food, so I will take someone to get it back. But, seeing that the person in front of him still wanted to talk nonsense, Ezio did the same thing and stuffed the softest part of the toast into Rowan's mouth. At the same time, he raised the can and gave the big boy a sip of milk. Maybe everyone is hungry, and their thoughts are not as complex as adults. Even Rowan, who was the most worried, had to compromise with food. But while he was chewing, he asked worriedly, Is there really no problem if we bring these back? Don't worry. Even if the magician leaves a magic mark, he won't leave it on the food. Let's finish eating quickly and poop. And those who are looking for us can only search along the river. It's impossible to find us. Body. Despite Ezio's assurances, Rowan always felt something was wrong. But with his knowledge and vision, he couldn't detect what was wrong. In the end, my stomach defeated my reason. And these breads were so delicious that even if there were any consequences, he didn't care. While the children were feasting, a quiet bald gray cat and a girl in a white cat suit lay in the darkness where the moonlight could not reach. They just watched silently. Chapter 883 Response. Children always think they can do things perfectly, but in the eyes of adults, they are still full of flaws. The difference lies only in experience. Just like Ezio and other children. They thought they would go into a kitchen of a certain house, take food, cover it up and leave without anyone noticing. But early the next morning, the kitchen was robbed and was revealed to a certain magician. The person who discovered it was, of course, the servant from the Grand Duke of Ka family and the chef in charge of the kitchen. After all, the kitchen is his 1/3 of an acre. If there is something missing and you can't notice it, then you might as well go back to your hometown early and retire. It is not suitable to serve such a big shot in the kitchen. However, the chef did not come to the magician in person to complain. Instead, he explained it to the deacon who took care of all the affairs for Marquis Balin. The loyal butler naturally came to report what happened to the master of the house. The magician. So, your home was robbed? Lin confirmed in surprise. Yes, Your Excellency. The deacon replied simply. Although the stolen items were food, it was not a very expensive item in terms of amount. But after all, it was paid for by the Marquise's family. No matter where the thief is, it is a mistake to steal from a noble. If we were to stay in the Grand Duke's castle, the thing we were discussing now would be how to deal with this thief, who hadn't been caught yet. See if you want to be skinned, caged, or hanged. But this was the magician's territory now, and he had to respect the opinion of the person in front of him. For Lin, the protection of this home is in his eyes, although it is not yet watertight. But it was still hard for him to believe that he had been robbed by a thief. So he asked, "What have we lost?" A lot of food was stolen from the kitchen. Food? Yes, all kinds of food. Most of the bread, some fruits, 1 can of milk missing, and some chocolate missing. The deacon stated truthfully, "Girl, what's going on?" Because it was breakfast time. Most of the people were waiting in the restaurant to have breakfast. The 2 apprentices, as the main caretakers, are also busy in and out. They will be asked by someone by name. Of course, because they are also responsible for the system inspection and monitoring of this home. Although this part is mainly handled by Kaya, it is impossible for thieves to invade and escape surveillance, unless the opponent has reached a state of uncanny and elusiveness, or the other party luckily escaped the automatic alarm mechanism. And the 2 girls, who acted as the review mechanism, were dozing off. So as a teacher, of course you have to ask. Kaya just put breakfast on the table, and the business at hand came to an end. So she reached out and wiped it on her apron, walked towards her teacher, and said at the same time, "Teacher, this is Ezio." Everyone's ears stood up when they heard the name of the fat boy who had been missing for several days. Although the Marquise's butler remained calm, he also complained that he was indeed a childless boy without parents. However, Lin knew that his apprentice often saved his words and overstated his words, and had the habit of only speaking half of his words. So he still asked in detail, "What happened to that kid? How did he sneak back into this house? Is anyone threatening him or controlling him?" "No, teacher. Ezio sneaked back with a group of children and took the food for themselves and other children." Lin frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. Hardy and I followed them and saw the whole situation," Kaya said with certainty. Briefly described what happened in the past few days, when the gray cat Hardy and I took turns following those children. "In other words, that kid is hanging out with other children now?" "Yes, teacher." After confirming the situation, Lin's brows widened and he said, "Then just ignore them." The butler of the Marquise asked in confusion, "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" "It is the responsibility of us adults to let the children have enough to eat. Besides, as much as a group of children can eat. Since they want to take it, let them take it. If the Marquis mansion feels that this is a loss, then calculate the amount. Let me make up for it," Lin said with a smile, as if he was saying something very natural. This attitude seems to suit Kaya's wishes. Although her face was expressionless, she secretly weighed her feet. If she had been in the past, she would have shaken the 2 braids without leaving a trace. Now that her hair is tied up, she can no longer see the childish look of her braided hair. But this does not prevent her teacher from knowing from the gently dancing hair tips that this girl is in a good mood. The person who also noticed these subtle signs was not the blonde girl who grew up with Kaya, but her heart friend, the Marquis Balin. Although her face cannot be shown in front of outsiders or men, the place where the Marquise dines is separate from other people. But before eating, she would still gather at the restaurant. Sometimes it is to chat with a girl with black hair and brown skin. Sometimes to see if what he eats is the same as others, of course. Most of the time, it is to follow his nominal teacher to see if there is any need for his own efforts. When it comes to his apprentices, then is not letting them go free at all. He is simply letting them go. In short, the Marquis de Ballon, who noticed Kaya's mood, said to her housekeeper, "Mr. Adil, will the value of the food that was taken away be very high?" The Marquise avoided the word stealing, and she was in this situation after living at home for a period of time. My outlook on money is no longer the same as it used to be. Facing the problem of the family leader, the deacon said without subjectivity, "Master, the loss is not much." He assessed in his heart that compared with the output of Ballon's territory, even if it was stolen by those children for a whole year, food loss was really just drizzle. "Okay, then don't worry about them." Marquis Ballon set the tone for this matter. "Yes, master." The deacon bowed and agreed to the matter. Although I objected to this kind of being stolen in my heart, I kept silent. But after all, Adil is not the decision maker, but just a management executor in the noble family. He has no right to question the decision of the family head. Unbeknownst to those children, their food had a fixed location, but they were still kept in the dark, and they happily followed Ezio every day, sneaking into the home of a magician they thought was stupid and lazy, and then secretly getting back delicious bread and other food. Ezio's prestige among the children is increasing day by day. Rowan, the eldest son who originally led the children, did not stay aloof. He followed every bread-stealing operation except the first day. In addition to confirming the situation with his own eyes, he also felt that he needed to play a role in taking care of everyone. If something happens temporarily, he can resolve it as soon as possible. It's just that everything went too smoothly. So smoothly that it seemed like it was all fake. Chapter 884 discuss countermeasures. In every action, Rowan focused on one thing, which was to find the source of the dissonance he felt. Soon, he realized something was wrong. Because there are so many children, they steal a lot of food. In this case, it is impossible for the owner to not notice it. This has always been what Rowan has been most worried about. When the magician finds out, what will he do to his group? But with the daily thefts, not only did the owner show no reaction, but the food placed in the kitchen also changed from only bread, fruit and milk to the ones mentioned above, as well as some dried meat, dried fish and pickled vegetables. Simply put, there are more foods that can be eaten directly without cooking. There can only be one explanation for this. That is, what a group of people did has been discovered a long time ago. What they got was specially prepared by the other party. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much dry food in the kitchen. At the beginning, there wasn't much bread or anything. After realizing this fact, Rowan became a little restless, and even the delicious food no longer tasted good. Now he just hopes that he guessed wrong and that such inference is just overthinking. But as long as people have doubts, it will be difficult to get rid of them. This is true for adults. And it is also true for children with relatively simple minds. Maybe the children's symptoms wouldn't be that severe, but Rowan's environment made him not think too much about it. Because those who are too simple will starve to death on the roadside long ago. Maybe the matter was too big and Rowan couldn't make up his mind. So he found a time to gather all the children together and tell them what he found. Children may be limited by their breadth of knowledge and accumulation of experience, so they are not sensitive enough to many things. But that doesn't mean they are stupid. As long as someone comes up with a clue, they can naturally find more evidence. The conclusion is that there is a high probability that they have been discovered. So, what are we going to do? One kid asked nonsense. At this time, the children were divided into two groups. Some looked at Rowan, who raised doubts, and the other looked at Ezio, who led him into the ditch. However, the two children didn't have any good methods. Ezio even thought of getting lucky and said, "Maybe it's just your illusion, boss. In fact, we haven't been discovered yet. That's your original home, Ezio." Rowan said another of his deductions. As soon as the words came out, the child who couldn't hide his expression immediately fell down, and Rowan knew that his guess was right. He asked, "Why did you leave your home, young master from a rich family?" Ezio gritted his teeth and decided to confess, saying, "That's not my home. It's different from what you all think. I'm just an orphan, living in that place with my grandfather. What's going on?" This is the question that most people ask. Since Ezio decided to confess, he did not hide it, but explained what he knew about his life experience to all the children. Anyway, it's not complicated. It's just an orphan on the snowy mountain. He was first adopted by a black dragon, and then he was picked up by a magician and brought home with the black dragon. None of the people in that family hid these things from him. It is precisely because he understands that he does not belong to that family, that Ezio longs for love even more. Those who do outrageous behavior are all hoping to attract attention. Unfortunately, those actions only resulted in a beating. So he chose to leave that home. Faced with this truth, the children all stood in Ezio's position and cursed with indignation. However, Rowan was quite rational. He didn't care about the grudge between Ezio and the magician. He was more concerned about what would happen to all the children here. So he asked, "Based on what you know about the magician, what do you think? What will he do?" "Well, continue to ignore us?" Ezio said hesitantly, regarding this uncertain answer. Rowan felt that he could no longer rely on Ezio on this matter. So he said, "Take me to see the magician. With you leading the way, I should be able to see the big man." "Why?" Ezio asked with a sour tone. "This is also the voice of most children," Rowan explained. "Since the magician didn't stop us from stealing food, it means that he has good intentions or some purpose. No matter what his thoughts are, it would be more direct to ask him face to face than to guess. It would be better to know what he wants to do than to worry about what will happen now." Rowan's words convinced most of the children, but Ezio still said stubbornly, "Maybe they really don't know. As a result, we came to them on our own initiative. Just like we fell into a trap ourselves." Pressing Ezio's cheeks, Rowan said domineeringly, "I don't care about that. Anyway, the matter with the magician must be resolved. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Since you started the matter, you must go." Letting go of the severely ravaged Ezio, Rowan looked at the other children and said, "If you want to go and watch, I have no objection. But I don't know what will happen after meeting the magician. It may be dangerous, and I may even die there. And I will definitely go. If I can come back alive, I will tell others what happened. You can decide for yourself. And don't be influenced by others. And don't try to influence other people. According to Ezio, that magician is not easy to get along with. And it is actually dangerous to appear in front of him." After setting the tone of the matter, the children, who didn't have many opinions yet, agreed with Rowan's approach. Except for Ezio, who was scolding him. It's just that Rowan ignored the children's mobility, or that everyone didn't have the patience to wait. After making the decision to meet the magician, the children who had nothing to do swarmed with Rowan and Ezio and headed to the magician's home. Everyone goes. No one is left behind. However, after taking a large group of children noisily onto the street, Rowan and Ezio felt regret at the same time. "I usually do activities in Chioggia and nearby places, because they are bustling areas with people. Or I walk under the shadows in the middle of the night, so I don't feel much. But the place where the magician lives is not only on the outskirts of the holy city of Starry. It is also a sparsely populated and relatively quiet high-end area. The people who live here are either rich or noble." This was the news that Rowan found out after he stole bread several times and became suspicious. It felt strange to go to the mansion where the magician lived in broad daylight. Besides there being no place to hide during the day, there were no people around, and it was pretty quiet. The most noisy thing is the army of children in his own group. It would be fine if all the children who came with him knew what they were doing. Unfortunately, there were quite a few people inside to join in the fun. And they also came to see what the place that gave out free bread every day looked like. Of course they won't admit that they are just gluttons who want to get away with a few more pieces of bread. The number of children who really know what they are here for, and what may happen to them is probably only 1 or 2 out of 10. Being so conspicuous and ostentatious was not Rowan and Ezio's original intention. Chapter 885 First Meeting. A group of children stood noisily in front of the gate of a luxurious mansion, discussing the difficult question of how to get in. If I had just slipped in through the cat hole under the wall when I was stealing bread, everyone who had been there would be familiar with it. But today I am visiting the owner of this home, so it is impossible to drill a small hole. Even if these children are young and don't understand the ways of the world, they still know that this is not right. It's just that the door is locked and there's no gatekeeper nearby. So how do you get in? Look! What seems to be written here? One of the children pointed to a red protrusion on the doorpost next to the iron gate, with a sign hanging underneath. Well, who can read? Rowan asked a question that no one answered. The children all looked at each other. Ever since I can remember, how to eat every day has been a problem. Who can find a teacher to teach them how to read? But even if they are illiterate, children still have their own unique skill. That is, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Several hands and feet quickly jumped up and slapped the red button that was protruding and obviously traceable. As Ezio expected, he heard a sound like a murderous cat. Instead, The gargoyle standing on the doorpost suddenly had its eyes glowing red, and said in a low male voice with a standard pronunciation, "Who is coming?" Gargoyles can talk. And they can't scare a bunch of little guys in this magical world. Everyone turned to look at the little fat man who originally lived in this home. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only bite the bullet and said, "I am Ezio, and I am leading someone to find the magician." The gargoyle didn't reply, but the latch of the iron gate opened automatically and opened backwards. The iron gate opened slowly and makes a harsh friction sound like the loose leaves have not been oiled for a long time. In fact, with regular maintenance, it can be done silently and quickly. Anyway, there are so many people working on their own, so it's not a big problem for 1 or 2 people to take turns doing regular maintenance. But in doing so, there is no sense of excitement. This is someone's inexplicable persistence. No matter who makes the correction on his own initiative, he will fall out. The door opened by itself, of course, welcoming the group in. But maybe it was because the creaking sound of the door opening was too shabby, so every child felt uncomfortable. The timid one even squeezed his companion next to him. On the contrary, Ezio seemed to have put aside his psychological burden, waved his hand back and said, "Let's go and see what that annoying guy is thinking." There was a lot of noise on the way here. After entering the territory of a real magician, these children still showed a look of fear. After all, the masters are the real masters of the city, and compared with the residents living in Chioggia, who have the power, the latter's life and death have never been within the scope of the just judgment of the masters. With a feeling of uneasiness, a large group of children came to the general meeting room of the mansion under the guidance of a magic apprentice. While most of the people didn't even dare to breathe loudly, Ezio was the only one who acted like a normal person, pulling the girl with the 2 silver strings around to chat about everyday things. The conference room is more like a one-to-many teaching classroom. The difference is that there is no small desk for writing in front of each seat, but the number of chairs is definitely enough. It's just that most of the children have never seen such a clean place, so they are either still standing, or they only have a little bit of the chair on their butts and don't dare to sit for too long. Len didn't keep the kids waiting for too long, and he didn't even use Flash to appear. He knew very well that just the golden thread on the Xuanwu robe was enough to deter a group of children living at the bottom. If you have to express too much, then it will be over. As soon as he sat down at the front, he said to the little fat man who had been away from home for several days, "Oh, I know you are back. What do you want to do by bringing so many people here?" Ezio turned his head away as if out of anger, not wanting to talk to someone. Len could only smile at the kid's temper. This level of attitude is not up to the standard for him to take action. Rowan, who proposed to meet the magician, felt duty-bound and stood up to talk to the magician. He first saluted in a nondescript and awkward manner, and then said, "Sir, thank you for taking care of us the past few days." Len smiled meaningfully and said, "Care? If you think it is care, then so be it. Now that you have thanked me, what are you going to do next?" A rhetorical question immediately turned off the children. They only wanted to find out the thoughts of a certain magician, but they never thought about what they would do next after someone agreed to what they said. The children all looked at each other. "Well, sir, we just want to know why you are willing to help us." Rowan gritted his teeth and asked, "Didn't you just say that I was taking care of you?" "Yeah." Rowan was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Len smiled and said, "If you don't know what to say, then listen to me tell a story." Perhaps stories are quite attractive to children no matter in ancient or modern times, both at home and abroad. So when Lenny said he wanted to tell a story, everyone looked interested and calmed down to wait. Len opened his mouth and said, "Once upon a time, there was a kind-hearted rich man and a beggar. The rich man would give alms, 10 coppers, to the beggar every day, regardless of wind or rain. Just the beginning alone caused a burst of exclamation from the children. If 10 coppers are just eating and drinking alone in the lost land, they can already live a very nourishing life. After giving out 10 damba every day for several years, one day after several years, the rich man only gave away 5 damba and said to the beggar, 'I'm sorry, because my child was born. In order to raise him, give him the best life, I can only give you half of the past damba, and I will use the rest for my children.'" Another exclamation. Perhaps such a father is an elusive existence for a group of fatherless and motherless orphans. However, when the beggar heard the rich man's reason, he said angrily, "You actually used my money to raise your children. Is that right?" The sudden turn of the story made the children angrily curse the beggar for his ingratitude. Lin smiled and said nothing, watching the children's emotional expressions. But among all the people, there are still some whose expressions are different. Rowan did not follow the crowd and curse the beggar in the story. Instead, he thought of the situation of his group of people, and couldn't help but consider whether this magician was hinting at something. But a group of people just came to ask, and they didn't mean to blame anyone. This shouldn't be considered a sign of ingratitude. After the children's emotions were almost vented, Lin said, "You are right. The money belongs to the rich man himself. No matter he is willing to give 10 danba, 5 danba, or even doesn't give it, he is still a rich man. His own decision has nothing to do with the beggar. How can he claim that the money that has not been given to him belongs to him? But is it only the beggar who is at fault?" Another question that made everyone stand in silence. Rowan asked timidly, "Sir, did the rich man in the story also make a mistake?" Chapter 886 Good? Lin, of course, did not hesitate to teach people who listened to the story such cooperation, saying, "After a few years of giving alms, the rich man is still a rich man, and the beggar is still a beggar. Do you think this situation is good? If the rich man really wants to help people, there is no way other than giving alms, copper coins, to help the beggar and get him out of the life of a beggar. Teach him a trade, get him a job, or give him a chance. It will be more troublesome than giving 10 danba alms, but it will definitely be more useful to beggars." Thinking about different faces really stimulated this group of children. Lin looked at most of the people in deep thought and gave them a short while before saying, "This is a free warning. Good deeds may not necessarily bring about good results. Every day, 10 copper, as charity may actually develop the beggar's indolent character, making him only look forward to the 10 tampas from the rich man without thinking about how to change his life. Then the beggar will remain a beggar for the rest of his life." Such a conclusion really opens up the minds of most children. They have never thought about the truth that a good person does a good thing, but does not get good results. But there are also some children who can't wrap their heads around it, and don't know what's wrong with getting money for free. But someone with a bad taste doesn't intend to end there. Lin added, "Teach you a lesson again. Behind good deeds, there must be a kind thought. Maybe behind the rich man's constant giving, he just wants to see the beggar trapped in the quagmire he has built and unable to escape." When he cut off half of his alms, he saw the beggar looking very angry. But don't forget that the rich man could stop his alms at any time. By that time, he would have been so corrupted by 10 ba that he no longer knew how to live a normal life. What will a beggar look like after suddenly losing his source of income? Is this what the rich want to see? Let's see what choices a desperate poor person will make in his life. Seeing that many children seem to have figured out the hidden part behind this, Lin decided to add another blow and said, "People who already have nothing, of course, don't care about losing anything, because there is nothing left to lose. Such a person can a rich man who has a warehouse full of money lose 5 coppers, be comparable to a beggar who can only get 10 coppers every day, but now loses 5? If you are in the beggar's position, I am curious about what you have? How many people can avoid saying such ungrateful words? I don't know if it's because the incarnation of the fat nerd who always has a bad taste has returned, or if someone is just so bad at heart." After admiring the children's disappointed expressions, he didn't intend to stop, but pushed the other person into the abyss in one breath, said, "Okay, the story is over, and you have thanked me. If there is nothing else, please leave. I am very busy and have no time to chat with you. As for my kitchen, I will strictly control it from today on. Keep an eye on me so that nothing will go missing for no reason. If any thieves break in, they will know how powerful the magic trap is." With this sudden turn of events, the children were not only disappointed, but felt as if the sky had fallen. Some gritted their teeth and held on. Some wailed, and of course some begged, but none of this had anything to do with anyone. Lin just stood up and prepared to leave. Luowan, who was sitting at the front, grabbed the sleeve of Xuanwu robe with a single step and asked with a sour tone, "My lord, why?" Looking at the eldest child who was about to cry, Lin showed a narrow look and said, "There is no value in continuing to discuss the problem that has already revealed the answer. After I said those words, what else can I expect to see you do? It's a surprising choice. So ending this meaningless experiment is not a normal thing for a magician." "Sir, my lord, you are saying that this is all just an experiment?" "Yes, it's an experiment about human nature. It was supposed to last for several years, but I didn't expect that in just a few days you guys would come and break the story. But that's okay. Save me some energy to pay attention. And it's not something that's unacceptable. Then what should we do? What should we do with the other children who are still hungry? Rowan said, almost crying. Remember one thing. There is no costless payment. No costless gain. This is the same whether it is the world of magicians or the world of ordinary people. It's just that adults already know this. And children just waiting for a chance to understand this matter, Linju said. At the same time, he used an unknown method to break away from Luowan. And then left. Wait a moment. Sir! As if he knew that he was too abrupt before. Or knew that he could not catch this person. Rowan could only shout to stop the magician again and said, Sir! You just mentioned that there are many ways for rich people to help beggars. What if I ask you to teach us the knowledge we need for the future? Instead of just giving us bread? TSK. You got yourself involved. Someone exclaimed. Lin stopped. Looked back at the most active eldest child. And said, Knowledge is priceless. But bread is not much money to me. Although I gave the bread for free before. Just to see how you can. What does it look like? Why do you think I will give away knowledge for free? In the story just now, I also mentioned that there are other methods that are not wrong. But those methods will be more troublesome. Why should I take the trouble? There is no benefit to me. Sir, if we are willing to serve you for free for 3 years after completing our studies, no. 10 years. In this case, can we exchange for that knowledge with you? Uh-huh. Here's how to do it. Lin rubbed his stubble-free chin, looked at the serious-looking older child, and said, I'll teach you how to be a good boy for free. What I just said is very important. It's a language problem. Of course, it's impossible to ignore things that are useful to you in your learning process. Right. But if I insist on you, it doesn't mean that you have learned something. And I just teach some irrelevant things, and then let you go through life and death. In this case, even if you don't die in the mission assigned by me, even if you die of old age, you will still work for free under my hands. If you are unlucky and we use a dead person to revive you, even if he dies, he still won't be at peace. Did that little fat man tell you that there is a witch in this family? He is the witch that you have heard of, and has always had something to do with evil. Demon. If you put it this way, you know where you went wrong. Sir! Rowan's face dropped in embarrassment. I don't know what I should say to remedy the error being pointed out. Chapter 887 Priceless Treasure. Ha ha. No need to look sad. I don't have the habit of oppressing people. The two girls curled their lips and felt deeply disapproving. If you really plan to learn knowledge from me, I can teach you the knowledge you need in the future before you are 20 years old. If you feel that you have learned it thoroughly and passed my assessment, then it will be considered successful. Then next, as long as you serve me for 10 years, you will become free. If you do not meet my standards before the age of 20, then from the age of 20, as long as you serve for another 10 years, I will still pay you back. A free person. But some of you are older. Some are younger. And some of you may not know your age. So the specific age can be discussed. Such conditions are more specific than those mentioned before. Comparing the two, some simple children are already moved. There was no consideration at all that this might just be the transition from a severely exploited slave to a limited-term slave of ordinary exploitation. But Linka hasn't finished speaking about his conditions yet. He paused briefly, just to let himself take a breath and let the thoughts roll around in his mind. Just listen to him continue. If you are willing to stay and study, of course I will be responsible for your food and clothing during this period. Instead, even if you have not yet completed your studies, there will be some things within your ability. The work has been assigned to you, and you are required to complete it. But don't think that you will be able to have enough food and clothing here. As a punishment for not studying well and causing trouble, I may punish you with a few meals. If you are determined to eat and wait for death, I will. It will also drive people away. Although the ugly words were spoken first, Lin, who was standing in the front, could still see the disapproving expressions of many children. Obviously, he has been in a low-level environment for a long time and has developed the ability to be a thief. So he has made up his mind to fish in troubled waters. So Lin said again, if you stay with me and don't want to learn knowledge and become more useful to me, but you don't want to leave, then go to H.L. When you enter the door, did you see the seeds next to me? There are several trees. That kind of tree is called a cherry tree. In the spring, it blooms very beautiful pink flowers all over the tree. To make it bloom more beautifully, you need to bury a few corpses at the root of the tree. It doesn't matter whether it's adults or children. Then, in the next few years, It will bloom more beautiful flowers. It's a pity that those trees have just been transplanted, and there is no suitable person to bury them in the soil. A few disobedient orphans go in. It's just right. The explicit threatening words made the children, who were originally eager to try, seem to quietly retreat. They shrank their necks and hid behind their companions, not wanting to be seen by a certain magician, and even chose the honorable mission of being buried under a tree. After making a ha-ha, Lin said, "You don't need to give me an answer yet. After all, this matter is not a trivial matter. I believe it will take some time to think about it. And there are so many of you. You may not have a unified opinion. So I will give you time to think about what you want to do, which is the best choice for you. I will not force you. I will accept as many as you are willing to come, even if no one comes. That's all. But please remember one thing. If something doesn't meet my standards, it will still be eliminated." After explaining his conditions, Lin didn't intend to stay and argue with a group of children. After all, this matter is just a casual move for him. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. So naturally, I don't want to spend too much time on it. After instructing the apprentice to see off the guests, he was about to leave. Halumi and Kaya are determined to help these children. Although they were not orphans, they were sold to the Magician Association by their parents. One of their possible endings was to become experimental materials for evil magicians and die in an unknown place. It must be said that they are lucky to follow a time traveler from the Earth, but to help so many children. Not to mention that they don't have a good method. And without the support of their teachers, the two of them cannot do it alone. So the two wanted to say a few more words for the children, but they didn't know where to start. However, someone's preparation to leave was interrupted again. And this time it was Ezio who spoke. The little fat man who ran away from home shouted, "Wait a minute." Lin stopped and looked back at Ezio. The group of children he sent to his door were okay, but someone was a little unsure about how to treat this little fat man. "Well, that loud guy." Hearing such a call, someone's mouth twitched. But there is no way. The relationship between him and this fat boy has not been confirmed. And this title was given after the old black dragon, so someone could only follow him. "You just said that everything has a price. But why were you willing before?" "Well, that's it, you know." He could probably guess what the little fat man wanted to ask. But with such a vague question, Lin really wanted to turn around and leave. Taking a deep breath, someone said, "Taking care of you is certainly not a decision I made on a whim or out of kindness. The price has long been paid by old Augustus." "What did Grandpa pay for?" Ezio asked anxiously. "Dragon language magic. And when I needed it, old August gave me appropriate advice, or similar experiences he had experienced in his long life as a dragon. But don't think that this huge price is for what you paid for alone. What old Augustus exchanged for this knowledge included taking care of him and taking care of you. Since you are taking care of us, why do you still hit me?" Ezio asked loudly and childishly. Someone said matter-of-factly, "I only take care of you within my ability, just to ensure that you have enough food and clothing. It is still impossible to do the impossible, so I don't have to endure your unreasonable troubles. It's impossible to be your father. And don't think it's a simple thing. Don't look at old Augustus shouting that he's going to die all day long. According to the lifespan of the Dragon Clan, you may have a family full of children and grandchildren. The bones can be used to play drums, but the old black dragon still looks like he is dying." Seeing Ezio's sad face, trying to digest what an unscrupulous magician said with his young mind, Lin felt a bad sense of accomplishment. He did not forget to continue sarcastically. "What a pity. You can obviously get something more valuable from me, but you want something that I can't do. Humans are really an interesting species, aren't they?" Putting aside the entanglement, Ezio asked, "What can I want? What else could it be? Of course it is knowledge. After all, knowledge is priceless. I got it from old Augustus and gave it back to you with the same thing. That old dragon wouldn't care, or in other words, this is closer to the results he wants. And to learn these, you don't have to serve me for 10 years to pay off your debt. As long as you want to learn, I will definitely teach you how to do it. It depends on your own qualifications. I can't turn a fool into a genius." After saying this, Lin noticed that many children were looking at Ezio with all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. But the little fat man didn't notice any of this, or maybe he realized that this big-hearted child didn't care about other people's moods at all. Chapter 888 Defection. The group of children led by Rowan finally came to report for duty. At the most malleable age, when bad habits have not yet become ingrained, Children can still seize the opportunity to turn over as long as they follow the guidance. Although this opportunity may capsize, the courage of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers makes them not want to give it a try. Some of the people who came were unfamiliar. There were also some children who had been back before but did not show up this time. Those unfamiliar faces were children who also lived on the streets. But they were not on the same road as them. Rowan informed them and accepted them. The child who didn't show up didn't believe someone's warning that the kitchen was being robbed again, and was cut into pieces by the defense system. Someone is not going to show mercy just because his opponent is a child. For a group of children who are used to living at the bottom, it is normal to push the envelope. If someone gives in, they won't win respect. They will only be looked down upon. So why not be ruthless and teach the other party a lesson so that there will be no problems in the future? Spending thousands of dollars to buy horse bones is good for adults. But for children it's like playing the piano to a cow. As for the death of someone, if you didn't see the children reporting in like nothing happened, you would know that they are already used to this kind of life. Some come, some go, some survive, some don't. Except for a few groups of brothers and sisters. Everyone else is so indifferent to the life and death of other children. So indifferent that some people feel scared. Ezio is back. But he doesn't want to live the same life as before. Instead, he will receive the same treatment as other children, including the promise of 10 years of service in the future. Lin was noncommittal about such a choice. And even the Black Dragon Augustus didn't have too many opinions. As for Lao Long, he loved Ezio to the point of pampering him. But the premise was that the child would come to him to act coquettishly or complain to him. Lao Long respects Ezio's own choice. In other words, he didn't know how to deal with it. This was also the reason why Augustus was not in a hurry to find him when the fat boy ran away from home. It's just that, for a group of children carrying pots, pans and other belongings on their backs and treating garbage as treasure, someone had the urge to turn around and leave. However, for children who come to a new environment and are ready to start a new life, it is inevitable that someone will come forward and set rules for everyone. After all, the previous agreement was very general and not a rule at all. But what to say? As mentioned before, this is a dispensable move. In other words, someone has not done a complete plan. Suddenly seeing such a large group of children standing in front of him, all looking to him for food and clothing, Lin was dumbfounded. But on the bright side, he had to show that he was in control. Food is easy to deal with. Just treat it as a banquet every day. Since the dining room is not big enough, just use the banquet hall and let the Marquise's manpower work overtime to make it full. But how to solve the problem of housing for such a large group of people? Even if they are non-adults? Is it possible to lay a floor in the corridor? At this point, someone just wants to regret it. Tell these kids, I won't play with you anymore. Okay? He looked at a large group of children below, looking at him eagerly. Lin rolled his eyes and glanced at a few apprentices who were pretending to be good behind him. He suddenly had a bad idea and said, Children, are you willing to seize this opportunity to live a better life for yourself? I can't guarantee that. This is a smart choice. But I hope this will not be a choice you will regret in the future. Here, I agree with you 3 things. And these are also the 3 rules you must abide by. It's not that someone wants to imitate the 3-chapter illusion of Emperor Gaozu of Han Dynasty. It's really a matter of telling a bunch of brats too many rules, let alone abiding by them. It's a question of whether they can remember them. Not to mention that children have the best memory. Children of this age also have the most severe selective memory. The rebellious stage is not exclusive to Baimu Junior High School students. And when they heard that there were only 3 rules, whether it was a pretense or a real one, the children pricked up their ears to listen. The first item is that everyone must protect themselves. Life is yours and life is yours. No one can do many things for you except yourself. I will not deliberately send you to death, but I will not be responsible for it either. Your life and death. The first rule was not a strict restriction, but it surprised these children. It's just that everyone feels like they've heard nonsense. Living on the street. If you are not selfish, you will not live long at all. So every child here is very good at protecting himself. The second item is to protect your companions when you are safe. No one can guarantee that you can handle everything by yourself. Cooperation is an inevitable option and a way to increase your chances of survival. Since you are all learning under me, no matter what direction you take in the future, I hope you can help each other and cooperate with each other instead of just looking out for yourself. Of course, the premise of all this is that you do not violate the first rule. Although it is not a cliché, The children were still surprised by the second rule proposed by the magician. But overall, this is a good thing. The magician also said that the second rule is only required if the first rule is not violated. So everyone can still accept it. The third and last rule is obedience. You come here to study not to be a young master, but because you owe me 10 years of hard work. In order for you to be able to perform your best in these 10 years, the greatest value. So I will teach you the necessary knowledge. And in order to enable you to learn more in the shortest time, you must obey our arrangements. Of course, without violating the first two rules. This means that I will not deliberately ask you to die. But things will inevitably be dangerous. As long as you strictly follow our methods, you can be safe. But if you can't do this, if you don't want to do it, then I can only ask you to leave. Those who don't want to leave can become my family's flower fertilizer. I just buried the mincemeat under the cherry tree in my courtyard. But I'm looking forward to the full bloom next year. And I don't know what kind of beauty it will be. However, there are still a lot of empty spaces under the trees. Don't give me an excuse to chop you up and bury them in the soil as fertilizer. I don't know if someone's threatening tone worked, or if the few disobedient children in the past few days served as a warning. The third rule can be said to be a real overlord clause. But no child dared to question it. Lin looked at the children's odd expressions with satisfaction, and continued with a smile. In the future, my apprentices will be responsible for your studies. In addition to studying together, men and women will be separated in life. The specific situation, all it's up to them to arrange it. Not only did the children in front of him raise doubts, but even the three apprentices standing behind someone, and one person joining in the fun also made the same noise. Halloumi even grabbed their teacher's shoulder and asked, "Why don't we know about this?" Chapter 889 Disease. Girl, you haven't started teaching yet, so you have to obey the teacher's instructions. There's no problem with that. You're the one who can teach and manage a group of little idiots who don't know anything. It's just fine. Nothing will happen. Let me do it. What can I teach them? Advanced mathematics? Or elementary mathematics? Besides, you don't even think about what happened last time I taught a group of children. All this work is to train you for the future. You can do it alone. Since you can't run away, just do it happily and don't have any complaints. Someone spoke in a high-sounding way and deliberately ignored the precise quantifier. This is because Marquis Balance stood with Kaya, Halloumi and Leonardo for some unknown reason, clearly being the apprentice of the Lich. But since they are all gathered together, let's push them into the pit together. Anyway, pushing one is pushing. Pushing four is also pushing. Besides, his apprentice always goes to the next shed to help, and he squeezes the Lich's apprentice, just to get some interest back. So it's nothing. Anyway, according to my observations these days, as long as Kai is dragged into the water, the Marquis usually cannot escape. This kind of buy one get one free deal is a bargain that only people who are out of their minds would not do. Using the majesty of a teacher, Lin forcefully suppressed the feeble protests of several apprentices. Lin turned to look at the group of noisy children and said, "Don't make noises. Think for yourself. You are here to learn. Or do you want to be my disciple? If it's the latter, go back to where you came from as soon as possible. I can't bear to teach so many apprentices. If it's the former, does it matter who teaches you? It doesn't matter whoever explains it. Don't you think that if I explain the introductory things, I can tell you a flower and you will learn it immediately? But others will not be able to understand it. Whether you know how to do it depends on whether you are smart enough. And it is not your responsibility to explain." Teacher. The daring Ezio still dared to speak out after someone beat everyone to a pulp. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted again by the magician. Lin said, "Stop! Don't call me teacher. I said, I am not accepting you as an apprentice. If you are willing to give up your service for 10 years and return to freedom, then I have no objection. You must know, the relationship between teacher and apprentice is a lifelong matter." Suddenly most of the children were shaking their heads like a weighty drum. They looked at several people standing behind a certain magician at the same time, except for the one with the veil whose expression could not be seen. The other two women all had expressions of sadness, but the other man looked a bit confused. He was so cute and cute. He had no idea that he was about to be in trouble. "The relationship between us is just a simple contract. If you don't know how to address me, just call me sir. Don't call me your lord or your excellency. I am not a noble lord. All of you same. Well, sir." The one who spoke was the fat boy who once ran away from home. Maybe the lesson I gave him before worked to some extent. or the ruthlessness he showed in the past few days also scared the child. Or maybe there were other reasons. Anyway, Ezio's voice was much more polite. He said, "One of our companions is sick. Can we ask my sister to help with the treatment?" Of course. The sister Ezio calls her is following Harumi and the others. Last time, a certain little fat man called Auntie out of desperation. And even old Augustus was hung up and beaten with him. No one wants to have that painful experience again. Even children, who are beaten today and forgotten tomorrow, have this lesson deeply engraved in their bones. Just companion. Lin looked at the little fat man with a half smile. Of course, someone has no problem with Ezio's chosen stance. Just asking a lich for treatment. No matter how you think about it, it seems unreliable. There are really too many things to complain about. First of all, what kind of person is Finn who helps others see doctors? Many people came to the door, but they hoped to use their connections to ask Finn's life course. And a random archbishop, the Lord of Life of the Church of Three Holy Lights, would come forward to save people. Basically, as long as these archbishops are willing to take action, the dead can be resurrected, not to mention ordinary physical injuries or various strange diseases. I thought Finn would be impatient with such behavior, so he refused to see such uninvited guests. It turns out that a certain earth traveler is still too kind. The lich met everyone, and no matter what the gifts were, regardless of their value, she accepted them all. Then don't do anything. If someone came to the door to reason, the lich would not kill anyone, but the person who came would either have a broken hand or a broken foot. Over and over again. The rumor of taking money and not doing anything of course spread. At first, there was also the Archbishop of Life, who wanted to help so that their respected teacher would not have to bear a bad reputation. But instead these people were warned by Finn, forbidding them to go to those who gave her money. This kind of thing happens many times. But it makes those who want to rely on connections and seek connections stop coming. Everyone is willing to give money because they want to have a chance to survive. If anyone dares to accept money and refuse to do anything, he will definitely be beaten to death. But if he couldn't be beaten to death, no one's money was blown by the strong wind. So naturally they wouldn't throw it into the ditch named Fun. And as a result, not even a sound could be heard. I have to say that although this will ruin his reputation, it will save Fun a lot of trouble. At least those pesky flies no longer come to your door. Secondly, seriously? Find a lich to cure your illness? Although undead magic, life magic, and healing magic all reach the same goal by different paths, it is not unreasonable for them to be divided into 3 branches of knowledge. At least, magicians or priests from different systems have different ways of thinking and solving problems. Some are good and some are evil. That's why they are divided into different systems. However, Lin had to pay attention to the issues mentioned by Ezio. After all, a large group of children live in a place with no health protection. It is not unexpected to contract any disease, and it is naturally necessary to conduct an investigation. Not to mention that after Ezio mentioned it, many children who looked sallow and skinny and looked obviously abnormal also raised their heads with concern. It's just that this matter can be slowed down. So he said, "Boys, there is no need to worry about this matter. I will let my apprentice arrange a time to do a health checkup for all of you. When the time comes, treat the sick and the injured. Don't think that this is a trivial matter. Not worthy of such a big deal. You will live together in the future. If one of you gets a contagious disease, it may be transmitted to others. So no one can ignore the signs of the disease." Compared to the children's excitement, the apprentices standing behind a certain magician murmured feebly. The work has increased again. Chapter 890, Men on the left and women on the right. After appeasing a large group of children, their hygiene issues were brought to the forefront by someone. But before that, these children must be divided into groups. If you still remember and can do things, you must first help your apprentices do them well. Otherwise, these 2 girls haven't really been able to take charge of themselves and let go completely. You can imagine how chaotic the scene would become. In the end, I still have to come out and clean up the mess. That is, watching the show and looking for trouble. After clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention, Lin said, "Come on. Come on." The men stand on the left. In order to prevent this group of children from being indistinguishable, Lin Biao pointed in a certain direction. The women stand on the right. Neither male nor female. In the middle of the station, Lin casually told a joke that children of this age might not understand. And Lin didn't expect to get any kind of reply. I saw the children separated to the left and right. But there was still a group that did not move. Taking a closer look, it is not difficult to guess that they may be brothers and sisters and do not want to be separated. Lin continued. Don't worry. No one wants to break up your relatives. You still live together and can see each other. I just separate the men and women first, and it will be easier to arrange later. I don't know if someone's words reassured them, or if they came to this home, they accepted their fate. I don't know if these couples have any blood-related brothers and sisters, but they are still divided into two sides according to male and female. Only the leading eldest child still stood in the middle, looking a little at a loss. Are there really men and women? Someone laughed at himself in his heart. Although I don't know if Minnie is born with both sexes, the eldest child in front of me is definitely not. Lin pointed to the girl's side and said, Tomboy, don't think too much. Just stand over. Knowing that his gender was revealed, the older child walked toward the group of girls. Alone. This move caused the children to exclaim. And even Ezio shouted, What? Boss, you are a woman. How is this possible? How can the boss I follow be a woman? Rowan turned his head neatly, walked up to the little fat man who yelled the loudest, clapped his hands, squeezed Ezio's cheeks hard, and kept ravaging them. He said, So what about women? As long as I can beat you, you still have to call me boss. After that, he glared at the other children fiercely. Rowan was able to lead such a large group of children. In addition to being old and knowing how to take care of others during the war, she was also the most vicious one. Some disobedient and troublemaking children were often dealt with by her. So even if her identity as a girl was revealed, she could still shock other children. Not to mention the overjoyed girls, all standing behind Rowan and grinning at the boys. This kind of scene makes someone feel like they are back in their elementary school days. Just as he was about to say something, he caught sight of a mother and son standing outside the conference hall, next to the door. Vanna and her baby Kish. The lawless little fat man number 2, who always followed Ezio, was pulling on his mother's skirt and hiding behind Vanna. But he looked at the large group of people in the living room with envious eyes. As a mother, Wanna, although not as coy as her own children, still looked like she wanted to say something. Knowing what they probably came for, Lin stepped forward and said with a smile, Wanna, if you are at ease, can you let Kish follow the other children and study together? It's okay. My lord. It's just... Seeing Wanna's happy and worried expression, Lin guessed what she was thinking and said, Don't worry about Kish having to serve me for 10 years as an adult like other children. You are the right person in this family. I have helped you a lot. If you have to take care of those children in the future, you may have to worry about a lot of things. This kind of contribution is a bit inconsistent with the remuneration I give you. I am even thinking about giving you a salary increase. If you don't mind, let Kish study with the other children. I have to teach such a large group of people, so it won't be a big problem to bring one more person along. Really? Sir, this is great. As for the reward you gave me, there is already a lot, and there is no need to add more. I just hope that you will pay more attention to this child. With that, Vanna pushed her child away. When he arrived in front of him, he forced his head down and lowered his head. Easy to say. After responding to the mature maid, Lin waved to her child and said, Boy, come here. I have a task for you to help with now. It sounds a bit different from Ezio's mischief. According to someone's observation, Kish is the kind of child with a very serious heart. If you want to give him candy or give him something, he will refuse very insistently. But if you ask him to help with something and give him some reward, Kish will happily accept what was originally intended to be given to him. Perhaps thanks to his mother's teachings, Kish understands better than Ezio that after all, he is just a dependent, not a child of this family. Therefore, he always behaves respectfully in front of adults. Only when he was with Ezio, he would be led astray by the uncontrollable little fat man, playing around without restraint. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this child was led astray by Ezio. Generally speaking, this kid is not annoying, so Lin is willing to give him a ride. As soon as Kish heard that there was a task for him, he changed his timid appearance, came to Lin respectfully, and said, Sir, there is no need to call me adult. Just call me husband like other children. Lin then said to the child kindly, Well, sir, you don't know what you want me to do? Kish asked seriously. You and Leonardo will take those dirty monkeys to take a bath together. The girls part. Harumi will be in charge of you. Men and women are separated, and you all have your own time to use the big bathhouse. The second half. Duan. Naturally someone said it to his apprentice. Just looking at these dirty children, Lin suddenly used the flash technique to teleport behind someone, stretched out his finger, and scratched behind his ear. Sure enough, a thick layer of dirt was scraped off, showing his fingers to his apprentice. Lin added, "Wash them until they are almost the same as peeling off 3 layers of their skin." After receiving the clear instructions, Alumi showed a sharp expression on the spot, which made the group of children tremble. But as a teacher, the instructions are not over yet. Lin said to Kaya, "Girl, make a register for all the children. As long as they can remember the information. Record all the information, including parents, birthplace, relatives, etc. By the way, do a simple physical examination for them. Especially check whether there is any illness on the body. Also check their belongings. And burn them all if they are not left behind by relatives or anything that can prove their identity." The children questioned again in unison. Some misers hugged the rags in their arms tighter. "Teacher, what are you going to do?" Alumi, who was worried, asked someone who might want to be lazy. "Me? Of course I'm helping them find the clothes they want to wear. The things they wear don't matter if they smell bad. If they have patches, they can be considered high-end products. Some of them just have cloth strips hanging on their bodies. I just wanted to if you burn all these rags. You can't let them run around naked." "Oh, I'm really working hard," someone complained. Chapter 891 Placement. Compared to Earth, the social environment in Lost Land is probably still at the level of the European Middle Ages. However, with the efforts of many time travelers who have continued to work hard, a mysterious style that incorporates the modernization of the Earth has been developed. It is as if the technical guild established by Lin's follower Yuzo Gantia has grown to a point that cannot be ignored. Introducing large-scale production methods. Using machines to replace manpower to perform repetitive operations. Mass-produced products have impacted the inherent market of the holy city of Estali. It can be said that in addition to a few magic items made using esoteric techniques, the technical guild has occupied half of the holy city in the market. Construction, infrastructure and other projects of other ordinary items. And its influence is continuing to expand. According to someone's plan, a considerable number of those children who were taken in will join the technology guild in the future, or become an apprentice of a master, or a clerk or salesperson belonging to a guild. After all, not everyone is suitable for the adventurous journey of fighting and killing, and making a living in the wilderness all day long. The reason why I mention the technical guild is because I have to deal with members of the guild recently. The key word is ready to wear. The clothes worn by the people of Midi have always been made of homespun cloth spun by the people themselves, cut and sewn by themselves. Noble masters or wealthy businessmen would naturally find specialized tailors to tailor their clothes. Lin and others developed tools like sewing machines long ago. Jacquard machines, which are more advanced than looms, are used to weave magic silk. Of course, it is not very troublesome to make a loom. The reason why these two outposts of the Industrial Revolution, the pioneers of light industry, and the core technologies of the textile industry are released is due to a bet made by someone. Lin made an agreement with a certain half-elf tailor and asked him to develop denim that met his needs. As long as he can find a way to make denim, he will use those two technologies to assist the other party in mass production, and does not limit the other party's use. The so-called denim is the fabric used to make jeans. This kind of fabric is thick and wear-resistant. It is not afraid of washing or tearing. There are many people who never wash it for a lifetime. It is really the most suitable fabric for workers' clothing. At first, Lin went to visit the guild. During a chat with Yuzov, the other party inadvertently complained that the clothes of the technical guild members were always being torn at work. In order to maintain their dignity, they spent too much time mending clothes. So Lin jokingly proposed the concept of denim and ready-made clothing. But he didn't know the specific weaving method. The half-elf tailor heard the chat between a certain master and his servant, and volunteered to study the kind of fabric that a certain magician talked about. Lin then joked that if the other party could really figure out something, he would also use the technology to make ready-made clothes to assist the other party in mass production. Then the half-elf really figured something out. Although I don't know whether the denim in my hand is exactly the same as the fabric used in jeans on Earth. Lin supports the other party to use the MIDI version of denim as a stepping stone to open up the MIDI ready-to-wear market. The next development was as expected. Work clothes made of denim were sought after by members of the technical guild, especially with the emergence of ready-made clothing. They don't have to worry about finding a tailor or sewing it themselves. Although the size of the ready-made clothes does not fit perfectly, buying it in a larger size, whether it is modified afterwards or simply tied with a rope, is faster than the old method of doing everything yourself. Time is money. I don't know when this sentence has been spread among the members of the technical guild. In the face of huge demand, the scale of garment factories has expanded rapidly. Even the fabrics used are no longer limited to denim, including ordinary homespun, linen, and cotton as raw materials for making clothes. And from children to adults, from dwarves to orcs, as long as there are Homo sapiens active in the holy city of Starry, they can always find ready-made clothes that can fit their body shape. It was precisely because of the existence of this garment factory that Lin would not let the children who came to seek refuge with him roam naked around his home. After solving the first two items of food, clothing, housing and transportation for that group of children, their housing problem was brought to the table. The final plan was to build a branch library that combines teaching and accommodation in addition to the main residence. Because these children will eventually grow up, the accommodation space is arranged according to the size of adults. The construction engineering team of the technical guild quickly established a project for this purpose and put it on schedule. But before the branch library was built, Lin assembled a group of tents for these children to live in temporarily. Anyway, it happens to be summer now, and it's not cold enough to go inside and light a fire to keep warm. Sleeping in a tent is not a big problem for a group of children, except for the mosquitoes that bother people. You know, the place where they slept and lived before didn't even have roof tiles to cover their heads. Even a tent was better than their previous life, let alone the big house being built. These tangible benefits that are visible to the eyes have rekindled this group of children's hope in life. Another important point is the health status of these children. No matter how advanced the holy city of Starry is among the cities in Midland, life in the slums is still as cruel as anywhere else. Therefore, weak and sick children are easily eliminated. Not to mention that in this world with a backward medical environment, it is so common that children cannot be raised well. So much that it is not surprising at all. The children who were able to come to Lin alive had more or less physical problems. But they are all minor diseases such as malnutrition, parasites, ringworm, and diarrhea. Even if you leave it alone, if you live in a hygienic and clean environment for a period of time, coupled with some medicine, nutritious food, and good sleep quality, these diseases will heal naturally without deliberate treatment. The most troublesome thing was the thin girl named Lucy, who Ezio was most worried about. At least Kaya and Marquise Balin, who were responsible for the preliminary examination, could not tell what the girl's disease was. There was only one thing that was certain. No one would be surprised when Lucy, the child, left, because her body was too weak and she had no appetite. When a child who is in the growing stage cannot even eat food for a long time, he may not have much time left. This was the only judgment the magician could make after Lucy was brought to Lin. Although someone can use healing magic, it does not mean that he is a good doctor and can treat all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. For a problem of this magnitude, I still have to ask the Lich. After making his judgment, Lin did not delay and immediately took Lucy to knock on the Lich's door. In addition to Lucy's eldest brother, Willie, who was accompanying her, there were a large group of children following at a distance. Chapter 892, Seeking Medical Treatment. So, why should I help? Without hesitation, and no one was surprised, but refused to treat Lucy's request, even if it was someone brought by Lin. Beautiful people will make people feel close to them unconsciously. But when it comes to Finn, it is not as beautiful as the human world, but it can easily make those who have low self-esteem feel ashamed. And it is not easy to approach. Yuchi opened his mouth and said something, and the sharp edge in his words made the child take 3 steps back in a row. The 2 brothers and sisters who were originally brought here were always at a distance from someone when walking, and they were not close to each other. But after hearing Finn's cold answer, they all hid behind Lin. He covered most of his body with the wide hem of his Xuanwu robe, and peeked at the woman who was leaning on the sofa in his room, so beautiful that it was hard to get close to him. Lin was not annoyed at all about Finn's rejection. To put it bluntly, the child's life and death was not his responsibility. He was just doing his best. However, it was unjustifiable to be beaten back with just one sentence. So Lin continued to use the words he had planned for a long time. You can't heal me well. It has nothing to do with whether I can be cured well or not. This is the provoking method you mentioned. I have to say, this trick is of no use to me. Fin saw through someone's intention at a glance and retorted directly. After laughing twice, Lin added, It's been discovered. But what I want to say more is, don't you think this is a good opportunity? An opportunity to further your research. Uh-huh. Keep going. Din said through his nose. As far as I know, Your current research on diseases is still on how to kill bacteria and viruses, and it is very effective. But when the bishops actually use it in medical treatment, these results are not so useful. The main reason is that things that can kill bacteria and viruses can also kill people. Therefore, your biggest achievements are still limited to studying the lesions, causes, and transmission routes of most common diseases. There are not many results for treating diseases, but even those few results have allowed the people of the Three Holy Lights Church to start selling some medicines for common diseases that the poor can afford, which is considered a great merit. So, what exactly do you want to say? Then asked impatiently at someone's long speech. In fact, the troubles Lynn mentioned were not led by her personally, but were sub-projects carried out by the group of gray-bearded bishops. But Flynn will still care about these sub-projects. However, the not-so-good results reported back from the people below made Flynn feel confused as to whether the direction of his research was correct or wrong again. If he were to simply study diseases, his results would be unprecedented. However, in terms of curing diseases, although in the eyes of outsiders, a group of people have made remarkable achievements, but only they themselves know that those results are insignificant compared to the research projects that have been carried out. The result of many failures is even a poison that is more deadly than the original disease. If the people who were researching together didn't know each other's ins and outs, they would have thought that this was some evil research project on murderous poisons and plagues and natural disasters. It is precisely for this reason that all co-researchers are becoming more and more cautious. They know very well what kind of damage the things in their hands will cause before they can be used to save lives. Magic-related plagues in the history of mystery were rarely caused by someone seeking revenge on the world. Most of them were meant to save people, but they failed. It's easy to kill someone. Life is too fragile, and will be gone if you put a little force in your hand. Inside, but it is too difficult to save people. And the most difficult thing is to restore the person to their original state, while also being able to control the cost of medical treatment. Otherwise, if you encounter any difficult and complicated diseases, you can just go to the world tree and ask for a drop of panacea, and you won't notice any disease. Of course, being able to do these things does not mean that the Lich has a compassionate heart, simply because I am free and find something to do for myself. In comparison, although you can spend a lot of time playing with programming languages, you can only play with yourself. Moreover, not many people know how to appreciate most of the results, let alone discuss them with her on an equal footing. The magician who brought knowledge of programming languages still focused on his interest in celestial bodies. To that person, the program is just a tool, not something for entertainment. Researching these new knowledge related to my old profession, although it is in a different direction. At least I have a younger brother who can help me. Then we'll do it just because the problem is there, waiting for someone to solve it. Just like there is a saying on Earth. If you ask mountain climbing enthusiasts why they climb mountains, they will give a very philosophical answer, because the mountains are there. Although from the starting point, Thun's research related to life courses, and the research conducted by the Lord of Life bishops have different intentions. They still do the same thing. And of course the problems they face are the same. That's why someone would bring up such a topic. According to Thun's understanding of him, this meant that the other party had an answer, or at least a solution. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this man, whose laziness is almost engraved in his DNA, to ask an unanswered question and cause trouble for himself. That's why the Lich was impatient with this man's arrangements. Lin noticed the impatience in the Lich's tone. According to past experience, if you can't fart in 3 sentences, don't even think about talking anymore. So he pulled out the girl hiding behind him, but asked another question. Can you tell what kind of disease she has? Then shook his head, despite the 4 steps of, look, here, ask, and understand. It was only a few minutes from the first time I saw this girl to now. At such a time, if he wanted to kill her, the child would die thousands of times, but just by looking, then couldn't confirm what kind of disease the other party had. Len continued. The problem you have always had is that you only play with the things in the petri dish and ignore the interaction between bacteria, viruses, drugs in the body. And those old men don't know how to adapt. And they just use what you have. The drugs provided. From the perspective of collecting experimental data, there is nothing wrong with it. But there are many things that may be missed by others if you don't operate them yourself and observe them with your own eyes. Argue against the use of human subjects for experimentation? Finn asked, raising his eyebrows. I am still opposed to human experimentation. But it is not like you who completely ignore the importance of the human body in this healing process. In other words, If you want to really make a difference in this aspect, the goal should be to change from the perspective of killing germs to the perspective of healing the human body. Chapter 893 Omission. The importance of the human body? Does that matter? Still unable to convince the Lich, Lin could only change his direction and continue. Actually, if you think about it this way, disease and medicine are like two armies confronting each other. If you just compare your personal strength, weapons and equipment, you can decide who will win or lose. So much trouble is needed. But the actual war is also related to factors such as the terrain of the battlefield, the surrounding environment, and the climate during the battle. This metaphor does not mean that the side with more troops will win. You who have fought in the war should understand that the condition of the human body is the key third party besides disease and medicine. They remained calm and just said, "Continue." Seeing that the Lich's interest seemed to be aroused, Lin certainly took advantage of the victory and pursued it, saying, "I have roughly scanned the information you have researched so far, and found that your research has been missing a part. That is, how drugs affect diseases." Lin's eyebrows were raised. He didn't look at someone at first, but glanced over from the corner of his eyes. "Most people think that drugs treat diseases. At the height of your research, you can understand that it is a certain substance in the drugs that kills bacteria or viruses in the human body. So what you have been doing, it is to find out what the substance is and whether there are cheaper alternatives. This is correct, but it is not comprehensive. If you directly pay attention to a person's treatment situation, you should be able to find that some diseases have been left behind from the past. Herbal formulas heal not because those herbs kill anything, but because these medicines stimulate the body's immune system and allow the body to produce antibodies that can fight disease, bacteria, and viruses, thereby curing diseases. I have never seen you do this. Research record." These words made Finn notice something that he had not noticed before. And those things are actually not unfamiliar to me. I just didn't expect them. "You mean the lymphatic system?" "Yes. Yes. It can be said that you have thoroughly studied the entire human body. If you are involved in human experiments, you should have enough sensitivity to find out where to start. But there is another layer. Relying on that group of people, the results reported by the old man were omitted due to their partial knowledge. This is not anyone's fault. It's just that they didn't know enough. So, do you want me to use her as experimental material?" Finn asked directly. This question made the little brother and sister, along with Ezio, take a few steps back and stay away from the two magicians in front of them, living in the holy city of Starry. Even if they didn't understand anything, they had heard about which magician performed experiments and killed whom. Now, the plan of these two people is to send Lucy to death, not to mention Willie, who was his brother. Even Ezio couldn't accept it. He waved his hand to reassure the children, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Lin still said to Lich, "It's an experiment, but it's not what you think. What I object to is destructive experiments, which are the kind of practices that don't care about the life or death of the subjects, as long as the results are obtained, in the guarantee under the premise that the subject's life is safe and the subject will not suffer too much. It is the most efficient way to directly observe the subject's condition. However, ensuring safety will make the entire experimental process more troublesome. Observing experiments on the same individuals can effectively eliminate uncontrollable variables due to differences between individuals. So the trouble should not be unacceptable. However, the specific operation depends on the situation of your experiment. I'm just a bad idea guy and..." Someone was silent for a moment and didn't speak, then said impatiently again, "Go on. Don't say half-said things. It's better not to say it, or I have to engrave this lesson on your skull so that you will remember it." Lin stretched out his hand to beckon the worried girl. Compared to the two children standing in front of her, Lucy seemed to be more courageous. Or in other words, she had nothing to lose. So she knew better about grabbing possible life-saving straws. Looking at the child coming in front of her, Lin reached out and twisted her hair. The cleaning of the children is the most important thing for those apprentices. So everyone is taken care of cleanly. The cleaning products they use are all those they know how to use themselves. It is not because they are a group of outside children. So Halloumi and the others just flushed the water casually. However, Lucy's hair did not return to its basic luster after washing like other children's. The brown-red hair was gray and fragile. You can easily cut off hair strands with just a click of your fingernail. Lin even saw a few bald parts on the top of the girl's head. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Although I support your experiment, I hope you can easily solve her disease. But I have a feeling that maybe you will find another form of the disease." "What form?" Not only Finn asked, But also several people present were staring at someone with curious eyes. Lin then said, "It is a disease that is not caused by bacteria or viruses. You should be familiar with the effects of mineral poisons on the human body. Most mineral poisons can cause organ failure, causing the body's important organs to lose their original functions. In other words, what you said before was all nonsense," the Lich said angrily. Lin quickly explained, "It's not useless. It just may not be useful to this child. But I think those suggestions should still be helpful to your research. In short, no one will do it without a serious examination. I know what the result will be. I just said that I was just a bad idea." That's right. Smart words are used, but stupid ones are used hard. Isn't that right? Then curled his lips and complained, "Hey, don't look at it so pessimistically. The spirit of science is to make bold assumptions. In addition to careful verification, you also need to conduct multiple observations. No one can guarantee that they will be able to cover everything without any omissions. When there are enough until there is evidence, nothing is 100% certain." Then neither expressed agreement nor continued the question. She put her long legs back on the ground, stood up, and walked to Lucy. The girl, who was already too sick to stand still, did not flinch at all when facing the approaching Lich, but raised her head and looked directly into his eyes. In the shining eyes, then felt a strong will to survive. She doesn't want to give up yet, nor does she want to be a burden to others. So what if he was captured by the magician in front of him and used as an experimental subject? Could it be that if he escaped, he could escape from the god of death a second time? So no matter how slim the hope was, even if there was only a glimmer of chance, Lucy wanted to seize it. Perhaps those eyes affected Finn's judgment. She walked past the girl and shouted outside, "Neezy, are you there? Get your car ready. In addition to following you for the afternoon life lessons, add 2 more kids." Chapter 894, Healing. Neezy is Finn's nickname for his apprentice. It is different from someone calling his female apprentice a maid. Originally, the Lich wanted to follow suit, but every time I shout, there are always 3 responses. The 3 apprentices couldn't figure out who the call was for, so Finn took the initiative to change his apprentice's nickname. Since he has taken on an apprentice, to save trouble, Finn will take Marquis Balin to the life course at Kabamba College and take classes with the bearded men. However, this was not effective. According to the Lich's private revelation, the Marquise felt uncomfortable in that place, and her brain became dull, no matter what arrangements the master and apprentice made in the future. When they went to the academy together, Finn enjoyed the high-end treatment of having a nobleman as the driver and riding in the pink customized car. This time I was taking someone to the academy, and of course I caught my apprentice on a business trip. But when she mentioned the 2 children, Lin asked confusedly, "Who else do you want to take with you?" Finn pointed at General Henga, another person besides Ezio, who was standing to the left and right of Lucy, and said, "This is that girl's brother." "Yes. Anyway, he doesn't feel at ease leaving him here and only taking his sister with him. It's better to take them both together. What's more, if they are really brothers and sisters, then he will have reference value. Taking him with him will save him from running back and forth." "Well, you are worried that Lucy's disease is hereditary. It is indeed possible. Then it is necessary." Lin knew his prompts, allowing the Lich to begin to integrate the new knowledge he had learned. This matter is like window paper, which can be broken by a poke to the Lich. Someone's tip is that poke. It is not difficult for a magician of her level to integrate knowledge. People who find it difficult have long since died in the process of growing up and cannot reach her level. However, Lin didn't decide the matter just by talking to himself. He still turned to look at Willie, the boy who never let down his guard, and asked, "You have no objection to letting you go with your sister?" As if he knew this might be an opportunity. Although the boy was wary, he did not dare to refuse easily. Willie asked, "Sir, don't know where we are going." The life building in Kabamba College is where Finn teaches life courses. There are a lot of testing equipment there, and there are quite a few life bishops from the 3 Holy Light Church. If you want to cure your sister, it will be safer to go there than to stay in this house. You have heard of Kabamba Academy. It is not an evil place. Lin didn't know how much the boy knew about the place names or proper nouns he was talking about, but he struggled and nodded, saying, "Okay, sir, I'm willing to go with you." "Well, then I'll leave these 2 to you," Lin Chaufin said, then turned and left. When leaving, he didn't forget to hold down Ezio's little head and said, "It's none of your business here, and it's none of your business if you follow me. It's in my hands. Now that you have a name, I won't allow you to do it again. Get into trouble as before. Come with me first. And so do you. The last sentence was said to the group of children secretly following him outside the door. The two girls were so busy arranging the children that they forgot to find something for them to do. Someone knows all about the damage that idle children can cause. It's just that Lin hasn't been pushed to the bottom, so he doesn't want to worry too much. This saves those two girls from throwing the responsibility back again. And then they don't even know where to dodge. At Cabin by College, the current life courses are not so much lectures, but more like several research groups gathering at a time to share their experiences. It's just that most of them are boring experimental data reports, and there are very few eye-catching results. Today, as the instructor of several groups, in addition to her apprentices, she also brings two children under the age of 10. They looked like brothers and sisters. The two dolls held each other and looked at all strangers warily. Your Excellency, who are these two children? A life archbishop asked on behalf of everyone. Another child just taken in by an idiot. The little one was sick, so I brought her here for treatment. Then replied simply. The archbishop who asked the question shook his white beard, chuckled, and said confidently, Your Excellency, please feel free to leave such a small matter to me, as long as God's grace is given. No matter what the incurable disease is, it will be solved immediately. Cure. At this time, then said coldly, if you dare to give her a divine gift, I will also give you my gift on your forehead. Then others can take you back and prepare for the resurrection ritual. Your Excellency, the archbishop said aggrievedly, it means that after living to his age and climbing to his current status, not many people in Midland dare to talk to him like this. But there is one right in front of him. Moreover, he was taught a lesson and did not dare to fight back. So the old man could only keep quiet. And at the same time, he wondered puzzledly if he wanted to help the child cure the disease, but he was not allowed to use divine grace. How could he cure the disease? Isoffin clapped his hands gently, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, Everyone put down what you are doing first. For ongoing research projects, if you can pause, stop it first. If you can't pause it, just maintain the most basic observation records. Okay, the first thing we need to do is fix the omissions that we didn't notice before. Starting with this sentence, then we'll get a reminder from a certain time traveler, and combine it with his own experience of various life experiments during this period of time to formulate a set of rhetoric. Mentioning a few key points easily convinced these old men with gray beards. Then didn't need to be extra jealous. And the people present were not the kind of stubborn people who only care about face and don't care about the truth. As long as they use their brains a little, they can easily tell whether the lich standing on the podium is telling the truth or a lie. Their only thought was that the girl in front of them was really a lucky person. No one believed that the lich could not cure her. And some people were even thinking about recommending the patient who they had a good personal relationship with as a test subject in their own project to the one in front of them. However, no one said these thoughts in public. They only asked, Sir, I wonder what disease this patient suffers from. To this very basic question. Then said, I don't know. Such an answer made a group of old men stunned and didn't know how to answer. Then said in a matter-of-fact tone, Every time a patient comes to you for treatment, can you just treat it without making a diagnosis? Yes, Your Excellency. There is nothing that one shot of divine grace cannot solve. If it is true, then use 2 shots of divine grace. A certain archbishop said. Such an answer made Fenton feel as speechless as a certain time-traveling person about the unreasonableness of magic and divine arts. However, there was still a wise bishop who stepped forward and said calmly, Not everyone needs divine grace to be healed. If it is a minor disease, of course it must be diagnosed first and then given symptomatic medicine to treat it. My Lord's gifts are not unlimited. After walking down the steps, Fenton's cold face softened and he said, If everything can be solved by divine grace, there is no need for you to come here to do research together. In short, medical record number 1 Lucy. The illness is unknown. Waiting for diagnosis. Blood tests. Urine tests. Stool tests. Saliva tests. Oral mucosa tests. Ulcerated wounds. And the magic that we just developed recently that can see through the human body. The child next to her is Lucy. My brother. As the control group of the experiment, was given a complete set of the same examinations. Let's move. The interaction between disease, medicine, and the human body is not a simple subject. It requires everyone to work together. Just research. Hurry up. Chapter 895 Children. Winter. 733 years of the Aramaic calendar. Ever since someone's home took in a large group of children more than half a year ago, some helpless orphans have come to the door one after another. Lin did not reject anyone who came, and accepted them all. As for whether there are any spies inside, Harajirai, who is even more incredible than a lie detector. Is there any spy who can go undercover? Lin did not expose it on the spot, but gave some advice to a few leading children. These ghosts from the streets naturally know what they should do, and the people behind the scenes can only use family members to threaten children into obedience. But after all, they are just children. What acting skills can they have? And how can they hide their thoughts? After a few moments, he ran away crying. This is someone who has good intentions and shows great compassion. Otherwise, letting such a child disappear directly from the mysterious land would not be considered a big deal in this medieval civilized world on the magical side. The children who stayed quickly adapted to life here. At the same time, under the arrangements of the two girls, I learned as much as possible the knowledge, skills and education they will need in the future. More than half a year is enough time for the various systems of this orphanage to get back on track. Generally speaking, these children are roughly divided into 3 types for training: magic, martial arts and skills. The first 2 are related to combat, while the skill 1 includes hands-on techniques, as well as brain-based design, accounting, programming languages, etc. But it's not forcing them to take a path. It's up to them to decide based on their own interests and potential. Nor does it say that after learning one kind of knowledge, you cannot touch other kinds of knowledge. Basically, when it comes to learning, Lin still holds an open attitude and lets the children make their own choices. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that what they have access to now are all the basics. And there is no harm in learning more. After all, it is a basic course for a group of children. And it is just an introductory textbook for elementary school students on Earth. After getting in-depth contact with this group of children, I unexpectedly discovered that most of them will become orphans and have something in common. That is, most of them are mixed races, not pure Homo sapiens of a certain race. In other words, they are not pure-blooded humans, dwarves, elves or other races, and the mixed race parents are very close. Either the previous generation or the previous generation. I will study the blood origin of these children. The cause is the sick brother and sister, Willie and Lucy. The eldest brother Willie's symptoms are not obvious, but he still has the same disease as his sister, which is overempowerment disorder. Although I once mentioned to Finn that there are many unknown diseases in Midland. As long as they find out the source, transmission route, disease symptoms and other factors, they can name them. But what is overempowerment syndrome? Someone feels confused. But after listening to Finn's explanation, I can understand that there is no better name to describe this disease. To use an analogy that only people on Earth can understand. That is what happens when boiling hot water is poured into a plastic container that is not resistant to high temperatures. That was the cause of what was happening to Lucy. Lucy has a very good talent as a magician. She even started to absorb the power floating in the air without being taught by others. But the meditation technique of MIDI is not only used to accumulate power, but also to polish oneself so that the body, the container, can accommodate more power. However, how could Lucy, with her untrained little body, receive too much power? Finn was actually very disappointed with this diagnosis, because there was no room for new medical techniques. As for Lucy's illness, since it comes from magical power, of course it must be solved through magic. However, the part that Finn is interested in is not completely fruitless. Initially, in order to confirm the identities of Willie and Lucy as siblings, both of them had their blood drawn for DNA testing. After all, they are orphans. The so-called brother and sister may have just lived together as long as they can remember, and they are not actually related by blood. There is no way to completely trust children's memories. The test results showed that the two were indeed brother and sister. It was also discovered that the DNA types of the two siblings were not pure human forms. After comparison, it was confirmed that one of the paternal or maternal lines is an elf, and the other is a human. The two brothers and sisters are what ordinary people call half-elves. Lucy's overpowering syndrome is caused by her high demonic bloodline from elves. In fact, Willie also had the same symptoms. It's just that his magic talent is not as strong as his sister, so the symptoms of the disease are much milder. In addition, in order to take care of his sister, Willie's exercise capacity and willpower are stronger than Lucy's. These are his own factors that enable him to survive the overpowering syndrome. Starting with the two siblings Willie and Lucy, Finn conducted DNA tests for all the children who came to seek refuge. Sure enough, Among the group of children who thought they were brothers and sisters, several pairs were not related by blood. More than 90% of these children are of mixed race. Mixed race parents are also very close, either parents or grandparents. As for the types of mixed blood, they are very mixed. It was so complicated that the Lich also found it quite challenging to clarify and create a human genealogy. However, the reason why this group of orphans are in such a situation is related to the social phenomenon of lost land. Although this is a magical world, it does not mean that everyone has basic medical protection. In any case, the cultural level of Midland is that of the Middle Ages in Europe on Earth. At this time on Earth, whether in the East or the West, it is very dangerous for women to have children. It is not news that both mother and child are in danger if one is not careful. In this environment, abortion is an issue that ordinary people would not consider. Most of the people who have this kind of demand are high-status ladies who make such a choice when they cannot give birth to their lover's child. Ordinary women would not choose to have an abortion, whether it was a result of stealing someone and inadvertently retaining a seed, or an involuntary pregnancy, because the abortion technology in this era was not developed. Most of them use drugs instead of surgery. If the dosage of abortion pills is not carefully controlled, it can directly turn into a murderous poison. Therefore, abortion itself is no less dangerous than childbirth. Therefore, most lost women have the concept that children are God-given. Whether you can be born or not, whether you can live or not, is all decided by God. Anyway, whether you choose to give birth or have an abortion, you have to face the possibility of death. So it is better to leave it all to God. But not all children receive the blessing of a parent, or at least a mother, if there is such a safe birth. But it is an unpopular wild species, in this case. These cheap mothers will choose to abandon the child. And this is the main reason why there are so many orphans in the streets. As for the reason for not being welcomed, we can get a glimpse of it from the fact that most of these children are of mixed race. Despite the many species of Homo sapiens in Midland, half-elves and half-orcs seem to be very common. Being common does not mean that they are popular. On the contrary, these mixed races are easily rejected by both parties. In particular, the appearance and aesthetics of various Homo sapiens races that are not necessarily similar will lead to the birth of hybrids, which is usually not the result of racial reconciliation. Generally speaking, it will be accompanied by violence, coercion and the like. If a woman gets pregnant and gives birth to a child because of this, if she can think clearly, she will think that the child is innocent, so she will raise the child with respect. But in most cases, the families behind these women will regard the children as a shame and force, or even themselves, to abandon these unwanted children. Of course, Lynn can do nothing about such social problems, and has no intention of making any changes. But Lynn has no prejudice against those children who were once abandoned, and is willing to give them a chance. The agreement to serve for 10 years in the future is actually just an excuse to step down. When you have spare energy, you can help others and form a good relationship, which can be regarded as the only remaining good intention of someone who has traveled through time. As for the kind of situation where the Holy Mother has to risk her own life, I would like to thank you. Chapter 896 Winter Night. On a winter night, astronomical telescope number 2 was standing in front of the windowsill of the attic, pointing at the moonless starry sky. Although someone's technology can already export the images under the telescope to the hydroscope screen for display, Lynn still likes to peek into the endless universe through the small hole of the eyepiece. The 2 girls serving beside him were now replaced by 3 children. These 3 children were the 3 brothers among the orphans, and they accidentally fell in love with someone. So when the 2 adult girls were busy taking care of and arranging such a large group of children, the responsibility of serving a certain magician was left in the hands of these 3 little brothers. Of course, the 3 little guys are also mixed races, and the origin of their parents is so complicated that even Findu can't explain it. Unless the Lich wants to use sensationalism to talk about how many % of humans, how many % of half-orcs, and how many % of elven blood. In her words, a bastard is a bastard. Figure out what to do. What I'm more interested in is what kind of impact this will have on them. This is also a reminder to the Lich brought by the high magic talents brought by the elven blood of the 2 brothers Willie and Lucy. Then carefully studied the physical condition of this group of mixed-race children, and even worked tirelessly to try to clarify their parentage. And these behaviors, in someone's opinion, are like crossbreeding on the Earth. The difference is that what the Earth is doing is plants with short growth cycles, while what a certain Lich is observing is human race. Fortunately, the human growth cycle is too long, and he has no intention of observing the mating behavior between organisms from the sidelines. Sofan has not yet committed to the second half of the process, which is the actual breeding action. Speaking of the three little guys, after more than half a year of nursing, they are no longer malnourished like other children. Even like a balloon filled with wind, it suddenly jumped up a lot. The interesting thing is that the three brothers are obviously related by blood, but their appearance and characteristics are somewhat different. The eldest, Bobo Xia, is tall and muscular. Although he is less than 10 years old, he is taller than those teenagers. At the same time, he is also the child who has grown the most in the past 6 months. Such a speed makes someone think that he has taken some magic medicine from his hometown. Jean Kyla. The most special thing is that there is a slightly raised part on the left frontal bone, like a horn. The second eldest brother, Popolo, looks almost the same as his eldest brother. His height is in line with his age. He is not as tall as Bobo Xia, but he is clever and can learn anything quickly. And the finished products are beautiful. The characteristic is that the right frontal bone has a horn that clearly protrudes from the skin, but is only as long as a thumb. The third child, Bobo Xia, is undoubtedly the child who has been attracted by someone for no reason. The reason, of course, is his name, how endearing it is. The third child, who is much smaller in comparison, has quite obvious magical talent unlike his two older brothers, but perhaps limited by the talents left over by blood. These three brothers are not suitable to become orthodox magicians. They are more suitable to be cultivated as warriors, if they intend to develop in this direction. For Papoza, who has magical talent, the person who takes him with him also intentionally guides the other person's development and learning direction. For some reason, slogans like "explosion is art" are quietly spread among children. And if you get to know these children deeply, you will understand that they who come from the lower streets have a different kind of innocence than children from ordinary families. Especially these three little ghosts, who are allowed to follow someone. And they seem to be well behaved. But they are also shady. Although their behavior may still be considered childish in someone's eyes. At least the three brothers won't be causing trouble and seeking attention like Ezio did before. When serving around a magician, they still know how to do everything well and meticulously. They also carefully observe the performance of the magician and adjust their actions so that they not only do things well, but also do them right. Intimate. I don't know if the butlers, who specialize in serving nobles, have the same attitude. Lin didn't feel comfortable with such a move at first. Someone who has always been used to doing things on his own suddenly has to treat himself as a cripple and accept the service of others, which is very uncomfortable. I remember that when the two apprentices were still babies, they did not reach this level. But looking back, I feel relieved. When he first took Illumi and Kaya as apprentices, he spent the whole day taking them into the ravines to find trouble with uncivilized goblins, or collecting herbs and digging for ores, in order to have a bite to eat. I was extremely busy. Where is the leisure time like now, when you can find fault with the corners of the house that are not cleaned, the windowsills with dust, and the tea served is too hot? Being able to live a corrupt life, to be honest. Who wouldn't be happy? As soon as I stretched out my hand, someone obediently served hot tea on a tray. He took a breath happily, and just when he was about to admire this corrupt life, a voice came from behind him. "You are still looking at the unchanging sky." Without turning around, you could tell by the voice that the person speaking was Fern, the only woman in this family who dares to boss someone around. Lin replied feebly, "Your Majesties, Yggdrasil, are not doing their best, so I can only use the old method and continue to slowly find a way home." Not long ago, Lin had patrolled the space in the heart of all world trees. The main thing is to confirm whether the alien world connected by the world trees in the Lost Land has the Earth that I am familiar with. Even though the world tree thing he promised has not been completely completed. The businessman on the other side is not a fussy businessman. He insists on a fair transaction of paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other hand. What's more, the current stage of hibernation is to allow Mitty to adapt to the planet-level magic circle transformed by the world trees. This matter cannot be rushed, unless you plan to cause a natural disaster. Therefore, the world trees readily agreed to let someone go to their core to confirm the alien world they were connected to. The result cannot be said to be disappointing. It can even be said to be expected. There are 25 world trees and hundreds of alien worlds, but none of them is the blue planet. The reason why I was prepared in my heart was because the world trees had said that if they were the residents of the alien plane brought by them, then they would wake up within the territory of the world tree. Obviously this is not the case with someone's time travel. Since the world tree road is unavailable, it is natural to continue with the original old method. It's not a big deal. then picked up his sleeve with one hand and waved it gently with the other hand. The three children left knowingly, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Ever since someone took the path of demonization and transformed his body, it seemed that he had endless energy to vent, and the fun of the night naturally returned. It's just the old saying, there are exhausted cows and unplowed fields. It's just that Finn didn't come here today for the sake of bed. At least, when she is interested, she will not come to him in the forced spirit clothes, but will put on various clothes full of temptation and hints. Just when he was about to turn around and ask questions, suddenly a strange change flashed across the sky, firmly catching Lin's gaze. Chapter 897 Dragon of the Void. The strange changes in the sky are not the kind of changes that anyone can see, especially in the dark night. If you simply observe it with the naked eye, the original starry sky will suddenly have a small patch of black. Most people will be indifferent. However, in the eyes of someone today, that is an earth-shaking change, because it involves the phenomenon of space distortion. The sky seemed to have been torn open with a thin crack, winding and connecting to an unknown place. The reason why people cannot see through the gap is that visible light cannot pass through this distorted space. The reason why Lin can observe is because the world he sees is different from what normal people see. In order to observe up close, Lin didn't even have time to say low, and flashed directly to the high altitude, near the location where the space distortion occurred. Fun, who was looking for someone, only noticed that the man's expression changed, and he disappeared without a trace. Regarding this situation, the Lich sighed lightly. Then he changed his mood and began to explore the other person's position, because he had lost that unknown inspiration. Then could only use other methods to locate that person's location. The simplest way is to pair it with the only ring owned by that person, the ring of fire worn on his ring finger. Originally, these two rings were used by someone to locate the location of the flash technique, but their original function was that the one ring could control the whereabouts of the ring of fire. It is impossible to reverse this function, so that the ring of fire can also locate the location of the one ring. Coupled with the particularity of the ring casting process, these rings cannot be modified in any later period. Even if anyone is destroyed, the set of rings will permanently lose the destroyed one, and there is no way to replace it. However, there is no way to modify such a small thing, which is difficult for a magician who has really been immersed in magic for a long time. The solution is also very simple. Just plug in a small accessory to expand the functionality. There is nothing wrong with the ring being a complete whole, but it is a magic prop after all, and there are still ways to link it with other magic props of the same nature. What's more troublesome is that every time Finn wants to find the one ring, which is the location of the magician, through the ring of fire, he has to cast additional spells, activate the pathfinding magic engraved in the gem clasped on the ring of fire. But the good thing is that no matter where someone hides in the ends of the earth, they can't escape from her grasp. When the pathfinding magic gave Finn a glimmer of inspiration, the flashing magic was immediately activated, taking the Lich up to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The strong wind howled, making the four spirit robes patter. The target man was not far ahead, constantly using flash techniques to fix himself in a certain position high in the sky. Then first blessed himself with a levitation spell, which is a standard spell used by magicians when they want to float in midair. It's a pity that this magic can't resist the strong wind at high altitude, and it was blown away a long distance in a short time. I cast several spells on myself in succession, but the result was the same. In the end, I have to admit that learning someone to use the flash technique continuously is the best way. After he stabilized himself, Finn wanted to ask, "Why did you get up here? Hey, someone was stupid and opened a random door here, but it failed again." "Right. Failed arbitrary magic? So in your eyes, this is how you view this phenomenon. What else?" Finn asked. "This is a phenomenon of space distortion. It is okay to say that it is an arbitrary door where spell casting fails, because anyone who wants to pass through such a narrow gap in space will end up with the same end. That is, they will be cut into a mess. So, are you tired of living? In your words, are you planning to pass here and go back to your hometown of Suzhou to sell duck eggs?" Finn asked again. After laughing twice, Lin said, "Where am I going back? It's just that seeing this phenomenon reminds me of one thing." Finn raised his eyebrows and flicked his eyes, which was considered a question. Someone who wanted to die would not dare to show off at this time, and said directly, "Do you still remember that I told you that the alien world connected to the world tree does not have my hometown?" "Yes, you mentioned this. What does that have to do with this?" Finn questioned. "A very simple question. If I didn't follow the passage of the World Tree to the Lost Land, how did I get here? Lin asked. However, even a lich with thousands of years of experience cannot answer this question. Lin continued. But I confirm that none of the alien worlds connected to the World Tree was where I came from. And no god in the Lost World could capture me from the Earth. I started to understand my origins. I was confused. Because in my hometown, I didn't die by being hit by a car, jumping off a cliff, being electrocuted, or being murdered. Then my eyesight went dark and I ended up in Yggdrasil. That World Tree raises the possibility that I was brought to the Lost World from Earth by the Dragon of the Void. Have you ever heard of the Dragon of the Void? Finn nodded hesitantly and said, although I have heard it before, I thought it was just a made-up story. Is it credible? That is an existence that exists in the memory of the ancient World Tree. And it should be credible. Yggdrasil said that the Dragon of the Void is very similar to the World Tree, except that one is an animal and the other is a plant. But they all rely on the energy tide caused by the gap between dimensions and planes to strengthen themselves. However, the World Tree needs to take root, but the Void Dragon does not. In order to absorb the nutrients it needs for growth, the only thing the Void Dragon has to do is, they are constantly traveling between different worlds. However, when they travel, they will inevitably bring some local products from other worlds to the Lost Land. What will happen to these unlucky people who are brought here? The Dragon of the Void cares about it. Why? Although I don't know what your problem is. I have asked the World Trees about this phenomenon. They all said that the Lost World is very special. Although this is just one world, it has countless passages to other worlds. This characteristic makes the mysterious land a singularity, and therefore the space barrier here is quite weak. This is naturally conducive to the parade of the Void Dragon. However, the itinerary of this parade is irregular. What does it mean to be regular and not regular? Is this a tongue twister? Finn complained. Someone had to explain obediently, saying, there is a pattern because the Void Dragon's almost instinctive behavior allows it to continue to patrol a fixed route. There is no pattern because the Void Dragon can travel to new places at any time as long as necessary. In other words, as long as I can find the Void Dragon, I can entrust him to take a long way back to the Earth. Of course, that's what I said. But how can I force the Void Dragon to agree? There is nothing we can do about it. Chapter 898 Help. So, you think this is the trace left by the Dragon of the Void? Is this a clue from the World Tree? Finn asked again. Honestly, I don't know. I can't even guarantee whether the Dragon of the Void really exists. After all, this is information I learned unilaterally from the World Trees. And not all World Trees know about it. Apart from the two ancient ones, only a few World Trees know similar information. So, do you think the Dragon of the Void exists? After pondering for a moment, Lin said, it's hard to say. After all, people in the world have the habit of personifying certain observed phenomena. And then such personification becomes an actual situation due to the will of the people. You mean, the way the old gods achieve their goals? Finn was keenly aware that what this man was talking about was similar to those hateful gods she had been fighting against for most of her life. Of course Len knew the meaning behind this suddenly raised tone. He reassured, don't get excited. This is just a guess. And it may not be the truth. No matter what kind of inference, we still need more evidence. As for whether the scene in front of us is left by the Dragon of the Void itself, next, or the phenomena that constitute the concept of the Dragon of the Void, these also require more observation and evidence. After all, those people provided some vague concepts or ambiguous evidence. The abnormality here is just for observation and recording. I am not sure whether there is a relationship between the two. While talking, Lin also continued to observe and calculate the distortion of this space. It is not a fixed twisted shape. This space, like a torn rag twisted into a twist roll, will continue to change over time. And because this distortion cannot be directly observed with the naked eye, its position and outline must be judged from the flow direction of the wind and changes in electromagnetic radiation outside the visible light spectrum. These conditions must be calculated instantly and converted into visible objects in someone's field of vision, which temporarily made Lin's eyes feel tired. Maybe it's time to compile and optimize the available programs and logic for this particular situation. Someone was thinking this, and then thought of another thing, and asked the person behind him, by the way, why did you come to see me? Oh, you don't think I just want someone to love me? Then's voice was teasing. Although Lin didn't look back, he still smiled and said, you won't come to me wearing this fighting equipment. So there must be other things. Just tell me. It's really boring. Maybe I just want to change my ways of playing. Seeing someone's disbelieving expression, Then bluntly stated his purpose. Well, I really didn't come here for that kind of thing. Looking for you, just need help. What do you need help with? Lin asked curiously. After all, there are few things in this world that this lich cannot solve. Even if you can't handle it right now, taking some time is definitely not a problem. Even when it comes to knowledge from Earth. When Fin has something unclear, she just discusses it with someone and then keeps to herself. If anyone else wants to step in and help, they will definitely be beaten. So this time it's, I'm going to finish this dress. So I'm going to rely on your talents. Fin said something in a non-stop manner, which of course left someone puzzled. Lin asked, The four-spirit suit is not finished yet. Which thread is not properly knotted? Or are there any accessories missing? How much fabric is needed to patch it up? It's not those questions. It's, well, do you want to stay here and talk about these things that are a little difficult to explain? Fin turned his head and looked at the high-altitude environment where he was. If he didn't use magic to protect himself, even breathing would be a little difficult. Not to mention the low temperature of the environment. Then, Lin confirmed the state of space distortion. After all, this is not a normal situation, so it will be gradually repaired and recovered naturally. I would choose to observe closely at first, except that it was the first time I discovered the space distortion phenomenon that occurred naturally or may be caused by the Dragon of the Void. So I wanted to take a closer look at the situation in detail. Now that most of the situations have been confirmed and started to be recorded, the next work can be done by staying in one's room and relying on the magic version of the astronomical telescope and program to continue recording. There is no need to stay at high altitude to blow the wind. Estimate the recovery time and check for any unknowns. Lin finally turned around, looked at the lich chasing him to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and said, I have no problem here. Let's talk about it when we get back. In a flash, he came to Fin's side and directly took the slender jade hand that was soft and boneless. Flash forward again, and I'm back home. In my warm attic room, someone let go of his hand as if nothing had happened, came to the table and rang the bell. When the three brothers waiting outside heard the call, they opened the door and came in, waiting for instructions. Lin said, Go to the kitchen and warm up a bottle of rice wine. Remember not to drink secretly. Even if you have to drink secretly, don't drink until you are drunk. When you open your mouth, it smells like wine. You are still young, and it is too early to drink. Sir, we won't drink secretly. Bob Osha, the third of the three brothers, said in protest. Lin rubbed the other person's head and said with a smile, You need to improve your lying skills. At least practice until your face and ears don't turn red. Oops. You got pricked again. I'll help you prick your head. How about grinding that one off with a knife? The three brothers are all the firstborn ones. And the third child, Bosha, was born in the spirit of heaven, soaring into the sky like a lightning rod. It's just that they are still young, so they don't have long horns. But when a forgetful person wants to rub someone else's head, they will get pricked and screamed. At this time, he would always say something like, Use a chopper. Bob Osha has heard the magician's ridicule many times. But no matter how many times he hears it, he will still worry that someone will actually take action. So when he heard this, he habitually covered his forehead and said, Can it not hurt? Lin laughed and said, At most I can guarantee that you won't be dying of pain. It's better not to do that. Sir! The child in front of him pretended to take a few steps back, showing an exaggerated look of warning. Lin laughed for a while, and then said, Stop talking about that. Let's go and warm the wine. Yes, sir. The three children exited the room in order. Lin rubbed his hands together, breathed hot air into his palms, and said, Drinking warm wine is the most wonderful thing in this weather. Are you okay? Looking blankly at the hand he had just held, Fin didn't come back to his senses until he was asked a few questions by someone. He took his hand back and asked, What did you just say? I said drink. Okay. Drink. There's nothing wrong with it. Fin's expression and voice were the same as usual, but she knew that this man seemed different from the past. A lot of strength, and a lot of challenges. However, it is natural for someone to be unaware of other people's thoughts. Lin Sheepy asked with a smile, Tell me, what did you want to say just now? Chapter 899 Thoughts. When the three brothers Bobo, Xia, Luo and Sha returned to the attic room with warm wine, they saw a strange sight they had never imagined. The magician, who was arrogant in the eyes of the children, was kneeling in front of his sister. He shrunk his body, lowered his head and eyebrows, looking like he was being taught. Just seeing the children come in, the man kneeling on the ground only flashed a glance, then pretended to stand aside as if nothing had happened, his eyes wandering. Finally, he blamed me again. "Oh, you three! Haven't I told you several times that you have to knock on the door when entering other people's rooms? Why don't you remember it well?" After saying that, he reached out and took the tray with the warm wine dishes, and at the same time rushed people and said, "Go! Go! You go back to the dormitory to rest early. You don't need to wait here. If you do the same thing again next time, you will definitely I can't spare you." But before the three children could leave, Lin turned around with a shy face and said, as if offering a treasure to the lich, "Here comes the wine. It's just warm. Drink it now. It tastes great." At the same time, he didn't forget to look back and wink. Wrinkling his face and winking, he urged the three children to leave. Of course, the three Bobo Xia brothers would not be so stubborn as to stay and watch the show. They had seen the tricks of their elder sister. No matter whether they are old or young, if they offend her, they will peel off a layer of skin at least, and they will be merciless in the true sense. Just walking back and forth, they still adhere to the etiquette, retreat quietly, and close the door quietly instead of making a noise in a hurry. If there was too much movement and it offended those two people, the consequences would be worse than seeing something they shouldn't have seen. After being served with warm wine, the Na's inexplicably aroused emotions calmed down slightly under the influence of alcohol. Although his face was equally cold, Lin knew that after such an interruption, he should have escaped. Although I don't know why this lich exploded suddenly. The most important thing is to be able to calm her down, to completely shift the focus of the other party. Lin, of course, picked up the original topic that Finn started and asked, "Have a drink, warm yourself up, and tell me in detail how I can help you." A sharp knife almost pierced someone. It's a pity that today, someone's shamelessness has reached a new level, and it can't even be seen through. Finn sighed helplessly, collected his emotions, and asked, "What do you think is the difference between the 4-spirit clothes on me and your Xuanwu robe? This is too different. There is no comparison between the two," Lin exclaimed. In fact, the two sets of costumes use the same process and similar material formulas. Apart from the different colors and enchantment content, the two sets of costumes should be magic equipment of the same level. Even in terms of the added magic, the 4-spirit clothes are still higher than the Xuanwu robes. Although the 4-spirit suit only has one protective magic attached to it, this magic can protect against most known magical attacks, as well as a considerable degree of physical combat attacks, especially the latter, which has been certified by the White Sword Saint William Greco and the Demon Prince Azad. However, when compared in physical terms, the two are not on the same level. The reason lies in the Xuanwu robe. Xuanwu, one of the 4 spirits from the earth, using a certain time traveler as a link. Xuanwu came to the Lost Land as an alien god, and caused subsequent changes. And even bringing someone along with him was a blessing in disguise in the end. In other words, the current Xuanwu robe is no longer just a piece of equipment, nor is it even an artifact in the strict sense. It is the god itself, or the first divine body of Xuanwu on the Lost World. Unfortunately, this divine body is too weak to carry the full power of a god. Therefore, the head and tail snake turtle on the Xuanwu robe is asleep most of the time. But even so, Xuanwu robe is not comparable to those so-called artifacts. It can be said that it is not that easy for someone to die wearing this outfit. Of course, since the utensils have spirits, the Xuanwu robe also has a temper. At least, no one else could wear this outfit except someone. Even if you put it on forcefully, you will be lucky enough to experience what it feels like when a snake and turtle press on you, unable to move. In comparison, Finn's 4-spirit clothes is just a very powerful magical equipment. However, the more powerful magic equipment will face the same problem. That is, where does the consumed power come from? The 4-spirit clothes are made of magic stones carved into clothing pendants, which provide the power needed for this set of clothes to perform magic without affecting the appearance. Once the magic stone is used up, most of the combat power of the clothes will be lost. The Xuanwu robe that has become lost in the earth also needs to consume power when driving magic. But it is a god after all. It does not need external power supply. It can provide the power and energy it needs. Of course, there is an upper limit to this. But given the fear of death among a certain time traveler, I am afraid that he would have escaped without a trace before reaching that upper limit. In short, The difference between the two sets of magic equipment made the owner of one of them feel unhappy. After all, he has been a demon king, ruled the world, and is respected and feared by people wherever he goes. What if he is now wearing clothes that are inferior to others? People are most afraid of comparison. Once you have such thoughts, you will have some strange thoughts, and do things you would not normally do. Even Finn, the former demon king, is not immune to this. So in response to someone's surprise, Finn said, "It's indeed far worse. But from the beginning, my design on the 4 spirit uniforms has not been completely completed. What's missing?" As soon as Lin asked, he thought of Lich comparing the 4 spirit clothes with the Xuanwu robe. And then he thought of a possibility. He said in surprise, "You shouldn't want to take advantage of the elemental spirits." Right. The 4 spirits on the 4 spirit suit are not the dragon, tiger, sparrow, turtle, or 4 spirits that traveled across many hometowns, but the highest existence among the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind in the Lost Land. The spirits of the 4 elements. Their images are bird-like shapes made of fluid. Apart from the outline, there is no fixed appearance, and no one is even sure whether that appearance is that of the elemental spirit, because there is not much eyewitness information from ancient times to the present, and it has little credibility. At most, everyone confirms that elemental spirits exist, but there are different opinions on where they exist and how they exist. Regarding Lin's doubts, Finn readily admitted, "That's right. That's why I need your help. Otherwise, if it's just a fight, I would be more useful than you if I pulled out a hair from that stubborn leg. But when it comes to positioning, reconnaissance, and calculations, if you want to rely on that stone, you might as well find a pig. But since you have a better option, there is no reason to waste it by throwing it away." Standing up, then turned around in a circle, showing off the silk hanfu on her body, and said, "The most ideal situation is to successfully seal the 4 elemental spirits into the 4 spirit clothes and obtain the support of unlimited power. Otherwise, I can leave the marks of the 4 elemental spirits and establish a channel so that I can draw power from them and use magic. If the first 2 really don't work, then I will have to do my best to capture the 4 elemental lords. Let's make up the numbers." Chapter 900 Elemental Spirit. At the end of the sentence, the Lich really showed an expression of reluctance. After hearing this, someone complained in his heart that elemental lords, demon lords, and noble lords among humans are completely incomparable. Humans were noble lords in the Homo sapiens species, except for the ancestors who were fought with real swords. The descendants just burned good incense before reincarnation and found the right father, so that they could achieve the status of a master. If it weren't for the aristocratic education that kept their level from falling too fast from generation to generation, 9 out of 10 descendants would be useless, and 1 would be a scumbag. Demon Lord is not so much a status as a sign of strength, a rank that proves one's strength. If you want to occupy a place in the abyss, there is no other way but to break out of the sky. If you don't have enough strength, let alone retaining the territory, younger brothers, and trophies, you might even have to fill it in yourself. But the elemental lord is not a trivial thing like the first 2. According to the classification of elemental creatures by the magicians of Midland, elemental bodies without consciousness are the lowest existence. Those that are conscious but unable to communicate are classified as low-level elemental elves. Those that are conscious and can communicate with Homo sapiens in any way, those who communicate, are even high-level elemental elves. Those that are conscious, able to communicate, and have a fixed form can be called elemental creatures. Of course, elemental creatures can be further divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. But those who govern elemental creatures and have absolute authority in the elemental world are called elemental lords. Further up, there are the elemental spirits that gather the collective consciousness of the elemental elves. It can be said that, except for the elemental spirits that do not exist or exist in what form, elemental lords are the highest level for elemental creatures. The meaning of Finn's words is that because he lacks people to serve him, he reluctantly captures a few kings or emperors and lets them serve as servants by his side. Then when I think about it carefully, the most devastating part is that the Lich really has the means and ability to do such a thing. As for using elemental spirits to perfect the 4 spirit uniforms, that's actually, it seems like it can really be done. Someone is thinking seriously. Some people believe that the elemental spirits are actually the collective will of the elemental elves. Others believe that the elemental spirits are the elemental world itself. No matter what the truth is, or whether it is neither, it can be guessed that the elemental spirit is not some cute little boy. turning an unknown amount of elemental spirits into pure magic materials, and adding them to the four-spirit suit may seem impossible at first. But in fact, is it really impossible? Thinking of the Milky Way marbles in the first episode of the movie MIB. There is also a saying in Buddhism that the mustard seed is the essence of muster. In mathematics, the difference between infinity and infinitesimal lies only in whether infinity is placed in the denominator or the numerator. The so-called big or small. Most of the time is just the perception obtained by the observer using himself as the benchmark and comparing. But as long as the observer's reference point changes, the big or small may also be reversed. Therefore, it is feasible in imagination and seems to be feasible in theory. Forget about mathematics. It's just a series of conversion problems. And this is the world on the magic side. Even if you can't achieve the magical power of Buddhism, I believe it's not far away. Then the next thing to do is to turn these imagined feasibility and theoretical feasibility into practical feasibility. The so-called progress is not the result of repeating this process again and accumulating over time. Although he had some confidence in his mind, Lin still asked about the person in front of him about his plans. If you really find the elemental spirit, what are you going to do? What to do? Just seal it inside the clothes. The more troublesome question now is whether to seal one at a time, or to collect 4 and then seal them in one go. Although the method is crude, it doesn't sound like I've thought too much about it. But the person in front of him still had some idea. At least Finn had thought about whether sealing one elemental spirit at a time would cause an imbalance among the 4 spirit servers. That's why she mentioned collecting 4. And then seal the 4 elemental spirits into the 4 spirit suits in one breath. However, such a crude method was not what Lin intended to use. Moreover, Lin was unwilling to do this before he had assessed whether there would be any adverse effects from sealing the elemental spirits. He is not the kind of person who cares about his overwhelming personality after death. As long as there are no sequelae, he should not leave any traces to trouble others. This is his approach, unless it is really necessary. So he came up with his own ideas and possibilities. Finally said, in short, we must first confirm the elemental world, or how this elemental spirit exists, and in what form and where it exists, before we can consider subsequent actions. And I prefer a non-destructive way to learn everything from it. The power needed is not in the form of a seal. On the one hand, sealing will inevitably block other people's communication with the sealed elemental world, which is equivalent to monopolizing this power. But for an elemental spirit and an elemental world, it is difficult for you to guarantee whether this will affect the balance of the existing world. And if so, how to remedy it? Do we need to consider this kind of thing? Finn had to ask a worried guy if he was being too lenient. Helpless, Lin had to say. Another reason is that the elemental world may not be sealed obediently without any resistance. And in order to seal them, even if the most exquisite magic circle is designed, it will still take a lot of effort to maintain its operation and resist possible counterattacks. If you want to use the elemental spirit, you can only pick up some of the power leaked from the sealing magic circle. This is a big worry. And in terms of economic benefits, it has become the best example of the word waste. I would say, waste is shameful. So we can find simpler and better ways to achieve this goal. You're a small-minded guy. This little thing is a waste. Then pouted and said dissatisfiedly, there is a better, simpler method with no side effects. You don't try it, but you choose that difficult path. If I am a petty person, are you looking for abuse? Someone's courage comes from nowhere, he responded rudely. Fortunately, Finn didn't get angry, but it was hard to say that she was convinced, or that she didn't think much about it at all. Regarding someone's opinion, she did not agree or object, but said, that's why I want to ask you for help with this matter, because I haven't been to the elemental world a few times, so I'm not familiar with it. There are not many opportunities to interact. In the past, the place I went to most was the Abyss. People like me were not welcome in places like the elemental world. Dare I dare to say that this lich did something outrageous and outrageous? Did he come to me to block the gun? Someone couldn't help but think so.